Chapter 1. The Son of Voldemort. An owl, a letter of admission for a new student. The parchment was crafted from thick sheepskin, and the address was inscribed in emerald green ink. No stamp was affixed. On the reverse side of the envelope, a wax seal bore a crest, with the letter H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Horace Riddle caressed the admission letter, having long envisioned its arrival. Horace was not an ordinary individual, he was a traveler between worlds. In his previous life, he was an average high school senior in China, intelligent and diligent. Horace vividly recalled the scene just before his transference. He had just finished dinner and was hurrying back to the classroom to study. However, upon his arrival, he found it entirely deserted. Just as he pulled out the 5-year mock exams in preparation for the college entrance examination, his asthma began to flare up. Desperately, Horace rummaged through his drawer for his medication, only to discover the medicine was gone. In that moment, Horace was engulfed in agony, gasping for breath as his consciousness began to fade into a shroud of darkness. When Horace regained his senses, he found himself transformed into an infant, with delicate arms and legs, yet the suffocating sensation had vanished. Before him stood another infant, gazing at him with a pair of emerald green eyes. Horace was taken aback. At that moment, the door swung open, and a beautiful woman with red hair hurried into the room. "Oh, Harry, Horace, Mommy is here." The woman approached the crib, soothing her child. "Wait, Harry. It couldn't be. Lily, what's wrong?" A man's voice called from outside the door. Lily replied loudly, "It's nothing, James. Just Horace waking up." Lily? James? Could this truly be the world of Harry Potter? Soon, a tall, thin man with black hair and glasses pushed the door open. "Horace?" James glanced at the infant in the crib. Horace is quite calm and obedient. Hardly ever cries. Last time was when he was just born. "James, I think your concern should be about the preparations for Halloween. Sirius is coming over soon." "I know. I've already set everything up." How wonderful it would be if time could freeze at this moment. For in the next instant he arrived. Voldemort, the malevolent Dark Lord. "Lily, quickly, take Harry and Horace and run. They'll hold them off. Avada Kedavra. Please, I beg you, spare them. Spare Harry and Horace. Woman, step aside, and I may let you go. Avada Kedavra." Horace beheld the face that instilled terror in countless wizards across Britain. A visage as pale as death, resembling wax, grotesquely contorted, with eyes perpetually filled with blood. At that moment, Voldemort caught sight of the 2 infants in the crib. However, he seemed momentarily entranced. Horace realized with a jolt that Voldemort was momentarily stunned. Originally, Voldemort had learned of the prophecy and believed the boy mentioned therein to be the child of James and Lily Potter. Yet now, after considerable effort, Voldemort had finally discovered the location of the Potter family through Peter Pettigrew and had come to kill them himself. Who would have thought that the great Lord Voldemort was faced with a dilemma? At that moment, Horace was anxious. He had no idea if the killing curse would rebound upon him, nor could he fathom what would happen should he perish. Surely he wouldn't just return, right? Even if he did, he would simply be a corpse. Then, Voldemort furrowed his brow, waved his right hand, and declared, "Avada Kedavra." A green light shot from his wand, striking Harry directly. Just as Voldemort prepared to cast another Avada Kedavra at the nearby infant, Horace could be certain of one thing. The curse aimed at Harry suddenly rebounded, the green light striking the defenseless Voldemort instead. Voldemort underwent a dramatic transformation. His exposed skin turned a dark red, the crimson filling his eyes. Clutching his skin, the agony he experienced made Horace fully comprehend the saying from his past life. It looked exceedingly painful. Horace felt secure at that moment, however. The notorious law of the Muggle world, Murphy's Law, loomed large. Voldemort turned his bloodshot eyes upon Horace, glaring intensely. Could it be that Voldemort intended to extinguish his own life in a final act of defiance? As Horace's mind raced with thoughts, Voldemort unexpectedly seized him and executed the disapparation spell. How infuriating! Horace was but a 1-year-old infant. The sensation of disapparation was something he had only read about in the works of Aunt Rowling. It felt as though he were being thrust into a thick rubber tube, struggling to breathe, every part of him seemingly crushed under pressure. In short, it was excruciating, and during this ordeal, Voldemort performed the disapparation multiple times, leaving Horace to wonder if he might perish along the way. Ultimately, when Voldemort came to a halt, Horace felt as though he had been reborn. At that moment, Horace could finally take stock of where Voldemort had transported him. This place? It appeared to be a forest. In the original narrative, Voldemort had remained hidden in a forest in Albania for a decade after being struck by the rebounded killing curse, until Quirrell discovered him there. Voldemort then lured Quirrell into the ranks of the Death Eaters, eventually attaching himself to the back of Quirrell's head and returning to Hogwarts with the intent to seize the Philosopher's Stone for his resurrection. But why had Voldemort brought him here? Certainly, it wasn't to bring about Horace's demise otherwise. He wouldn't have gone to such lengths to transport him. Was he merely toying with him? Horace couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Regardless, Horace dared not inquire, "Hey, Voldemort, why have you captured me?" Such a question would surely elicit an Avada Kedavra in response. To hear an infant utter words, what twisted sense of humanity lay behind that? Or was it merely a moral conundrum of Avada Kedavra? And thus, the book would conclude, the curtain would fall. Ah, how delightful it would be to remain motionless, ignorant of the enemy's movements, and when they act, to take no action. Even though Voldemort was presently in a state of extreme weakness, verging on defeat, Horace was merely 1 year old, struggling to walk, let alone confront Voldemort, who possessed several Horcruxes. Even Dumbledore could not vanquish Voldemort while his Horcruxes remained intact. Thus, it was imperative to bide his time, to develop cautiously, and to avoid recklessness. And so, Horace observed as Voldemort writhed in agony before him. One could not deny Voldemort's prowess. Others struck by the killing curse would have perished instantly. Even Dumbledore was not exempt. Yet here was Voldemort, grappling with his suffering. Whether this was due to the absence of Horcruxes, Horace could not ascertain. Reflecting on that moment brought a smile to Horace's face. He surmised that if he were to recount Voldemort's dark history, the Dark Lord would likely hunt him down. Even if, at present, Horace was deemed Voldemort's son. Indeed, the son of Voldemort. Since Voldemort had brought Horace to this place, he had reverted to the blood infant state as depicted in the original narrative. Voldemort commanded the great serpent Nagini to provide sustenance for Horace. Of course, this serpent was formidable in the original story. It had once transformed into a human form to deceive Harry and Hermione. Additionally, Nagini could communicate with Voldemort telepathically, so finding food to nourish an infant was no challenge. You may wonder what happens if one falls ill. Ah, one can only say, this is a world of magic. Chapter 2. The Leaky Cauldron. For the past decade, Voldemort had been raising Horace, which, though seemingly incredulous, was proclaimed by Voldemort himself, who claimed to be Horace's father. As for the name, Voldemort bestowed upon him his former surname, while the first name remained Horace. Throughout these 10 years, Horace had often pondered why Voldemort had chosen to take him away. Logically, Voldemort should harbor an intense hatred for the Potter family, and eliminating Horace would be a mere act of convenience. However, Hall was not foolish enough to inquire about Voldemort, for the current situation was evidently a manifestation of Voldemort's desire to keep Hall ignorant of his heritage. It was clear that Voldemort intended for Harry and Hall to turn against one another, culminating in a grand revelation. Ahem, well, Hall conceded that he had indulged in too many television dramas. Overall, Voldemort had been rather benevolent towards Hall over the past decade, instructing him in the arcane arts and facilitating duels with Nagini, thus elevating Hall's magical prowess to considerable heights. Of course, all of this was predicated upon theoretical knowledge, as Hall possessed no wand with which to practice, and Voldemort would never permit him the use of his own. Hall. It was Voldemort. Hall turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing Nagini supporting Voldemort with her serpentine body. Father. Hall bowed slightly, adhering to the customary protocol. Voldemort regarded Hall and remarked, "Hall, you must have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts by now." Hall replied, "Yes, Father. Am I to attend Hogwarts?" The thought stirred a tinge of excitement within Hall, for in his past life, he had often fantasized about receiving an acceptance letter delivered by an owl. "Yes," Voldemort continued, "my arch-nemesis, Dumbledore, is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and I require you to infiltrate the school." Though Hall felt a surge of exhilaration, he was not merely an 11-year-old child. "Father, what my identity?" Ah, if it were to become known that he was the son of Voldemort, Hall would undoubtedly find himself hunted by the Ministry of Magic. "Your identity is that of a rural wizard hailing from a pure blood family. Your parents have perished, and you have been placed in an orphanage." Voldemort, why does this identity sound so familiar? It seems to echo your own origins, save for the alteration from your mixed wizard and muggle heritage to a pure blood lineage. However, Hall would not dare to expose this truth, for such a question would strike at Voldemort's most vulnerable spot. Besides, how could Hall explain his knowledge of such esoteric matters within the magical community, given that he had never ventured more than 10 kilometers beyond this forest? Then, "Father, how shall I travel to England?" This posed a conundrum. Although Hall had begun to study the intricacies of apparition, he had never put it into practice. "No problem, Quirrell." Voldemort summoned a wizard. From a corner of the forest, Quirrell approached respectfully, first kneeling before Voldemort and then before Hall. "Master, Young master, Quirrell is at your service. Quirrell? This fellow had already been recruited by Voldemort. It seemed there was no need to worry about how to reach Hogwarts. Quirrell will escort you to England, and I shall accompany you as well. Hall understood that Voldemort was scheming for the Philosopher's Stone, yet he would not be so foolish as to inquire further. Quirrell, I shall possess you, and we will journey to Hogwarts together. Quirrell exclaimed with enthusiasm, Oh, my master! It is my utmost honor. What a privilege! Then Voldemort transitioned from his blood baby form into a cloud of black mist, entering Quirrell's body. At that moment, Quirrell's hair began to fall out, and Voldemort's face emerged on the back of his head. Hall observed intently, feeling a sense of terror wash over him. However, after years of being in Voldemort's presence, he was no longer the ordinary student he once was. Hall had not lost his moral compass. His values had long since been established. Voldemort's years of ideological manipulation had merely crafted Hall into a seemingly competent Death Eater. Nevertheless, Voldemort had indeed sharpened Hall's resolve, teaching him the art of mental occlusion, in which he had achieved considerable proficiency. After all, Voldemort was an exceptionally formidable legilimens, and under his tutelage for a decade, Hall's skills in mental occlusion had reached a commendable level, though he had yet to attain the mastery that would allow him to fabricate false memories to deceive other legilimens as Snape could. Years of practicing mental occlusion had enabled Hall to maintain a calm perspective in the face of situations that would be profoundly shocking to muggles or even to ordinary wizards. Thus, Hall appeared remarkably composed, displaying a level of calmness that belied his years. Oh, it will suffice, albeit barely. Voldemort's voice emerged from Quirrell's head. All right, Hall, we must depart. Quirrell, lead the way. At that moment, Quirrell seemed as though he had achieved a Guinness World Record, his excitement causing his words to tumble over one another. Very well, my master. Quirrell is exceedingly fortunate. Now, young master, please grasp Quirrell's hand. Quirrell bent forward at an exaggerated angle, his right hand resting on his left shoulder, while his left hand reached out to Hall. At that moment, Hall felt a surge of amusement. Aside from the overly dramatic bow, Quirrell's posture resembled that of a young man inviting a lady to dance at a ball. Hall suppressed the urge to chastise Quirrell, taking hold of his wrist instead, as it would be rather unseemly to grasp his hand, lest they truly appear to be dancing. Hall recalled the pain he had endured during the times Voldemort had transported the one-year-old Hall through apparition. In response, Hall could only reflect that it was the same old recipe. Through a series of apparitions, Quirrell ultimately brought Hall to a secluded, dilapidated alley. Young master, Quirrell can take you no further. To avoid attracting attention, you must proceed to the Leaky Cauldron on your own. Hall waved his hand, saying, Very well, provide me with the directions, and I shall make my way to the Leaky Cauldron. Following Quirrell's guidance, Hall navigated the route to the Leaky Cauldron. As one of the entrances to Diagon Alley, the principal shopping district of the British wizarding world, the site was exceedingly dark and filthy. A few elderly ladies sat at the foot of a building, sipping sherry from small cups, one of whom was puffing on a long pipe. A diminutive man, sporting a top hat, was engaged in conversation with the bar owner, who appeared to be balding and resembled a shriveled walnut. I wonder what thoughts occupy the minds of these wizards possessing such an array of wondrous spells. Could they not keep their surroundings a tad tidier? Although Hall had endured military training in high school, which had effectively cured his long-standing obsession with cleanliness, one ought to maintain a certain standard of hygiene. Hall mused that if he could manage to remain unperturbed throughout the day, his skills in mental occlusion would surely advance significantly. Hey, a new student at Hogwarts? The bar owner inquired upon noticing Hall enter. Hall replied succinctly, Indeed. Huh. Another year of Hogwarts admissions has rolled around. Time certainly flies. The bar owner remarked wistfully. What brings you here all alone, child? Where are your guardians? I am an orphan. Well, my apologies. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron realized he had misspoken. Come now, old Tom. Allow me to treat you to a butterbeer. Heh. Tom. I nearly forgot that the owner of this humble establishment is indeed named Tom. With this thought, Hall felt a peculiar sensation, after all. During the height of Voldemort's reign, countless wizards fell victim to him and his minions. It is rather curious that the owner of the Leaky Cauldron shares the same name as Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Having remained in Voldemort's company for many years, Hall understood that Voldemort despised any semblance of similarity to others. His greatest desire was to be unique. Yet, remarkably, Voldemort did not eliminate this old Tom. Could it be that old Tom is a sage of the world, akin to the sweeping monk from demigods and semidevils? Hall couldn't help but applaud his own imaginative thinking. Come, indulge in a mug of butterbeer. As he gazed at the cup of butterbeer that bore a striking resemblance to traditional beer, Hall pondered whether this could be considered selling counterfeit goods. Hall knew that although butterbeer is named as such, it is not, in fact, true beer. This delightful concoction is crafted from cream, brown sugar, butter, lemon juice, salt, and cream soda. To begin, brown sugar and water are combined in a 2:1 ratio and heated over medium to low flame until it transforms into a syrup. Once the syrup begins to bubble vigorously, the heat is reduced and butter is added along with a squeeze of lemon juice, stirring until the butter has fully melted. Next, cream is poured in, and the mixture is rapidly blended until uniform, followed by the addition of a pinch of salt. The mixture is then brought to a boil until bubbles form, after which it is removed from the heat and stored in a bottle. Subsequently, the cream is whipped to about 80 volume, achieving a state where the surface bears patterns yet retains a slight fluidity. A generous spoonful of caramel cream sauce is then incorporated and mixed thoroughly. The final step involves assembly. Caramel cream sauce is placed at the bottom of a glass, followed by a splash of whiskey, and then a pour of cream soda, creating a frothy, beer-like effervescence. A dollop of whipped cream is then gently placed atop the cream soda. Thus, a splendid cup of butterbeer is crafted. Hall took a sip, finding the taste quite delightful, reminiscent of cream soda. Chapter 3. The Wand. As a newly enrolled young wizard, you undoubtedly lack a wand. Allow me to unveil Diagon Alley for you. With that, Tom led Hall to the small courtyard behind the Leaky Cauldron. He then produced a wand and tapped it thrice against one of the walls. The brick that Tom had tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded. Before long, a grand archway emerged, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Following this, Tom directed Hall towards Gringotts before returning to the pub. Hall entered the premises, passing by the nearest establishment, a cauldron shop, though he paid it little heed and proceeded directly to Gringotts. Along the way, Hall encountered the Owl Emporium, the Flying Broomstick Shop, and an assortment of other merchandise boutiques. Ultimately, he arrived before a towering edifice, resplendent in its snowy white Epheimone, standing majestically above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a goblin clad in a vibrant scarlet uniform adorned with gold trim. Hal approached, and the fairy bestowed a courtesy upon him. Hal nodded in acknowledgement and then proceeded inside. Hal did not linger long. He proceeded directly to the Grand Hall of Gringotts, where he sought out a vacant goblin at one of the counters. "Greetings, I am a new student from Hogwarts, and I wish to collect my scholarship funds." The goblin assessed Hall with a discerning gaze and simply replied, "Letter." Hall took out the Hogwarts admission letter to show the goblin, which indicated that students in need of financial assistance could receive a grant. The goblin examined Hall's letter closely. "Very well, Mr. Riddle," the goblin said, returning the admission letter to Hall. "According to our regulations, you are a first-year student at Hogwarts, and we shall provide you with 10 galleons." With that, the goblin produced 10 gleaming gold coins. After scrutinizing them carefully, Hall departed from Gringotts. After leaving Gringotts, Hall calculated the value of the 10 galleons. With £5 exchanged for 1 galleon, 10 galleons amounted to £50, which translates to over 500 yuan in Chinese currency. How miserly Hogwarts is! Although the school provides food and lodging, I must rely on this sum to sustain myself for an entire year. Furthermore, all the necessary textbooks for attending Hogwarts must be purchased independently, not to mention the various everyday expenses. This amount may even dwindle, especially considering that as a first-year student, I will need to buy a wand. It seems life will be quite frugal. Speaking of which, Harry Potter is quite a lucrative prospect. All his parents' inheritance is under his name. Harry, we are practically brothers, even though we have yet to spend a day together. Logically, half of the inheritance left by our parents should belong to me, so you must take good care of me. Thinking of Harry, Hall's curiosity was piqued regarding the tale of the boy who lived, having previously resided far from the magical realm. He had never heard of this legendary figure and was eager to discover how he was portrayed in that story. As Hall's thoughts drifted, he arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside the ancient establishment. The tinkling of a bell echoed as the door swung open. Soon, Ollivander emerged from behind a row of shelves, greeting him with a smile that made Hall feel somewhat uneasy. This old man couldn't possibly be up to something, could he? Before Hall could dwell on his apprehensions, Ollivander approached briskly, brandishing a measuring tape to take his measurements. "Which hand do you prefer?" he inquired. "The right hand," Hall replied. After completing the measurements, Ollivander disappeared behind the counter, only to return with a slender box. "Let us try this wand," he announced. "Hawthornwood, 13.5 inches, with a dragon heartstring core." However, Before Hall could even grasp the wand, Ollivander swiftly snatched it back. No, 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 not this one. Let's try this one instead. Willow. 11 inches, with a dragon heartstring core. Upon receiving the wand, Hall waved it a few times without deliberately channeling any magical energy. A beam of red light shot forth from the tip of the wand, shattering a cabinet directly in front of him. Ollivander paid little heed to this, merely murmuring, "Not this one, truly a discerning customer." Although his words seemed to carry a tone of complaint, the expression on his face revealed his delight. Remarkably, Hall remained in the shop from morning until afternoon in pursuit of the perfect wand. "Excuse me, sir, is it ready yet?" Hall inquired, growing somewhat impatient. Yet he noticed Ollivander's increasing excitement. Rest assured, in Ollivander's wand shop, customers will invariably discover the wand that resonates most harmoniously with them. A bell chimed as the door swung open. Hall turned to see who it was, and upon doing so, he beheld a towering man alongside a thin, bespectacled boy. Ah! The delightful contrast between them allowed anyone familiar with Harry Potter to instantly recognize their identities. The renowned Harry Potter, Hall's half-brother, and the unfortunate Hagrid, ensnared by Voldemort's machinations. "Oh, Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, it is a sheer delight to see you again. An oak wand, 16 inches long, slightly curved, is it not?" Hall inquired. "Indeed. It is a fine wand," Hagrid replied. "But I suspect they must have broken it when they expelled you," Mr. Ollivander remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Yes, it was indeed broken, yet I still possess the splintered wand," Hagrid responded. Hall observed as Hagrid tightened his grip on the umbrella in his hand. Just as Mr. Ollivander was about to speak, Hall interjected, "Sir, could you assist me in selecting a wand? I believe I have waited long enough." At that moment, Hagrid and Harry, who had just entered, noticed another boy in the shop besides Mr. Ollivander. With pale skin, a handsome face, and a cascade of deep red hair inherited from his mother. His black eyes resembled two glistening black jewels. This description, delivered from an omniscient perspective, could only be conveyed in such a manner. "My apologies, dear guest, Mr. Ollivander initially expressed regret before turning to Hagrid, adding, "This is a rather discerning customer." Hagrid understood what Ollivander meant by a discerning customer, recognizing that wand makers appreciated such selective clientele. However, Harry, standing nearby, was oblivious to the connotations of a discerning customer in the realm of wand crafting. He instinctively interpreted it through the lens of the Muggle world, puzzled by why Mr. Ollivander's face bore a smile when speaking of a discerning customer. "Here, try this one. It is the last wand crafted by my grandfather, though it does not quite align with my wand-making philosophy." After rummaging through the back cabinet for quite some time, Ollivander finally produced an old, small box. As the box emerged, Hall was enveloped by a peculiar sensation, indescribable, a blend of affection, aversion, repulsion, and acceptance. Hogwarts could not articulate the matter clearly. Perhaps no one could, for even the illustrious Dumbledore possessed but scant knowledge in the realm of wands, a fact well known to Voldemort. Ollivander lifted the lid of a small box, revealing a wand measuring 13 inches poised before Hall's gaze. Hall reached out to grasp the wand. Yet just as his hand approached the mouth of the box, the wand unexpectedly flew into his grasp. Instantly, he felt an indescribable sensation, a blend of warmth and chill, radiating from the hand that held the wand, coursing throughout his entire being. This wand, measuring 13 inches, crafted from purple wood, contained the tail feather of a thestral, a magical creature that only Hagrid in all of Britain could tame. Ollivander, with his dark gray eyes fixed upon Hall, remarked, "This is a peculiar substance, rumored to be wielded only by those wizards who can command death." Chapter 4, Platform 9 3/4. It seemed that Hall's decade-long practice of mental confinement had prepared him. The shock of this extraordinary wand lasted but a fleeting moment. "Thank you," he said. "You're most welcome," Ollivander replied. "That will be 7 galleons." "Ah, you truly are rather generous," Hall muttered, as the 7 galleons accounted for a significant portion of his funds. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly handed over the 7 beautiful coins to Ollivander. It appeared he would need to devise a means of replenishing his finances. Otherwise, his circumstances might prove even more strained than Ron's. He wondered how Voldemort had managed to survive on the Hogwarts scholarship back in the day. Perhaps Albus Dumbledore had been particularly generous with the grants then. With that thought lingering, Hall glanced at Harry, who remained oblivious to his presence. "My dear friend, it seems I shall depend on your financial support henceforth." Soon after, Hall departed from Ollivander's wand shop without exchanging pleasantries with Harry. After all, he was a pure-blood orphan wizard. How could he possibly be acquainted with the renowned boy who lived? Moreover, he had a plethora of other items yet to procure. Having spent an inordinate amount of time in Ollivander's establishment, while he could obtain second-hand textbooks, such as those for potions, inscribed with "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Items like 3 sets of plain black robes, a simple black pointed hat for daytime wear, protective gloves, a winter cloak, as well as cauldrons, potion bottles, scales, and telescopes were far more challenging to find in pre-owned condition. As for why Hall didn't consider acquiring a pet, he could only lament, "I simply lack the funds." A wealthy man is a man of means. A man without money is merely a man. As dusk fell and the city lights illuminated the evening, Hall finally completed his shopping for school necessities, expending his last coin. He couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore had conducted a market survey, for the allocation of funds seemed impeccably precise. Meanwhile, a crucial question began to surface. Where does Hall reside? Presently, he possesses neither wizarding nor muggle currency, rendering him unable to afford a hotel. In his quest for assistance, he finds himself devoid of acquaintances, and Voldemort remains an elusive presence. Is it possible that I am to spend the night on the streets? Ah, I nearly forgot. I now wield a wand, and as I have yet to enroll. The Ministry's regulations prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside school do not apply to Hall at this moment. Soon, Hall found himself ensconced in a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel in London. Do not inquire as to how. There is nothing that a soul-binding curse cannot remedy. And if there is, then 2 will suffice. For the subsequent month, Hall resided in the opulent hotel, with the issue of sustenance easily resolved by coercing a wealthy muggle with the same curse. During this month, Hall found himself with little to occupy his time. He had yet to receive his spell books, which would only be available upon arrival at Hogwarts. Therefore, he devoted his time to practicing the magic Voldemort had imparted over the past decade, ensuring that he did not squander this month of unbridled magical freedom. Naturally, Hall could not commence his training with formidable spells. He began with simpler incantations. However, due to Voldemort's meticulous tutelage over the years, combined with Hall's prior experience in ancient Chinese education, he possessed a keen aptitude for knowledge synthesis, resulting in rapid progress. Before long, September 1st arrived, the day of Hogwarts commencement. The previous evening, Hall refrained from practicing magic. Instead, he retired early, at 8 o'clock, indulging in a full night's rest until 8 in the morning. Following this, he commenced his grooming and attire preparation, as the occasion warranted a polished appearance. By the time Hall completed his preparations, it was nearly 9 o'clock. After hastily consuming a sandwich, he ventured out with the suitcase he had meticulously organized days prior. Regarding finances, Hall employed the soul-binding curse to manipulate seemingly affluent muggles into providing him with currency. However, he was cautious not to extract excessive amounts from a single individual, wary of the possibility that Dumbledore might trace the source. Though such a scenario seemed unlikely, Hall's unique circumstances compelled him to exercise caution. Thus, he commanded several muggles to amass a substantial sum. Hall placed his money in a large leather trunk and entrusted it to Gringotts for safekeeping, a choice so secure that even Voldemort opted to conceal one of his Horcruxes there. After exchanging some currency, he departed. By 10:30, Hall arrived at King's Cross Station. He wheeled his cart, guiding his trunk into the station's interior. As Hall pushed the cart to the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Harry Potter. The foolish boy had even stopped a passing guard, inquiring about Hogwarts. At this moment, Hall was embodying the esteemed traditions of his past life. "Comrade, allow me to assist you." "Hello, Harry." Hall approached Harry with a small cart. Upon hearing someone call his name, Harry turned to see Hall. Instantly, he recalled that this was the discerning customer from Ollivander's wand shop. Now, Harry understood the meaning behind Ollivander's description of a fastidious patron, as he himself had been labeled as such that day. Harry maintained a vivid impression of him, particularly since this individual would become his future classmate. "Ah, greetings." At this juncture, Harry suddenly realized he did not yet know Hall's name. The nearby guard, noticing their apparent familiarity, decided to withdraw. Hall introduced himself, extending his hand, and said, "Hello, Harry, I am Horcrux Riddle, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Since that day, I have come across your name in several books on the history of modern magic, particularly regarding the rise and fall of dark magic and significant magical events of the 20th century. I am well acquainted with your story." Harry felt a wave of dizziness as he responded, "They mentioned me?" "Indeed," Hall replied, "but I have great sympathy for you." This piqued Harry's interest. "Consider this. You were merely a year old at the time, utterly unaware of your surroundings. The accolades bestowed upon you must have seemed utterly perplexing. Hall paused momentarily before continuing. And everyone seems to care only about your triumph over the Dark Lord that fateful night, neglecting the fact that you lost both your father and mother. They were also my parents. In Hall's mind, he added a thought. Although James and Lily had only been Hall's father and mother for a mere few hours, the profound sacrifice they made to protect their child had deeply moved him. However, he did not anticipate the significant impact this statement would have on Harry. Upon hearing Hall's words, Harry's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face as he embraced Hall tightly. Harry Potter, here we are at the train station. Amidst a throng of people, in such a public setting, a boy weeping and embracing another boy could easily lead to wild speculations and heart-wrenching tales. At that moment, Hall felt an overwhelming urge to draw his wand and cast the killing curse upon Harry. Yet, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, Harry eventually released Hall. With Hall's hand already resting on his wand, Harry removed his glasses and wiped away his tear-stained eyes, his voice tinged with emotion as he said, "Thank you, Hall. I'm all right now. Let us proceed to platform 9 3/4. Hall interjected, halting Harry's words. How do we reach platform 9 3/4? I cannot see it. Harry finally returned to the matter at hand. As Hall was about to speak, a large crowd passed by them, and a few words floated over. Naturally, it was teeming with muggles. Harry quickly turned around, while Hall intended to express his relief at their arrival. The speaker was a short, plump woman conversing with 4 red-haired boys, each of whom was pushing a suitcase reminiscent of those belonging to Harry and Hall. Hall stepped forward with a polite smile and said, "I beg your pardon, madam." The stout woman turned around and noticed Hall and Harry, remarking, "This is your first time at Hogwarts, isn't it? Our son Ron is also a newcomer." She gestured towards the smallest of the 4 red-haired boys. Hall gazed at the boy, tall and slender, appearing somewhat clumsy, with a face adorned with freckles, large hands, oversized feet, and a long nose. It seemed this must be Ron. To be candid, Hall was curious as to why the Weasley family enjoyed such remarkable romantic fortunes. The eldest son, Bill Weasley, had captured the heart of the enchanting Fleur Delacour, a beauty of Vila lineage, while Ron had won the affections of Hermione, another stunning woman. "Madam, we would like to inquire how to reach the station," they said. "You need only walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not pause. Do not be afraid. Simply charge straight ahead. This is crucial. If you feel anxious, just break into a light run," Mrs. Weasley kindly advised. Hall exchanged a glance with Harry, and after bowing to Mrs. Weasley, they dashed inside. Chapter 5, On the Train. Hall charged in, keeping his eyes wide open, yearning to truly experience the moment. Yet, as he traversed through the wall, he was met only with a shroud of darkness. Was this not akin to the experience of closing one's eyes? What, then, was the purpose of shutting them? Without further ado, Hall emerged from the wall and beheld a deep crimson steam locomotive before him. How many dreams of youth had culminated in this very sight? How had I managed to fulfill such a dream? Aha! Behind Hall, Harry and the 4 boys from the Weasley family entered. "Harry, why are you so slow?" Hall inquired. Harry scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wasn't exactly appropriate to admit he feared being knocked senseless. "Wait a moment, you called him Harry." One of the Weasley twins suddenly pointed at Harry. "Could it be that you are truly—" "What?" Harry responded. "Harry Potter," the twins exclaimed in unison. "Ah. Harry felt his face flush. Yes, that's me." One of the Weasley twins gestured to his brother, saying, "Harry, allow me to introduce you. This is George Weasley." George pointed at the other twin and said, "This is Fred Weasley." Then George and Fred pushed their brother Ron forward, simultaneously stating, "This is our little brother, Ron Weasley, and over there is our older brother, Percy Weasley." Ron appeared somewhat shy, while Percy merely greeted Harry before boarding the Hogwarts Express. As Hall gazed at the twins, who seemed like reflections of one another, he glanced at Harry and pondered why there was such a disparity between him and Harry, despite both being twins. In terms of hair, Harry had black locks while Hall sported deep red. Regarding their eyes, Harry's were emerald green, whereas Hall's were dark. In terms of appearance, Harry resembled James more, while Hall took after Lily. The 2 brothers had entirely inherited their parents' attributes, yet in a manner that was distinctively different. "See you in a bit, we're off," George and Fred exclaimed as they boarded the train with Ron. "Harry, let us go," Hall beckoned. To which Harry responded affirmatively and then pushed his cart onto the Hogwarts Express. The train set in motion, and the houses outside began to swiftly retreat into the distance. The journey ahead would be lengthy. King's Cross Station lay in the southern part of England, while Hogwarts was situated in the north. considering the timeline. The train departed at 11 o'clock in the original tale, resulting in nightfall by the time they arrived. In summer, darkness fell around 9 in the evening in England, indicating ample time remained for their journey. Harry and Hall found themselves in the same compartment, casually discussing their respective families. More often than not, it was Harry sharing stories about his life on Privet Drive, while Hall played the role of an attentive listener. It would be rather inappropriate to ask Hall about his own family, be it the fleeting hours spent in Godric's Hollow or his time in the Albanian forest with Voldemort. Regardless of the topic, the revelations would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the wizarding world. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, they were under Dumbledore's influence, and it was conceivable that Hall could be whisked away at any moment by Dumbledore's sudden apparition. The fate of those who associated with Dumbledore was often grim. James and Lily perished. Neville Longbottom's parents succumbed to insanity due to the Cruciatus curse. Sirius Black languished in Azkaban for 13 years only to be murdered by Bellatrix shortly after his release, and Lupin faced destitution, leaving behind a child with Tonks before dying in the final battle. Severus Snape met a tragic end at the fangs of Nagini. Countless revolutionary predecessors had imparted a profound lesson to Hall: cherish life and steer clear of Dumbledore. Furthermore, if Dumbledore were to discover Hall was Voldemort's son, Hall would dare to confront Voldemort directly. Just as Harry began to recount his experience of living in the cupboard under the stairs, the compartment door slid open, and Ron entered. "Is anyone sitting here?" he asked, gesturing to the empty seat across from Harry and Hall, as the other spots were occupied. Harry and Hall shook their heads, and the boy took a seat. He cast a quick glance at Harry before turning his gaze out of the window, pretending he hadn't seen him. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted out. As Harry was about to respond, Hall interjected. "Did you not notice the scar on his forehead?" Hall pointed at Harry's forehead scar. Harry brushed aside a lock of hair, revealing the lightning-shaped mark. Ron's eyes widened. "Did the Dark Lord do that?" "Yes," Harry affirmed, "but I don't remember it at all." "You don't remember it all?" Ron asked eagerly. Hall cleared his throat and said, "Ron." Ron quickly realized this was somewhat impolite and turned his gaze toward the window. "Is your entire family comprised of wizards?" Harry inquired, feeling a mutual curiosity between himself and Ron. "Oh, yes, I suppose so," Ron replied. "I think my mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never talk about him." "Families of pureblood wizards like yours are said to possess some ancestral magic, aren't they?" Hall asked at this moment. Hall recalled how Voldemort had once mentioned those ancient pureblood wizarding families, known to possess some magical legacies kept secret from the outside world, which Voldemort found particularly intriguing. Hall speculated that the spell Lily used to protect her child might very well be a hereditary magic of the Potter family, considering the Potters were also an ancient pureblood lineage. The Potter family descended from the renowned Peverell brothers, and Harry and Hall's ancestor was Ignotus Peverell, the one who acquired the invisibility cloak. Just think, those ancient families, even in ruin, must retain some heirlooms. For instance, Voldemort's maternal family, the Gaunts, descended from Salazar Slytherin, were nearly destitute but still possessed the Resurrection Stone and the Slytherin Locket. Indeed, there are some, but we would have to wait until we are adults for Dad to teach us. Right now, aside from Mom and Dad, only Bill and Charlie know any, Ron said. "Do you have many siblings?" Harry asked. "Indeed, I have 5 brothers and a sister," Ron replied, appearing somewhat discontent. "I am the 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts, and one could say I should look up to them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill is the head boy, and Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect, and although Fred and George are quite mischievous, their grades are outstanding, and everyone expects me to follow in their footsteps. But then again, if I were to achieve that, it wouldn't be remarkable since they accomplished it before me. If you have 5 brothers, you never get anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's wand, and have Percy's discarded rat, Scabbers." Ron took out a plump gray rat from his pocket, which was fast asleep. At that moment, Hall's eyes brightened. This was Peter Pettigrew. Hall held a certain admiration for Peter, who had managed to disguise himself as a rat for over a decade. Simultaneously, Hall questioned the intellect of the Weasley family, as a common rat could live for over 10 years without anyone suspecting a thing. Then, Ron gradually opened up to Harry and Hall, revealing that he was merely shy around strangers but quite talkative among those he knew well. Around 12:30, the train attendant began selling food. Under the influence of a certain charlatan, Harry purchased an assortment of peculiar snacks, and the 3 of them began to indulge heartily. Outside the window, the fields rushed by, increasingly desolate as the once orderly farmlands disappeared, replaced by a stretch of woodland, winding rivers, and dark green hills. "Excuse me." A round-faced boy asked, "Have you seen my toad?" Everyone shook their heads, prompting the boy to burst into tears. "I've lost it again. It keeps trying to run away from me." "Then you ought to practice the summoning charm more," Hall advised. "Once you master that spell, you can summon your toad directly." "All right, thank you," the boy said sadly as he walked away. At that moment, Hall glanced at the sleeping rat, Scabbers, on Ron's lap, pondering how to handle the creature, as it was indeed a volatile factor that should be dealt with sooner rather than later. "Are you quite fond of Scabbers?" Ron asked. "By the way, George and Fred taught me a spell yesterday that can turn this rat yellow." Just as Ron rummaged through his trunk for a while, finally pulling out a very old wand, the compartment door swung open again. The boy who had lost the toad returned, accompanied this time by a girl. He had changed into his new Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville lost one," she said, her tone somewhat haughty and dismissive. She had thick brown hair and a prominent pair of front teeth. Upon seeing this, Hall immediately recognized the girl. "Hello there, Hermione Granger." Chapter 6. The Sorting Ron's spell failed. Hall knew from the incantation that Ron had been tricked by his two twin brothers. "Do you know which house you will be sorted into?" he asked. "I've done some inquiries. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there. However, I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. In any case, we should first help find Neville's toad. You two should hurry and change your clothes. We'll likely arrive soon," Hermione urged as she led Neville away. "Regardless of which house I end up in, I hope I won't be sorted with her," Ron said, tossing his wand into his suitcase. "Will you still date her and marry her?" Hall thought. "Which houses did your brothers belong to?" Harry inquired. "Gryffindor," Ron replied, appearing somewhat glum again. "Mom and Dad were in that house too. I wonder what they would say if I were sorted elsewhere. I would like to be in Ravenlaw. That wouldn't be too dreadful. But for heaven's sake, don't let me end up in Slytherin." "Ron, I've heard that in pure blood families like yours, you generally end up in the same house as your family," Hall remarked, tearing open a chocolate frog wrapper to reveal a card featuring Agrippa. "Look, Ron. I've got the Agrippa card you wanted." "Really?" Ron said, leaning forward to see the card in Hall's hand. "Hall, could you give me that card?" Hall directly handed Agrippa's portrait to Ron. At that moment, the door to the compartment swung open once more, revealing three boys. It must be Draco Malfoy along with his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle. "Is it true?" Draco inquired as whispers spread throughout the train, suggesting that Harry Potter was in this compartment. "So, it is you, then, is it?" "Yes," Harry acknowledged. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh. Draco Malfoy fixed his gaze upon him. "Do you find my name amusing?" Without needing to ask who he was, "I was informed by my father that the Weasley family consists of red-haired individuals, freckled faces, and far too many children to afford." Hall now feels an overwhelming urge to deliver a good thrashing to Malfoy. Must you recklessly unleash your scorn upon all? Hall, with his own crimson locks, though distinct from the Weasley family's fiery red, is still undeniably a redhead. Does that not include himself in your derogatory remarks? You shall soon realize that some wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. You wouldn't wish to befriend the unconventional, would you? On this matter, I can assist you. Malfoy turned to Harry and extended his hand for a handshake, yet Harry ignored him. "I believe I can discern who is unconventional." "Thank you very much," Harry replied coldly. A faint flush crept onto Malfoy's pale face, and he retorted with a harsh comment before departing. For a train journey lasting nearly 10 hours, Malfoy, Hermione, and Neville could be considered mere interludes. As the train was about to arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes, Harry, Ron, and Hall donned their black wizarding robes. Upon disembarking, Hagrid, holding a lantern, boisterously directed the first-year students. "Board the boats." Hagrid bellowed, "No more than 4 per boat." Harry, Ron, and Hall secured a boat, soon joined by Hermione. Upon reaching the castle's grand entrance, Hagrid knocked 3 times on the massive door with his enormous fist. The door swung open immediately. A tall, dark-haired witch clad in a striking emerald robe stood at the threshold, her expression stern. Hall mused that this must be Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here," she replied. The new students followed Professor McGonagall along the stone-paved floor, where she led them to a small waiting room at the other end of the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall began. "The feast is about to commence. However, before you are seated in the Great Hall, you must first determine to which house you will belong. The sorting is a crucial ceremony, for during your time here, your house will be akin to your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow house members, reside in house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in house common rooms. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Your exemplary conduct while at Hogwarts will earn points for your house, while any misdeeds will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it. Shortly after, Professor McGonagall concluded her remarks and exited the small room, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present. How will they sort us into houses? Harry inquired of Ron. Ron shrugged, probably some incredibly harrowing trial. Fred told me we might have to battle a troll. At this, Hall couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, Hall was aware of the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, yet he could not fathom why the adults who graduated from Hogwarts, as well as the students still attending, uniformly refrained from divulging the details of the sorting to the newcomers, often concocting fanciful tales to mislead them. Hall also inquired of Voldemort about the nature of the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, yet even Voldemort did not divulge this information to Hall. It appears to be an ancient tradition. It remains unclear from which generation it began, but some wizards deceive the new students about the dangers of the sorting, merely to observe the bewildered expressions on their faces. Those deceived first years likely ponder that it is unjust for only them to be tricked. Thus they begin to perpetuate the ruse on the next batch of newcomers. It seems unlikely that the situation is truly perilous. Hall could no longer tolerate the notion. After all, many students here hail from Muggle backgrounds, entirely unacquainted with magic. If the sorting ceremony were indeed dangerous, the Ministry of Magic would have long since ordered the closure of Hogwarts. This reasoning was sound and entirely factual. Even Dumbledore would not cast doubt upon Hall for this assertion. Upon hearing Hall's explanation, Harry's previously grim expression softened somewhat. Just moments ago, Harry had been concerned that Professor McGonagall might emerge to inform him that he had been mistaken and that he lacked the qualifications for admission. First-year students walked in single file. Professor McGonagall re-entered the room, orchestrating the new students. The great hall was resplendent, featuring 4 exceedingly long tables arranged within, while thousands of candles floated in midair, and the ceiling appeared to mirror the sky outside. Hall overheard Hermione whispering, "This is enchanted to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool before the new students, atop which she set an old, tattered wizarding hat with an unpredictable point. Each time a student's name was called, they would come forth to don the sorting hat, which would reveal to them the appropriate house. Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment and began to read, "Hannah Abbott." A young witch stumbled forward to wear the sorting hat, which proclaimed moments later, "Hufflepuff." The ceremony continued as expected, with Hermione, Ron, and Neville being sorted into Gryffindor, while Malfoy was placed in Slytherin. When Harry's name was called, the hall erupted in excitement. Hall noticed the professors seated at the head table straightening their postures, with Dumbledore also concentrating intently. Harry donned the sorting hat, and for a considerable time, Hall understood that Harry was negotiating with it. The hat then bellowed, "Gryffindor." At this, the Gryffindor table erupted into cheers, exclaiming, "We have Potter." Hall wondered, was it really necessary? It was not as if he had received a fortune of 10,000 gold crowns. Professor Riddle McGee had pronounced Hall's name. Hawk observed that the students exhibited little reaction, much like the majority of the professors. At the head table, Dumbledore and Snape were casting their gazes in this direction, while Quirrell also discreetly monitored the scene. Hall speculated that Quirrell, without needing to guess, understood the reason. Presumably Dumbledore had learned of the Riddle surname. As for Snape, Hall could not fathom the rationale behind his demeanor. Nevertheless, none of this detracted from Hall's experience of donning the sorting hat. Hall ascended to the 4-legged stool and donned the sorting hat. A voice echoed in his ear, resonating with complexity, even more so than before. "It is evident that you possess considerable talent. Ravenclaw will bestow upon you great wisdom." Ravenclaw, indeed, seemed commendable. After all, to be sorted into Gryffindor or Slytherin would place one in the eye of the storm. "Ah, you also harbor a profound desire to express yourself and exhibit remarkable courage, which is truly commendable." "Wait, this is splendid. Your courage is exceptional. Perhaps you could." Hall instantly grasped the intention of the sorting hat. He hurriedly interjected, silently repeating, "I do not wish to be placed in Gryffindor. I do not wish to be placed in Gryffindor. I would prefer being sorted into Hufflepuff. Just not Gryffindor." If Voldemort were to discover Hall had been assigned to Gryffindor, one could only speculate the consequences. Another first year, reluctant to join Gryffindor, added to the commotion. Moments ago, a student suited for Slytherin had fervently insisted on being placed in Gryffindor. The sorting hat inquired, "Will you heed my counsel?" Hall contemplated this in silence. After a brief pause, the Sorting Hat bellowed, "Gryffindor." Despite the announcement, Paul remained resolute in his original sentiments. This was the last utterance he heard from the Sorting Hat. In that moment, while he contemplated incinerating the hat, a profound sense of despair enveloped him. Although Hall's parents were truly deceased in this realm, his visage betrayed not the slightest hint of despondency. Dumbledore had already taken note of Hall upon hearing the surname riddle. Should Hall display any semblance of discontent regarding his assignment to Gryffindor, the repercussions would be dire. Dumbledore might even perceive Hall as the third Dark Lord, after all. Both previous Dark Lords had maintained significant ties with him, and Dumbledore would not tolerate the emergence of a third. While Dumbledore's attention seemed diverted, Hall discreetly cast a glance at Quirrell. Though Quirrell's expression remained unchanged, Paul dared not relax his guard. By Merlin Beard, these two formidable figures had just dealt with one situation, only to offend another. Chapter 7, Dead End. Paul strongly maintained his composure, adorned with a smile as he approached the Gryffindor long table and took a seat. At that moment, Dumbledore rose to deliver the headmaster's address. "Welcome," Dumbledore proclaimed. "It is a pleasure to see everyone at Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we indulge in the feast, I wish to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scoundrel, twist." With that, he took his seat, and the hall erupted in applause and cheers. As Dumbledore settled down, an array of delectable dishes suddenly appeared on the long table. Observing the sumptuous spread, Hall decided to cast aside his worries. After all, there was no remedy for his predicament. Thus, he transformed his sorrow into appetite and began to feast heartily. As Hall savored his meal, a sudden call from Harry broke the tranquility. "What is the matter, Harry?" Hall inquired. "It's nothing, just a brief pang of pain from the scar on my forehead," Harry replied. "It seems that Voldemort is in a rather foul mood," Hall mused. "Could it be because I've been sorted into Gryffindor? That seems unlikely," he reasoned. Aware that he was not Voldemort's biological son, even entering Gryffindor shouldn't provoke such a reaction. Could it be that, after a decade, Voldemort had developed some semblance of affection for him, disregarding the fact that he was the true source of his torment as a member of the Potter family, and genuinely considered Hall as his own child? The thought was so horrifying that Hall shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the dreadful notion. Once everyone had finished their meal and the long table lay bare, Dumbledore rose to address the gathering once more. Now that everyone has feasted and quenched their thirst, I wish to impart a few words. As the term commences, I must bring to your attention several important matters. First, your students. Take heed. The forest on school grounds is off limits to all students. I implore some of our older students to remember this as well. At this juncture, Dumbledore cast a glance toward the Weasley twins, hinting at their frequent escapades into the Forbidden Forest, a risky venture considering the multitude of acromantulas lurking within. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students interested in representing their house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution anyone who wishes to avoid unforeseen accidents or demise, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now, let us commence with the school song. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a golden ribbon that spiraled through the air, forming lines of text like a serpent. Hall observed that the faces of several professors at the long table had become rigid. It soon became evident that the professors' reactions were entirely justifiable. The entire school song permitted everyone to sing according to their preferred melody. This resulted in a cacophony of wailing throughout the hall, with various tunes intertwining, and the discordance reaching unimaginable heights. Hall quietly took out his wand and cast a spell to block out the sound, instantly feeling as though the world had transformed into something extraordinarily marvelous. After Hall observed that everyone had finished singing, he removed his earplugs and followed Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, as they made their way to the Gryffindor Tower along with the larger group. Along the journey, Hall beheld the renowned portraits of Hogwarts, who were engaged in lively conversations, predominantly discussing the newly admitted first years. "Where is Harry? He is a Gryffindor. I won my bet. Harry is indeed a Gryffindor." It seemed that the majority were conversing about the savior, Harry Potter. Upon their arrival at Gryffindor Tower, Percy addressed the portrait of the fat lady with the password and turned to the first years, saying, "This is the entrance to our Gryffindor common room, guarded by the fat lady. Remember the password, or you shall have to spend the night outside." As everyone followed Percy through the entrance, Hall was greeted by the famed Gryffindor common room. A warm hearth, comfortable sofas, and the room adorned in scarlet and gold exuded a welcoming ambience. Upon entering, Two spiral staircases came into view, leading to the dormitories for boys and girls. The four houses had a uniform rule. Girls could visit the boys' dormitory, but boys were not permitted to enter the girls' dormitory. The rationale behind this was that the four founders deemed boys somewhat unreliable, a rare consensus indeed. It seemed that the founders were quite unified on this matter. However, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's founders were both female, the founders of Gryffindor and Slytherin were male. One might wonder why they did not leave some privileges for their successors. The ability to freely enter the girls' dormitory would have been appreciated. As night fell, everyone began to retire for the evening, and Hall, not wishing to stay up late, decided to turn in early. At this pivotal stage of growth, he recognized the importance of sleep for height, and he did not want to find himself on the shorter side, which could explain Harry's modest stature. Thus, he arrived at the dormitory ahead of the others. The Gryffindor dormitory housed 5 students in each room, and coincidentally, Hall's roommates were Harry, Ron, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville Longbottom. "Good night, everyone." Hall lay upon his cozy bed, initially intending to succumb to slumber. However, he soon realized that he had indulged too much during dinner, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he found himself gazing at the ceiling, contemplating the future. According to the original narrative, Voldemort would resurrect in a few years. Dumbledore would meet his demise, and ultimately, Harry would triumph over Voldemort. This trajectory seemed set, yet the emergence of Hall introduced an unpredictable variable. Voldemort's method of resurrection during the year of the Triwizard Tournament remains unknown to him. Otherwise, he would have already enlisted Hall's aid for his revival. Therefore, this inaugural year could be deemed the most tranquil for Harry, yet potentially the most arduous for Hall. Voldemort currently resided within Quirrell's mind, akin to an ever-watchful presence over Hall. This situation starkly contrasted the previous decade, where conflicts between Voldemort and Hall were virtually non-existent in the forest, ensuring Hall's safety. However, now at Hogwarts, with Voldemort's intent to seize the Philosopher's Stone, it was inevitable that he would seek Hall's assistance. Nevertheless, Hall was aware that the stone lay concealed within the Mirror of Erised, accessible only to those who sought it not for selfish desires, rendering Voldemort incapable of acquiring it. It is inconceivable for Hall to assist Voldemort, for his family is irrevocably bound to a deadly feud with him. Although the reasons behind Voldemort's decision to raise Hall remained shrouded in mystery, Hall would never entertain the notion that Voldemort would refrain from turning against him. As for Dumbledore's domain, it is equally fraught with peril. Once one becomes ensnared within it, extricating oneself becomes an arduous task. Hall is currently troubled by the uncertainty of his future. He feels powerless against both Voldemort and Dumbledore, who belong to unreliable factions. If Voldemort were to assign him a task, where would Hall turn? Hall felt as though he were ensnared in a tangled web, trapped in a dead end from which he could not escape, no matter how he struggled. Chapter 8. Potions class. The following day, Hall rose early, as was his custom. When he departed from his dormitory, the common room was eerily silent. Hall crawled through the doorway and stepped outside. The staircases of Hogwarts are a staggering 142 in number. Some are wide and grand, while others are narrow and diminutive, swaying precariously. Certain staircases shift to different locations every Friday, and others may lead halfway up before a step vanishes unexpectedly, compelling one to remember precisely when to leap over it. Additionally, there are numerous doors. Unless you politely request them to open or precisely prod the right spot, they will remain obstinately closed. Some doors are not doors at all, but rather solid walls that merely masquerade as entrances. It is quite challenging to remember where everything is, as it seems that all things are in a constant state of flux, with even the portrait's inhabitants perpetually moving about in their visits. The first class of the morning is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, and Hall dares not be late. Although Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor House, she is known for her impartiality. She can just as easily deduct points and impose detentions, even on her own students for their misdeeds. After traversing much of the castle, consulting several ghosts and portraits, and taking a few wrong turns, Hall finally arrives at the Transfiguration classroom. Upon entering, Hall finds several classmates already present, and atop the lectern sits a cat. Earlier that morning, as Hall departed from Gryffindor Tower, the fat lady had been lamenting Hall's early departure, being the first to leave. However, upon seeing Hermione among the other students, Hall began to question his own existence. How could it be that I, having risen so early, still find myself trailing behind others? Good morning, Hermione. You certainly arrived quite early, Hall greeted as he took a seat beside her. Transfiguration is an intricate discipline, and Professor McGonagall excels in it. Moreover, Hermione remarked, Professor McGonagall is one of the few registered animagi of this century, which is precisely why I wanted to arrive early, to make a favorable impression on her. Hall opened the second-hand textbooks he had organized this morning, which had arrived last night, and said, You need not worry. You are exceptionally talented, and good students are always favored by their teachers. By the way, Hermione, do you know what Professor McGonagall's animagus form is? Hall whispered. Hermione pondered for a moment and replied, I recall that it was mentioned in transformations of the 20th century. Professor McGonagall's animagus form is supposedly a tabby cat. Hall subtly gestured towards the tabby cat on the podium, saying, Then take a look at what is on the lectern. Ah, Hermione exclaimed softly, That is Professor McGonagall. Hall nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Hermione suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, though she always seemed earnest, as if she wished to leave a favorable impression on Professor McGonagall. Hall, however, merely smiled faintly, focusing intently on the Transfiguration textbook. To be honest, these materials held little value for him. Voldemort was a prodigy, and as Dumbledore had once remarked, Voldemort was the most exceptional student he had ever taught at Hogwarts. Thus, the rudimentary knowledge contained within these Transfiguration texts had long been imparted to Hall by Voldemort himself. Now, perusing them felt nothing short of tedious. Before long, the classroom began to fill with students, yet Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive, prompting a wave of playful banter among the little wizards, with the exception of Hermione and Hall. Ah, what a reckless bunch, teetering on the edge of folly. As class commenced, Harry and Ron rushed in, appearing just in time. Ron scanned the room, noting the absence of Professor McGonagall. However, just as Ron and Harry were breathing a sigh of relief, the tabby cat on the podium leaped forward and gradually transformed into Professor McGonagall. It seems I ought to transform one of you into a map, so you won't be late again, she stated sternly. I simply lost track of time, Harry replied. Oh, at such a moment, it is more prudent to admit one's faults than to offer excuses. Otherwise, you risk inciting the teacher's ire, she warned. As anticipated, McGonagall retorted. It appears I should also transform another of you into a clock. 5 points from Gryffindor. Returning to the front, Professor McGonagall addressed the class. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous form of magic you will study at Hogwarts. Any student who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. I have issued my warning. She then transformed her desk into a pig and back again, a rather challenging feat in Transfiguration, one which Hall felt he could not yet accomplish. Subsequently, McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to transform it into a needle by the end of the lesson. By the conclusion of the class, only Hall and Hermione succeeded in this task, prompting McGonagall to showcase their achievements to the class, accompanied by a rare smile. The class had eagerly anticipated defense against the dark arts, yet Professor Quirrell's lesson devolved into a farce, characterized by an overwhelming stench of garlic. Supposedly intended to ward off vampires, a tale he recounted about an encounter he had in Romania. He claimed that his large scarf was a gift from an African prince, bestowed in gratitude for Quirrell's assistance in freeing him from a troublesome zombie. However, no one could definitively ascertain the veracity of his story. Throughout the lesson, Quirrell was met with laughter from the students, though Hall remained unaffected, fully aware of the secrets concealed beneath Quirrell's unruly hair. By Friday, in the Great Hall, Hall and Hermione were engaged in conversation about their upcoming potions class while adding sugar to their porridge. At that moment, a flock of owls swooped into the hall, delivering letters and parcels to their respective owners by dropping them unceremoniously onto their laps. This disruption significantly affected Hall's dining experience. Owls were not particularly accurate in their deliveries. For instance, on the first day, just as Hall was about to enjoy his sweetened porridge, an owl knocked it over. Thus far, Hall had never owned a pet. Lack of funds was one reason, but another was his absence of friends outside Hogwarts, not to mention that his father was also at Hogwarts at present. Yet today, astonishingly, an owl had flown to Hall, presenting him with a letter. Hall felt a peculiar sensation as he opened the letter, only to discover that it was a correspondence from Voldemort himself. It appeared that Voldemort was quite cautious, reluctant to speak directly with Hall. The letter did not mention Hall's admission into Gryffindor. Instead, it merely advised him to conceal his true identity and foster a good relationship with Harry, while also alluding to Hall's publicly known background, which was already common knowledge at the orphanage that raised him. As soon as Hall finished reading, the ink on the parchment vanished. During potions class, the students gathered in a subterranean classroom, which felt even more chilling than the castle above. Glass jars lined the walls, filled with preserved specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. Professor Snape, much like Professor Flitwick, began the lesson by taking attendance, and similarly. He paused at the mention of Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he murmured, "Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer." This remark incited laughter from the Slytherin side, led by Malfoy. Hall observed Snape, noting the deep blackness of his eyes, which conveyed a sense of indifference and emptiness, reminiscent of two dark tunnels. This was the result of Snape's constant use of the mental shielding technique, a defense mechanism against the probing of those skilled in legilimency. Snape's mastery of this mental barrier was profound. He could even conjure false memories to deceive those who sought to peer into his thoughts. Even the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort, renowned for their legilimency, could not successfully penetrate Snape's mind. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape declared. His voice, slightly above a whisper, resonated clearly throughout the room. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that ensured order in the classroom. The absence of frivolous wand-waving led many among you to doubt the reality of magic. I do not expect you to grasp the beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. You may not comprehend the extraordinary allure of the liquid coursing through one's veins, evoking both rapture and a sense of disorientation. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. However, there exists one condition. You must not be the foolish simpletons I often encounter. As Snape concluded his opening remarks, a profound silence enveloped the room. Hall noticed Hermione leaning forward, nearly at the edge of her seat, eager to prove her intelligence. "Potter," Snape suddenly interjected. "What would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry froze, as did Ron. While Hermione's hand shot up, Hall found himself unable to suppress his urge to intervene. It was evident that Snape intended to put Harry on the spot, and Hermione's lack of awareness was disconcerting. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. "TSK. It seems that fame does not equate to knowledge," Snape remarked, deliberately ignoring Hermione. "Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it?" "I don't know, sir." Harry replied again. "Potter, can you tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "I don't know," Harry murmured, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer." "Why don't you ask her?" Snape retorted. "Allow me to enlighten you, Potter. When combined, daffodil root and wormwood create a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Dunkstone is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, renowned for its strong detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are, in fact, the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Is this clear? Why do you not take note of this?" Suddenly, the rustling of quills and parchment broke the silence. Amidst the commotion, Snape remarked, "Potter, due to your insolence, Gryffindor will lose a point." "That's unfair." The proclamation rang out in the quiet classroom. It was Hall who had stood up to voice his objection. Voldemort had instructed him to maintain a good rapport with Harry, which did not conflict with Hall's own principles. Thus, he felt compelled to speak up, as following the protagonist often led to favorable outcomes. Although Snape's covert actions for Voldemort were indeed commendable, a professor ought to embody fairness, much like Professor McGonagall, and not exhibit blatant favoritism. Hall found Snape's bias intolerable, prompting him to rise and speak out. "Oh, Riddle, do you have something to say?" Snape's gaze fixed on Hall, sending a shiver down his spine. A natural reverence for authority had been ingrained in him since his past life, and this feeling persisted. "Professor, I believe your actions are unjust. As an educator, you should not display such favoritism, nor should you nitpick for faults. This is a misguided approach." Snape regarded the student who dared to oppose him, surprisingly not reacting with immediate anger, but instead momentarily lost in thought. Hall could distinctly perceive that for a fleeting instant, Snape's eyes let down their guard, indicating that his mental shielding technique had paused, albeit briefly. Hall suspected that it might be a problem with his own eyesight, leading to an illusion. For the individual before him was none other than a spy who had remained undetected by Voldemort until his demise. Snape spoke, and Hall braced himself for the various sarcastic remarks that Snape would undoubtedly unleash. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it seemed as though they had witnessed Voldemort himself standing before them. They were clearly unprepared for the profound impact that Professor Snape was about to deliver in this lesson. "Well, for your bravery, Gryffindor earns 5 points. To Hall's utter disbelief, Professor Snape had actually awarded points to Gryffindor during class, and it was due to a student publicly denouncing his behavior. At that moment, even Hall felt a deep suspicion that this Snape before him might be an imposter, perhaps someone who had consumed the Polyjuice potion. It was known that in a few years, There would be instances at Hogwarts where others would disguise themselves as professors using the same potion. Chapter 9. Hermione wept while everyone harbored doubts about the authenticity of the Snape before them. Professor Snape, through his actions, reaffirmed that he was indeed the same Snape they had always known. He faced Harry's scorn with indifference, dismissed Neville's mockery, and offered no criticism when Draco made a blunder yet received direct guidance. However, it was evident to all that Snape had heeded Hall's words. He may have verbally chastised the Gryffindors, but did not deduct points from them, nor did he make any special effort to award Slytherin. When the class concluded, everyone felt as though they had attended a charade of a potions lesson, to the extent that the extraordinary events of this ordinary class spread like wildfire, spawning numerous versions of the tale. For instance, while Hall was having lunch in the Great Hall, he overheard several Hufflepuff girls claiming that Hall had directly confronted Snape, teaching him a lesson. Upon hearing this version, Hall nearly spat out the pumpkin juice he had just sipped. Did they truly perceive Professor Snape as weak? Hall, exasperated, shared his thoughts with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I think they believe you are quite formidable, Ron replied. I heard from my older brothers that Professor Snape is notoriously biased. Witnessing him show kindness to Gryffindor is more difficult than acing all our exams. What do you mean? Harry inquired. That would be the advanced wizarding examination. The one we take in our 7th year, Hermione clarified. Hall, be cautious. I've heard from upperclassmen that Professor Snape tends to hold grudges, so be wary of potential retribution. Surely not? As Hall uttered this, he recalled instances from the original story where Snape sought vengeance against Professor Lupin after nearly being killed by him in his werewolf form, deliberately revealing Lupin's secret. Thus, Hall felt that the likelihood of Snape seeking revenge was rather high. In any case, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. When flying class commenced, Madame Hooch led the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years to the flying field. Hall found it perplexing that all the professors were aware of the long-standing enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, yet they frequently arranged classes that placed these two houses together. Was this an intentional act of provocation? Even without the knowledge of the original plot, Hall was certain that placing these two houses together would invite trouble. Indeed, moments ago, as Madame Hooch instructed the first years to practice flying on their broomsticks, Neville inadvertently took off and subsequently fell, resulting in a broken arm. Madame Hooch escorted Neville to the infirmary to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey, admonishing everyone not to fly recklessly, lest they face expulsion from Hogwarts. To this, Hall could only scoff. The notion of a conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed preposterous. It was as if Voldemort and Dumbledore had reached an amicable truce. Moreover, Madame Hooch's warning was utterly kitsch. Unless it were Dumbledore himself, no one possessed the authority to expel students. As expected, trouble was brewing. Draco seized the memory orb that Neville had dropped, mocking him with delight. This was undeniably a blatant provocation towards Gryffindor. Thus, our brave little lion, Harry, promptly stepped forward to confront Draco's insolence with righteous indignation. In no time, the two were soaring through the air on their flying brooms. Remarkably, Harry exhibited commendable flying skills. Hall, observing from below, relished the unfolding spectacle, offering commentary on the aerial skirmish. Hall, Harry is bound to be expelled. We should intervene before the professors catch wind of this, Hermione exclaimed anxiously. However, Hall looked at Hermione with a peculiar expression, akin to that of one observing a fool. Hermione, professors do not expel students for reckless flying. At most, they might impose detention, Hall replied. And if Malfoy boasts of his superior flying skills, let Harry demonstrate what true flying prowess entails. Prior to their flying lesson, Draco had incessantly bragged about his exceptional flying abilities, even claiming to have evaded Muggle aircraft on his broom. How absurd. If Draco could indeed evade planes with mere reflexes, Muggles would have no reason to fear birds colliding with their aircraft. Soon enough, Draco realized that his flying skills were no match for Harry's, and in frustration, he tossed aside the memory orb, which Harry expertly caught. Splendid. Hall observed that the trajectory of the memory orb pointed directly towards Professor McGonagall's office, indicating that the remarkable display by Harry had likely caught her attention. Although Professor McGonagall is known for her unwavering fairness, she once possessed a remarkable talent as a Quidditch player. During her 7th year, she suffered a severe fall due to a foul committed by Slytherin in their pursuit of the Quidditch Cup, resulting in a concussion and several broken ribs. Consequently, Professor McGonagall harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Slytherin, fervently wishing for their abject defeat. Although she relinquished her Quidditch pursuits after leaving school, her indomitable spirit compels her to place high expectations on her own house and diligently seek out exceptional players for the team. Now, with the sudden emergence of Harry, A prodigiously skilled talent, it is inconceivable that Professor McGonagall would overlook him. After she summoned Harry, Draco, filled with exuberance, boasted to his fellow Slytherins. Hall regarded Draco with the same incredulous expression he had directed at Hermione, questioning whether this was a manifestation of intellectual deficiency. Hall suddenly felt a strong desire to witness Draco's reaction upon discovering that Harry had not only avoided expulsion from Hogwarts but had also become the youngest seeker for Gryffindor in a century. In Charms class, the legendary Professor Flitwick, reputed to possess fairy lineage, stood atop a stack of books, demonstrating the levitation charm. Although Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat unassuming, his prowess was undoubtedly second only to Dumbledore and Snape. Even Professor McGonagall might find it challenging to best him. Moreover, the two individuals seated before Professor Flitwick were not ordinary. One was a worthy adversary of Voldemort, while the other could engage him in a duel. This clearly indicated that Professor Flitwick's capabilities were formidable. Students, the incantation for the levitation charm is Wingardium Leviosa. Be cautious not to mispronounce it. For one wizard once erred in his incantation, resulting in him sprouting a cow upon his back. Hall had mastered this elementary spell long ago, yet he refrained from showcasing his exceptional skill too overtly, opting instead to practice several times. Nonetheless, his performance remained among the top of the class. Bored, Hall decided to assist Harry, his partner, in practicing the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Meanwhile, Ron waved his wand in vain, as the feather before him remained utterly still. Ron, slow down. Your wand nearly poked my eye out. Hermione, paired with Ron, admonished him for his reckless actions. You need to enunciate clearly. You mispronounced the ending of the incantation. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Ron shot Hermione an exasperated glance, about to retort when a loud explosion erupted, capturing the attention of the entire classroom. The source of the commotion was Seamus, whose face was now blackened from the blast, while Neville, his partner, bore a similar fate. Professor, we would like to request a new feather. As the class concluded, Harry, Ron, Seamus, Neville, and Hall walked together, initially discussing Seamus's transformation of the levitation charm into an explosive one. However, the conversation unexpectedly shifted to Hermione. Who does she think she is? It was merely a slip in her pronunciation. No wonder she has few friends, Ron remarked. An awkward moment ensued as Hermione hurriedly dashed away from them. I think she might have overheard, Harry suggested. Hall pondered for a moment. His relationship with Hermione was relatively amicable. Thus, he concocted an excuse to excuse himself from Harry and the others, setting off in pursuit of Hermione's retreating figure. Due to the enchanting and labyrinthine layout of Hogwarts, it took Hall a considerable time to locate Hermione, and by the time he did, darkness had enveloped the grounds. Hermione was now ensconced in a girl's restroom, weeping quietly. Hall awkwardly rapped on the door of the cubicle she occupied. Hermione, are you in there? He inquired. Hall sobbed, I'm in here. What do you want? Hermione replied, her voice tinged with tears, clearly having spent the afternoon in distress. It's nearly dinner time, you know. Tonight is Halloween, and the Great Hall is filled with an abundance of delectable treats, Hall urged. Please, open the door so we can go to the hall. For what felt like an eternity, time seemed to pause before Hermione finally unlatched the door and emerged from the cubicle. Upon observing Hermione, Hall noted the remnants of tears upon her cheeks, her eyes swollen and red from prolonged weeping. However, at that moment, Hall felt no pang of pity typically associated with a delicate flower weeping in the rain. After all, Hermione still bore the innocence of youth. I refuse to believe that one could witness a child in tears and feel an overwhelming desire for a lucrative gain. What? You do? Very well, then you have triumphed. Hogwarts called out to Hermione, and upon touching the fabric of her sleeve, he immediately sensed a dampness, clearly the result of tears that had soaked the cloth. Hall softly said, Hermione, why do you concern yourself so deeply with the feelings of others? Since no one was leaving, Hall and Hermione settled on the steps of the private room. Fortunately, the restrooms at Hogwarts are not akin to those found in China. In truth, I have always felt quite insecure, Hermione murmured, her voice heavy. When I received my acceptance letter, I was indeed overjoyed, and my parents were proud of me. However, that day when I ventured into Diagon Alley and encountered those wizards from noble families, they ridiculed me as a muggle-born and declared that I was foolish and incapable of mastering magic. From that day forward, I isolated myself in my room, diligently studying every magical book I had purchased and committing their contents to memory. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, I exerted considerable effort, spending countless hours in the library, I always believed that my hard work would enable me to forge meaningful friendships. Yet today, Ron's words struck me deeply. Hermione began to weep anew, her hands clutching Hall's arm tightly. Indeed, who did I think I was? No wonder I have no friends. Woe is me. As she spoke, Hermione leaned against Hall's shoulder and wept inconsolably. In any other context, such a scene might be considered a beautiful tableau, like a beloved in one's embrace, tears like pear blossoms. Yet here they were in a restroom. Although the magical nature of Hogwarts ensured there were no unpleasant odors, the environment still felt uninviting, making it difficult to immerse oneself in a romantic ambience. All right, Hermione. Please don't be so sorrowful, Hall said, scratching his head. How about I fetch Ron for you to give him a good thrashing? What do you think? Hermione ceased her tears but continued to grip Hall's arm, gazing at him in a daze. Or you could just pretend I'm Ron and hit me instead. Since we both have red hair. She glanced at Hall's deep crimson hair, distinct from the Weasley family's fiery hue. Hermione swiftly transitioned from tears to laughter, playfully nudging Hall. Seeing her smile again, Hall led her toward the exit, but as they neared the restroom door, they encountered a troll. A troll. Chapter 10. Analysis and Reasoning. Hall now recalls something significant. During the Halloween festivities at Hogwarts, something is bound to occur. Observing the giant before him, Hall positioned Hermione safely behind him and drew his wand, readying himself for battle. He could not afford to be complacent, after all. It had been noted in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that trolls are classified as a 4-star danger, towering at 12 feet and weighing over a ton. This creature is notorious for its violent tendencies, striking without provocation at any moment. Even more alarming, the troll standing before him is bald and possesses light gray skin. Clearly the largest and most perilous of its kind. The massive club in its hand could easily crush an elephant, and its skin boasts formidable defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary spells ineffective against it. Hall had acquired a wealth of spells from Voldemort, including those capable of inflicting harm upon trolls. However, he was reluctant to employ them unless his life was truly in peril. The troll, observing the diminutive forms of the two humans, swung its club downwards. Hall swiftly pulled Hermione aside to evade the blow, which missed them but shattered the nearby water basin. In that moment, Hall realized that he and Hermione had been cornered against the wall, with no retreat available. Gripping his wand tightly, he prepared to cast the killing curse. Although it was unlikely that he could vanquish a troll on his own, he could at least buy some time for an escape. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. It was uncommon for a pure-blood wizard of orphaned origins to know the unforgivable curses in his first year. As Hall was about to utter the incantation, a voice rang out from behind the troll. "Hey, big idiot." It was Ron, successfully diverting the troll's attention as it turned its body towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Harry stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the troll. "Come on, run, run." Harry called out to Hermione and Hall, urging them to join him. Hall, dragging the dazed Hermione, hurried toward Harry. Yet, at that moment, the troll, seemingly enraged, let out a roar and began advancing towards Ron. Witnessing this, Harry undertook a remarkably brave yet foolish action. He leapt forward, wrapping his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll was oblivious to Harry's presence, but inserting a long stick into its nostril would certainly not go unnoticed. As he jumped, Harry thrust his wand directly into one of the troll's nostrils. The troll let out a pained bellow, thrashing about and swinging its club wildly. Harry clung on for dear life, aware that the troll could easily throw him off and deliver a devastating blow. Wingardium Leviosa. The simultaneous incantation from Ron and Hall caused the troll's massive club to soar from its grasp, floating in the air before coming crashing down upon its owner's head with a thunderous bang. The troll staggered, then collapsed face first onto the floor, shaking the entire room with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a cacophony of pounding on the door and heavy footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the 4 occupants of the room to look up. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell merely cast a fleeting glance at the troll before succumbing to a fit of weak sobs, collapsing onto a toilet while clutching his chest. Snape bent down to inspect the troll, while McGonagall surveyed the scene, her lips pale with barely contained fury. "What on earth is going on here?" she demanded, her voice laced with icy anger. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why were you not safely tucked away in your dormitory?" "Please, Professor McGonagall." "They were looking for me," Hall interjected, cutting off Hermione. "This incident is not our fault. This afternoon, Hermione was upset over something, so I came to comfort her. Just as we were about to leave, we encountered this creature." He gestured toward the fallen troll. "We were heading to the Great Hall when we stumbled upon it." Harry and Ron came out to find us out of concern for our safety. I wish to inquire. If students are punished for helping one another due to a failure in the school's notifications, then please, do punish us. His words left not only Professor McGonagall speechless, but also Hermione, Harry, and Ron. That seems reasonable, she finally conceded. Very well, this matter does not concern you. You four successfully defeated the troll. 5 points to each of you. Now, you should return to Gryffindor Tower, where your classmates are enjoying the Halloween feast. At that moment, a solid bond of friendship was forged among Harry, Ron, Hall, and Hermione. Experiencing a significant event together inevitably fosters a sense of camaraderie. And confronting a 12-foot-high troll was certainly one such event. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the sight of an abundance of delectable food drew the famished Hall and Hermione to feast immediately. Hall, Hermione, did you notice that Snape's leg was injured? Harry inquired. It appears so, Hall replied, stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. He is the potions professor. It's not uncommon for him to sustain injuries while brewing potions. Not a potion-related injury. It looks as if something bit him, Harry noted. Could it be that three-headed dog? Ron asked. What three-headed dog? Hall feigned ignorance. Aware they referred to Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, but unwilling to divulge that knowledge. It was that day when Harry was chosen as the Gryffindor Seeker. Malfoy provoked him into a duel, but he didn't show up that night, which nearly got us caught by Filch, Ron explained. How was I unaware of this? Hall expressed genuine curiosity. You were sleeping like a log, Ron replied. Well, I wish I hadn't asked, Hall said, shifting the topic. Leaning in closer, Harry whispered. We discovered that three-headed dog seems to be guarding something. There's a trapdoor beneath it. Are you suggesting that Professor Snape intends to retrieve whatever lies beneath that trapdoor? Hall questioned. No, he aims to steal it, Harry clarified. Hall almost laughed at the foolishness of his friend. Hall intended to divulge a fragment of the plot, stating, that must be a protective measure established by the professors at the school. A three-headed dog is precisely the sort of guardian that a professor of magical creatures would set up. However, Professor Ketterburn likely lacks the capability to procure such a beast. It must be Hagrid. You might inquire with him. He should possess some insights. Upon uttering these words, Hall noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazing at him with expressions of utter disbelief. What had initially seemed utterly perplexing and devoid of direction was now rendered coherent through Hall's simple elucidation. Indeed, we shall seek out Hagrid tomorrow. Harry finally regained his composure and remarked. Tomorrow is not feasible, Harry, Hall replied. Why not? Because the Quidditch match is approaching. And if you intend to lose in the very first game, then by all means proceed. All right, that rationale is impeccable. Chapter 11, The Mirror of Erised Quidditch. The sport most cherished by wizards has always captivated the magical community. However, this does not include Hall. To be candid, a throng of wizards soaring on flying broomsticks vying for a ball lacks any real allure. Due to the distance, spectators can merely observe the wizards in flight, scarcely catching a glimpse of the ball, let alone the elusive golden snitch. Nevertheless, Hall was equally disinclined to spend his time in the library poring over books. The Library of Hogwarts is a repository of all knowledge, filled with a myriad of magical tomes. However, since the infamous Voldemort delved into the secrets of Horcruxes and embarked on the path of darkness, certain books were transferred from the library. Presently, aside from the restricted section, Hall finds little of interest within the library's collection, as it primarily comprises mundane historical texts. In this moment of ennui, Hall recalls a wondrous artifact residing within Hogwarts, something that piques his curiosity immensely. This is none other than the renowned Mirror of Erised. This extraordinary mirror has the ability to reveal one's deepest desires, manifesting them upon its surface through a process akin to the Patronus charm. Furthermore, this magical looking glass is not limited to merely reflecting one's innermost longings. It is said that Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Erised. Although Hall is uncertain whether the stone still resides within its depths, he understands that acquiring it is highly improbable. Only those who truly wish for the Philosopher's Stone, rather than those who seek to wield its power, may attain it. Hall introspected within himself, recognizing that he had yet to attain the philosophical realm of placing life and death beyond concern. Should Hall acquire the Philosopher's Stone, it is certain that he would seek to possess it, rather than merely obtaining it. Hall never denies that he is merely an ordinary individual, possessing the full spectrum of human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He fears death and harbors an insatiable greed for countless treasures of gold. Hall is merely an ordinary individual. Even if Hall were a time traveler, his experiences, including his past life, amount to no more than 30 years, devoid of any significant tribulations or triumphs. He cannot approach death with the serene composure of someone like Nicolome, who has lived for 6 centuries. Nor can he possess the dispassionate indifference towards power that characterizes the seasoned Dumbledore. He is neither a saint nor aspires to become one. Hall believes that living a lifetime without considering oneself is both foolish and tedious. Hall's sole desire at this moment is to behold the Mirror of Erised, to uncover what his heart most fervently yearns for. Do not mock. There are times when one truly does not comprehend their deepest longings. While one can perceive others with clarity, the self remains the most elusive of all. Reflecting on the original narrative, Harry discovered the mirror in an abandoned classroom near the library. Lacking alternative ideas, Hall resolved to pursue this lead, methodically searching each room. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. After exploring numerous derelict classrooms, Hall was bewildered by the sheer number of such spaces within Hogwarts, until he finally stumbled upon the Mirror of Erised in a secluded corner classroom. This magnificent mirror reached up to the ceiling, adorned with a golden frame and supported by 2 clawed feet. However, at this moment, Hall's eyes widened in astonishment, for he beheld Professor Snape. Snape was kneeling before the mirror, his black robes billowing around him. Through the glass, Hall observed Snape covering his face with his hands, seemingly in tears. Snape was weeping. In that instant, Hall grasped the significance. Snape must have seen something profound. He beheld Lily Potter. No, it should be Lily Evans, perhaps the young girl she once was. At that time, Snape, in his solitude, encountered this girl of Muggle descent, whom he should have despised. Yet, instead of loathing her, he fell in love with her. They quickly became friends. Snape shared tales of the magical world, the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban, and Dementors, and a deep bond formed between them. Ultimately, Snape fell for this girl, the Muggle-born. Yet, fate is capricious. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Snape fulfilled his ambition of joining Slytherin House, becoming one of its members, while the girl he adored was sorted into Gryffindor. Was this joy or sorrow? Their friendship endured beyond their initial enrollment, but diverging ideals inevitably drove them apart. In a moment of impulsiveness, amidst a tempest of anger, he uttered a fateful remark that severed their bond. "I don't need the help of a filthy little mudblood." This statement was the final straw that shattered their friendship, at least on the surface. In truth, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain their camaraderie. Their differing beliefs had long since soured their relationship, merely awaiting an opportunity for eruption. That derogatory comment became that very opportunity. Lily, too, uttered a phrase that rent asunder their already frayed friendship. "Very well, I shall no longer concern myself with this. Moreover, if I were you, I would wash my underwear. You filthy little piece of snot." This was Lily's first, and perhaps her last, instance of addressing Snape with the insulting monikers used by James and Sirius. Thus, Snape lost the girl he loved. Subsequently, he became a Death Eater, utilizing his exceptional skills in potion-making and magic to become Voldemort's trusted confidant. Initially, Snape believed he had severed all ties with Lily, yet fate had other designs. He overheard Professor Trelawney's partial prophecy and relayed it to Voldemort. The prophecy pertained to 2 families, the Longbottoms and the Potters. Snape surmised that Voldemort would identify the Longbottom boy as his ultimate foe. Yet Voldemort believed it to be the Potter child. Consequently, Voldemort sought to annihilate the Potters. In truth, Voldemort would have cared little for the lives of James and his child, perhaps even aiding in their demise. However, he would not allow harm to befall Lily. Snape resolutely refused to permit such a tragedy, seeking out Dumbledore to ensure her safety. He perceived a glimmer of manipulative intent in Dumbledore's eyes, yet instead of feeling repulsed, Snape was filled with hope, willing to sacrifice everything, even to betray Voldemort. Doubtful, he approached Voldemort, imploring him to spare Lily, citing his past services. Voldemort acquiesced. Under these circumstances, Snape believed Lily was safe from harm. Yet, tragically, Lily perished in Godric's Hollow. In the end, Snape poured all his devotion into Lily's sole child, the boy with Lily's emerald eyes. Even though the boy bore a striking resemblance to James, Snape willingly dedicated himself to protecting him. Hall gazed at Snape, who knelt before him, silently weeping, and in that moment, he seemed to see the red-haired girl from the Mirror of Erised. Hall became somewhat entranced, observing the sorrowful figure of this man on his knees. When he finally snapped back to reality, he noticed Snape still kneeling, yet now turned his head to regard Hall with a pained expression. In an abandoned classroom, a fitting place for secrets to be silenced. What should one do upon witnessing the tragic history of the cold-faced professor? "Professor," Hall stammered, swallowing hard as anxiety coursed through him. though he feigned composure. "Good morning, Professor. I seem to have lost my way coming out of the library. Could you kindly direct me to the Quidditch pitch?" Snape appeared to be momentarily lost in thought. But as soon as Hall spoke, he snapped back to attention, immediately drawing his wand. Stupefy. Snape cast the spell without hesitation. Hall was no novice. Over the years, Voldemort had honed Hall's reflexes through rigorous training with Nagini, allowing him to respond instinctively. With a momentary reprieve from his sorrow, Snape was caught off guard as Hall acted without hesitation, casting 2 spells in quick succession, Disarm and Relaxation. Both incantations struck Snape instantly. "I apologize, Professor. But you drew your wand first," Hall remarked. "Your proficiency is not that of an ordinary young wizard," Snape replied coldly. Hall was acutely aware that his actions today would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. He contemplated erasing Snape's memory, yet aside from Snape's formidable occlumency skills, it was crucial to consider that Snape was a trusted ally of Dumbledore. Should Dumbledore discover that Snape's memories had been tampered with, he would surely intervene. It is worth noting that Dumbledore's mastery of legilimency was far from rudimentary. Even if Hall could successfully erase Snape's memories, it would merely amount to a minor inconvenience for Dumbledore. The distinction between a first-year wizard with exceptional combat prowess and another of equal caliber who possessed knowledge of memory magic was not merely a matter of a few words. Thus, Hall had no choice but to let Snape go entirely unscathed. The notion of delivering him to Voldemort was absurd. Voldemort had never doubted Snape's loyalty. While Snape might remain unscathed in that scenario, it was only a matter of time before Dumbledore would seek out Hall Riddle for a cordial discussion in his office. Hall weighed the gains and losses. Even if the suspicion arose from his exceptional abilities, it was not as intolerable as the adverse consequences brought forth by other choices. "Professor, I can grant you your freedom, but you must refrain from taking action against me." Hall contemplated further, recognizing that it was Snape's failure to regard his strength that led to his defeat. "However, I cannot return your wand to you immediately. I shall do so after the Quidditch match." With that, Hall disregarded whether Snape acquiesced and lifted the enchantment binding him, gesturing for Snape to depart. Snape uttered not a word, merely casting a glance at Hall before rising to leave. Once Snape was gone, Hall, in exasperation, placed a hand to his forehead. Pondering why he had felt compelled to visit the Mirror of Erised, had he not come here, he would not have encountered Snape. Nor would he have had to engage in conflict with him. Hall foresaw that in the days to come, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore might need to pay closer attention to his new pupil. Hall turned to gaze into the Mirror of Erised, having arrived. It would be a pity not to take a glance. As Hall faced the mirror, he beheld his own reflection within the enchanted glass. He smiled at himself, then reached into his pocket and retrieved a purplish-red stone. After a moment, he returned the vivid gem to the confines of his pocket. Hall's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached into his pocket, where he sensed an unfamiliar object. Hall closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. His right hand, which had ventured into his pocket, grazed against an object within. Trembling, he slowly withdrew it from the depths of his pocket. Hall opened his eyes and glanced at the purplish-red stone in his hand. The magical stone. Chapter 12. A sense of hesitation. Hall hurried back to the dormitory, encountering several familiar Gryffindor classmates along the way, yet he dared not greet them. Upon returning to his chamber, Hall enveloped himself tightly in his blanket. At this moment, his heart raced tumultuously, as if he had just committed some momentous act that must remain a closely guarded secret, despite its nature being undeniably significant. Hall retrieved the enchanted stone from his pocket, and in the enveloping darkness, he could not discern its appearance. Relying instead on his hands to caress its surface and perceive its form, it felt somewhat coarse and irregular, akin to a stone casually picked up from the roadside. Yet, this was no ordinary stone. How could this be? How could he have come into possession of the magical stone? A tumult of emotions, confusion, fear, greed, and possessiveness swirled within Hall, prompting him to make a choice. Should he surrender the stone to Dumbledore, offer it to Voldemort, or perhaps keep it for himself? With this stone, Hall could acquire boundless gold. With this stone, he could attain eternal life. With this stone, he could possess unimaginable power. Suddenly, the blanket covering him was flung aside, and the abrupt flood of light instilled fear in Hall. He hastily concealed the stone within his pocket and quickly grasped his wand. "Hall, what is wrong with you?" Came a familiar voice, the voice of the girl he knew. It was Hermione. At Hogwarts, it is permissible for female students to enter male dormitories at will. "I am fine. I merely feel a bit uneasy." Hall relaxed. Hermione observed Hall, noticing that his expression was peculiar when she had just pulled back the covers. His eyes were bloodshot, Perhaps he was genuinely unwell. Hall, you should rest properly. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione felt it prudent to suggest, how about I take you to Madame Pomfrey? Her medical skills are exceptional. In response to Hermione's concern, Hall replied, there's no need, before pulling the covers over himself and lying back down. The fright he had just experienced left him feeling exhausted and fatigued. All Hall desired was to close his eyes and take a simple nap, to rest thoroughly. Hermione regarded Hall, noting the evident weariness etched across his face. Although she wished to discuss the events that transpired on the Quidditch pitch, her heart softened at his condition. Then you should rest well. If you still feel unwell after your rest, make sure to visit the infirmary and consult Madame Pomfrey, Hermione advised. After listening, Hall merely responded with a hum before retiring directly to bed. Initially, Hall believed that although he was weary, sleep might elude him. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, a wave of drowsiness engulfed him, and he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Harry and Ron were engaged in a meal, continuing their discussion about the recent events at the Quidditch pitch. It must be Snape up to no good. You didn't see it from above, but as soon as Snape arrived at the pitch, your broomstick malfunctioned, Ron remarked. I think that's quite possible. Snape loathes me, and he has been so eager to steal whatever the three-headed dog is guarding. It has to be him, Harry concurred, sharing Ron's suspicions about Snape. Let me tell you, the moment Snape entered the pitch, he seemed utterly disheartened, likely because he couldn't get his hands on that item. And then he saw you in the air. With Gryffindor thrashing Slytherin so badly, perhaps that provoked him into action. If Hermione hadn't spotted Snape in time, Ron was cut short as they noticed Hermione entering. Her expression decidedly displeased. Hermione approached the empty seat next to Harry and Ron, stating, I found Hall. He seems unwell. When I saw him, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked utterly exhausted. I've never seen him so worn out. Harry inquired, is Hall all right? Should we check on Madame Pomfrey? I already asked. But Hall insisted that a good sleep would suffice, Hermione replied. Truthfully, since the beginning of the school year, they had become quite good friends with Hall, especially Harry. When Harry first met Hall at King's Cross Station, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Later, Hall empathetically expressed Harry's frustrations about the fame that had inexplicably befallen him, making Harry feel understood. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry first opened up about his days on Privet Drive, and Hall's few, yet impactful words resonated deeply with him, solidifying Hall as his closest friend. Even later, when Ron and Hermione joined their circle, Harry felt that none of those friendships could quite match the bond he shared with Hall. Now, upon hearing that Hall was ill, seemingly quite seriously, Harry momentarily forgot about his own recent near fall from his broomstick. During this meal, the three of them felt rather disheartened by Hall's condition. Harry, do you remember Hall mentioning that after the Quidditch match, we should ask Hagrid about the three-headed dog? Hermione attempted to redirect the conversation, hoping to lift their spirits. Oh, yes, you're right, Harry replied, regaining his focus. Let us finish our meal and then go find Hagrid, and perhaps bring some food to see Hall. After completing their meal, the trio made their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid warmly welcomed them, and even presented his homemade rock cakes. Given their prior experience with Hagrid's culinary skills, they collectively opted not to partake. Hagrid appeared particularly delighted by their presence. Hagrid, I've heard you have quite the affinity for unusual creatures, haven't you? Harry inquired. Hagrid chuckled heartily, pouring tea for them. Indeed, I've cared for many fascinating and adorable creatures, such as Fluffy, Aragog, Buckbeak, and Fong. They're all quite lovable. Oh, and of course, there's Fong. Upon hearing the mention of his three-headed dog, he immediately perked up. Harry and the others were unfamiliar with Fluffy, Aragog, Buckbeak, or Fong. They were solely interested in the three-headed dog behind the trapdoor. Hagrid, have you ever kept a three-headed dog? Harry asked cautiously. After pouring the tea and setting the kettle aside, Hagrid replied, of course. Didn't I just mention Fluffy? He has a three-headed dog. Wait. How do you know about Fong? How could you possibly keep a three-headed dog? Oh, he is just the cutest little pup. You see, I got Fong last year from a Greek bloke. He is absolutely adorable. However, this year Dumbledore borrowed Fong, saying he needed him for guarding. Guarding what? Harry inquired eagerly. Now, that is something you shouldn't concern yourselves with, Hagrid interrupted sharply. That is classified information, not meant for your ears. But Snape wants to steal what Fong is guarding. Snape? Professor Snape? Hagrid exclaimed, incredulous. That is impossible. Professor Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He wouldn't do such a thing. Snape tried to kill Harry this afternoon. Hermione exclaimed loudly. If I see someone casting a dark curse, I can recognize it, Hagrid. I've read about them. You must maintain eye contact with them. Snape's eyes were as still as a statue. I saw it. I must insist you're mistaken, Hagrid declared. I don't know why Harry S. Broom behaved that way, but Professor Snape would never wish to harm a student. Now, you three listen closely. You're meddling in matters that do not concern you. It's exceedingly perilous. Forget about that big dog and what he is guarding. That S between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry interjected. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid fumed, clearly agitated. Chapter 13. Conversations. Christmas was fast approaching. With snowflakes swirling and cloaking Hogwarts in a pristine white robe, the school permitted some students to remain at Hogwarts to celebrate the festive season. Hall's identity as an orphan truly reflects his solitary existence, as he naturally remained at Hogwarts to celebrate Christmas. Hall gazed out the window as the Weasley twins wielded their magic, commanding snowballs to chase Professor Quirrell, ultimately striking him upon his turban in a truly epic display. Several students, gathered in groups, engaged in a spirited snowball fight, pelting each other, and even Voldemort himself. Yet, amidst the revelry of others, Hall sat quietly, holding a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which he had not turned a single page of that entire time. That day, inexplicably, Hall had come into possession of the Philosopher's Stone, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how it had happened. In the days that followed, he expected Dumbledore would surely notice the stone's theft and potentially trace it back to him. However, from that day forward, Dumbledore had not sought Hall. Nor had Snape made any attempt to confront him. Remarkably, Snape's wand remained in Hall's possession, as in his days, he had forgotten to return it. For the past few days, Hall had been moping, his mind wandering aimlessly throughout classes. During Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to transform a rock into a small ball. But Hall inadvertently turned his stone into a brick. In Potions class, he managed to explode his cauldron multiple times, yet Snape, astonishingly, did not deduct any points. His performance was only slightly better than Neville, the notorious cauldron killer. Hall, would you care to join us for a game of wizard's chess? Harry and Ron approached, carrying a chess set. Hall cast a glance at the wizard's chess set, remaining silent, merely shaking his head to indicate that it was unnecessary. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Over the past few days, they had observed that Hall's spirits seemed quite low, prompting them to seek ways to lift his mood. Harry suggested engaging Hall in a game of Quidditch, while Hermione proposed gifting him a few books. Yet, their efforts yielded little success. Hall continued to appear listless and disoriented. Today, Ron suggested playing a round of wizard's chess, but once again, it proved futile. Hall, Hermione is returning home today. Shall we accompany her? Harry inquired. Upon hearing these words, Hall closed the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Harry and Ron felt a sense of accomplishment. And then Hall retrieved a volume from his small satchel and handed it to Harry and Ron. No, this contemporary renowned wizarding directory is my Christmas gift for her. Could you please deliver it to Hermione? He said. Another failure, Ron remarked. By the way, Hall, do you know what we learned from Hagrid by following your advice? Harry decided to shift the conversation. There is a person named Nicholas Flamel. We know that the three-headed dog is guarding something related to him. Are you familiar with Nicholas Flamel? I know Nicholas Flamel, Hall replied casually. This left Harry and Ron utterly astonished. In recent days, they had scoured countless tomes in the library, nearly venturing into the restricted section, yet they had found not a single mention of Nicholas Flamel. Initially, it had been a mere offhand inquiry, and they had not expected Hall to provide any substantial information, but he had surprisingly claimed to know of Nicholas Flamel. You know Nicholas Flamel, Harry exclaimed. Then who is Nicholas Flamel? Hall remarked. Nicodemus is a close friend of Professor Dumbledore, a connoisseur of opera. Mr. Riddle, please come here. Professor McGonagall called out to Hall in the corridor. I shall speak with you shortly. Hall rose and made his way toward Professor McGonagall, leaving behind two anxious individuals. Mr. Riddle, Professor Dumbledore wishes to meet you, McGonagall announced as she guided Hall toward the headmaster's office. Has he finally arrived? Hall felt no trepidation. Rather, he experienced a curious sense of relief. Upon reaching the imposing stone gargoyle, Professor McGonagall uttered a phrase that conjured a path to the headmaster's office. Please enter. Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you privately. McGonagall stood outside the door, gesturing for Hall to proceed alone. Hall made his way towards the principal's office and entered. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by numerous portraits of Hogwarts' former headmasters. The desk in Dumbledore's office was adorned with silverware, and behind it stood Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, who appeared quite aged, struggling to nibble on a small bone. However, as Hall entered, Fawkes suddenly surged towards him, entirely shedding his elderly demeanor. Clearly startled, Hall did not forget to retaliate. An obstacle lay ahead. He quickly cast a barrier spell to thwart Fawkes' advance. Yet, perhaps due to the unique magic of the Phoenix, Hall's incantation proved ineffective, and Fawkes continued his charge unabated. Unfazed, Hall retreated several steps, flicking his wand to conjure a roaring flame. A blaze as thick as an arm shot forth from his wand, aimed directly at Fawkes, engulfing the Phoenix in a fiery torrent. When the flames subsided, a pile of ashes remained on the ground. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Seated behind his desk. An impressive fire spell. I could never have achieved such prowess at your age, Dumbledore remarked, applauding. He then lifted a dish containing what resembled cockroaches. Would you care for some? Gazing at the plate of food that bore an uncanny resemblance to cockroaches, Hall's appetite vanished, and he promptly declined. Dumbledore shrugged, feeling that Hall's aversion was a regrettable choice. Yet, Hall was resolute in his refusal to let anything resembling cockroaches cross his lips. Professor, why have you summoned me? Hall asked, lowering his gaze to avoid Dumbledore's penetrating stare. Dumbledore set down the dish of cockroach-like food and approached Hall. Upon reaching the pile of Phoenix ashes, he crouched down and retrieved a featherless chick from within. Isn't the Phoenix a marvelous creature? Dumbledore said, placing the chick back on its former perch. They possess an extraordinarily long lifespan, can be reborn from flames, can apparate at will, and their tears have the power to heal poison. Many wizards dream of harnessing the Phoenix's strength, yet few can truly claim one as their own. The Phoenix's power and longevity, could it indeed be the Philosopher's Stone? With a smile, Hall remarked, the power of the Phoenix is indeed coveted by wizards, who strive to harness a fragment of that strength for themselves. Indeed, this is true. Dumbledore replied. A dear old friend of mine once employed alchemy in pursuit of extending his lifespan. I know, it was your friend Nicholas Flamel. The sole creator and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, Hall interjected. Precisely, Nicholas Flamel imparted a wealth of knowledge to me in my youth. We shared a bond akin to that of teacher and friend, Dumbledore continued. Observing Dumbledore's tendency to dwell on trivial matters, Hall grew somewhat impatient. You have yet to explain why you summoned me, he stated. Dumbledore chuckled. I apologize, Mr. Riddle. You see, as one ages, one often finds oneself reminiscing about the past and recalling old acquaintances. At that moment, Hall, caught in a sudden train of thought, inadvertently blurted out a reckless remark. Such as Gellert Grindelwald? Hall could swear he witnessed the unmistakable spasm in Dumbledore's eyes. He felt that Dumbledore might strike at him in the next moment. It is essential to remember that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were once close friends, sharing a profound bond in their youth. Even after the tragic death of Dumbledore's sister, Ariana, he remained deeply affected by Grindelwald, only reluctantly taking action to defeat him after years of chaos orchestrated by the latter. Yet, Dumbledore chose not to end Grindelwald's life. Instead, he imprisoned him in Ermengarde. There seemed to linger an indescribable connection between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Indeed, Professor Riddle, this conversation has been delightful. I look forward to our next discourse and hope you enjoy a pleasant Christmas holiday at Hogwarts, Dumbledore remarked. Furthermore, if you are particularly fond of fantastic beasts and where to find them, I could arrange an introduction for you with the author, Newt Scamander, who happens to be my student. Upon hearing this, Hall's pupils constricted. Chapter 14. The tragic origins of Hall Potter. As he exited the headmaster's office, Hall cast a glance back at the stone gargoyle. He had not failed to grasp the implications of Dumbledore's final words. Dumbledore had been observing him closely. Even the trivial moment when Hall had been lost in thought while holding fantastic beasts and where to find them had not escaped the headmaster's notice. But why? If it were due to the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore would have simply taken it back. If it were because of Hall's extraordinary combat prowess, Dumbledore would not have felt the need to monitor him so vigilantly. What was the underlying reason? Ultimately, Hall found himself at a loss. Someone as astute as Dumbledore, who had lived for over a century, was far beyond Hall's comprehension. Even Voldemort had been deftly outmaneuvered by Dumbledore in the end. Hall is now contemplating whether he should leave Hogwarts for a while, especially since Dumbledore has begun to harbor suspicions about him. If it were to be discovered that he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, the consequences would undoubtedly be unimaginable. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Considering the train had yet to depart. On the Hogwarts Express, as the train remained stationary, Hermione sat alone in a compartment, engrossed in a tome on the evolution of modern wizardry, diligently searching for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel. Just as Hermione was deeply absorbed in her reading, the compartment door swung open. Hall entered, carrying a compact suitcase, with a small pouch still hanging at his waist. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Hall. Hall, what are you doing here? I thought you were planning to spend the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts. Ah, I had a change of heart. I find the idea of spending Christmas at Hogwarts rather unexciting, Hall replied with a smile. Yet Hermione remained bewildered. Hall had seemed melancholy for days. And only moments before she left, she had seen him sitting alone. How could it be that so little time had passed, and he had returned to his former self? But where will you spend Christmas alone? She inquired, though her surprise was tinged with relief that he was not moping. Perhaps you could come to my house. My parents would be delighted to have my friends over, she suggested warmly. That's unnecessary. I have my own plans, Hall replied, producing a book from his pouch. Here. This is an early Christmas gift for you. Hermione smiled as she accepted the book. The remainder of their journey was pleasant. Hermione continued reading while Hall worked on his holiday assignments. Having gone through years of compulsory education in another country, Hall relied on the remnants of his motivation from before the break or the inspiration that surged at the start of the term to complete his work. During this time, Hermione ordered some food, aware that Hall, being an orphan, had limited funds. As the train chugged along, Hermione refrained from speaking to Hall, fearing that the normalcy he had regained might vanish again. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and by the time the train arrived at the station, Hall had just managed to finish his assignments, while Hermione had completed her reading. Upon disembarking, Hall displayed his gentlemanly demeanor by assisting Hermione with her suitcase. Exiting platform 9. With Hermione's guidance, Hall helped carry her luggage to her parents' vehicle, where Hermione enthusiastically introduced Hall to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. After exchanging a few courteous words with the Granger couple, Hall departed on his own. Hall wandered aimlessly through the streets of London, his small leather suitcase tucked away in his enchanted pocket, which was imbued with an infinite expansion charm. However, there was truly nowhere of interest to visit. Just as Hall contemplated meandering to Diagon Alley, a sudden thought struck him. He could venture to a certain location, Godric's Hollow, the very place from which he had first traversed into this world. Without hesitation, Hall produced his wand and summoned one of the wizard's travel essentials, the night bus. Shortly thereafter, one or two vibrant purple buses materialized before him. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transportation service for wizards in distress. Simply extend your hand and board, and we shall convey you to your desired destination. My name is Stan Shunpike, and today I shall be your conductor. May I inquire your name and intended destination? Stan inquired. Holden boarded the night bus and addressed Stan. I am Horidal, and my destination is Godric's Hollow. Stan replied, Very well. Godric's Hollow is quite a lengthy journey. It will cost you 1 galleon and 8 sickles, and with an additional 3 sickles, you can indulge in some chocolate. Moreover, for 5 more sickles, you may acquire a hot water bottle and a toothbrush of your choice. Hall couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wasn't this reminiscent of the times in his past life when he heard barbers urging customers to sign up for membership cards while getting a haircut? Hall replied, No need for that. He then retrieved a pouch from his pocket, offering a golden galloon and 11 silver sickles. Stan guided Hall to a brass-framed bed situated close to the driver's seat. It will be quite a while before we reach our destination. Let us converse here a bit, if you don't mind, Stan remarked, introducing the driver. This is our driver, Ernplan. Ern, this is Hall Riddle. Ernplan, an elderly wizard adorned with thick spectacles, nodded in acknowledgement toward Hall, who reciprocated with a slight nod. Hall then settled onto the bed, gripping it firmly, fully aware that the night bus was a true embodiment of a soul-churning ride. Drive on, Ern, Stan urged, taking a seat in the armchair beside him. Soon, the night bus surged forward at great speed, and Hall was grateful for his firm grip, lest he be thrown about like a rag doll. Let us discuss something, Hall, Stan suggested, observing his demeanor. You appear to still be a student. It is Christmas time now, so you must be on break, correct? Hall nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. To be candid, taking the night bus was far from an ideal choice. Hall currently felt nauseous, as the ride was exceedingly jarring. What purpose lay in visiting Godric's Hollow? Was it merely to pay homage to the site of the Dark Lord's demise? Stan remarked that it was the very place where young Harry Potter vanquished the Dark Lord. And I, too, was intrigued to witness it. As if I needed to visit a mere ruin for reverence. I had been a first-hand witness to Voldemort's downfall. The Dark Lord had relentlessly pursued the Potters to Godric's Hollow, first mercilessly slaying them, and then turning his wrath upon their youngest son. Hall Potter, one might wonder. Were your parents' naming choices influenced by this very fate? Hall was tempted to declare, I am Hall Potter, baffled by Voldemort's irrationality in abducting him. merely altering his surname in the process. I am an orphan, Hall stated. Oh, my apologies, Stan replied. I've heard that Hall Potter's story is quite tragic. Indeed. Isn't it, Ern? Stan affirmed. What makes this Hall Potter's tale so sorrowful? Hall inquired, feeling it odd to discuss his own misfortunes. I am an orphan and not well versed in these matters. Could you enlighten me? Hall Potter's parents evaded the Dark Lord's pursuit 3 times, yet during the final confrontation, Lily Potter suffered severe injuries. Consequently, the Potters took refuge in Godric's Hollow. This deeply troubled James Potter, a man of considerable ambition, leading to a strain in their relationship. Fortunately, Lily became pregnant with James's child, Stan explained. Isn't that rather pitiful for the child? Before even being born, they're already a means to mend their parents' bond, right? Owen? Indeed, it is quite lamentable. Was it true that James and Lily nearly divorced? I don't recall reading about that in the original text. What happened next? Hall asked. Later, due to her condition, Lily required a potion to ensure the safe delivery of the twins. This potion was still under development and potentially highly toxic. She had to consume it weekly to safeguard the children and stabilize her marriage with James. Eventually, the twins were born, and Lily no longer needed the potion, which fortified her relationship with James, Stan recounted. However, the potion's side effects emerged. While the elder twin, Harry Potter, was healthy, the younger, Hall Potter, was frail, evidently affected by the potion's toxicity. Upon Hall's birth, he was immediately taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where Dumbledore provided tears from his phoenix. Alas, even the miraculous tears could not completely eradicate the poison from Hall. They merely suppressed its spread, sustaining his life. It is said that James showed little affection for this child, favoring Harry, who resembled him more. After a year of treatment at St. Mungo's, Hall finally recovered. Yet he remained weak. Tragically, the day he returned home coincided with the day the Dark Lord discovered the Potters. The poor child had just escaped the confines of St. Mungo's only to encounter the Dark Lord upon returning home. Had he recovered just 1 day later, he might have evaded such a grim fate. Do you not find Hall Potter's plight pitiable? All because of James. While Hall contemplated the sorrow of his childhood, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Stan, from whom did you learn all this? Hall inquired. I read it in James Potter. Hero or villain? Stan replied. Who authored that? Hall pressed. Rita Skeeter, Stan answered. Rita Skeeter. The renowned journalist from the magical world, hailed from Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, an institution celebrated for its wisdom. Indeed, Rita possessed considerable insight. She was an unregistered animagus. Although there were certainly more than the 7 known animagi of this century, like James, Sirius, and Wurtail, becoming an animagus requires profound mastery of transfiguration. A feat not easily accomplished even by some professors in the field, as the path can lead to perilous outcomes. However, what truly left an impression on countless readers of Harry Potter was Rita Skeeter's talent for distorting the truth. She could weave elaborate narratives from mere fragments of conversation, making them appear entirely plausible. For instance, during the Triwizard Tournament, when Hermione embraced Harry for encouragement, Rita transformed it into a sensational love story, complete with a treacherous love triangle involving Harry, Hermione Granger, and Victor Crumb. To be frank, many authors might well exclaim to Rita, "Here S.A. Pin. You take the reins." Upon hearing Stan mention her name, Hall realized that aside from his childhood stay in St. Mungo's, much of what had been recounted was likely fabricated or embellished. Thus, Hall chose to regard it as mere storytelling. As the journey from London to Godric's Hollow was quite lengthy, even by night bus standards, Hall felt no desire to hear any more tales at that moment. Hall. We have arrived at Godric's Hollow, Stan announced, awakening him. Hall opened his eyes, having slept for approximately an hour earlier, when he disembarked from Platform 9. It was around noon. After meandering through the streets of London, he boarded the night bus, and now it was likely around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. However, being in England, unlike China, where the day would still be bright, it was already quite dark outside. As Hall fumbled about, preparing to alight, a thought suddenly struck him. He turned to Stan and said, I recall that the fare I paid included chocolate. Where is my chocolate? Stan was taken aback, initially thinking that Hall had something of great significance to discuss. After a moment of awkward laughter, Stan produced a substantial piece of chocolate. Upon receiving the chocolate, Hall disembarked. Honestly, despite not being a citizen of the Celestial Empire at present, it is in my very nature to abhor such wastefulness. Waste is indeed a disgrace. Holding a chocolate bar, Hall ambled along while inquiring about the whereabouts of the Potter residence. With the assistance of several amiable wizards, he finally located his home. Gazing upon the remnants of what was once a dwelling, He noticed that the area was nearly deserted and boldly stepped inside. The ruins had been shielded by magic, preserving the scene of the battle that had taken place. Over the past decade, the site had become overgrown with weeds, a desolate landscape. Observing the surroundings, Hall felt little emotional resonance. To speak candidly, although James and Lily were his biological parents, they were not his true parents in any meaningful sense. Despite the profound love they had for their child, Hall could only feel a distant empathy, finding it difficult to identify with their experiences. To put it bluntly, for Hall, even Voldemort felt closer than James and Lily. While the reasons behind Voldemort's decade-long guardianship remained unclear, it was indeed due to him that Hall had not succumbed to starvation. Instead, he had acquired a wealth of magical knowledge. Even if Voldemort's motives were self-serving, they still felt more intimate than those of James and Lily. One could inquire with children from orphanages about their feelings towards their adoptive parents versus their biological ones. After a cursory glance around, Hall discovered a quaint tavern nestled in Godric's Hollow. Being a minor, the tavern owner served him only a mug of butterbeer. He casually settled into a corner against the wall, placing a copy of Hugo's The Hunchback of Notre Dame upon the table. Hall was unaware of how much time had passed. He only recognized that fatigue had begun to set in. He decided to request the tavern owner to prepare a room for him upstairs. However, upon closing the book and lifting his gaze, he was startled to behold a pale, wrinkled visage before him. Hall was taken aback. The old man offered a gentle smile and said, "I apologize, young one. Have I disturbed you?" Clad in grayish-white attire, the elderly figure appeared exceedingly frail, resembling little more than a mere skin draped over a skeletal frame. Hall took a moment to gather his wits, employing his mental fortitude to quell his rising apprehension. After all, one could never be too cautious in a world rife with magical entities, some of which could be malevolent. "Do you, require my assistance?" Hall inquired. The old man chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, it is nothing of great importance, my dear child. I was merely captivated by the book you hold in your hands." Hall glanced at the Notre Dame de Paris in his hands, furrowing his brow. This old man appeared to be a sorcerer, for he would not have found himself in a gathering place of wizards otherwise. The Godric's Hollow was still intrigued by Muggle literature. It is worth noting that while the majority of wizards do not harbor disdain for Muggles, very few genuinely appreciate Muggle-related items. Even those who do are often motivated by their professions, such as Mr. Arthur Weasley and Professor Charity Burbage, the Muggle studies instructor at Hogwarts. "If you wish, I can gift you this book," Hall offered, having purchased it from a Muggle bookstore to pass the time before boarding the night bus, and it had not cost him much. "There's no need, my child. I possess the original manuscript of Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris, along with his handwritten notes," the old man replied with a smile. "Moreover, I have nearly memorized the entire text. Unless it pertains to opera, I have no desire to read it again." Where do you hail from?" Hall began to notice a suitcase at the old man's feet, with a travel cloak draped over the adjacent chair. "I have traveled quite a distance, having just arrived from France. I am here to visit an old friend. A mug of mead, please." The elder addressed the proprietor passing by and then resumed his conversation with Hall. "You are still too young, my child. Otherwise, I would invite you to join me for a drink." "I believe I could manage a little," Hall replied, considering that this beverage was more akin to a light alcoholic drink than true spirits. "Very well, I shall pour you a small cup," the elder said. "Would you not care for something to eat?" Hall inquired. Hall now seeks to indulge in a complimentary meal. Although he possesses ample funds to procure food, there is an undeniable allure to the meals acquired through the generosity of others. "I have brought my own provisions." "Oh, thank you for the mead." The old man accepted the mead presented by the proprietor. "Child, I would like to invite you to visit my trunk." As he held the cup of mead in one hand, he opened the travel trunk at his feet with the other. "This was given to me by an old friend. It originally belonged to one of his students, a rather handsome young fellow whom I have met," the old man remarked. "Student? Is your old friend a teacher? Perhaps a professor at Hogwarts?" Hall inquired. "Oh, indeed, he teaches transfiguration exceptionally well," the old man replied. "Could it be Professor McGonagall? That certainly seems plausible." Hall was still contemplating as the old man stepped into the box. He leaned forward to take a closer look. This box, like Hall's small satchel, had been enchanted with an infinite expansion spell. However, the old man's box appeared to be superior. After all, Hall's personal pocket was not capable of extending to accommodate a person, resembling more of a large refrigerator in size. Hall observed the elderly man as he entered, and Hall followed suit. Chapter 16. Suspicion. Hall followed the elderly man into the chest and discovered they were in a quaint wooden cabin, seemingly surrounded by a considerable expanse outside. Wait a moment, young one, the elder said, one hand cradling a goblet of honey wine while the other brandished a wand, causing the ingredients to assemble themselves. Soon, an array of French dishes emerged. First came a plate of crispy fries and a bowl of creamy popcorn, serving as appetizers. Next were 2 bowls of curry-infused potato soup, perfect for sipping. Following that were the main course and staple, a dish of pan-seared salmon accompanied by seasonal vegetables, and a generous serving of spaghetti with meat sauce. Now, dear child, let us indulge in a pre-meal drink, which aids in weight management. Although I doubt either of us requires such consideration, the elder remarked, conjuring another cup and pouring a splash of honey wine for Hall. Cheers. Hall and the old man savored the cup of honeyed wine, and then they proceeded to indulge in their meal. It is undeniable that French cuisine indeed ranks among the finest in the world. Its exquisite flavors, delectable sauces, and elegant presentation can be regarded as a form of art. However, it is only my homeland's culinary delights that truly reign supreme across the globe. Child, are you a student of Hogwarts? The old man inquired, while twirling a forkful of pasta. Indeed, I am from Hogwarts. I am here for a bit of leisure during the Christmas holiday, Hall replied, taking a sip of the creamy curry potato soup. It would certainly be inappropriate to mention that Hall had come here to evade Dumbledore. Hogwarts is a remarkable place. It is one of the oldest magical academies in existence. The American Ilvermorny and the French Beauxbatons cannot compare to Hogwarts in terms of its long-standing history. The old man remarked, which academy do you belong to? Hall consumed a piece of salmon and declared, I am from Gryffindor. Ah, Gryffindor, the House of Bravery. Many illustrious wizards, including Dumbledore, have emerged from its ranks, the old man chuckled. Sir, you appear to possess a profound familiarity with Hogwarts, said Hall. Indeed. I have visited Hogwarts on numerous occasions. I would always accompany during the Triwizard Tournament in the past, the old man replied. Wait, the Triwizard Tournament? Hasn't that event been discontinued for several centuries? Hall pondered, already suspecting the truth yet hesitant to believe it. I am called Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist, he introduced himself. You are the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, the sole possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, Hall exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. However, his exhilaration stemmed not solely from encountering a luminary of magical history, but from the fact that he currently possessed the very Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. Just as he had managed to evade Dumbledore, he found himself face to face with Nicholas Flamel. A sense of vigilance began to rise within Hall. He was uncertain of the combat prowess possessed by the 600-year-old Nickel May, yet he dared not take any risks. The audacity with which Nickel revealed his identity in the presence of others, particularly during a private encounter, left Hall wary of any potential hidden agendas. The magical realm is not solely inhabited by Voldemort and his nefarious Death Eaters. There are other wizards who, even if not dark sorcerers, may still engage in malevolent acts. The fact that Nickel harbored the Philosopher's Stone was hardly a secret within the magical community, who could claim to be immune to the temptations of gold and immortality. Just as Hall contemplated making his departure, a voice from above compelled him to reconsider. Mr. May, it has been a long time. I believe I can detect the aroma of exquisite French cuisine. An elderly man with a long white beard descended from a ladder. He was a renowned white wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. I never expected to encounter you here, Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore remarked upon spotting Hall seated across from Nickel May. Greetings, Professor Dumbledore. Hall now feels like crying. How could both of them show up? This Christmas is far from delightful. Had I known, I would never have left Hogwarts, had I known. I should have stayed at a hotel in London. Had I known, I ought to have gone straight upstairs to sleep. But hindsight is priceless. Old friend, said Nicodemus as he greeted Dumbledore. Dumbledore approached an empty seat at the table, conjured a chair and a set of cutlery, and smiled as he took his place. I trust you do not mind an additional guest, Mr. LeMay? Dumbledore inquired. Not at all, Albus. Honestly, your transfiguration skills remain remarkable. It is a loss for the students that you no longer teach, Nicodemus replied. I believe Minerva teaches quite well, perhaps even better than I did. After all, I am not an animagus, Dumbledore humbly remarked. Yet it was you who guided Minerva in successfully becoming an animagus. Had you attempted to transform into a phoenix, you might have been the first magical creature animagus, Nicodemus noted. Mr. Riddle, I have heard from Minerva that your progress in transfiguration is commendable. Would you like to become an animagus? Dumbledore asked. Come on, you two discuss your matters. Why am I being dragged into this? Can't I just quietly enjoy my meal? Hall thought, reluctant to respond, yet unable to remain silent. Professor, I feel I am not suited for animagus transformation, Hall said. I can teach you. You can come weekly? Dumbledore began, But Hall promptly interrupted, "No need, Professor. I do not believe I deserve your personal instruction. That's a jest. I would avoid you at all costs, let alone request your guidance. While receiving personal tutoring from Dumbledore would undoubtedly enhance my magical prowess, getting too close to you might draw Voldemort's attention. And I can't risk being coerced into harming you. Though I have no intention of associating with you, I would never wish to harm you, even if I could not succeed." "How could that be? You are one of the most gifted young wizards I have encountered," Dumbledore said with a look of regret. "Your flattery is unwarranted," Hall murmured, lowering his gaze. He had distinctly felt Dumbledore employing legitimacy upon him, though the intensity was not great. It was enough to discern the thoughts of an average young wizard during conversation. However, more alarmingly, Hall had instinctively utilized a mental blocking technique to counter the legitimacy. How extraordinary! It is not common for a mere first-year wizard to possess such a skill. "Professor Dumbledore, I am feeling rather fatigued. I believe I shall take my leave," Hall quickly stated, rising without waiting for Dumbledore's reply, and made his way to the ladder. "Mr. Riddle, do you happen to know someone named Tom?" Dumbledore inquired. "Discovered?" Hawk paused, reluctant to glance back at Dumbledore, and swiftly uttered, "I do not know him." Then, without hesitation, Hawk ascended. Chapter 17. Breaking Free from Dumbledore. Hall emerged from Nicoleme's box, swiftly ascended the stairs, and entered the room he had reserved for himself. Hall would not foolishly depart from this place, for he understood that as long as Dumbledore remained, even if Voldemort himself were to come and claim Hall, there was a possibility that Hall would return here. Lying in bed, Hall gazed at the ceiling, his small bag still secured at his waist. Dumbledore inquired if Hall was acquainted with Tom. Could it be that Dumbledore was already aware of the revelation that he was Voldemort's son? Surely, it could not be true. The revelation of Hall being Voldemort's son is a secret known only to Hall, Voldemort, and Quirrell. Perhaps Nagini, the serpent, is also aware. However, Nagini can be dismissed, as even a large serpent is more adept at concealing itself than a human. Voldemort would certainly not disclose such information, and Quirrell, being under Voldemort's influence, would not betray this secret either. As for Hall himself, although his mental barriers may not be flawless, it is certain that even Dumbledore would find it impossible to extract thoughts undetected. Therefore, Hall is confident that Dumbledore's suspicions do not arise from his connection with Voldemort. Yet, what could be the true reason? Hall pondered to himself that since the beginning of the term, aside from being discovered by Dumbledore for his proficiency in the art of mental occlusion, he had not engaged in any particularly unusual activities. Defeating Snape? No, that was inconceivable. At that moment, Snape had just emerged from his sorrow, and coupled with his underestimation of Hall's abilities, it was merely a fleeting victory that would attract Dumbledore's attention. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone? That was equally implausible. Had Dumbledore become aware of Hall's possession of the stone, he would have confiscated it without hesitation. Hall himself was at a loss regarding the circumstances, for Dumbledore's initial suspicion would likely fall upon his own magical prowess. Yet, what precisely had gone awry? Hall felt a tumultuous confusion within his mind. Sleep was utterly out of the question. He decided to rise from his bed, approaching the desk in his room, where he retrieved the Philosopher's Stone to examine. What did it matter, Dumbledore? Even if he were aware that the stone was in my possession, so what? Hall examined the magical stone closely under the light. Its alluring crimson hue seemed to possess an enchanting allure, while its rugged edges appeared to be shaped by nature itself. Hall endeavored to infuse magical energy into the enchanted stone, curious to witness the ensuing phenomena. Upon channeling his power into the stone, the once dim and lifeless gem emanated a resplendent crimson light, and a series of peculiar characters materialized upon its surface. Voldemort had imparted knowledge of ancient runes to Hall, yet he found himself unable to decipher the characters, managing to grasp only 4 words: water, fire, earth, and air. These 4 elements were familiar to him, representing the fundamental forces of nature. However, their significance eluded him. It was not that these elements lacked importance, but rather that a plethora of knowledge within the magical realm intertwined with them. For instance, the delineation of the 12 zodiac signs in astronomy and certain divinatory practices were deeply rooted in these elements. They could be regarded as the very framework upon which the knowledge system of the magical world was constructed, yet mere awareness of these elements proved largely futile. It was akin to a teacher informing a student that all the material for an upcoming examination could be found within the textbook. The distinction between knowing and not knowing became negligible. Hall had not conducted any research on these texts. Voldemort merely provided Hall with a brief overview, without delving into a comprehensive explanation. Hall sees the infusion of magical energy, his hand gripping the enchanted stone so tightly that his fingers turned pale. It was truly a dilemma, a mere trifle, neither delightful nor entirely dispensable. Just as Hall was about to retire for the night, he noticed something unusual beneath his bed. Approaching with curiosity, he leaned down for a closer inspection and was astonished to discover. Hall chuckled, sensing that perhaps tomorrow he could temporarily escape Dumbledore during the Christmas holidays. A night passed in silence, the stars shifting in the sky. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Hall had already risen early. He donned a set of athletic attire and commenced his morning run. This was a habit from his previous life. Whenever he felt the weight of pressure, Hall would choose to alleviate it through running, particularly prior to his transmigration. When he faced the immense stress of college entrance examinations, he often resorted to jogging. Now that he was here, whenever Hall felt agitation in the forest, he would similarly choose running as a means of release. The rhythmic sound of his breath filled the air as he ran. After half an hour, Hall returned to his room, conjuring fresh water with a wave of his hand to wash himself. Once refreshed, he made his way downstairs, where he discovered Dumbledore and Nicodemus seated at the same table as the previous night, enjoying their breakfast. Hall did not go there. Instead, he casually selected an unoccupied table and ordered a simple sandwich from the owner, savoring it slowly in solitude. As Hall savored his sandwich, he observed Dumbledore and Nicodemus. Yet the two elderly men appeared utterly normal. They casually indulged in their meal, exchanging jokes that elicited laughter from one another, showing no signs of peculiarity whatsoever. After finishing his sandwich, Hall left some money on the table and rose to depart from the tavern. Just as he reached the entrance, Dumbledore called out to him, "Mr. Riddle, the Christmas holiday still has ample time left. Why the haste to leave?" Hall turned his head and addressed Dumbledore, saying, "Professor, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you and Mr. LeMay during this delightful Christmas holiday. Let us reconvene when school resumes. If it is agreeable, Mr. LeMay and I would be more than willing to assist you," Dumbledore replied. Hall approached and took a seat beside Dumbledore, smiling as he inquired, "Professor, are you truly willing to assist me?" "At Hogwarts, every student in need receives support," Dumbledore replied. "However, this is not Hogwarts, and you do not acquiesce to every student's requests. For instance, Harry often mutters about dismissing Professor Snape. I presume you would not entertain such a request?" Dumbledore smiled in silence. Hall paid no heed to Dumbledore's silence. From the small pouch at his waist, he produced a bottle of mead. "Professor, this bottle of mead was originally my secret purchase to enjoy quietly at Hogwarts. Since we have crossed paths today, why not share a drink?" Dumbledore glanced at the mead in Hall's hand, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the bottle. He uncorked it and brought it to his nose for a sniff, remarking, "Ah, splendid. Mead crafted from royal jelly. I often indulge in a small cup before bedtime or after breakfast." Dumbledore conjured 3 goblets and poured the mead, but only filled Hall's cup sparingly. "You are still too young. You may only partake of this modest serving," Dumbledore stated. Hall raised his cup and swiftly consumed the mead within it in one gulp. Dumbledore and Nicodemus clinked their glasses together before also partaking in the honeyed beverage. "Ah, no. No, it is I who am at fault. Please, do not." Initially composed, Dumbledore, after finishing his cup of mead, suddenly erupted into an undignified outcry, his eyes vacant, as if he had encountered the most terrifying sight of his life. Hall seized the opportunity and dashed out of the tavern, while within, all eyes were drawn to 2 elderly men who had been shouting for 5 minutes. Chapter 18. Returned to Hogwarts, Hall felt a pang of remorse for Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Thus, he observed a moment of silence for these 2 venerable figures. The previous night, Hall had discovered a boggart lurking beneath the bed in the tavern. This dark creature, capable of manifesting one's deepest fears, thrived on terror, and none had ever witnessed its true form. Voldemort had devoted considerable study to this sinister being and identified numerous applications for it. For instance, through his research, Voldemort found that if a boggart were crushed into powder and combined with the root of a mandrake, then a piercing curse cast upon the mixture could yield a potion that compelled one to confront their most horrifying visions, plunging them into chaos. This particular potion was the one Voldemort employed to safeguard one of his Horcruxes, the Locket of Slytherin. However, the potion designed to protect the Horcrux was crafted with far greater intricacy and potency. The potion Hall concocted the previous night was merely a crude approximation. Insufficient to reach Voldemort's level of sophistication, it merely induced a state of fear for 5 minutes. As long as one engaged in a brisk run prior to consuming this rudimentary concoction, they could evade its effects. Yet, 5 minutes was ample time for Hall to make his escape. Hall dashed out of the pub and made his way to the communal fire in Godric's Hollow, utilizing flow powder to depart from the scene. The vibrant green flames flickered, and Hall materialized in Hogsmeade. It was now the Christmas holiday, and with many witches and wizards having returned home, Hogsmeade appeared rather desolate. However, this solitude was of little consequence to Hall, for his destination was Hogwarts. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest sanctuary. Dumbledore would never suspect that Hall, having made a narrow escape, would dare to return to Hogwarts, which could also be deemed Dumbledore's stronghold. Through the original texts, Hall was aware of 3 secret passages connecting Hogsmeade to Hogwarts. One led from the Hog's Head into the Room of Requirement, boasting the highest degree of secrecy, likely unknown even to some professors. Yet, Hall dared not traverse this passage, for it was under the watchful eye of Aberforth Dumbledore. Although Aberforth harbored resentment towards Albus Dumbledore for his youthful association with Grindelwald, which ultimately resulted in the death of their sister Ariana, he had never betrayed his brother. In fact, Aberforth often assisted Albus in gathering intelligence. And in the year following Albus's demise, he continued to provide sustenance to the Hogwarts students concealed within the Room of Requirement. Though the brothers appeared at odds, their bond was undeniably strong. After all, should Aberforth choose to ally himself with Voldemort, as Albus's younger brother, he would undoubtedly be well compensated. He represented a crucial pawn, one whose manipulation could deliver a devastating blow to Dumbledore. As for the passage leading from Honeydukes to the third-floor corridor of Hogwarts, Hall could contemplate it, requiring merely a bit of effort to cast the disillusionment charm. Nevertheless, Hall wished to avoid arousing suspicion. Hence he opted for the third passage, the one from the Shrieking Shack to the Whomping Willow. At present, Sirius remained imprisoned in Azkaban, and Professor Lupin's whereabouts were uncertain, suggesting that it was unlikely anyone would be present in that passageway. To ensure his safety, Hall would naturally opt for the secret passage through the Scream House, for he still needed to evade pursuit for a number of days. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Tower. This morning, upon rising, Harry and Ron were greeted by the sight of their beds brimming with Christmas gifts. Ordinarily, they would have been elated. However, their joy was swiftly overshadowed when they spotted the gifts nestled beneath another bed in the dormitory. It was not the quantity of gifts that disheartened them, indeed. The offerings for that bed's occupant were meager, comprising only 3 or 4 items, a few of which were even gifts from Harry and Ron themselves. That bed had remained unoccupied since yesterday, as its owner, Hall, had not returned the previous night. Harry and Ron had eagerly awaited Hall's return from Dumbledore's office, anticipating news about Nicholas Flamel. Yet, after a long wait, Hall had still not appeared. Eventually, they inquired with Professor McGonagall, who informed them that Hall had unexpectedly requested to leave school. This revelation left Harry and Ron feeling quite dismal. Just as they had finally gleaned a hint of information regarding Nicholas Flamel, they found themselves thwarted by Hall's untimely departure for the Christmas holiday. Perhaps Hall had some urgent matter to attend to, Harry speculated. Regardless, he will return to school eventually. We can always ask him then, Ron replied. Shifting the focus back to their own Christmas presents, Ron eagerly tore open his gift, revealing a dark burgundy sweater, a hallmark of the Weasley family. Honestly, it's always dark burgundy every year. Harry unwrapped his own present, the topmost gift being a rough-hewn flute from Hagrid, which produced a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot when blown. The second gift was a small paper package from his aunt and uncle, containing a 50-pence coin, which Harry promptly gifted to Ron, who was delighted by it. From Hagrid, from my aunt and uncle, but who could possibly have sent these? Harry wondered aloud. I believe I know who this one is from, Ron replied, his cheeks flushing slightly as he pointed to a plump parcel. It's from my mother. I told her she need to worry about sending gifts, yet here is another Weasley sweater she knitted for you. Harry peeled open the parcel to reveal a thick, vibrant green hand-knit sweater alongside a large box of homemade fudge. She is simply wonderful, Harry exclaimed, savoring a piece of fudge that tasted exquisitely sweet. Next, he discovered a substantial box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, alongside 2 smaller packages, each not particularly heavy. As Harry lifted one of the small packages, he felt its lightness. Upon tearing it open, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the floor, glimmering as it settled into a heap. Ron gasped in astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, that is an extraordinary item indeed. What is it? Harry inquired. It is an invisibility cloak, Ron declared emphatically. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, prompting Ron to exclaim in excitement, Indeed. Look down at your feet. Harry glanced down and marveled as they vanished from sight. He rushed to the mirror, and indeed, his reflection revealed only his head suspended in midair, his body completely obscured. He pulled the cloak over his head, rendering himself entirely invisible. "Their essay note," Ron suddenly exclaimed, as a piece of paper slipped from the cloak. Harry removed the cloak and seized the letter, which was inscribed in an elegant, unfamiliar script. Reading, "Your father left this for me before he died. It is now time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." There was no signature. Harry stared at the note in bewilderment, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. "If I could obtain such an item, I would forsake anything else," he declared. "Anything at all." "What is the matter?" Ron asked. "Nothing," Harry replied, feeling a sense of unease. Who could have sent the cloak? Had it truly belonged to his father? Shaking off the thoughts, Harry picked up the final package, which felt slightly heavier than the one containing the cloak. He tore it open to reveal a black hardcover notebook. Flipping to the first page, he saw the inscription, "A gift from Hall to Harry Potter." It must have been a mix-up with the gifts, Harry mused. Hall likely intended this for me. Ron suggested, "I reckon Hermione is more the type to gift books, while Hall is more likely to give sweets." Harry turned to the next page, recognizing Hall's familiar handwriting. The first line read, "James Potter, born March 29, 1960. As he continued to read, Harry felt his eyes misting over, prompting him to remove his glasses and wipe them. The pages contained stories of James and Lily Potter, tales of which Harry had been previously unaware. As he absorbed Hall's writing, the image of a boy with deep red hair surfaced in Harry's mind. "Thank you, Hall." "Achoo." Hall sneezed, rubbing his nose, wondering if he had caught a chill the previous night. As he surveyed the room, Hall felt a profound sense of happiness. Hall returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage of the Shrieking Shack. Taking advantage of the early morning's tranquility, he promptly made his way to the Room of Requirement, requesting a chamber for himself. To prevent any unintended visitors from entering the room during his absence, Hall focused his thoughts on a cozy haven reminiscent of Harry Potter's quarters. Upon entering this inviting space, Hall resolved to seek out some nourishment. After all, having run for so long that morning and only having consumed a single sandwich, he felt it was time to indulge in something more satisfying, especially after his arduous journey. Fortunately, Hall had discovered the location of the Hogwarts kitchen just a week into the school year. Otherwise, he would have been left with nothing but bread to sustain him. Chapter 19. Dumbledore's suspicions in the office of Hogwarts. Upon his return, Dumbledore settled himself at his desk and produced a pensieve, placing it thoughtfully before him. With a flick of his wand, he touched his temple, drawing forth a silvery thread of memory. Gently, he deposited this strand into the pensieve and leaned forward to observe. The memory unfolded to reveal the commencement of a new school year, where Dumbledore sat at the head of the staff table, surveying a hall brimming with students, including the fresh-faced first-years entering the Great Hall. In that moment, Dumbledore's heart swelled with joy. There was nothing he cherished more than witnessing a hall filled with eager young minds. Yet, within the memory, Dumbledore's attention was not on the other faculty or even on Harry, but rather fixated on a particular boy with deep red hair. This boy approached with a calm demeanor, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary 11-year-old. As Professor McGonagall's voice resonated, one by one, the first years took their seats upon the stool, donning the sorting hat and awaiting their fates. When the name Riddle was called, the boy stepped forward, and Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the staff table, where he, Severus, and Quirrell observed this boy intently. Dumbledore's fingertips tapped rhythmically, his penetrating gaze fixed on Quirrell, before he turned his attention back to the boy. Dumbledore scrutinized the boy's expression, noting the absence of any discernible emotion. He seemed patiently resigned to the sorting, unconcerned about where he would be placed. During the sorting process, Dumbledore keenly perceived a fleeting moment of relaxation in the boy's gaze, as if a weight had been lifted. However, in the next instant, that same gaze hardened, revealing an undercurrent of anxiety. The sorting ceremony stretched on, and as the hat finally declared the boy's house, Dumbledore observed a contraction in the boy's pupils. A fleeting flicker of relief mingled with fear. The moment was so brief it could easily have been dismissed as a trick of the mind. Yet Dumbledore was certain it was no illusion. Suddenly, the world spun, and Dumbledore found himself drawn from this memory and plunged into another, this time belonging to Professor McGonagall. In this recollection, she was conducting a transfiguration class for the first years. As was her custom, Minerva transformed into a tabby cat, perching at the front of the classroom, her eyes fixed on the students. After a brief wait, Dumbledore saw the boy again. Upon entering the classroom, he greeted Miss Granger warmly, and Dumbledore noted the genuine camaraderie between them, a stark contrast to Tom, who could hardly conceal his disdain even when conversing with Muggleborns. The boy animatedly discussed transfiguration with Granger, eventually leading her to discern Minerva's true form. When it came time for practical application, Dumbledore observed the boy's earnestness as he absorbed Minerva's teachings, excelling in his tasks and swiftly meeting her expectations. It was evident he was a remarkable child, reminiscent of Tom in certain respects. As this memory concluded, Dumbledore lifted his head from the pensive and opened a drawer in his desk, retrieving a sealed vial containing another memory. Unlike the previous ones, this memory appeared thick and murky, with several dark voids marring its surface. This particular memory had been arduous to obtain, as its origin was not human, nor from a highly intelligent species. It belonged to a troll from Halloween. With great effort, Dumbledore managed to extract this troll's recollection from the girl's restroom, though it was significantly fragmented. As he opened the vial and attempted to pour the viscous memory into the pensieve, the process proved challenging, and he once again immersed himself into the depths of recollection. The imagery was indistinct, rendered in monochrome, reminiscent of an antiquated Muggle television, and the memory was devoid of sound. Despite its poor quality, the scenes remained discernible. Dumbledore observed the troll brandishing a large club in the restroom, while the boy led Miss Granger in evasive maneuvers. Numerous times, the troll's south club swung perilously close to them, and Dumbledore noted how the boy consistently positioned himself between her and danger, fully aware that he would be the first to suffer should a blow land. Eventually, the boy and Granger found themselves cornered. In a moment of resolve, the boy drew his wand, preparing to cast a spell. However, Dumbledore could see that no incantation escaped his lips, leaving the nature of the spell uncertain. The memory then plunged into darkness, only to resurface with a club descending from above, striking the troll and concluding the recollection abruptly. After absorbing these three memories, Dumbledore sat in contemplation, eyes closed, fingers still tapping rhythmically. His mind swirled with the recollections and the information he had gathered regarding the wands selected by the first-year students from Ollivander. 13 inches in length, crafted from yew, with a core of the exceedingly rare tail feather from a thestral. Yew, akin to elder, was known for its affinity for powerful magic, particularly dark arts. Thestrals, creatures visible only to those who have witnessed death, were seldom tamed. To Dumbledore's knowledge, apart from the boy, he alone possessed a wand of such caliber. The boy's wand of yew mirrored that of another once, his own. The striking resemblance between the two boys, from their magical gifts to the very materials of their wands, ignited within Dumbledore a profound unease. Yet, observing the boy's actions, he found compelling evidence to challenge his doubts. This boy possessed love in his heart. In Severus's potions class, he witnessed his friend facing unjust treatment. In defiance, he chose to stand before his friend when both their lives were threatened by a troll. Despite possessing talents that far exceeded those of his peers, he did not opt to lead them, but rather to forge friendships. However, Dumbledore remained burdened by an unshakable concern, fearful of history repeating itself. He had aged and had little time left to confront the Third Dark Lord. Thus, Dumbledore made a daring decision. He entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to the boy, a test to see if he would lose himself in the face of immortality and wealth. Upon the stone, Dumbledore cast a spell to detect whether it had been activated. Fortunately, from the moment the boy acquired the stone until Christmas, he had only activated it once, merely conducting a simple experiment. Last night, he was supposed to meet his old friend Nicholas Flamel in Godric's Hollow to discuss the handling of the stone, yet unexpectedly, he encountered the boy. During a banquet, Dumbledore attempted to invite the boy to study transfiguration, but the boy declined. Moreover, Dumbledore discovered that the boy possessed the rare skill of mind-blocking. This was a monumental revelation, a first-year student wielding such advanced magic. It incited further suspicion within Dumbledore, who began to question the boy's identity and the source of his knowledge regarding mind-blocking. That morning, Dumbledore accepted a cup of mead offered by the boy, having first sniffed it and secretly used magic to ascertain whether it contained any lethal components. The magic revealed it did not. Dumbledore and Nicholas drank the mead, only to be confronted with their greatest fears. Dumbledore beheld the specters of his long-deceased mother and sister, feeling as if they were blaming him. In those fleeting 5 minutes, he felt he had experienced hell. Dumbledore subsequently took the mead back to Hogwarts for further examination, discovering it contained elements of a boggart. This might have been a mere coincidence on the boy's part, yet Dumbledore found himself plagued by doubt. Initially, Dumbledore had feared that the boy might become the next Dark Lord, but upon learning of his mind-blocking ability, a more astonishing suspicion arose. Though he himself could scarcely believe it, Dumbledore could not help but entertain the notion that this boy might be Voldemort. Chapter 20. The Mirror of Erised. As Dumbledore sat in his office deep in thought, Harry was indulging in a feast in the kitchen. "Esteemed Mr. Riddle, please enjoy," a humble house elf said, presenting a plate of steak with a bowed head. The surrounding house elves, not to be outdone, eagerly offered their own dishes. Hall gazed at the array of exquisite dishes before him, utterly perplexed about which delicacy to savor first. It seemed that the house elf was indeed brimming with enthusiasm. Hall casually picked up a small bread roll from a plate, prompting the house elf attending the platter to let out a surprised squeal, clearly filled with excitement. The elf then retrieved a cola he had purchased from the Muggle world from his tiny bag. However, upon Hall producing the cola, the house elves suddenly began to bash their heads against the wall, incessantly uttering phrases such as, "So-and-so is useless," leaving the esteemed Mr. Riddle to prepare the beverages personally. Witnessing this, Hall could not help but feel that the house elves were indeed quite mad. All right, do not punish yourselves. I prefer to drink concoctions of my own making." Hall refrained from admitting that he disliked the beverages offered here, as such a statement would only make the house elves feel inadequate in their duties. "Now, I would like you to assist me with a task," Hall declared. At the sound of his words, the house elves ceased their self-flagellation and turned their large, pleading eyes towards Hall, eager for the chance to serve him. Hall gazed at the multitude of wide-eyed beings, pondering why they were not a gathering of adorable maidens, but rather a collection of domesticated sprites. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "I would like you to assist me during the Christmas holiday by delivering meals daily at the designated mealtime to the corridor situated between the tapestry depicting the bumbling Barnabas training a gnome to perform ballet and the life-sized vase." Can you accomplish this task? Hall could not possibly dine in the kitchen for every meal, especially since he was currently evading Dumbledore. This old man could see through even one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak, let alone Hall's own disillusionment charm. Thus, it was impractical for Hall to emerge from the room of requirement on a daily basis. "Rest assured, we shall accomplish the tasks with excellence, sir." The house elves chimed in unison. Hall felt a great sense of security regarding the loyalty of the house elves, with the exception of Dobby, who had yet to arrive. Their remarkable magic allowed them to teleport within the confines of Hogwarts, even in circumstances where apparition was prohibited, a feat that even Voldemort could not achieve. Having resolved his daily sustenance, Hall returned to the room of requirement, where he could truly relish in a state of leisure. The atmosphere here at Hogwarts is rather tranquil, in stark contrast to Harry's restless thoughts. He is preoccupied with the mystery of the invisibility cloak he received that morning, an enigma that has eluded his understanding. As night falls, Harry resolves to don the cloak and explore, particularly aiming for the restricted section of the library. Following the storyline, he narrowly avoids detection by Filch and eventually discovers the remarkable Mirror of Erised in an abandoned classroom nearby. Standing before the mirror, Harry is astonished to see reflections of others. To his left, a stunning woman with deep red hair stands, her eyes strikingly similar to his own. Beside her, to Harry's right, a tall, slender man with unruly black hair and glasses appears, a tuft of hair stubbornly sticking up, reminiscent of Harry himself. Amidst his astonishment, Harry notices a boy squatting in a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the mirror. The boy huddles away from the reflection, desperately trying to remain unseen, yet he is still visible. Harry struggles to comprehend how he even noticed this boy, who has his head buried in his knees, but he catches a glimpse of the boy's deep red hair, identical to his mother's. Harry stands transfixed before the mirror, half of his gaze fixated on his parents, while the other half lingers on the mysterious boy. The following morning, he shares his experience with Ron, who expresses irritation that Harry didn't wake him. "Tonight, you can take me. I want to see that mirror too," Ron insists eagerly. "I want to see your family," Harry responds. "I want to see all of yours as well. Point out your brothers and relatives. By the way, who do you think that mysterious boy is?" Harry inquires. "Harry, you don't know?" Ron exclaims in disbelief. Harry is baffled by Ron's surprise. He truly has no idea regarding the boy's identity. "Harry, have you been oblivious to the fact that you have a twin brother?" Ron reveals. "What? A twin brother?" Harry is genuinely unaware. Growing up with the Dursleys, he was never informed about his parents, even when they did speak of them. It was a deceitful narrative of a car accident, masking the truth that they were murdered by Voldemort. "Harry, have you never heard your own story?" Ron's question hangs awkwardly in the air. "Your mother gave birth to twins. You are the elder, and your brother has been ill since birth, residing in St. Mungo's Hospital until 10 years ago, the year you vanquished the Dark Lord. He cruelly took your parents' and your brother's life, yet somehow, he was defeated by you." Harry is stunned. He never knew that his brother perished that very night. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he retrieves a black leather notebook, A Christmas gift from Hall filled with accounts of his parents. Flipping to the back, Harry discovers passages he had yet to read. In 1980, Lily Potter gave birth to twins. In 1981, the Potter family reunited on Halloween Eve, experiencing a holiday together. As he reads these lines, a wave of emotion washes over him. He had a brother, a fact he had been utterly unaware of, who had died so young, spending his brief existence in a hospital, only to leave the world after a fleeting moment of familial love. At this moment, Harry feels compelled to learn more about his brother. Ron, what is my brother's name? Hall Potter, Ron replies. Harry echoes the name in disbelief. Oh, I knew you would react this way, Ron says, clearly familiar with Harry's surprise. You must be thinking of Hall, right? He is an orphan, named by the director of the orphanage, as he once told me. There are many people with the same name in the world. Listening to Ron's words, Harry begins to find solace, concluding that it must merely be a coincidence. Over the following days, Harry visits the abandoned classroom each night to gaze into the Mirror of Erised, his thoughts consistently revolving around his brother, Hall Potter. He longs to see his brother's face, yet Hall remains huddled in the corner, his head down, just as before. By day, Harry peruses the notebook Hall gifted him, realizing how little he understands about his own family, even the number of its members. One evening, as he stands before the mirror, he is startled by a voice. Back again, Harry? His heart sinks as he turns to find none other than Albus Dumbledore seated at a nearby table. In his eagerness to see the mirror, he had overlooked Dumbledore entirely. I didn't see you, sir, Harry stammers. Strange, isn't it? Even after becoming invisible, you still seem to be nearsighted, Dumbledore comments with a smile, prompting Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. So, you've discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erised, just like countless others before you. Dumbledore continues as he slides off the table to sit on the floor beside Harry. I suppose you now understand its magical properties? It shows me my family, Harry replies. And it allowed Ron to see himself as the head boy. How did you know? Dumbledore asks gently. I don't need an invisibility cloak to be unseen, he adds. Now, can you ponder what the mirror reveals to us all? Harry shakes his head, prompting Dumbledore to elaborate. The happiest individuals can use the mirror as a mere reflection of themselves, seeing their true image. Do you grasp anything from this? Harry contemplates deeply. Then he spoke slowly. The mirror reveals to us what we desire most, regardless of what that may be. True and not true, Dumbledore gently interjected. It merely reflects our deepest and most fervent longings. You have never seen your family, hence you envision them surrounding you. Ron Weasley has always felt overshadowed by his brothers, so he perceives himself standing alone, the most distinguished among them. However, this mirror imparts no wisdom nor unveils the truth. People squander their days before it, entranced by what they see, even driven to madness, for they cannot discern whether what lies within the mirror is real or attainable. Professor Dumbledore, may I pose a question? Harry inquired. Dumbledore chuckled. Why? You just did. But you may ask me another. Could you tell me about Hall? Harry asked. He is an exceptional child. Remarkably gifted in magic at a young age, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he seemed to recall something about potions. And quite innovative in that regard. I can say with certainty that he will be among the most brilliant students Hogwarts has seen this century. Professor Dumbledore, Harry interrupted. I was not referring to Riddle, but to my brother Hall Potter. Dumbledore paused, a glimmer of tears in his azure eyes. He is an unfortunate child. I met him when he was young. He bears a striking resemblance to Lily. All right, I understand, Professor, Harry said, lowering his gaze. Now, Harry, it is time for you to don this marvelous invisibility cloak and return to your dormitory for rest. Tomorrow, the mirror will be moved, and I hope you will not seek it out. Even should you inadvertently stumble upon it one day, do not allow yourself to become ensnared by its illusory deceptions. The mirror reflects nothing more than mere illusions. Professor Dumbledore, what did you see when you looked into the mirror? Harry asked. I saw a pair of thick woolen socks. Harry's eyes widened. Socks are never enough, Dumbledore said. Christmas has come and gone, and I received not a single pair. People insist on gifting me books. In the days that followed, Harry enjoyed a delightful Christmas, as did Hall in the Room of Requirement. Expelliarmus. A 10-centimeter thick wooden board shattered, splinters scattering. On the second day of Christmas, Hall summoned a house elf, instructing it to retrieve an old second-hand potions textbook from the potions classroom cupboard. Indeed, the magic of house elves is formidable. Their ability to apparate at will provided Hall the opportunity to acquire the Half-Blood Prince's used textbook. After several mix-ups, Hall finally secured Snape's old tome. Hall eagerly flipped to the page detailing the disarming charm and began to practice this powerful and subtly offensive magic. This spell, indeed, falls within the realm of dark magic. Had it not been for the counter curse associated with it, which allows for healing, it would not merely be one of the 3 unforgivable curses, but rather the 4th. After several days of diligent practice, Hall had begun to grasp the essence of the disarming charm, for it is a spell that is easy to learn yet challenging to master. In the original narrative, Harry nearly incapacitated Draco with it upon his first attempt. Had it not been for Snape's intervention, Draco would likely have met a grim fate. As the end of the holiday approached, Hall glanced at the time. He began to gather his belongings, as the opening feast of the new term was but a few hours away. Following the Christmas break, all students returned to Hogwarts. And among them were some freshmen who, after a brief separation, were delighted to reunite. "Hall, you really are something. You promised to return and tell us about Nicodemus. Yet here you are, having vanished." Ron grumbled with a hint of irritation. "Wasn't it just a sudden matter?" Hall replied, feeling somewhat sheepish, as he recalled having indeed promised to share more about Nicodemus upon his return. "By the way, did you enjoy the Christmas gifts I sent you?" Hall: "Thank you for the gift," Harry responded, genuinely pleased. "The chocolate was delicious. Now, do tell us, who exactly is Nicodemus?" Ron urged. Hall looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who gazed at him with eager anticipation. Deliberately crossing his arms, Hall said, "Well, I shall reluctantly share this with you." At his tone, the trio simultaneously rolled their eyes, to which Hall merely smiled. Nicholas Flamel is the alchemy professor at the French wizarding school, Beauxbatons, and he is also a world-renowned alchemist. Furthermore, he is the sole remaining possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. "What stone?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Hall replied. "The Philosopher's Stone is a product of alchemy, a wondrous substance endowed with astonishing properties. It can transmute any metal into pure gold and also create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it, though one must continue to partake of it." Harry and his companions simultaneously gasped in astonishment. "A stone that could produce gold and bestow eternal life," Harry exclaimed. "No wonder Snape has been so intent on stealing it. Everyone desires to possess it." Hall looked at Harry, barely suppressing a laugh, and said, "Harry, why do you harbor such animosity towards Professor Snape? Are you so certain that he intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone? You are adorably naive, haha. We have our reasons. Snape sought to pilfer the stone and was subsequently bitten by the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, which guards it." Observing Hall's disbelief, Harry endeavored to produce evidence. Yet, seeing the expression on Hall's face, Harry realized that Hall remained unconvinced of Snape's intentions. Chapter 22. A conversation with Voldemort. A new term heralded a fresh beginning. During these past few days, Hall had felt remarkably at ease, as neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort had sought him out, and Hall was disinclined to court danger. One day, while seated in the library, he immersed himself in the revelations of alchemical texts, delving into the enigmatic symbols inscribed upon the Philosopher's Stone. Remarkably, his recent studies had afforded him considerable insight into these characters. Alchemists believe that the world is composed of 4 fundamental elements: water, fire, earth, and air. They endeavor to explore the arrangement of these elements to forge new substances, ultimately aspiring to create a new world through their combinations. However, alchemy has fallen into decline, as countless geniuses over the centuries have labored in vain to conjure new elements. At present, the pinnacle of alchemical achievement is represented by Nicholas Flamel, who successfully harnessed the 4 basic elements to create the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, even the stone does not create new elements. Transforming metal into gold merely entails the stone consuming the other components within the metal, leaving behind only gold. As for the elixir of life, it simply replenishes the elements lost by the human body over the passage of time. It can be said that alchemy has made no significant progress over the past few centuries. The aspiration to create a world through alchemy is akin to the capabilities of an adult, while current alchemical techniques resemble nothing more than an embryo in the womb. Consequently, the magical community has long regarded alchemy with disdain, viewing it as a mere illusion of magic, an unattainable fantasy. Despite its tarnished reputation over the centuries, no one can deny that alchemy has given rise to the myriad branches of modern magic. Potions, transfiguration, charms, and divination. These disciplines are inextricably linked to alchemical principles. Closing the book, Hall found himself astonished by the true nature of alchemy. He even contemplated whether he should seek out Nicholas Flamel while he was still alive to discuss alchemical practices. Even if Hall did not intend to delve deeply into alchemy, Engaging with this art, which has spawned countless magical branches, could only prove beneficial. Indeed, powerful wizards, such as Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald, and even the four founders of Hogwarts, along with Merlin, have conducted extensive studies on alchemy. This enduring interest, despite its dubious reputation, is one reason it has persisted throughout the ages. However, as Hall recalled the honey mead he had offered to Nicholas Flamel on Christmas Day, he hoped fervently that Flamel would not come to Hogwarts seeking vengeance. Hall lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and stretched languidly to ease his muscles. He noticed Hagrid entering the library, still clad in that incongruous moleskin coat. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" Hall approached Hagrid and gave his arm a gentle pat, unable to reach his shoulder. Hagrid seemed startled, turning to see Hall. "Oh, it's you, Hall," he said, his gaze a bit uneasy. "I'm just having a look around, just having a look." Hall noticed that Hagrid seemed to be concealing something behind him. So he pointed in another direction and exclaimed, "Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid was indeed deceived, and Hall swiftly retrieved the item hidden in Hagrid's hand. "What is this?" Hall pondered as he examined the object he had taken from Hagrid. It was a reading list detailing the various breeds of dragons found in Britain and Ireland, encompassing everything from dragon eggs to hell, along with a guide on dragon husbandry. Upon seeing Hall snatch the reading list from his grasp, Hagrid hurriedly attempted to reclaim it, insisting, "It's nothing. You should focus on your studies and not let such matters distract you." Hogwarts raised his head and smiled at Hagrid, saying, "I never would have guessed, Hagrid, that you aspire to keep a dragon. Pray, what breed do you intend to acquire?" Hagrid, looking somewhat uneasy, replied, "Well, Hall, don't you find me rather peculiar? While other wizards choose to care for less dangerous creatures, I seem to gravitate toward the more fearsome magical beings." "Hagrid," Hall reassured him, "this merely reflects one's unique interests. There is nothing inherently wrong with your desire to raise a dragon. However, should you choose to embark on this endeavor, it is imperative that you take responsibility to ensure the dragon does not pose a threat to others, nor attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic." After a moment of contemplation, Hall added, "Ron has a brother who specializes in dragon studies. I believe he is based in Romania. You might consider reaching out to Ron. Given your rapport, I am certain he would assist you in making the necessary connections." "Oh, thank you, Hall. You truly are a kind soul," Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Hall noticed that Madame Pants in the library was casting increasingly unfriendly glances in their direction, prompting him to hastily escort Hagrid out of the library. Once they returned to the cottage, Hall intended to head back to the castle. However, on his way, he encountered Quirrell. "Master wants to speak with you." "In the Forbidden Forest," Quirrell stated before proceeding into the woods, with Hall following closely behind. Upon reaching the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell removed his headscarf, revealing the face of Voldemort. "Hall, it has been a long time since we last conversed like this," Voldemort remarked. Kneeling partially, Hall pondered what Voldemort wished to discuss. Was it about infiltrating Gryffindor or the Philosopher's Stone? "Father, I have followed your instructions and established a rapport with Harry Potter," Hall said. It was prudent to be cautious. Who knew what Voldemort truly intended? "Indeed. I appreciate your diligence," Voldemort replied, "but I sense your attention straying towards individuals outside my directives, particularly that mud-blood girl from Gryffindor." "Hermione?" Hall attempted to interject. Yet Voldemort interrupted him. "I observed your closeness with that mud-blood during the feast. Later, during the incident orchestrated by me, when Quirrell released the troll into Hogwarts. You were fiercely protecting her in the girls' restroom." As Voldemort spoke, his tone grew increasingly intense. "You are of noble blood, my only heir, and a descendant of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. Do not tell me you harbor feelings for that mudblood, huh?" Listening to Voldemort's words, Hall felt a peculiar sensation. Were he truly unaware of the situation, he might have perceived Voldemort as a father cautioning his son against straying from the righteous path. Yet, Hall knew Voldemort was not his progenitor. What fueled Voldemort's fury? "Father, my feelings towards Hermione are not as you presume. I merely seek to connect with Harry Potter through her," Hall explained. He realized that now was not the time to contemplate Voldemort's thoughts, but rather to clarify his position. "You understand that Dumbledore is quite vigilant regarding Harry, hence I cannot approach him directly. I must navigate through others to lessen Dumbledore's suspicions." Voldemort seemed to find Hall's rationale compelling and gestured for him to continue. "At the beginning of the term, even prior to your directive, I successfully forged a supposed friendship with Harry Potter. However, I noticed Dumbledore's keen interest in him, which necessitated my indirect approach. That day, when I witnessed Harry and his friends driving Hermione away, I recognized an opportunity to comfort her, thereby facilitating her friendship with Harry. In this manner, I too, as the intermediary, would become friends with Harry, thus evading Dumbledore's scrutiny. Hall's imagination flourished, casting a mundane occurrence in a darker light. Aided by his prior encounters with cynical wisdom, after a moment of contemplation, Voldemort spoke. Very well, let us hope it unfolds as you suggest. Tonight, you shall leave your dormitory and meet me here. I will take you hunting for unicorns. Chapter 23, The Obstruction. Accompanying Hall to hunt unicorns. He noted that unicorns were no ordinary magical creatures, classified as a 4-star magical being. Despite their high ranking, their actual prowess paled in comparison to that of trolls and sphinxes. Wizards esteemed unicorns for their grace and purity, which accounted for their elevated status. While lacking in combat strength, the unicorn's horn, hair, and blood possessed formidable magical properties, rendering them exceedingly valuable. A unicorn's horn could fetch 21 galleons in Diagon Alley, equivalent to over 1,000 yuan in Chinese currency, essentially making a unicorn a living treasure trove. Thus, unscrupulous wizards frequently resorted to illegal hunting of unicorns. However, capturing a unicorn was no simple feat. Their speed rendered them elusive, making it nearly impossible for ordinary wizards to catch them. Yet Voldemort was no ordinary wizard. He was renowned as the most fearsome dark wizard. Even in his current weakened state, hunting a unicorn posed no challenge for him. Hall was aware that Voldemort sought to procure the Philosopher's Stone by resorting to the consumption of unicorn blood to sustain himself during the latter semester of that academic year. However, while unicorn blood could prolong one's life, it would inevitably curse and erode one's soul, rendering one eternally ensnared. To be candid, Hall harbored no aversion towards the hunting of unicorns. It was merely a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Voldemort acted out of necessity. Akin to a lion preying upon a rabbit or a pack of wolves hunting sheep, this is the law of nature. Yet, while consuming unicorn blood may grant the gift of life, it is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, undoubtedly leading to the forfeiture of far more significant treasures. Of course, these treasures might hold immense value for some, while for others, they are inconsequential. Voldemort belonged to the latter category. Nevertheless, it was said that the horn of a unicorn possesses detoxifying properties, and that crafting it into utensils could serve as a means to detect poison during meals. Hall was quite enamored with the idea of owning a dagger fashioned from a unicorn's horn. As night fell, Hall quietly arose from his slumber and cast the disillusionment charm to exit the castle. Although this spell consumed considerable magical energy, it was a worthy endeavor to evade the watchful eyes of Filch and his feline companion. The night was splendid, despite the absence of a bright moon. The sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. In his previous life, Hall had not resided in a bustling metropolis, yet with the advancement of society, he vaguely recalled the summer nights of his childhood spent outdoors, where he had marveled at the vast expanse of stars. In those innocent days, he would count the stars above while his parents fanned themselves nearby, chuckling as they watched their child engage in this delightful pastime. Hall stood in the forbidden forest, gazing at the myriad stars adorning the night sky, and his thoughts began to drift far away. He pondered the well-being of his parents and loved ones from his past life. Were his mentors and friends in good health? At that moment, Hall sensed a peculiar emptiness within him, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of melancholy. A sudden cough drew him back to reality, interrupting his wandering thoughts. As Hall glanced over, he found that Chilo had somehow already positioned himself beside him. Clad in a loose black robe and adorned with a hood, Chilo resembled a wraith. "Young master, the master is ready. May I inquire if you are prepared?" Chilo inquired respectfully. Hall remained silent, merely patting his small bag to indicate that he was well prepared. Chilo chuckled softly, bowing slightly to Hall, and remarked, "It seems I have overthought this. As the master's son, how could you possibly make such a blunder?" Hall thought to himself, "It is unexpected that Chilo is such a sycophant. His words not only flattered me but also indirectly praised Voldemort." With a faint smile, Hall said nothing but retrieved from his small bag a loose-fitting black robe identical to that of Quirrell, which he then donned. Subsequently, Quirrell and Hall ventured into the Forbidden Forest. This mystical woodland is home to a plethora of enchanting creatures, some of which are exceedingly perilous. Indeed, many of these beings were brought here by Hagrid, such as the Acromantula. Had it not been for Aragog's respect for Hagrid over the past 50 years, restraining his offspring from harming the wizards within the castle, Hogwarts would likely have faced an assault from the Acromantula long ago. It is worth noting that only a year has passed since Aragog's demise, and already his offspring have aligned themselves with Voldemort, aiding him during the final battle at Hogwarts. Perhaps Aragog was acutely aware of Dumbledore's formidable prowess and temperament, should one of his descendants venture forth to slay a Hogwarts student. The following day's Daily Prophet headline would undoubtedly read, Dumbledore versus Acromantula. Countless slain, Hogwarts commences mass production of Acromantula venom. But I digress. As for the hunt for the unicorn, Hall felt that his presence or absence made little difference, considering that in the original story, Voldemort had succeeded in hunting one alone. Hall surmised that he had been summoned merely to broaden his horizons, as his practical experience with magical creatures was virtually non-existent. Before him stood a unicorn, radiant with a silvery hue, exuding an air of sanctity. Yet, for reasons unknown, unicorns typically flee upon encountering wizards unless they perceive an opportunity to overcome them. It was evident that Voldemort was no ordinary adversary that a mere adult unicorn could vanquish, even in his weakened state. His combat skills and magical knowledge were unparalleled. Having only been at it for a short while, the unicorn was already battered and bruised, its silvery blood pooling on the ground. Strands of unicorn hair clung to the branches of surrounding flora. Most critically, the unicorn's most formidable weapon, its horn, had been shattered by Voldemort. To the discerning eye, it was clear that the unicorn was on the brink of collapse, yet it stubbornly continued to fight against Voldemort. This unicorn is nearing its end. The next step is yours, Hall, Voldemort remarked, recognizing the creature's impending defeat and delegating the task to Hall. Holding his wand, Hall gazed at the unicorn before him. Despite its battered form, it seemed to glare at him, at least, that was Hall's impression. One of the unseen. Without hesitation, Hall unleashed this formidable spell. Though the unicorn was grievously injured, an inexplicable force compelled it to resist the intruder, leaving Hall wary and cautious. Bang! The spell was evaded by the unicorn, crashing into the ground and creating a 3-foot-deep crater. Hall was not taken aback. The unicorn was remarkably agile, capable of dodging even the swift and lethal one of the unseen. With obstacles aplenty, he swiftly countered the unicorn's attempt to kick him. Flames erupted fiercely. A blaze as thick as a human arm shot forth from Hall's wand. Though the unicorn was nimble, its injuries hindered its former swiftness, and it barely managed to leap away from the inferno. Thud. The unicorn landed, its gaze fixed intently on Hall. Its once silver coat was now charred black from the flames. Stripped of its previous sanctity, Hall was acutely aware of the unicorn's formidable strengths, thus he dared not grant it the opportunity to unleash its power. As the unicorn descended, Hall swiftly raised his hand, conjuring a stream of crystalline water alongside a freezing spell. He effectively immobilized the unicorn's limbs, rendering it incapable of movement. Well executed, Voldemort remarked, commending Hall's timing in the use of the spells and his adeptness in leveraging his strengths. Voldemort approached the unicorn, his hand poised at its neck. At that moment, a young unicorn emerged from the nearby thicket, its golden mane signifying its youth. Observing the delicate creature, Voldemort brandished his wand, casually uttering the incantation, Avada Kedavra. A ghastly green light erupted forth. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and the unicorn that had been frozen rushed forward, its silvery form marred with singed marks, intercepting the lethal curse. As the brilliance faded, darkness enveloped the surroundings once more. The once vibrant body lay lifeless on the ground, its eyes devoid of vitality yet still gazing at the golden unicorn. Chapter 24, Contemplation. Avada Kedavra. Another wave of ghastly green light struck, and the young golden unicorn succumbed, its eyes losing their spark as they stared blankly into the eyes of the adult unicorn. This scene seemed to resonate with a memory from the past, a moment when a mother, in a desperate bid to shield her child, sacrificed her own life to obstruct that very green light. Hall was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two figures before him, one golden and one silver, one large and one small. A sense of disorientation washed over him. Ah, yet another diminutive unicorn has arrived. Voldemort observed the two unicorns at his feet, a hint of delight evident in his words. Indeed, for Voldemort, having a unicorn presented to him so readily was cause for elation. He bent down, his hooded head lowering to the neck of the adult unicorn, voraciously drinking its blood. Hall gazed silently for a long while, perhaps at a loss for words. Was he not? This is the law of the jungle. This is the law of the jungle. This is the law of the jungle. Hall incessantly repeated this phrase in his mind. However, with each repetition, he felt an increasing sense of inexplicable turmoil within. Despite the years of mental fortification, outwardly, Hall appeared utterly serene, betraying none of the inner tumult and tempestuous emotions that raged within. After Voldemort had consumed the blood of two unicorns, he rose to his feet, remarking, "The unicorn's horns are immensely valuable. Hall, my son, you may take them at your leisure." "No, "Thank you, Father," Hall replied. "I believe we should hasten back to the castle. I fear that if we linger too long, we may attract unwanted attention." Voldemort pondered this for a moment and found merit in Hall's words. "Very well, we shall part ways," he declared, and with that, Voldemort departed alone, leaving Hall standing there. Hall gazed at the two unicorns lying on the ground, surrounded by the marks left by their fierce struggle. He approached the lifeless bodies and knelt before them. "Forgive me," he murmured under the tranquil night, with a gentle breeze whispering through the air. Within the forbidden forest, Hall carefully placed the unicorn's remains into the large pit he had dug. Their eyes remained locked in a final gaze, and though devoid of life, Hall felt an inexplicable, potent energy emanating from within them. Hall waved his wand, and the previously disturbed earth soared into the air, subsequently enveloping the remains of the unicorns. Hall retrieved the magic stone from his small bag. Gazing at the deep pit before him, now devoid of any discernible marks, perhaps there truly exists something more precious than immortality and wealth in this world. "I am grateful to you all for imparting this wisdom to me. Thank you," Hall expressed. Harry noticed that in recent days, his friend Hall Riddle seemed to be in a somewhat melancholic state. This morning, upon rising, he discovered that Hall was still in bed, a deviation from his usual early rising routine. During Transfiguration class, Harry observed Hall lost in thought. When Professor McGonagall instructed the class to practice, Hall remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious. In Potions class, as Harry and Hall sat together, Snape began the potion brewing session. To Harry's astonishment, Hall made a mistake. He continued stirring when he should have ceased, and neglected to add the snake fangs that were required. Consequently, Snape deducted points from Harry, citing that as Hall's desk partner, he had failed to assist his classmate. The class had long since grown accustomed to Professor Snape's favoritism towards Hall. At lunchtime, seated at the Gryffindor table were Harry, Hall, Hermione, and Ron. "Hall, what troubles you?" Harry inquired, concern etched on his face. Hall seemed to have been roused from a reverie, turning his gaze toward Harry and inquiring. "What is it, Harry?" Harry asked. "What has been troubling you lately?" Ron interjected. "You've been rather distracted these past few days, much like last semester." Concern etched on her face, Hermione asked, "Hall, are you unwell?" "Nothing significant. I merely lack an appetite," Hall replied, hastily setting down his knife and fork, leaving a substantial portion of food untouched on his plate. He then departed alone. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, indicating their mutual confusion. At the head table, a pair of azure eyes peered through crescent-shaped spectacles at the boy who had just left. Suddenly, a barn owl swooped in, landing on Ron's seat. Ron retrieved a note from the owl and, upon unfolding it, found himself utterly astonished. "Harry, Hagrid has a dragon," Ron whispered urgently, passing the note to Harry and Hermione for their perusal. Harry examined the note pinned in Hagrid's distinctive handwriting. "Dear Ron, I heard from Hall that your brother Charlie Weasley is studying dragons in Romania. I have a dragon egg here and hope you can contact him. Once the dragon hatches, I would like him to take it away, as I cannot keep it any longer. Additionally, I hope you can come to witness the hatching tonight." "This is illegal," Ron exclaimed. The Wizarding Congress passed a law in 1709 prohibiting the keeping of dragons, a fact well known to all. If we were to raise a dragon in our backyard, it would be nearly impossible to keep it from Muggles' notice, and dragons are notoriously difficult to tame, posing a significant danger. You should see the burn scars on Charlie. They are remnants of his encounters with wild dragons in Romania. While Harry and the others were in a frenzy over Hagrid's dragon, Hall remained in a state of tranquility. Hall arrived at the library and retrieved the book on alchemy that he had previously perused from the shelf. He was indeed reading, though he was uncertain whether he could manage to finish a page in a mere 5 seconds. After approximately an hour of flipping through the book several times, Mrs. Pants was nearly ready to expel Hall from the library. Consequently, Hall departed from the library. Hall wandered aimlessly through the castle, uncertain of his destination. Before he realized it, he found himself standing before the door of Snape's office. Hall was about to walk away when he suddenly recalled that Snape's wand was still in his possession. He knocked on the door. Tap, tap. Snape opened the office door, glanced at Hall without uttering a word, and turned back inside, leaving the door ajar. "Professor, here is your wand from earlier," Hall said, retrieving the wand from his small bag and offering it to Snape. Snape accepted the wand and set it aside, fixing his gaze on Hall. "Why have you been so distracted in class these past few days?" he inquired. "I am not feeling well," Hall replied. "Why is that?" Snape pressed. "Professor, what do you believe is the most important thing in one's life?" Hall asked. Snape fell silent for a moment before responding. "In my youth, I believed my ideals and ambitions were of utmost importance, but But later I realized that this was not the case, though by then it was too late. Perhaps it is the things we cannot attain that hold the greatest significance. I'm sorry, Professor, Hall said, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Snape. And you? What troubles you of late? Snape asked. Nothing much. I just find myself reminiscing about my mother, Hall replied. Snape suddenly appeared restless, his gaze wandering. And he spoke somewhat casually. Your mother is. I mean, your mother. I am an orphan, Professor, Hall interjected. I grew up in an orphanage, raised by the headmaster. I do not know who my mother is. Which orphanage did you grow up in? Snape inquired. Are you attempting to investigate me? Hall remarked. The orphanage has been reduced to ruins in a devastating fire. That very day coincided with my journey aboard the Hogwarts Express. Following this, Hall turned and exited Snape's office. Chapter 25. Snape's distress. The boy before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily, save for those striking eyes. At the feast marking the beginning of the school year, as the boy underwent the sorting hat ceremony, Snape found himself transported back in time, witnessing Lily's own sorting. Gryffindor. Indeed, Lily had also been sorted into Gryffindor, while he himself had been placed in Slytherin. After the conclusion of the opening feast, Snape sought out Dumbledore. Though he felt averse to the encounter, he approached Dumbledore to request information regarding the boy, knowing well that Dumbledore possessed the records of every new student. Severus. You believe this boy bears a striking likeness to Lily, do you not? Dumbledore inquired. Snape remained impassive, merely reiterating his earlier request for the information. Dumbledore retrieved a piece of parchment from his drawer, upon which was a photograph of the boy with deep crimson hair. The lad remained still, yet his eyes wandered aimlessly. Snape took the document, which clearly detailed the boy's background. Hollardell, born in 1980, remains an orphan with an undisclosed birthday, having grown up in an orphanage. His wand, measuring 13 inches, is crafted from purple wood and contains a core made from the feather of a nightmare. Is that all? Snape furrowed his brow, unable to believe it. Just this much? Dumbledore placed his hands atop his head, fingers drumming incessantly. Severus, this boy reminds me of someone. How should I put it? He resembles Voldemort when I first encountered him. At that age, they bear an uncanny likeness. What do you propose we do? Snape replied. Eliminate the boy? Oh no, Severus. I would never resort to such needless slaughter. I merely harbor concerns. You know well that I am quite old, Dumbledore responded, fretting over the possibility of the boy becoming the next Dark Lord. Snape, losing his composure, retorted, by your logic, aren't you also akin to the Dark Lord? Dumbledore regarded Snape with calmness, remaining silent. You are a genius. Having witnessed other geniuses succumb to darkness, do you wish to extinguish all brilliance? Snape's voice conveyed a hint of anger. This boy merely exhibits exceptional talent. Severus, your words ring true. It appears that, as an old man, I have grown too rigid. Dumbledore conceded. That evening, Snape found himself in a heated argument with Dumbledore, to the extent that days later, he realized he had inadvertently neglected to prioritize Lily's son in favor of this boy. During his first potions class with the Gryffindor newcomers, Snape observed Harry and Hollardell in the classroom. If only Harry possessed Lily's deep red hair like Hollardell's, it would certainly be preferable to his resemblance to that arrogant James Potter, aside from his eyes. Throughout the lesson, Snape posed several simple questions to Harry. Questions that Lily would have effortlessly answered had she prepared in advance. Gazing at Harry's face, so reminiscent of James Potter's, Snape deducted a point from Harry without hesitation. At that moment, he heard a voice protest, that's not fair. Snape's anger ignited. After all these years, how dare someone challenge him in his own classroom? Dumbledore himself would not dare. Turning toward the source of the voice, he noticed the boy standing Hollardell. Snape momentarily froze, then swiftly regained his composure, fixating on Hollardell. Oh, Riddle, do you have something to say? The boy boldly criticized Snape's actions, openly defying him. By rights, as a professor of Hogwarts and head of Slytherin, Snape could have sent the defiant student to detention and deducted 50 points, with Professor McGonagall having no grounds to object. Yet, Snape was reminded of an afternoon many years prior, shortly after he had completed an exam, when he clashed with James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and that little rat, Peter. Despite his own strength, he was outnumbered and swiftly vanquished, subjected to their ridicule. In his moment of fury, it was Lily who stood up for him, not his friends in Slytherin, who remained too composed, prioritizing self-preservation. Lily faced James Potter, scolding him just as this boy now stood before Harry Potter, chastising Snape. Snape could not forget the careless words he had uttered in a fit of impulsive anger. That moment marked the second greatest regret of his life. The first was revealing the prophecy he overheard to the Dark Lord, followed by countless pleas for Lily's forgiveness, which she never granted. "I will change. I will change, Lily, I promise," Snape murmured to Hollerdale, as if addressing Lily from beyond. On the day of the Quidditch match, Snape was aware that Harry would participate, yet he suddenly felt disinclined to arrive early. He wished to gaze upon the Mirror of Erised, to see Lily and express his commitment to change. Knowing Dumbledore had placed the mirror in an abandoned classroom beside the library, Snape easily located it. He beheld Lily within the mirror's depths, witnessing a youthful Severus Snape and Lily Evans standing hand in hand, united in that moment. Tears streamed down Snape's face. The last time he had wept was a decade ago, upon learning of Lily's death. He crouched before the mirror, hands covering his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, after a protracted period of weeping, he turned and spotted a figure at the door. His tear-blurred vision led him to believe it was Lily. Yet, alas, it was not. It was Hollerdale. Snape's first instinct was to prevent him from discovering the truth, to subdue him and cast a memory charm. However, he clearly underestimated Hollerdale's prowess. And in mere moments, he found himself overpowered. In that moment, Snape recalled Dumbledore's words about this boy potentially becoming the third Dark Lord. When Hollerdale finally allowed Snape to leave, Snape's thoughts were not on his wand, but rather on the unsettling possibility that Dumbledore might be right. Seated in his office, Snape grasped his wand, extracting a strand of memory silver from his temple and placing it into his pensieve. With a heavy heart, he cast a lingering glance at the now invisible Hollerdale, then at the memory strand within the pensieve. Ah. Chapter 26. A night of emotion. Several weeks had passed since the unicorn hunt, and Hollerdale had devoted himself solely to the study of alchemy. Whether for the Philosopher's Stone or for future strength, alchemy was an indispensable pursuit for him. Additionally, during these weeks, Hollerdale had been diligently practicing potion brewing and transfiguration. Although he had learned these from Voldemort, he lacked the opportunity for practical application due to a scarcity of potion ingredients and wands. One day, while engrossed in research on animagi, he was approached by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Hollerdale, how is it coming along?" Ron extended his swollen, green-tinged finger for Hollerdale's inspection. "This is from a Norwegian ridgeback bite. Why didn't you go to the hospital wing immediately?" Hollerdale examined Ron's injured finger closely. Fortunately, the Norwegian ridgeback was still young, and the venom was not overly potent. Otherwise, had he delayed treatment for a day, amputation would have been necessary, followed by a potion to regrow it. "Really?" Ron exclaimed, anxious. "It's Norbert." "Norbert? That S. Hagrid's dragon, which hatched a few weeks ago. A Norwegian ridgeback," Harry explained. "Forget about that for now, Hollerdale. Do you have a remedy?" Hermione inquired. "I do have a solution, but I believe it would be best for Ron to seek Madame Pomfrey. My approach might be a tad more painful," Hollerdale replied, rummaging through his bag. "Ron, apply this ointment to your wound, once in the morning and once at night. Next, I shall prepare the antidote. For some of the ingredients may need to be purchased fresh." Ron took the ointment from Hall's hand and applied a small amount to his wound. As soon as Ron smeared the ointment on the injury, a searing sensation coursed through his body. "It hurts so much, Hall. Is there any way to lessen the pain?" Hall rolled his eyes at Ron and remarked, "I warned you that it would hurt more here. Now, just endure it for a moment. Harry, Hermione, please gather these items. Some can be obtained from Hagrid, as a few of them can indeed be found within the Forbidden Forest." Hall wrote down a dozen potion ingredients on a piece of paper and handed it to Harry and Hermione. "So, how does Hagrid intend to deal with that Norwegian ridgeback?" Hall inquired. "Charlie's already arranged for us. At midnight on Saturday, his friends will come to the highest tower to take Norbert away," Harry replied. "Hall, are you coming to see him that day? You haven't met Norbert yet." "Forget it. Staying up late to see a dragon could very well result in getting caught by Filch and losing points." Hall waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, Harry, we're at the stage of growth. Staying up late will hinder our height. I've noticed you haven't grown much." "I certainly don't want to follow in your footsteps." "Haven't I grown much?" Harry retorted. In truth, Hall was right. We shouldn't venture out at night, as it violates Hogwarts regulations. "We ought to refrain from such actions," Hermione asserted. Come Saturday night, Hall was comfortably nestled in his dormitory bed, relishing a peaceful slumber. When suddenly he was jolted awake. As Hall groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a pink figure standing by his bedside. Upon rubbing his eyes for clarity, he was astonished to discover it was Hermione. "How delightful!" Hall instinctively voiced his admiration. Hermione, who had initially come to seek Hall as company, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Nevertheless, she spoke resolutely. Hall, Norbert is to be sent away tonight. Harry has gone to see him. We must intervene. Hall first cleared his throat awkwardly, then turned to Hermione and said, This is a more suitable place for conversation, lest we disturb them. He gestured towards Ron, Seamus, and Neville, who were sleeping soundly like logs, and then he and Hermione made their way to the common room. Inside the common room, the fireplace crackled warmly, and Hall and Hermione settled by its side. How did you know Harry went to see Norbert? Hall inquired with curiosity, realizing that despite sharing a dormitory with Harry, it was Hermione who informed him of Harry's departure. Hall underestimated his own ability to remain unfazed while asleep. Around 11 o'clock, I was sitting here reading, Hermione replied. Take care of yourself, and don't stay up too late, Hall advised. All right, Hermione said, her cheeks flushing. I was reading, and then I noticed Harry coming down with the invisibility cloak. When I asked him what he was up to, he stammered, and I knew right away. Oh, Hermione, I didn't realize you were quite astute, Hall remarked. Well, it's time to get some rest now, he added, intending to catch up on sleep. Hey, Hall, why don't you go check on Harry? Hermione urged, stamping her foot and tugging at Hall's arm. Hall, with a swift motion, tapped Hermione on the forehead, exclaiming, Why are you being so dense? Harry possesses an invisibility cloak. Who could possibly find him? Hermione puffed her cheeks in indignation and retorted, We cannot simply sit idly by and do nothing. Hall was amused by Hermione's demeanor and remarked, Hermione, consider this, even if Harry were captured. It would merely cost us a few points. However, if we were to be apprehended as well, Gryffindor could forget about winning the House Cup. Observing Hermione's slightly disheartened expression, Hall suppressed a chuckle. Noticing that the spot where he had playfully tapped her forehead had turned somewhat red, he reached out to gently rub it, asking, Are you all right? Does it hurt? Hermione then inquired, Hall, what made you choose to befriend me? Hall paused, his hand still resting on Hermione's forehead, reluctant to withdraw it. Indeed. Why had he formed a friendship with Hermione? Of course, it was not as he had explained to Voldemort. By all accounts, he should have forged a close bond with Harry, yet his camaraderie with Hermione was undeniably deeper. After all, true friends are those who have witnessed your tears. And he had indeed seen Hermione in her moments of vulnerability. Initially, their conversations had taken place before Transfiguration class, when he noticed he had risen unusually early to catch a late gathering, prompting him to exchange a few words with Hermione. Subsequently, Hermione and Hall inexplicably became friends. Later, when he sought to comfort a sorrowful Hermione, she confided in him her feelings of inadequacy and loneliness. It was then that Hall and Hermione could truly be regarded as genuine friends. I don't quite understand why, but I feel we connect quite well, Hall remarked, realizing his hand still lingered on Hermione's forehead. He quickly withdrew it. I apologize, Hermione. Is that so? I feel the same way. It's my first time having such a good friend like you, Hermione replied, turning her gaze towards the fire. During the sorting ceremony, the had considered placing me in Ravenclaw before finally assigning me to Gryffindor. How fortunate that turned out to be. Hall casually responded when I was sorted. That wretched had attempted to place me in Ravenclaw, but ultimately assigned me to Gryffindor. It's quite absurd, even though Voldemort did not inquire about it last time. I have always felt a persistent sting in my heart. Really? Hermione, taken aback, suddenly turned to gaze into Hall's face. We do seem to share a certain affinity. Hawthorne was startled and remarked, Indeed, we seem to share a remarkable affinity. The atmosphere grew suddenly awkward, as he perceived that the fire in the Gryffindor common room was burning a tad too fervently, creating an uncomfortable warmth. Hermione, we ought to retire for the night. Staying up so late is detrimental to our health, he suggested, eager to dispel the uncomfortable tension. However, go to bed? I. Hermione's face flushed deeply, her cheeks turning crimson, extending to the tips of her ears. Hall suddenly realized the situation. We sleep? Well, this is even more awkward. Just as Hall was at a loss, a more embarrassing incident occurred. Before him, Hermione's face was flushed crimson as she gazed into Hall's eyes. Then, Hermione rushed towards him, embraced him tightly, and kissed him. Blushing furiously, she quickly retreated to her dormitory, leaving Hall standing there in a daze. It seemed somewhat sweet. Chapter 27. The brave Hermione in stark contrast to the flirtatious atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room. Atop Hogwarts' highest point, the astronomy tower, Harry stood shivering in the cold wind, watching as Charlie's friends flew away with a box containing Norbert. Now that Norbert was gone, Harry felt a sense of liberation and excitement. However, at the foot of the stairs, he spotted Filch cradling Mrs. Norris in the corridor, wearing a chilling grin. That night, Harry could not forget how Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from Gryffindor for his nocturnal wanderings through Hogwarts. Although this deduction did not place Gryffindor at the bottom of the leaderboard, it was still a significant loss. The next morning, as Gryffindor students passed the massive hourglass recording the House Cup scores, they could scarcely believe that they had lost a full 50 points. Later, they learned that it was none other than the infamous Harry Potter who had been caught wandering at night, resulting in the point loss. However, the Gryffindor Cubs did not blame Harry as they did in the original text. After all, 50 points could still be recovered with some effort. Nonetheless, the atmosphere was a bit peculiar. "Harry, we heard you got caught last night. Tell us about your adventure." The Weasley twins surrounded Harry, eager to hear about his escapades. For the daring Gryffindors, wandering at night was no great feat. You might even encounter a few surprises, and George and Fred certainly embodied that adventurous spirit. Yet, Harry found himself at a loss for words. Should he admit that he had secretly delivered a dragon to their brother? In silence, he chose to remain mute, feeling that perhaps this atmosphere was best left undisturbed. Harry sat at the Gryffindor long table. Ron was absent due to his recovery, and Hall and Hermione typically sat together. Yet this morning they sat on either side of Harry without uttering a word. Hermione buried her head in her bowl of oatmeal, akin to an ostrich, while Hall stared at the ceiling, munching on a sandwich. Similarly, neither spoke a word. "Ahem, Norbert has left," Harry remarked. "We have exams coming up." "Have you two been studying?" he continued. "What on earth is wrong with you two?" Harry felt as though he were talking to himself like a madman. "Well, I suppose I'll head to Quidditch practice now," he said, hastily finishing his porridge and leaving the Gryffindor table. Now, only Hermione, with her head down, and Hall, looking up, remained at the table. Of course, the others could be disregarded, for there was but one focal point. Hermione," Hall said after finishing his sandwich and wiping his nose. "May I borrow your History of Magic notebook?" "Sure, no problem. I mean, just go ahead and borrow it," Hermione replied, still keeping her head lowered. Hall shifted his position, settling into the spot previously occupied by Harry. He gently patted Hermione's back, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Hall noticed that even the tips of her ears, peeking out from beneath her tousled brown hair, had turned crimson. "Hermione." About that day, Hall hesitated, unsure of what to say. In his past life at school, he had been a model student, an exemplary youth who abstained from smoking, gambling, and premature romances, much like the author himself. He was utterly inexperienced when it came to matters of the heart, unsure how to navigate such complexities. "Perhaps I could find a way. There is magic that can erase memories," he began, but before he could finish, Hermione lifted her gaze, her face still adorned with a captivating blush. "Why would I want to forget? I refuse to forget." Hermione fixed her intense gaze upon Hall, biting her lip as if she had made a momentous decision, and then, "Hall can swear that he would rather confront Dumbledore about his true identity than endure this." Hermione, that courageous little Gryffindor lioness, the indomitable young witch, in this moment, exhibited the bravery that epitomizes Gryffindor. She kissed Hall in full view of everyone. According to credible sources, it was Fred Weasley who first noticed, remarking, "Indeed. I was in the midst of my meal when I turned around and beheld the two of them openly displaying their affection. I then lent them a hand." Hall was unaware of who had suddenly made a loud commotion at that moment, drawing the attention of everyone present. Hermione, merely an 11 or 12-year-old young witch, occupied his thoughts as he repeatedly murmured phrases like 3 years and death penalty, yet each time, he involuntarily appended the notion of profit in his mind. To be frank, Hermione, lacking experience, did not even extend her tongue. Hall and Hermione merely shared a fleeting contact of lips. However, just as Hall's mind was still in a state of bewilderment, Hermione released her lips, gazed at Hall, and whispered in a tone that only he and she could hear. "Now, you have no way to erase this memory, do you?" With that, Hermione left Hall, who stood there in a daze. Hall cast a fleeting glance in the direction Hermione had departed, the surrounding crowd still immersed in a cacophony of excitement. He then cautiously turned his gaze towards the teacher's long table, where Quirrell wore an expression of astonishment. Later, Hall inquired of Harry, who revealed that after leaving the Great Hall, he had experienced a sudden and intense pain in his forehead. Professor McGonagall, with her benevolent demeanor, appeared perplexed. Meanwhile, Professor Snape bore an expression steeped in reminiscence, likely recalling Lily, who shared a similar background as Hermione. Dumbledore observed the scene with unabashed curiosity, a hint of regret evident in his demeanor, lamenting that the spectacle had concluded all too swiftly. Hall had lost his appetite for food. He dashed outside, unwilling to witness the spectacle of those people. Is this how a prestigious school observes its outstanding students engaging in romantic relationships? Why do the professors not intervene? However, what Hall was truly contemplating remained a mystery to everyone. Yet, to many onlookers, his sudden exit appeared to be an impulsive chase after the departing Hermione. Curse it. If Hall had known, he surely would have refrained from fleeing. He would have preferred to be regarded as a cherished specimen. Just as Hall burst through the door, he paused momentarily, for he spotted Hermione standing there, gazing blankly not far from the entrance to the auditorium. When Hermione saw Hall emerge, she too was momentarily taken aback. And then, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion, she rushed towards him and embraced him once more, followed by yet another kiss. Hall swore that this time Hermione's tongue was not a result of his own volition, but rather an involuntary reaction. Hall was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a soft object made its presence known, and before he realized it, he had loosened his jaw, allowing this tender entity to enter. The most embarrassing part for Hall was the thought that Hermione could have chosen a more discreet location for such an encounter. The grand hall's doors had yet to close, and onlookers were still present. Amidst the raucous cheers of his esteemed peers, Hall resolved to disregard the commotion, pretending he was oblivious to it all. Today was undeniably dizzying. Chapter 28. Ron's hair turned yellow in a drab-gray interrogation room. Two officers sat across from Hall. The walls bore the stark admonition: confess for leniency, resist for severity. Name: Hall Riddle. Gender: you can see for yourself. Crime: harassment of a minor. By law, Hall Riddle is sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. Hey, Hall. Hall opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The magic history class taught by Professor Binns had concluded. Classmate Harry Potter eagerly roused Hall Riddle from his slumber. 2 hours had elapsed since the bewildering incident that morning, which had spread through Hogwarts at an extraordinary pace. Destined to become one of the many legends of the school, a public display of affection, with 2 kisses before the entire faculty and student body. After the final kiss, Hermione hastily departed, requesting Hall to assist her in informing the professor of her absence. Hall could not forget the teasing expressions of the professors. By the way, Hall, the potion you concocted earlier has been used by Ron, but it has had some minor side effects, Harry mentioned. What side effects? That shouldn't be the case. It should be perfectly normal, Hall pondered. In truth, it was nothing significant, just that Ron's hair had changed color, Harry clarified. Upon hearing this, Hall suddenly recalled the events of the morning. He stiffly turned his head and inquired, has it turned green? Harry shook his head, and Hall breathed a sigh of relief. It's turned yellow. Yellow? Wait, yellow can be achieved by mixing red. Ahem, you should let Ron rest for a few days. If that doesn't work, perhaps seek Madame Pomfrey, Hall said awkwardly. By the way, Hall, Harry placed a hand on Hall's shoulder, grinning mischievously. When are you and Hermione? No wonder you were acting so strangely this morning. I felt quite uncomfortable sitting in the middle. I never imagined you would be this way, Harry Potter. Just because you are my brother, be careful, or I might go find Ginny Weasley. After all, she is to be my future sister-in-law. Wait, sister-in-law? Oh, everyone. Don't get the wrong idea. I am not fond of dumplings. Though they have a thin skin and abundant filling, delicious as they may be, I simply do not eat them. Hall wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Soon, Hall and Harry arrived at the potions classroom. The first class of the day was Professor Binns' History of Magic, followed by Snape's Potions class, which, as usual, was attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin. As Hall followed Harry, he keenly realized an unchanging law: following Harry Potter often leads to tardiness. Indeed, 5 minutes into class, Harry and Hall rushed into the potions classroom. Consequently, Snape berated Harry sharply and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. To Hall, however, Snape surprisingly offered a sly remark. Oh, our Mr. Riddle must be a bit muddled from this morning's events, attending class alongside Harry Potter. Thus, no points will be deducted. Ahem, are you still the same aloof Snape? Hall yearned for Snape to deduct a point from him. Since the commencement of the term, Snape had never penalized Hall. However, recalling that Gryffindor had lost 50 points the previous night, Hall suppressed the words he wished to express. Today, we shall not adhere to the textbook. Instead, we shall discuss the potion of amortentia. Snape intended to seize the opportunity to address Hall today. Hall raised his hand and said, Professor, I recall that the potion of fascination is a 6th-year course, isn't it? Oh, I almost forgot. Our Mr. Riddle no longer requires such drafts. Snape regarded Hall with keen interest, then let us proceed according to the textbook. Goodness, you've outsmarted me. Hall gazed at the surrounding young lions and serpents. marveling at the miraculous absence of hostility among them today, as they all turned their attention toward him. He sensed that yet another legendary tale from Hogwarts was unfolding under his influence, with Gryffindor and Slytherin united in purpose. However, Hall felt rather uneasy during this lesson. Subsequently, he became acutely aware of the palpable malice emanating from the entirety of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had tasked the students with transforming into engagement rings, while Professor Flitwick instructed them to conjure roses. Hall felt a modicum of relief that there was no defense against the dark arts class scheduled for the day. As evening descended, Harry and Hall found themselves seated at the Gryffindor long table, while Ron sought to hide his flowing golden locks from prying eyes. Hermione, well? Everyone was already aware of her presence. Draco Malfoy approached Hall and Harry with a malicious grin, taunting, "Ah, is this not Hall Riddle? How does it feel to be a mudblood? Your pureblood parents must have been utter fools to have birthed a wizard who revels in such filth, ha." With a flick of his wand, Hall cast a leg-locking curse, relishing his meal as Draco was compelled to hop away, fully aware that Hall was not someone to be trifled with. Truly, this little brat was insufferable. Just as Hall continued to eat unperturbed, he noticed a sudden silence enveloping those around him. Raising his gaze, he discovered that, for reasons unknown, everyone was stifling laughter. Harry, seated directly across from him, wore a peculiar expression, his fork and knife trembling in his hands, as if he were desperately trying to suppress something. Hall, a familiar yet ordinary voice, emerged from behind him. Yet, it was this very voice that rendered Hall as if petrified by a spell. Hall turned abruptly, only to find Hermione standing behind him. Hermione, he began, but she interrupted him. Hall, could you step outside for a moment? Upon hearing this, Hall paused momentarily, disregarding Harry's peculiar expression and the onlookers surrounding them. He followed Hermione outside, this time not pausing at the entrance of the hall. Hall, Hermione stammered, her demeanor far from her usual composed self. This morning, I was too rash. If you truly dislike me, let us pretend nothing ever happened. Hall gazed at Hermione before him, his usual air of pride diminished, replaced by a semblance of youthful innocence that captivated him. Do I truly feel nothing for Hermione? To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Hermione is tenacious, and Hall is equally resolute. Their interests align harmoniously, and their encounters are always enjoyable. Yet, when it comes to the notion of affection, Hall finds himself in a state of uncertainty. In the original narrative, Hermione ultimately ends up with Ron. Does this mean I am attempting to usurp a love that is not mine? After all, Ron and I remain good friends. Hall gazed at Hermione. Her head nearly bowed as if weighed down by the burdens of the world, and a sudden clarity washed over him. Why should he fear? Who decreed that Hermione must be with Ron? Their bond was devoid of affection at present, and he felt no moral obligation to anyone. Why must he adhere strictly to the narrative of the original text? Did it encompass the existence of Hall Riddle or Hall Potter? Did it acknowledge his acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone? Could he not alter the original tale and forge a path alongside Hermione? Hermione, I hold affection for you, Hall declared. Hermione looked up in surprise, her large, expressive eyes meeting his, momentarily causing Hall to lose his composure, his mind echoing a singular thought. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. In Chapter 29, after the exams, Hall refrained from kissing her, for the hall was beginning to fill with departing students. Nonetheless, the nature of his relationship with Hermione had solidified. As for Ron Weasley's hair, he had sought Madame Pomfrey for a remedy. Thus, life transitioned into a whirlwind of diligent study as everyone prepared for the impending exams. Meanwhile, regarding Voldemort, Hall had concocted a narrative of subterfuge, claiming his actions were a means to infiltrate Harry Potter's circle, necessitated by the sacrifice of his own allure. Voldemort, surprisingly, expressed understanding, recalling how his own youthful charm had once led him to the Hufflepuff Cup. Fortunately, Voldemort had yet to regain his full strength. Otherwise, with his adept skills and legitimacy, Hall's thoughts would have been effortlessly unveiled. It was high time to practice the art of mental occlusion. Notably, it seemed that Voldemort's earlier consumption of unicorn blood had altered his circumstances, as Harry ventured into the Forbidden Forest without encountering him. Time flowed like a gentle stream, leading them to the examination period. In the written component, Hall's theoretical knowledge proved ample. When it came to practical assessments, Flitwick instructed them to make a pineapple dance across a desk, while Professor McGonagall required them to transfigure a mouse into an exquisitely crafted snuff box, with penalties for leaving traces of fur. During potions, they desperately recalled the brewing process for the forgetfulness potion, feeling Snape's scrutinizing presence like a palpable weight upon their necks. Yet, Snape merely cast a cursory glance at Hall before departing. seemingly confident that he would not resort to dishonesty. The final examination was in history of magic. If they could endure for an hour and identify the peculiar old wizards who invented the self-stirring cauldron, freedom awaited them, an entire week of leisure until results were announced. When Professor Binns instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, a wave of jubilation erupted among the students. Post-exams, a sense of relaxation enveloped the group. Harry and Ron lounged beneath a tree by the Black Lake, basking in the sunlight, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan amused themselves with the tentacles of the giant squid. Yet, while some reveled in leisure, others, like Hermione, preferred to revisit the exam material. When Hall found her in the library, engrossed in her studies, he insisted on dragging her out for some sun by the lake. "Harry, do you think we should leave?" Ron inquired with a chuckle. Harry remained silent but nodded in agreement. The two observed Hall and Hermione, feeling an odd sense of discomfort at the sight. "All right, Harry, how did you fare? Do you think you'll pass potions?" Hall probed, revealing his trump card. Harry's spirits plummeted at the mention of potions, lamenting, "I feel certain Snape will ensure I fail." "Honestly, Hall, don't you think Snape is overly kind to you?" Before the potions exam, Snape had gifted Hall a guide on the 100 essentials for brewing the forgetfulness potion, which indeed turned out to be the focus of the test. "Some people are even beginning to speculate that you might be Snape's son," Ron remarked. Hall smiled awkwardly and said, "I too wish for a father, but alas, I have none." Ron instantly felt a pang of embarrassment. After a year of companionship, they had nearly forgotten that Hall was an orphan. It was rumored that on the very day school commenced, the orphanage had caught fire, leaving Hall truly homeless. "Hall, I wish to explain," Ron began. "No need," Hall interjected. "I understand you mean no harm. To be honest, I have nowhere to go this summer. How about spending it at your house?" Harry was eager for Hall to stay with him, yet upon recalling his aunt and uncle, he doubted they would treat him kindly, let alone welcome a wizard into their home. "Unfortunately, my aunt and uncle would definitely not welcome a wizard into their house," Harry pouted. "Then I could go to Hermione's house," Hall suggested. Hermione blushed, playfully nudging Hall's arm. "No, my parents are muggles. They might not be thrilled about you visiting. Perhaps in a few years, I could invite you." "All right, it is a bit early. We are only 11 or 12, and it's rather inconvenient to meet parents so soon." Thus, Hall concluded he could only go to Ron's house. He patted Ron's shoulder, saying, "Honestly, if our hair weren't of the same shade of red, people might mistake me for a member of the Weasley family. It's quite the family emblem, fiery hair. Fire, fire." Suddenly, a spark ignited in Harry's mind. "Fire. Yes. The fire dragon. Norbert." Harry sprang up from the ground. "Where are you going?" Ron inquired. "I just remembered something. I must find Hagrid at once," Harry exclaimed. "Why?" Hermione asked. "Don't you find it peculiar?" Harry said as he rushed down the grassy slope. "Hagrid longs for a fire dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger possesses a dragon egg? How many people carry a dragon egg around? That's against wizarding law. Don't you think it's rather fortunate for them to find Hagrid? Why hadn't he thought of this before?" Nearby, Hall was somewhat taken aback. This kid had a remarkable capacity for deduction. However, with the Philosopher's Stone still in his pocket, he felt no fear of Voldemort obtaining it. Yet, Hall dared not voice this thought, for he too was uncertain how the stone had come into his possession. "Hall, why aren't you going?" Hermione asked, noticing he lingered. "Hermione, I just recalled that after the exams, Professor Snape wanted to speak with me." "I must find him first," Hall replied, concealing his true intentions. His unique identity made it unwise to confront Voldemort directly. Moreover, even according to the original story, Voldemort ultimately failed to acquire the stone. How much less likely was it now? Unbeknownst to Hall, the mere flap of his butterfly wings had already altered the course of events. Chapter 30. The turn of events after Hermione, Harry, and Ron departed, Hall felt it inappropriate to remain idle. Having promised to attend to matters, he decided to leave for a while. Thus, he ventured into the room of requirement, requesting a chamber suitable for a midday slumber. Hall indulged in a delightful nap. Upon awakening, Hall surmised that Harry and the others had likely dealt with Voldemort, prompting him to venture outside for a glimpse. Hall stepped outside, only to find Chilo before him, and in Chilo's grasp was none other than Hermione. What could possibly be happening? Why was Hermione captured by Chilo? Hall hurriedly pursued and positioned himself in front of Quirrell. Upon recognizing Hall, Quirrell respectfully stated, "Young master, the Philosopher's Stone is secured. The Dark Lord wishes to take this mud-blood back, while you are to remain at Hogwarts." "The Philosopher's Stone? Is it not with me?" Hall pondered, his mind clouded with confusion. Yet, Upon seeing the unconscious Hermione, he could no longer afford to dwell on uncertainties. Quirrell, leave this woman behind. As long as she remains here, she can serve as a Epheimone for my identity, Hall commanded. Hall, that is my intention, Voldemort interjected. Father, we cannot harm this woman. Hall anxiously gazed at Hermione. If you take her, I will lose the key to furthering my alliance with Harry Potter. It seems you have truly developed feelings for this mudblood. Voldemort's voice, laced with barely concealed anger, resonated once more. Quirrell, I wish to observe him myself. But master, your condition, Quirrell protested. I still possess enough strength for this. Allow me to keep a close watch on this ungrateful son. Quirrell unveiled the head beneath his turban, revealing Voldemort, then turned to let Voldemort face Hall directly. My son, do you intend to betray me for this mudblood? Have you forgotten who nurtured you all these years? Who imparted magical knowledge unto you? Voldemort questioned. Have you allowed Dumbledore to brainwash you into believing in his so-called love? Father, I cannot forget your kindness, but I implore you to spare Hermione, Hall replied, refraining from directly accusing Voldemort of the destruction of his family. At least for now, the identity of Tom Riddle was far more advantageous than that of Harry Potter. Ungrateful wretch. Voldemort, utilizing Quirrell's body, cast a spell, unleashing a scarlet beam from his wand. Hall was utterly perplexed as to why Voldemort was filled with such rage. He was certainly not his son. Yet, there was no time for Hall to ponder this, for the malevolent curse loomed dangerously close, and he dared not lose focus. Ironclad shield. The scarlet curse struck against the protective spell, but Hall was far from being a match for Voldemort, even in his weakened state, and was consequently sent flying. Coughing, Hall pressed his hand against his chest, struggling to rise. Although the curse had been deflected, its residual force had still propelled him away. Father, I do not wish to harm you. Hall clung to the hope of their father-son bond, yet Voldemort appeared genuinely incensed, showing no signs of retreat. Cruciatus. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort unleashed a piercing curse, while Hall retaliated with a killing curse. A powerful explosion ensued as the two spells collided. How dare you cast the killing curse upon me? It seems you have truly been ensnared by this mudblood. Voldemort seethed. I have no intention of attacking you, but I cannot stand idly by while you take Hermione away. Hall resolutely declared. I simply cannot. Very well, very well. Voldemort's fury twisted into a sinister grin, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with malice. Then I shall slay a mudblood before your very eyes. Avada Kedavra. Just as Voldemort was about to strike Hermione down, a fiery apparition surged forth from the void, hurtling towards him. Voldemort, sensing the imminent threat of the blazing flame, abandoned Hermione and swiftly evaded. Dumbledore. Upon dodging, Voldemort immediately discerned the identity of his assailant. Dumbledore's form gradually materialized, revealing that he had been observing the entire confrontation from the shadows. Tom, it has been a long time, Dumbledore remarked, then turned to Hall. I did not expect you to have a son. He is remarkably astute, just like you. Huh. When did Dumbledore learn the art of ambush like us dark wizards? Voldemort sneered. I only seek to protect my students, Tom, Dumbledore replied, using a levitation charm to pull Hermione behind him. However, it is unfortunate that you have arrived too late. Voldemort brandished a purple stone, declaring, the Philosopher's Stone is in my possession. You cannot thwart me. Ha. Dumbledore shook his head, saying, Tom, I truly hope you can comprehend the essence of love. Look at your son. He understands it. That ungrateful wretch. Voldemort spat in fury. Hall, you shall return with me now. I possess the Philosopher's Stone. I can grant you immortality. Should you choose to repent, I shall overlook the past. Hall remained silent, casting a glance at Voldemort, then at Dumbledore, and finally fixing his gaze upon Hermione, who stood behind Dumbledore. He took a deep breath and spoke softly, Father, I am sorry. With that, Hall approached Dumbledore. How infuriating. Voldemort seethed. You foolish imbecile. You would forsake immortality and your illustrious lineage for the sake of a mudblood. Dumbledore gazed at Hall with a smile and remarked, My child, I did not misjudge you. He then turned his attention to Voldemort, saying, Tom, do you see? Your son is far wiser than you. He is nothing but a foolish imbecile. Voldemort retorted, brandishing his wand. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green light shot forth from his wand, aimed directly at Hall. Yet, Dumbledore would not allow Voldemort to prevail. With a flick of his wrist, a silvery shield erupted to protect Hall from the killing curse. Voldemort, witnessing the unfolding events, realized that the situation was no longer in his favor. Even in his prime, he would have been unable to turn the tide. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned Hall and made a hasty retreat. However, Dumbledore would not permit Voldemort to escape unscathed. With a wave of his wand, 7 flames surged towards Voldemort. In the face of the overwhelming flames, Voldemort forsook Quirrell, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, clutching the Philosopher's Stone, and fled. Dumbledore's 7 flames swiftly engulfed Quirrell, ending his pitiful existence. All of this transpired in an instant, a breathtaking spectacle, yet Hall remained undistracted. His sole concern was for Hermione's safety. Hall approached Hermione, cradling her unconscious form in his arms. With a wave of magic, he meticulously examined her for injuries. Fortunately, he discovered that Hermione had merely fallen victim to a stunning spell, devoid of any sinister dark magic, allowing the weight of anxiety to lift from his heart. Riddle. I believe it is prudent for you to escort Miss Granger to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey possesses remarkable healing skills, Dumbledore remarked, observing Hermione and Hall on the ground. Are you not going to kill me? Hall inquired calmly. It is important to note that, in Dumbledore's perception, Hall was the son of the Dark Lord, a perilous entity, akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. I trust you, for you will not be swayed by the allure of immortality, Dumbledore replied. Hawthorne lifted his gaze to Dumbledore and remarked, if you imply that I am not enticed by the conditions set forth by Voldemort, then you are mistaken. I am aware that the Philosopher's Stone resides with you. Hall's eyelid twitched, and the remaining words were swallowed back. You have obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Yet you have not succumbed to its allure, Dumbledore spoke slowly. At that time, I had not realized that your father was, in fact, Voldemort. This revelation only deepens my belief in you. For you could have easily bestowed the stone upon your father, thus acquiring boundless wealth and an eternity of life. Hall retrieved the Crimson Stone from his small bag and tossed it to Dumbledore, saying, when I first acquired the Philosopher's Stone, I, too, felt a desire to possess it. However, I later realized that some things hold greater significance than immortality. On that fateful day, Voldemort led me into the Forbidden Forest, where I witnessed a unicorn sacrificing itself to shield its young from the killing curse. Indeed, love transcends the mere notion of eternal life. Harry's mother protected him through her love, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Regrettably, this love did not safeguard another child. Are you referring to Horcrux? Hall replied, a subtle detachment in his voice. Precisely. I am genuinely intrigued as to why Voldemort chose to name his child after the son of a family that was, to say the least, his mortal enemy. Dumbledore continued, then inquired, is Horcrux your true name? Yes, I am Hall. I am indeed Hall Potter, Hall silently affirmed to himself. Perhaps Voldemort intended for me to leverage this name to forge a connection with Harry, despite Harry being unaware of having a brother. He has now learned. During the Christmas holiday, he inquired about his brother, Dumbledore noted. It seems Harry has perused the Christmas gift I bestowed upon him, Hall remarked. Well, dear brother, it appears you are not as indolent as I presumed, unlike your year-long struggle with the textbook on Half-Blood Prince. Farewell, Professor. I must escort Hermione to the infirmary. Chapter 31. A Reluctance to Perish. After Hall escorted Hermione to the infirmary, he received a cordial invitation from Dumbledore. This was inevitable, for Hall's identity was indeed exceptionally unique. Dumbledore could hardly refrain from seeking a conversation with him. Hall cast a glance at the still unconscious Hermione before making his way alone to the headmaster's office. The familiar gargoyle in office greeted him, yet the phoenix perched behind the desk was not the aged fox, but rather a phoenix adorned with resplendent new feathers. Dumbledore sat on the sofa, a plate of what appeared to be cockroaches placed before him. Hall gazed at the repugnant dish, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Care to indulge? Dumbledore inquired, lifting the plate. A delightful morsel might facilitate our pleasant discourse. Not at all, Hall promptly declined. Dumbledore pursed his lips, seemingly perplexed as to why Hall shunned such delectable fare. Very well, we shall forego the meal, Dumbledore conceded, setting the plate aside and gesturing for Hall to take a seat. Hall complied, bowing his head to focus on the floor beneath him. Dumbledore continued. Let us discuss the investigations concerning student backgrounds. Mr. Riddle, I am curious about your father, the distinguished Hogwarts alumnus. What prompted him to arrange your education at Hogwarts? Surely, his personal tutelage in magic could offer you more than what you would learn here, perhaps even surpassing it. I am unsure, Professor. He merely instructed me to attend Hogwarts, without assigning me any specific tasks, simply allowing me the opportunity to study. Hall lowered his gaze, recalling a prior correspondence delivered by Owl. He did once send me a letter urging me to cultivate a good rapport with Harry, but beyond that, he has not involved me in matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, I see. Dumbledore's fingers interlaced, tapping rhythmically. Might you share a bit about your upbringing? For instance, where did you reside previously, and who is your mother? Professor. If you seek the truth, you may employ Veritaserum, Hall replied, lifting his gaze to meet Dumbledore's. I am not fond of being subjected to legilimency. It feels akin to being interrogated like a criminal. Dumbledore, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, chuckled softly. My apologies. Hall lowered his head once more and continued. I grew up in a forest in Albania. Since the age of 3, I began to delve into the arcane arts. Voldemort imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, including some profound dark magic. He had his pet Nagini, a formidable serpent, train me in combat skills, and then came the day I received my acceptance letter. I wish to inquire about the nature of your father while he was instructing you in magic, Dumbledore said. He often possessed small animals. His favorite was, of course, snakes. Hall replied, Professor, I have shared nearly all that I know. Might you divulge some information I seek? Certainly, such a request is entirely fair, Dumbledore responded. I wish to understand what transpired with Hermione beneath the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. Hall gazed intently into Dumbledore's eyes. I can enlighten you, Dumbledore began, revealing to Hall the circumstances surrounding Voldemort's attempt to abduct Hermione. Originally, the mechanisms were functioning as intended, but following the use of the Philosopher's Stone by Dumbledore to test Hall, he deemed it unnecessary to leave the Mirror of Erised in place. In the final challenge, he substituted it with a false Philosopher's Stone and cast a complex protective charm, believing it sufficient. Unbeknownst to him, as Harry, Hermione, and Ron navigated the wizard's chess, and as Hermione and Harry faced Snape's protection, Voldemort managed to unravel Dumbledore's enchantments and emerged just as Harry and Hermione encountered him. Dumbledore had anticipated that Voldemort would harbor a deep-seated hatred for Harry and would undoubtedly act against him. However, it seemed that Voldemort's anger was directed towards Hermione, whom he believed had seduced Hall, leading him to seize Hermione and incapacitate Harry before departing with her, setting the stage for the events Hall witnessed outside. Thus, it was my presence that led to such a significant deviation in your plans. My existence nearly allowed Voldemort to capture Hermione, Hall murmured to himself. It appears so. I once thought that for Voldemort, Harry was his greatest adversary, yet now, owing to you, he may harbor even greater animosity towards Miss Granger, Dumbledore remarked. It is because of me, but why? That cannot be right. Hall realized that his true identity was not that of Voldemort's son, Tom Riddle, but rather that he was Harry Potter, the youngest son of James and Lily. Logically speaking, Voldemort should not have been enraged by the betrayal of his noble bloodline. However, he was indeed furious, and his hatred surpassed even that which he harbored for Harry. Hall was truly perplexed as to the reason behind it. Professor, here's the Philosopher's Stone, he said, suppressing the question swirling in his mind as he retrieved the purplish-red stone from his satchel. Oh, thank you. But do you not study the inscriptions upon the stone? Dumbledore inquired. I believe you could elucidate its mysteries for me, Hall replied, placing the stone upon the table. The alchemist's quest for the 4 elements birthed the Philosopher's Stone. The 4 elements inscribed upon it are as follows: fire, which is hot and dry; earth, which is cold and dry; water, which is cold and wet; and air, which is hot and wet. These 4 elements intertwine. And within alchemical theory lies the assertion that all metals are a combination of these elements. Thus, the 4 elements form the cornerstone of the stone's operational principles. And the inscription reflects this very notion. Dumbledore spoke softly, imparting this knowledge of alchemy. As far as recorded history reveals, only the French alchemist Nicolas Flamel has succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone. You have already encountered Monsieur Flamel. Hall smiled stiffly, recalling the previous incident that had left him worried about Nicolas Flamel's potential to hire an assassin with his vast fortune. Records indicate that on January 17, 1382, the Flamels completed an experiment transforming lead into silver using the Philosopher's Stone, and on April 25th of the same year, they succeeded in transmuting lead into gold. In 1417, news of Nicolas Flamel's death reached the outside world, yet his coffin was found to be empty upon inspection. Dumbledore chuckled, asserting that this was all a fabrication. After creating the elixir of immortality, Nicholas and his wife retreated to the Devonshire countryside in France. This was merely a measure to withdraw from the Muggle world, and he subsequently served as a teacher of alchemy at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Thank you for your explanation, Professor, Hall said. If there is nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. Wait, Mr. Riddle, have you considered becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor next semester? After all, your teacher has achieved a level of prowess in dark magic that few can rival. You should be able to absorb some of that knowledge, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? Forget it. That position has been cursed by Voldemort. No one lasts a year without facing some calamity. No, I am still young and do not wish to meet my end just yet. Chapter 32. The Philosopher's Stone role. The suggestion of Hall becoming the professor of defense against the dark arts was merely a jest. Dumbledore would never appoint an 11 or 12-year-old student to such a position unless Hall's identity were to be revealed. However, if it were known that Hall was Voldemort's son, it would not be a matter of teaching. He would likely be summoned to the Ministry of Magic for a serious discussion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were admitted to the infirmary, as Harry had not reached the final challenge and had not suffered as he did in the original narrative. Consequently, the three of them were swiftly discharged, much to Madame Pomfrey's dissatisfaction. During the end-of-year feast, the great hall was filled with people. The hall was adorned in green and silver, representing Slytherin, in celebration of their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the head table. The room buzzed with lively conversation, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. After a moment, Dumbledore arrived, and the commotion gradually subsided. Another year has passed, he exclaimed joyfully. Before we indulge in these delightful dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's cliches. What a remarkable year it has been. Your minds must be much richer than before, with the entire summer ahead to digest all that you have learned. Now, as I understand it, we must first proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. And the scores are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, with 412 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 522 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by stomping feet. Hall glanced over at Slytherin, acknowledging their prowess. After all, for 7 years, a new student had witnessed Slytherin's dominance, an impressive feat indeed. Additionally, there are some recent events that must be accounted for, so the final scores will undergo some adjustments. Dumbledore cleared his throat. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, for his extraordinary game of wizard's chess, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheer from Gryffindor nearly lifted the enchanted ceiling. The stars above seemed to shimmer in response. Percy could be heard loudly proclaiming to the other prefects, "It was my brother. You know, my youngest brother." The hall gradually quieted. Miss Hermione Granger, for her determination to apply her knowledge to overcome adversity, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Seated at the Gryffindor table, Hall noticed Hermione burying her face in her arms, seemingly in tears. He gently patted her arm and whispered, "Come now, don't cry. Everyone is watching you." Hermione lifted her head, met Hall's gaze, and smiled as she dried her tears. Harry Potter, in the face of formidable foes, disregarding his own safety to protect his friends, displayed unparalleled bravery. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. With that, Gryffindor erupted in jubilation, their total soaring by 150 points, surpassing Slytherin and shattering their myth of unchallenged supremacy in the House Cup. Meanwhile, Slytherin's members wore grim expressions, and Professor Snape's demeanor reflected their discontent. Once the students settled, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the decorations in the hall underwent a dramatic transformation. The green streamers turned to vibrant red, silver became gold, and the imposing Slytherin serpent was replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape exchanged a handshake with Professor McGonagall, managing a strained smile. Regarding the recent events, Hall requested Dumbledore's assistance in maintaining secrecy, as revealing the truth could lead to unwanted scrutiny from those with ill intentions. Both Hall and Dumbledore chose to obscure his identity from the outside world. The reasons were twofold: to avoid unnecessary public scrutiny, particularly from those who had suffered under Voldemort's regime, and to prevent Hall from receiving undue attention, as he preferred to operate behind the scenes, reminiscent of strategists from his past life who orchestrated victories from afar. Thus, the public narrative surrounding the Philosopher's Stone incident became that Voldemort had seized the stone and, in his flight, encountered Harry and Hermione. Voldemort intended to eliminate them, but Dumbledore intervened just in time. However, Hermione was kidnapped by Voldemort, and it took Dumbledore considerable effort to rescue her. In truth, Hall realized that his presence would influence the original storyline. For instance, this year, because Hall healed Ron's injuries from the encounter with the creature, Draco Malfoy did not learn from Ron's letter about the creature's impending departure. Consequently, Draco was not caught by Professor McGonagall, and Neville did not emerge to warn Harry about potential dangers, thus eliminating the incident where Neville prevented Harry and his friends from leaving the common room. A butterfly effect left Hall contemplating his next steps. This time, Hermione had nearly fallen victim to Voldemort because of him, even facing death. An impulse struck Hall to distance himself from Hermione to protect her from Voldemort's gaze. Yet, He recalled the original narrative, where after Dumbledore's death, Harry attempted to break up with Ginny to divert Voldemort's attention from her, ultimately discovering that he could not bring himself to do so. Hall is unable to part ways with Hermione. Instead, he must choose to strengthen himself, amassing enough power to protect those he holds dear. It appears that this summer, Hall intends to embark on a series of plans. Chapter 1. A visit to the Dursleys under the sweltering summer sun. A red-haired youth stands amidst a heap of rubble, surrounded by brick walls marked by fresh cracks, some of which are stained black. The ruins are encircled by dense trees, with a village named Little Hangleton lying just beyond. This village was once home to a notable family, the Riddle family, infamous as the progenitors of Voldemort, the Dark Lord of the wizarding world. The youth sits upon the debris, toying with a golden ring set with a deep black stone. This ring possesses magical properties and is the Resurrection Stone, a Horcrux containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. This young man is Hall, who, since the conclusion of his time at Hogwarts, has been devising a plan to confront Voldemort. His first task is to gather the Horcruxes. Among the 7, there is no rush for Harry, as currently, only Hall is aware of Harry's status as a Horcrux. The diadem of Ravenclaw lies within the Room of Requirement, but due to the holiday, Hall has no opportunity to retrieve it and must wait until the new term begins. The Hufflepuff Cup and the Slytherin Locket are secured within Gringotts and the Black family home, respectively. Both locations are challenging to infiltrate, thus he must bide his time. As for Nagini, it is best not to dwell on that, and this year, Lucius Malfoy will certainly deliver the diary. Thus, Hall has taken it upon himself to visit the old gaunt house during the summer, specifically in search of the Resurrection Stone ring. Although he has indeed located the ring, Voldemort had set numerous magical protections around it, which Hall, with his current abilities, cannot swiftly dismantle. He can only proceed gradually. Since the start of July, when the holidays commenced, Hall has been diligently working to unravel these enchantments. Fortunately, Voldemort had previously been somewhat lenient with his magical defenses against Hall, allowing for a relatively smooth process. Nevertheless, Hall has endured considerable hardships. He has not corresponded with Hermione for nearly a month, subsisting solely on bread, and has not bathed during his entire stay, leaving him quite unkempt. Hall held the Resurrection Stone and promptly made his way to a nearby Muggle inn, where he indulged in a refreshing bath, followed by a sumptuous feast laid out before him. After satisfying his hunger, Hall reclined comfortably on a soft bed, placing the Resurrection Stone ring upon the nightstand. Reflecting on the date, he realized it was indeed July 30th. According to the original narrative, this very night at midnight, the mischievous Weasley brothers would arrive in their enchanted car to escort Harry away from Privet Drive to their humble abode. Hall contemplated for a moment. This was an opportunity that he could not afford to miss. After midnight, not only was it his thrifty elder brother Harry's birthday, but it was also his own. It seemed unreasonable for them to celebrate together while he remained solitary. Harry had not enjoyed a particularly splendid summer, and for reasons unknown, he had not received any correspondence from his friends over the past month. Hogwarts, Ron, and Hermione were all absent. Harry felt as though the past year of his magical existence had merely been a dream. Yet his owl and a multitude of spellbooks served as reminders that it was indeed reality. A series of knocks echoed from downstairs, likely the clients of Uncle Vernon, who were expected to entertain Mr. and Mrs. Mason this evening to discuss a lucrative drill business. Oh no, not Harry Potter. Uncle Vernon's voice bellowed from the lower floor. Harry had never witnessed such fear in his uncle's frantic cries, except for that one time when Hagrid had come to fetch him, causing Uncle Vernon to panic. Was Hagrid returning? Harry pondered, recalling that the last time Hagrid had simply barged in without knocking. Today, however, there were knocks, suggesting it was unlikely to be Hagrid. Harry Potter. I believe I have not made a mistake. Harry Potter resides here. Suddenly, this voice was Hagrid. Harry exclaimed in surprise as he flung open the door and hurried down the stairs. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon cowered against the wall in terror, while Dudley clutched his backside, clearly distressed by the shadow of the pig's tail that Hagrid had given him. And Petunia stood in the living room, staring vacantly at the doorway. And in the entrance stood Hagrid, whose fair skin had darkened slightly from the sun, lending him a healthier appearance. His deep red hair had grown long, suggesting he had not had a trim in quite some time. Hagrid! Harry shouted joyfully. It's been a long time. Harry, Hagrid replied, may I come in? Of course. No. Harry and Uncle Vernon spoke simultaneously, one with natural warmth and the other with evident disdain. I will not allow someone like you to set foot in my home. Uncle Vernon's face turned a deep shade of purple. Mr. Dursley, I merely wish to take Harry with me. I do not need to enter your house, Hagrid stated calmly. You won't be taking this boy anywhere. Uncle Vernon, fueled by some newfound courage, attempted to intimidate Hagrid with his hefty frame. On what grounds do you think you can prevent me from taking him? You don't care about me. Harry resented Uncle Vernon's obstruction of Hagrid's intentions. For Harry, as long as he could escape Privet Drive, anywhere would suffice. Let him in, Vernon. And Petunia finally spoke up, surprising Harry, who momentarily doubted her identity. Vernon. Standing there will only invite gossip from the neighbors, Aunt Petunia added. Uncle Vernon seemed ready to protest, yet he ultimately said nothing, merely turning to retreat inside, which could be construed as a begrudging welcome to Hagrid. Thank you, Mrs. Desley. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Hall entered, and Harry joyfully approached to greet him. Hogwarts took a book from his small bag and said, Harry, I present you this tome on the care of magical creatures and Quidditch as an early birthday gift. Harry accepted the book, gently caressing its cover, and replied, Thank you, Hogwarts. By the way, I have another gift for your cousin. After all, I am a guest. He continued. Hogwarts approached Dudley, who was closest to him, while Harry noticed that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were glaring at Hogwarts, seemingly fearful that he might harm Dudley. From his small bag, Hogwarts produced several boxes of chocolate frogs. These are chocolate frogs, a delightful treat from our magical realm, each containing a famous wizard's trading card. Be cautious when opening them, as the chocolate frogs tend to leap away. Hall opened a box of chocolate frogs. And seizing the moment before the chocolate frog could leap away, he caught it in his grasp. He then extracted the card within, which once again depicted Dumbledore. I already possess 6 cards of Dumbledore. Why not grant me something different, perhaps one from Ravenclaw or Gryffindor? Hawthorne handed the chocolate frog and the trading card to Dudley, who regarded the items before him with a cautious gaze, his small eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. With a chuckle, Hawthorne consumed the chocolate frog himself and then thrust the card into Dudley's hands. Dudley gazed at the Dumbledore trading card, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Where has he gone? Dudley wondered, noticing Dumbledore's absence. In our magical world, paintings and photographs possess the ability to move, which is why they do not remain stationary. Isn't that fascinating? Hawthorne remarked with a smile. Observing the cheerful interaction between Hawthorne and Dudley, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. When did Dudley become so amiable? Chapter 2. Spinner's Inn, sir. May I inquire as to your name? Aunt Petunia spoke up. Hall paused for a moment, and upon reflection, the truth dawned upon him. No wonder Petunia had exhibited such peculiar behavior earlier. Hall recalled from the original narrative that Lily had, after Harry's birth, penned a letter to Petunia, informing her sister of her son's arrival. Thus, it would stand to reason that Petunia was indeed aware of the existence of Harry Potter. Furthermore, Dumbledore must have included details about Harry's tragic demise in the letter he had written to Petunia regarding the adoption of Harry. It was only natural for Petunia to conjure associations upon hearing her own name. Madam, my name is Tom Riddle, Hall stated. I am a classmate of Harry Potter, and I have come today to escort him. Hogwarts saw Penny hesitate for a moment before she reluctantly uttered, All right, that conveniently spares us some trouble. Thank you. Harry, gather your belongings. We shall depart, Hall instructed. In a swift motion, Harry dashed back to his room, and after a flurry of searching, Hall observed Harry emerging with 2 large suitcases in tow, accompanied by a cage containing Hedwig, his owl. Hall, let us go, Harry exclaimed with delight. Very well, farewell. Sir and Madam, Hall bowed respectfully to Vernon and Penny, speaking slowly. Harry, we must be on our way. As Harry followed Hall out of the house, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Where are we headed now? Harry inquired, as they reached the street corner. I'm uncertain of our destination, you see. I am an orphan, and that orphanage has burned down, leaving me with nowhere to go, Hall shrugged, appearing rather helpless. Harry wore a look of incredulity and said, Hall, are you jesting with me? Indeed, I am jesting, Hall replied with a mischievous grin. Thus, I shall take you to stay with me, and you must assist me shortly. Where are we going then? Harry questioned. Hall smiled without uttering a word. A series of knocks shattered the tranquility of Spinner's Inn. Hall, what kind of place is this? Harry inquired, visibly dismayed by the squalid surroundings. This is the residence of one of our professors from Hogwarts. We can take refuge here for the time being, Hall replied. Professor? Is it Professor Dumbledore? Harry asked. Not Professor Dumbledore. I doubt he would relish residing in such a place, Hall chuckled, adding, I hope I do not frighten you later. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the homeowner's head, with tightly curled black hair, a waxen yellow visage, and an austere expression that exuded an air of unapproachability. He emanated a distinct do not disturb vibe. Upon seeing this face, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to retreat to Privet Drive and spend the summer with his aunt and uncle. Severus Snape, the owner of the house. Good day, Professor. Happy summer vacation, Paul greeted Snape as he stepped forward. Potter, Riddle, I believe you should be enjoying your summer at home rather than visiting a professor. Surely. You are not here to inquire about matters? Snape remarked with a cold smirk. Professor, I have nowhere else to go. And Harry does not wish to stay with his aunt and uncle, Paul confessed. Paul, I believe I can manage quite well with my aunt and uncle, Harry interjected. Harry, do not be so hasty. Professor Snape is actually quite amiable, Paul reassured him. He merely appears aloof. With time, you will discover that he genuinely cares for his students. Perhaps he cares more for you. There are whispers at school suggesting you might be Snape's illegitimate child, Harry thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. For Snape's presence was indeed formidable. I may not be as agreeable as you suggest, Riddle, Snape retorted, turning to enter the house. Leaving the door ajar as a sign of welcome for them to enter, Paul dragged Harry into the room. Upon entering, he found the walls lined with bookshelves, filled to the brim with volumes, many bound in aged black or brown leather. Dim light emanated from a candle fixture hanging from the ceiling, illuminating a worn-out sofa, an old armchair, and a rickety table. Goodness, Professor, Paul remarked, surveying the disarray, even with our meager Hogwarts salaries, your home shouldn't be in such a state. You have no children. What do you need all this money for? Riddle, I believe you are unqualified to meddle in the professor's private affairs, Snape interjected. And Potter, could you kindly silence your owl? Harry glanced at Hedwig, who had been cooped up all summer due to the Dursleys' disdain for owls making noise. My apologies, sir. I believe I can take my leave, as my owl is not suited for this place, Harry said, eager to depart, even if it meant returning to the Dursleys. Hey, Harry, why are you leaving? Paul stopped him. Let me explain. As long as you perform magic in an adult wizard's house, the ministry won't come knocking. They can only detect magical activity, not who cast it. It seems our Mr. Riddle is indeed a worthy Gryffindor, perpetually flouting the rules, Snape quipped. TCH. It's Slytherins who often disregard laws, Paul retorted. You may stay, but only with Dumbledore's consent, Snape declared as he stepped inside. After Snape left, Harry turned to Hall. Why did you bring me here? Snape despises me. He might poison me during the summer. Harry, are you suffering from paranoia? Why do you keep suspecting Professor Snape of wanting to harm you? Hall chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Even if Snape wouldn't truly kill me, he would undoubtedly torment me. Have you forgotten how he treats me in potions class? Harry replied. Regardless, Professor Snape is also a close friend of your mother, Hall remarked. Why do you look so astonished? Have you not carefully examined the Christmas gift I gave you last year? No. You mean Snape, my mother's dear friend? Harry's expression was one of utter disbelief. I distinctly remember mentioning it. Your mother befriended a young wizard living in Spinner's Inn before starting school, Hall said. Did you not notice the connection? That detail is too obscure for me. I'm not as observant as Hermione. Otherwise, I wouldn't have overlooked seeing Nicholas Flamel on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card last year, Harry replied, pouting. At that moment, two owls swooped in, each carrying a letter. Hall approached and retrieved the letters from the owls. It's a letter from Hogwarts, detailing this year's required new books. Quite expensive, I must say. And there are some mandatory purchases, Hall commented. Harry took the letter and noted the titles of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks. Why do these books seem so familiar? Harry mused. Is our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher someone who enjoys reading? Who knows? Hall shrugged. I can't exactly say this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor is a charlatan. Our professors in that subject rarely last a full year. It's a cursed position. And each year is merely a matter of chance. However, I can assure you that it won't be Professor Snape. He wouldn't allow us to read in class. I'd actually prefer if it were Snape teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. Then he could leave Hogwarts, Harry remarked. Hall, is something wrong with your eyes? Do you feel unwell? Harry inquired, noticing Hall squinting at him. Of course, I wish to fulfill Mr. Potter's wish to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. A cold voice interrupted, causing Harry to stiffen and turn around to see Snape standing behind him. Take your potion, swallow it. Chapter 3, Home Ultimately. Snape informed Harry and Hall that Dumbledore had permitted Hall to stay, but Harry was to be sent back to the Dursleys. Harry was on the verge of tears, while Hall was less than pleased. Hall resented Dumbledore's decision, which clearly aimed to have Snape monitor him while ensuring Harry remained at the Dursleys to prevent Voldemort from targeting him and endangering Harry. Hall expressed his willingness to accompany Harry to the Burrow, as it had been agreed upon prior to the break. If you doubt this, feel free to refer back to the earlier chapters. Subsequently, Snape produced his flu powder and transported Harry and Hall to a location where the burrow was visible. However, Snape did not escort them inside. Rather, the remaining journey was left to Harry and Hall to navigate on their own. As they approached the burrow, Hall, with his keen eyesight, spotted 3 individuals with striking red hair ahead, none other than the twins and Ron. The 3 were gathered by a vehicle, engaged in conversation. Ron, Harry, burdened with his luggage, also noticed the vivid red hair and recognized one of them as Ron. Hearing someone call his name, Ron turned and was taken aback to see Harry and Hall, whom he had intended to rescue, particularly Hall, who had been missing for a month. Harry, Hall, Ron rushed over, astonished that they had come to the burrow. How did you know where to find us? Professor Snape brought us, Hall replied. Upon hearing Snape's name, Ron and the approaching twins exchanged wary glances, evidently harboring some apprehension towards him. Professor Snape, you might as well rival Voldemort at this point, Ron remarked. Where is he? How did you find him? After confirming that Snape was not nearby, Ron inquired further. It was Hall who led me to Snape. He initially suggested that I stay at Snape's house, but thankfully, Professor Dumbledore disagreed, Harry recounted. Ron gazed at Hall with a look of astonishment, while the Weasley twins approached Hall, each placing a hand on one of his shoulders. Hey, mate, you've got some serious guts. To have the audacity to live with Snape for a month, truly worthy of our brave Gryffindor spirit. Hall glanced to his left and right, yet could discern no distinction between the 2 brothers. Not wishing to make the error of mistaking one for the other, he declared, honestly. Having resided with Professor Snape for merely a month hardly qualifies as embodying the courage of Gryffindor. Subsequently, Hall reveled in the admiration reflected in the eyes of the lively duo and strode forward with confidence. Harry, hurry up. We've been occupied for so long. And we haven't even had a meal yet. It's nearly 5 o'clock. Hall arrived at Harry's around noon, and after escorting him to Spinner's End, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After some further commotion, it was indeed nearing 5 o'clock. Hall was uncertain whether Harry had eaten lunch, but he himself had not. How could fetching Harry be so exhausting? Upon entering the burrow, Hall beheld the Weasley family's automated furniture, which was quite impressive. Muggles certainly had a tougher time with such tasks. Mrs. Weasley greeted them with warmth, first enveloping Harry in a hearty hug, followed by Hall. He could sense her genuine affection, which seemed to correlate with a certain pain in his ribs. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Perfect timing. As we are just about to have dinner, Mrs. Weasley said eagerly. Gazing at the slightly plump Mrs. Weasley, Hall truly felt a sense of homeliness. It was no wonder that in his previous life, some had regarded her as the most beloved mother. Mom, have you seen my quill? A flurry of footsteps announced the descent of a little girl with fiery red hair, his future sister-in-law, Ginny. Upon spotting Harry, her face flushed a vibrant red, matching her hair, and she darted back up the stairs. Goodness, that little girl is far too shy around my dear older brother, he mused. Such a disposition was not particularly advantageous for romance. If it weren't for Harry's naivety in matters of the heart, he would have surely been in a relationship by now. Leaving little room for Ginny, Hall felt quite uneasy about this matter. Indeed, had it not been for Hermione's swift intervention, the entire female population of Hogwarts would have been utterly captivated by me. By the time dinner arrived, nearly the entire Weasley family had gathered, with the exception of Bill and Charlie, who were in Egypt and Romania respectively, and Arthur, who was working late at the Ministry of Magic this evening. It was also Hall's first experience dining in such a warm, familial atmosphere. Mrs. Weasley beamed at Harry and Hall, continually urging them to indulge in the meal. Ginny, feeling shy, kept her gaze lowered, delicately maneuvering her knife and fork across the food on her plate. Ron, resembling a ravenous ghost, already had 2 or 3 empty plates surrounding him. The twins, George and Fred, added a humorous touch to the scene, playfully feeding each other while mirroring their dining actions so perfectly that one might think they were gazing into a mirror. Percy, on the other hand, adhered to a more conventional dining etiquette, resembling a rather pedantic scholar. At that moment, Hall glanced at Harry, who was seated beside him, and found their gazes coinciding. From the depths of Harry's eyes, Hall discerned that he relished the ambience around them. This, perhaps, epitomized the most striking similarity between the 2 brothers. Both were bereft of familial affection. In his previous life, Hall, despite excelling academically and enjoying an abundant material environment, was profoundly lacking in the warmth of familial companionship. Hall's father passed away prematurely, leaving only his mother and himself. His mother raised Hall single-handedly, resolutely vowing to provide him with a life of abundance. Through relentless effort, she eventually became the general manager of a company division, ensuring Hall's material needs were met. However, this came at a cost. Her dedication to work meant that Hall began attending school alone from a young age, constantly bearing the house keys around his neck. By the time his mother ascended to the position of general manager, Hall was in the second year of middle school, hoping she could finally spare some time for him. Yet, she immersed herself even deeper in her work. When left alone at home, Hall felt the house was both vast and terrifyingly empty, yet small enough that he could almost count the tiles on the floor. Upon entering high school, he opted for boarding, finding solace in the camaraderie of his dorm mates. He found their banter enjoyable, leading him to dread the holidays, which meant returning to that lifeless house. In this life, Hall occasionally contemplated aiding Voldemort, despite the latter's ulterior motives in raising him. Nonetheless, Voldemort offered a semblance of the familial affection Hall yearned for. Ultimately, Hall dismissed this notion. He never intended to confront Voldemort directly. Had it not been for the threat posed by Hermione, he might never have resolved to oppose him. Hall remained fiercely protective of what he cherished, particularly those he loved. Thus, on that night, he regarded the family that had granted him a sense of belonging as his own, unwilling to see it fractured. Chapter 4. Meeting the Parents? After dinner, Harry, Hall, and Ron found themselves in a room together. Harry, did you say you Haven T received my letters this past month? I've written so many. Yet not a single response from you. I was planning to fly over in our family's enchanted car tonight with George and Fred, Ron exclaimed. Perhaps someone has intercepted your letters, Hall suggested, like Dobby. But who would do that? It serves no purpose, Harry replied. Who knows? What may seem insignificant to us might hold great importance for others, Hall remarked. At that moment, an owl flapped against the window, tapping insistently. Ron approached and opened the window. It was a letter from Hermione. After reading it, Ron noted that Harry had also neglected to reply to her in a month. And astonishingly, the letter meant for Hall had been returned by the owl. Well, it was bound to be returned, Hall said. Voldemort has set numerous protective spells at the Gaunt Mansion. I managed to decipher 3 or 4 spells akin to Hogwarts' unplottable charm. If the owl could find its way, I'd be impressed. So, this implies that someone has been obstructing our communication with the outside world for the past month, Harry pondered. Who possesses such capability and motive? Could it be Malfoy? They belong to an influential family and likely have the means. Moreover, Malfoy would want to prevent you from contacting anyone outside, Ron speculated. Hall cast a glance at Ron, noticing that the lad possessed quite the knack for deduction, having stumbled upon some truths. The Malfoy family indeed had such means. House elves were capable of such feats. However, it seemed implausible that the Malfoys could instruct an owl to return the letters. The owls employed for delivering messages to wizards were imbued with magic, refusing to rest until they had successfully delivered their messages to the intended recipients. The Gunther estate was protected by exceedingly complex confounding charms, which could mislead the owls into believing they had completed their deliveries. Very well. I think we ought not to dwell on this any longer. We need to purchase new textbooks in Diagon Alley tomorrow, so let us retire early, Hall suggested. Indeed. Let us rest, Ron agreed. Good night, Hall, Ron bid. Good night, Harry. Good night, Ron, Hall replied. Good night to all. The following morning, Hall rose early as was his custom. He first descended to engage in his morning exercises, then proceeded to assist Mrs. Weasley, who was laboring in the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, Mrs. Weasley declined his help, instructing Hall to return upstairs for a bit more rest. With no other option, Hall complied. Yet, instead of succumbing to slumber, he devoted his time to writing a letter. How vexing it was to have gone an entire month without corresponding with Hermione, although it was likely they would cross paths in Diagon Alley that day. He felt compelled to write, for the bonds of affection require nurturing through communication. Hall meticulously penned over 1,000 words before seeking Percy to borrow an owl for delivering a letter. He had not anticipated the necessity of an owl, hence had not procured one for himself, resorting to borrowing from others instead. It appeared that a trip to Diagon Alley was in order, where he would need to purchase an owl. After dispatching the letter, the group gradually awakened and descended for breakfast. Hall spotted Mr. Weasley, who had just returned from his night shift. Mr. Weasley's once vibrant red hair had thinned considerably, and he appeared somewhat gaunt, with dark circles beneath his eyes, indicative of his frequent toils. Once breakfast concluded, the group prepared to head to Diagon Alley. Due to Hall's prior use of flip powder, Harry had already experienced the journey, rendering any demonstration unnecessary. However, Mrs. Weasley insisted that Ron perform a demonstration, leaving one to ponder who truly was her favorite son. Hall was next in line. He seized a handful of flip powder and enunciated Diagon Alley with clarity before arriving at the public fireplace in Diagon Alley. This fireplace resembled those at the Ministry of Magic, designed for public use, unlike the private ones that require the owner's permission for transportation. Upon reaching his destination, Hall emerged from the fireplace, coughing. Unfortunately, the transportation through these fireplaces was rather troublesome, often resulting in a cloud of soot. Truly, the modes of travel for wizards were less than reliable. The magical bus was a chaotic ride. The fireplaces were chokingly smoky. Flying broomsticks left one shivering in the wind. And apparition proved to be quite uncomfortable. Ron, Hall called, observing Ron's face smeared with soot. I too detest traveling by fireplace. Ron quickly grasped Hall's sentiments. Allow me to assist in cleaning you up, Hall said, retrieving his wand and magically cleansing himself. Ron, come here. Let me tidy you as well. Shortly thereafter, a few more figures emerged from the fireplace, namely Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Percy, the twins, and Ginny. Where's Harry? Ron inquired. Harry may have mispronounced the location. It seems he uttered it incorrectly, Percy remarked. Is he in any trouble? Arthur, perhaps you should go check on him. Mrs. Weasley expressed her concern for Harry. Hall estimated that Harry might have, like in the original text, slipped up and mispronounced it as Nocturne Alley, resulting in his unintended arrival there. Anyway, with Hagrid around, there should be no significant trouble. If anything were to happen, it would serve as a lesson for young Harry, illustrating the perils of careless speech. Allow me to assist you in tidying up a bit. Hall stepped forward and magically cleaned up the Weasleys one by one. Oh, thank you, Hall, Mrs. Weasley responded. Arthur, you take the children to Gringotts. I'm heading to Flourish and Blots. Today is Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event, and I cannot miss it. I shall be off now. Once Mrs. Weasley finished her instructions, she hurried away. One cannot deny that Lockhart, despite being a charlatan, is exceptional in this regard. Aside from his memory charm, he is truly a master in the wizarding world, appealing to all ages, from the youngest to the oldest. Even the most rational Hermione was. Wait, Hermione, I must hurry to Flourish and Blots. Mr. Weasley, I'm off to the bookstore now. I have already retrieved my money, Hall stated. Very well. Be cautious and avoid wandering into Nocturne Alley. We shall meet at Flourish and Blots, Mr. Weasley instructed before leading his children away. Hall felt compelled to visit the leaden bookseller, and upon reaching its entrance, he spotted Hermione. Hermione, Hall exclaimed joyfully as he rushed towards her. It has been a month since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Hall, what on earth has happened to you this past month? Why have my letters always been returned? Do you realize how worried I have been? Hermione's tone carried a hint of irritation. Well, I suppose I can't exactly say I've been at Voldemort's old haunt, can I? I've been, sleeping rough on the streets for the past month. Perhaps the owls couldn't find me, Hall replied, his words feeling far-fetched even to himself. Yet, Hall was acutely aware of a certain truth. A girl in love often possesses an intellect that dwindles to near nothingness. You've been sleeping on the streets for a month? Why didn't you come to find me? Were you upset when I said you couldn't come to my house before the holiday? That was just what? Hermione interjected. Hall, I genuinely would welcome you into my home. My parents appreciate that I can bring friends over. Hall gently tugged at Hermione's hand, careful not to overstep, especially with her parents standing just outside the Leaky Cauldron, watching their daughter. He softly remarked, how could I? No matter how upset I may be, I could never be angry with you. If I were to lose such a beautiful witch, I would regret it for a lifetime. Hermione chuckled playfully, then led Hall over to introduce him to the Grangers. Mom, Dad, this is my good friend and classmate, Hall Riddle, she said to her parents. Hall observed the Granger couple with an unusual gaze, sensing an atmosphere that felt rather peculiar, akin to the sensation of meeting one's parents. Noticing Hall's silence, Hermione discreetly pinched him. Promptly reacting, Hall smiled and said, Greetings, Uncle and Aunt. I am Hall Riddle, a close friend of Hermione. Perhaps it was Hall's radiant, healthy smile that caught the favorable attention of Mr. Granger, a dentist, prompting a polite response from him. Just as Hermione, Hall, and the Granger couple were about to enter the bookstore, the Weasley family arrived. Chapter 5. Reasoning Hall, Hermione, you've made it, exclaimed a soot-covered figure emerging from behind the large crowd of Weasleys. Upon closer inspection, Hall recognized Harry, accompanied by Ron. It appeared that after Hagrid had escorted Harry out of Nocturne Alley, he had found his way to the Weasley family. Eyeglass repair, Hermione and Hall approached, and Hermione effortlessly fixed Harry's spectacles. Harry, why haven't you responded to our letters this past month? We were quite worried about you. I'm not sure. I didn't receive a single letter from you all this summer. If Hall hadn't shown up, I would still be at Privet Drive, Harry replied. Hall? Didn't he mention that he had been sleeping on the streets of London for the past month? How could he possibly have the time to visit Harry's house? Hermione questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Hall. Hall placed his hands on Harry and Ron's shoulders, grinning as he said, I spent an entire month searching for Harry's aunt and uncle's home in London, wandering the streets, which is why I couldn't receive Hermione's letters, right? Harry, Ron. As he uttered the last sentence, Hall gave a firm squeeze to Harry and Ron's shoulders. The two understood that it was time to lend their brother a helping hand. So they readily affirmed Hall's words. Ron even mentioned that Hall had consistently declined his invitations in order to rescue Harry. After this exchange, the three boys entered the bookstore, leaving Hermione behind. Ah, for girls, if you fail to return their calls or messages, they certainly will not let you off easily. Upon entering Flourish and Blots, Hall observed a throng of witches inside, of various ages, each holding at least one book by Gilderoy Lockhart. The bespectacled wizard surrounded by these witches was none other than the renowned Lockhart himself, clad in robes of forget-me-not blue, with a smile that revealed exactly 8 pearly teeth. He certainly exuded a rather flamboyant charm. However, it was evident that these witches were quite taken with him, each wearing a look of infatuation, exhibiting the typical signs of a starry-eyed admirer. Honestly, could the taste in the magical community be any less discerning? They ought to aspire to a standard at least akin to my own. Hall showed no interest in the antics of Lockhart, who was flaunting himself nearby. He stood there, quite composed, when he inadvertently caught sight of Draco Malfoy on the upper floor. Oh, he's truly charming, isn't he? Hermione remarked, gazing at Lockhart with rapt fascination. Is he? I beg to differ, Hall retorted, dismissing him with a curl of his lip. He's quite remarkable. Have you not read his books? They are filled with tales of Lockhart's heroic adventures. Hermione remained entranced. Heroism is a trait of Gryffindor, while he is merely a Ravenclaw. The contents of those books are monotonous, and our defense against the dark arts class is reduced to reading such nonsense. What a waste of time. Observing Hermione's expression, Hall stepped directly in front of her, blocking Lockhart's view. Hey, Hall, what are you doing? Hermione attempted to push him aside, but to no avail. Oh my goodness. It's Harry Potter. Lockhart, who was signing books at the front, spotted Harry amidst the crowd, and a wizard nearby promptly pulled Harry forward. Oh, Harry. You've come to my book signing, Lockhart proclaimed loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, I must make an announcement, which was meant to be a secret. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, shall soon be the professor for the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Today, Harry Potter is here with me, and he is about to receive an unimaginable gift, my entire collection of books, absolutely free. The surrounding witches erupted in applause, and Mrs. Weasley was particularly elated as Harry returned and asked Lockhart for his autograph. Amidst the chaos, Harry, Ron, Hall, and Hermione managed to pull Hermione away from the throng. At that moment, Draco Malfoy, who had been observing from the second floor, could not resist throwing a few insults at Harry. Potter, the infamous Potter. Making headlines even at a bookstore, Draco sneered. Ginny, witnessing Draco's haughty demeanor, boldly interjected, demanding that he silence himself. Who is this? Potter, your little girlfriend? Draco derided. The tension in the air was palpable until a man resembling Draco, an adult wizard, entered the store. It appeared to be Lucius Malfoy. Oh, Draco. How can you be so rude? Lucius admonished his son with a smile before approaching Harry. Harry Potter, that scar on your forehead is quite the miracle. Do you know how you acquired it? It was Voldemort. Voldemort gave it to me, Harry replied. Hall observed the slight rigidity in Lucius's expression, which, despite maintaining a smile, bore an unsettling quality. How dare you utter his name? Do you comprehend the implications? Lucius remarked. Lucius, it has been quite some time, came the voice of Mr. Weasley as he emerged from the bookstore. Arthur, it has indeed been a while. With all your diligent overtime, has the ministry compensated you for it? Lucius reached into the cauldron that Ginny had purchased and retrieved her second-hand textbooks. TSK, it seems they have not compensated you. Why then? Would you engage in such disgraceful acts for a wizard? I do not believe it is a matter of who among us brings shame upon wizards, Mr. Weasley retorted boldly. Lucius flung Ginny's second-hand textbook back, and Hall noticed a black notebook nestled within. Turning to Mr. Weasley, he inquired, shall we not settle this with a duel? Mr. Malfoy. I believe both you and Mr. Weasley are public figures. How could you engage in a brawl here? Hall stepped forward, placing a hand upon Lucius's left arm, only for Lucius to feel a searing sensation manifest on his skin. The dark mark. Suppressing his internal terror, Lucius feigned composure and stated, You are correct, Draco. We shall take our leave. As Lucius departed, the onlookers stared in astonishment at Hall, bewildered by how the tense atmosphere had dissipated so swiftly. Was it truly possible that such a simple remark could dissuade Lucius Malfoy? Hall paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. His attention solely rested on the receding figures of the Malfoy father and son, a smirk curling upon his lips. I wouldn't he frighten you to death. This tactic, a mere flicker of the dark mark, was a lesson imparted to Hall by Voldemort himself. With a simple touch upon the dark mark etched on Lucius's arm, it was likely that Lucius might believe himself to be in the presence of Voldemort. For Lucius, who claimed to be under the influence of the Imperious Curse, the mere thought of Voldemort's return struck terror in his heart. These individuals feared the day when Voldemort would seek retribution for their betrayal. What are you staring at me for? Do wizards not advocate reason? Is brute force the only recourse? With that, Hall strode into the bookstore. Chapter 6. The canine pair. After purchasing their books, Harry, Hall, and the Weasley family bid farewell to the Granger family. During the ensuing month of vacation, Hall and Harry resided in the Burrow, where they, along with Ron and the Weasley twins, occasionally indulged in a game of Quidditch, relishing the leisurely days that felt like an idyllic retreat from the world. Before long, the time to return to school arrived, and unlike the punctuality favored by foreigners, Hall embodied the Eastern philosophy of arriving early rather than late, rising at dawn to prepare his belongings. As the moment of departure approached, Hall leisurely sat aside, sipping tea while observing Harry and Ron in a flurry of activity, scrambling to pack their things. Upon reaching platform 9 3/4, Hall seized the moment, ensuring he entered before Harry, for the barrier would soon close. Rather than risk colliding with the Whomping Willow in a flying car alongside Harry and Ron, he preferred to converse with the lovely Hermione aboard the train. Inside their compartment, the Weasley twins entrusted their younger sister Ginny to Hall's care while they sought out their friendly Jordan. Thus, Hall and Ginny casually opened a compartment door, discovering a girl seated within. She possessed waist-length golden hair, faintly arched eyebrows, prominent eyes, and a wand tucked behind her ear. Adorning her ears were a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, and she held a magazine, seemingly perpetually astonished, exuding an air of eccentricity. Observing her attire and demeanor, Hall was certain this was none other than Luna Lovegood, one of the future members of the renowned group known as the Dumbledore's Army. "Hello, is this seat taken?" Hall politely inquired. Luna lifted her gaze, her eyes dreamy as they met Hall and Ginny's, her voice ethereal. "No, it's free. Hello, I'm Luna Lovegood. Ginny Weasley." Hall riddle. After exchanging names, Hall and Ginny settled opposite Luna. Ginny, lively and spirited, was merely shy in Harry's presence, leading Hall to mistakenly perceive her as a quiet girl. Yet, she was anything but. "Luna, what are you reading?" Ginny asked, eyeing the magazine in Luna's hands. "Contrary to popular belief, this is my father's magazine. This issue features the crumple-horned Snorkack. Would you like to take a look?" Luna replied, her voice still carrying that dreamlike quality. Ginny smiled and declined, while Hall's gaze wandered to the necklace adorning Luna's neck. It was not the whimsical butterbeer cork necklace that piqued his interest, but rather the subtle silver chain bearing the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Currently, the 3 Deathly Hallows were dispersed. The Elder Wand resided with Dumbledore, the Invisibility Cloak with Harry, and Hall held the Resurrection Stone. Of course, Hall was far too astute to wear the ring upon his finger. It was a precious artifact he wished to collect once all matters were resolved. "Are you admiring my necklace?" Luna inquired, noticing Hall's gaze as she lifted the butterbeer cork necklace. "Not that one, but rather the silver chain within." Hall replied with a smile. "May I take a closer look?" In truth, Hall was quite eager to examine this legendary symbol, which represented not only the Deathly Hallows but also Grindelwald. And he was particularly curious about the expression that might grace Dumbledore's face should he see Hall adorned with such a necklace. Luna produced the inner necklace of the Deathly Hallows, though its short length necessitated Hall leaning forward to inspect it closely. Holding the exquisite necklace, Hall admired it with the reverence one typically reserves for a work of art, although their actions might seem somewhat indecorous at present. Neither Hall nor Luna appeared to dwell upon this. It was Ginny, observing from the side, who felt an unsettling discomfort. Luna remained seated, while Hall leaned forward, his right hand gently grasping the necklace, his fingers hovering perilously close to Luna's neck, his head nearly resting against her shoulder. Nonetheless, Ginny hesitated to voice her concerns, recognizing that they were merely appreciating the necklace. Yet, as she caught sight of a face through the window of their private booth, her composure faltered, prompting her to discreetly tug at Hall's sleeve. Hall felt Ginny tugging at his clothing. He turned to look at her, only to find Ginny making exaggerated facial expressions, signaling him to observe the box window. Hall felt a tinge of confusion, but as he turned his head, he caught sight of a familiar face at the box window. It was Hermione. For reasons unknown, she stood outside the box, her eyes fixed intently on the couple within. Hall quickly returned to his seat. sitting obediently while pulling out a copy of the Daily Prophet. Outside, Hermione opened the compartment door and walked directly to Hall's side, crossing her arms. She alternated her gaze between the pretentious Hall and Luna, who appeared to be lost in thought across from her. The atmosphere in the compartment grew eerily silent, with only the sound of their breathing breaking the stillness. However, the one feeling the most pressure was Ginny, who was seated by the window, trapped and unable to leave. Observing the scene, Ginny felt quite awkward. This has nothing to do with me, I want to get out. Yet, given the circumstances, she hesitated to force her way out. Thus, the four of them remained seated for the entire journey, with Hall feeling as though he could almost recite the Daily Prophet from memory. First year students, follow me. Hagrid's voice echoed from outside the train, calling for the new arrivals. Luna and Ginny, both first years, were on a different path than Hermione and Hall, as they still needed to take a boat and participate in the millennia-old sorting hat ceremony at Hogwarts. Just as Hall thought everything was fine, Luna, with her penchant for the dramatic, made a startling remark before departing. Hall, I'll show you next time. I'm leaving now. What are you talking about? Clarify. Hall exclaimed. Those who know are aware it's a necklace. Those who don't might think otherwise. Hermione, we need to go, Hall said, reaching for Hermione's hand. However, she shrugged it off with a huff, retorting, you should explain yourself. I merely wanted to see Luna's necklace. Truly, Hall insisted with sincerity. That necklace of hers is so long. Did you really need to lean over to see it? Hermione pointed out, referring to the butterbeer bottle-capped necklace she had just observed. There is another shorter silver necklace around her neck, which is why I leaned in to look. Do you not trust me? If you doubt my word, feel free to use Veritaserum on me, Hall replied. Fine, I believe you, Hermione conceded. In truth, she trusted Hall. But it was natural to feel uncomfortable seeing her boyfriend so close to another girl. Oh, I almost forgot. I didn't see Harry and Ron on the train. Have you spotted them? Hermione asked as they disembarked. I haven't either, but they were right behind me when we entered the station. So you need worry too much. Huh, those two are probably soaring freely in the air, Hall joked. Chapter 7, The Ring Upon Alighting from the Train. All students except the first years took different paths. Led by the 8 prefects from the 4 houses, all students approached the waiting carriages, with the second years feeling particularly curious as it was their first time traversing this route. To many, these carriages seemed to operate on their own, though undoubtedly some students could perceive the truth, having directly encountered death before. Naturally, Hall could perceive the nightmares before the carriage. They bore heads reminiscent of dragons, bodies akin to horses, and possessed bat-like wings, with their eyes glistening a silvery hue devoid of pupils. They appeared emaciated, their skin stretched taut over their bones, lacking any semblance of flesh. Hall, what are you gazing at? Hermione inquired, noticing Hall's trance-like fixation on the carriage. Nothing much, I am merely observing these carriages. Not every magical institution is privileged to possess such vehicles. Creatures like the nightmare are not easily tamed. In all of Britain, only Hagrid has succeeded in domesticating them. The nightmares at Hogwarts originated from a solitary male and 5 females. The only comparable sight would be Madame Maxime's enchanted carriage at Beauxbatons, which was a spectacle during the Triwizard Tournament, while at Hogwarts, it serves merely to transport students. Hall preferred not to attract undue attention. Thus he chose to ignore the sight of the Thestrals and sat in the same carriage with Hermione and Neville. As the carriages pulled by the Thestrals moved forward, students gradually made their way into Hogwarts. The 4 long tables in the Great Hall were illuminated by floating candles, creating a grand ambience. And the professors were already seated at their respective tables. Hall, Harry, and Ron have yet to arrive. Do you think something might have happened to them? Are you certain you saw them board the train? Hermione inquired, her voice laced with anxiety, for the possibility of her closest friends being missing weighed heavily on her. It's unlikely. I entered the station first, followed by Ginny, George, and Fred. Then George and Fred handed Ginny over to me, and I took her onto the train. Harry and Ron should have been right behind, Hall replied, half truthfully, as he could not reveal that he knew Dobby had deliberately closed the station's passage. So, you did not actually see them board? Hermione exclaimed, panic rising in her tone. Oh dear, what if something has happened to them? She lamented, feeling a sense of guilt as if she had somehow caused Harry and Ron's absence. Hermione, please do not fret. Professor Dumbledore would not allow Harry and Ron to go missing. As long as Professor Dumbledore is around, everything will be all right, Hall reassured her. As Hall observed the professor's table, he noticed Snape casting several glances at the Gryffindor table, likely realizing that Harry was absent. When it comes to safeguarding Harry's life, Snape was undoubtedly more vigilant than Dumbledore. However, that concern only extended to his safety. Any hope of Snape treating Harry with kindness was nothing short of a dream, more like a nightmare. In fact, soon, the first-year students entered, many of them displaying a fearful countenance, as if anticipating the sudden appearance of a monstrous creature. Watching these young wizards, Hall finally comprehended why the entire wizarding community in Britain, including both parents and upperclassmen, chose to deceive the children about the true nature of the sorting ceremony. There was an indescribable pleasure in witnessing the anxiety of these little ones. The sorting ceremony, hosted by Professor McGonagall, commenced. When she produced the sorting hat, the expressions on the young wizards' faces were truly remarkable. After the hat concluded its newly composed song, one by one, the young wizards were assigned to one of the 4 houses, with Ginny and Luna being sorted into Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, respectively. Following Dumbledore's speech, as he announced the commencement of the feast, Hall noticed Snape leaving the table, presumably to attend to Harry and Ron's arrival. "Hall, did you hear? Harry and Ron flew a car and ended up in the Black Lake." Neville, seated across from Hall, exclaimed, "I just heard that Harry and Ron crashed into the Whomping Willow. They're going to be expelled." Hermione chimed in from Hall's left side. "Where did you hear this?" "It seems no one has left the hall yet," Hall inquired, genuinely curious about how these wizards knew such details, and their accuracy was striking. "Harry can't possibly be expelled." "Can he?" Ginny, on Hall's right, questioned. "Absolutely not. Professor Dumbledore would never allow it," Hall asserted confidently. As long as Dumbledore remained at Hogwarts, Harry would never face expulsion. In the original narrative, Harry's predicament became known to Umbridge and Fudge, who threatened expulsion, only for Dumbledore to take the blame, claiming it was his clandestine organization. At that moment, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore rose from the professor's table, seemingly to address the matter concerning Harry and Ron. "I'll step out for a moment. I won't be returning to the dormitory with you all. Please inform Percy for me," Hall said to those around him, rising from the table without waiting for a response. "Professor Dumbledore," Hall called out, catching up with the hurriedly departing Dumbledore and McGonagall. "Riddle, whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow. The headmaster and I have matters to attend to," McGonagall stated, her fondness for Hall, the exceptional student, evident. "Professor McGonagall, I have something of great importance to discuss with Professor Dumbledore, particularly concerning my family," Hall articulated. "Family?" McGonagall felt a twinge of awkwardness at the mention of the word. Knowing Hall was an orphan. However, Dumbledore quickly comprehended that Hall likely wished to address matters related to Voldemort. "Minerva, you may go ahead. Remember, do not expel Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore instructed her to proceed. McGonagall cast a puzzled glance at Dumbledore and Hall, her confusion palpable, yet she complied and departed, leaving only Dumbledore and Hall in the corridor. "Mr. Riddle, what is it that you wish to share with me?" Dumbledore inquired with a warm demeanor. "Professor, I believe you should recognize this," Hall said, producing a small box and extending it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore accepted the box, and upon opening it, his azure eyes seemed to gleam with astonishment. This is Slytherin's heirloom, also utilized by Voldemort to create Horcruxes," Hall revealed. "Horcruxes." Dumbledore's composure faltered further. "This is not the place for such discussions. Come to my office, and we shall elaborate." Upon reaching the office, Dumbledore gestured for Hall to sit down, allowing him to recount how he acquired the ring. However, Hall spoke with a mix of truth and embellishment, claiming he had overheard Voldemort mention having created several Horcruxes, one of which was the Slytherin ring, hidden within the Gaunt residence, protected by powerful dark magic capable of killing anyone daring enough to use it. "So, you assert that Voldemort fashioned multiple Horcruxes," Dumbledore remarked, his expression growing serious, the earlier excitement upon seeing the resurrection stone having subsided. "Indeed, Voldemort did assert that he created several Horcruxes, but I cannot ascertain how many he knows about or the objects he used. I only know that this ring is a Horcrux and its concealed location. The ruins are fortified with numerous protective spells, and it took me a month over the summer to unravel them. Some truths must remain shrouded, even though Hall was aware of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Revealing too much would undoubtedly feel like a conspiracy. By being vague, Hall only heightened the sense of intrigue. It appears I must prepare thoroughly and investigate the whereabouts of the Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, picking up the Horcrux ring from the small box, casting a glance at the sword of Gryffindor resting beside his desk. At once, Hall discerned Dumbledore's intentions. He promptly spoke up, "Professor Dumbledore, while this ring is indeed the legendary Resurrection Stone, do not forget that it is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Hall did not wish for his actions to precipitate Dumbledore's untimely demise. Dumbledore, setting aside the ring, offered a bittersweet smile to Hall and remarked, "I apologize. The temptation is simply too great. After all, this is the relic I have longed for most. Adjusting his spectacles, he continued, "Are you familiar with the Deathly Hallows? I have perused the tales of wizards. Perhaps I am still a child at heart." Hall responded, "I have encountered the story of the three brothers. And upon seeing the black stone upon this ring, I recognized it as the Resurrection Stone. The Tales of Beetle the Bard is an exquisite collection. I possess a copy. Would you like it?" Dumbledore replied, "There is no need. I merely wish for you to possess sufficient power to obliterate this Horcrux." After a brief pause, Hall elaborated, "If we can destroy this Horcrux, then the extraordinary magic of the Resurrection Stone should still be accessible. As long as we can render the Horcrux irreparable, we can indeed annihilate it." Drawing the sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore struck decisively. The sharp clang of metal resonated as the blade met the ring, yet the ring remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Upon witnessing the scene, Hall couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was perplexing in the original narrative. The sword of Gryffindor was indeed capable of destroying Horcruxes. How could it possibly fail to shatter this ring? Chapter 8. The Argument. How could this be? Wasn't the sword of Gryffindor a formidable weapon crafted by goblins? Why could it not annihilate the Horcrux? Hall was utterly bewildered. Dumbledore glanced at the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, deep in thought, and stated, "The sword of Gryffindor is indeed a powerful weapon forged by goblins. However, it cannot achieve complete destruction, not to the extent of rendering a Horcrux irreparable. Only utter annihilation can achieve that." Fiend Fire. Hall suddenly recalled this method. Fiend Fire possessed immense power. Imbued even with curses, it could certainly obliterate a Horcrux. Indeed, Fiend Fire was capable of destroying Horcruxes, but it was not easily controlled. If the caster lacked sufficient strength, they would be consumed by the flames, Dumbledore cautioned. This was true. In the original tale, Crabbe had attempted to wield Fiend Fire, yet he lost control, resulting in his own demise as he was engulfed by the flames. "Surely you can master Fiend Fire?" Hall inquired cautiously, believing that Dumbledore's formidable magic would allow him to command the flames. Dumbledore shook his head, replying, "I do not know the Fiend Fire curse, nor shall I endeavor to learn it." "Then what shall we do about this ring?" Hall asked. "Leave it with me, lest it fall into the wrong hands and endanger innocent wizards," Dumbledore sighed. Hall shook his head and said, "Professor Dumbledore, it is undoubtedly safest to keep the Horcruxes with you. However, it would be exceedingly perilous to have the Resurrection Stone in your possession. Had I not cautioned you earlier, you might have succumbed to the temptation of donning the Resurrection Stone to summon the souls of the departed. While I comprehend your obsession with the Resurrection Stone, I am aware that resisting its allure is a formidable challenge for you." Hall placed the ring back into the small box and secured it in his satchel. "Even if you are ensnared by curses or face death itself, I cannot allow Hogwarts to lose a competent headmaster. You are indeed remarkable, surpassing even my own capabilities. Perhaps you will evolve into a formidable wizard in the future." Dumbledore gazed at Hall and said, "Very well, you may return to your dormitory. I must now seek out the substances that could potentially destroy the Horcruxes. Wishing you sweet dreams, farewell." Hall exited the principal's office, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how Gryffindor's sword could not destroy Horcruxes. After all, this sword was capable of vanquishing a basilisk. Wait a moment. The basilisk. Indeed. Gryffindor's sword possesses the remarkable ability to absorb substances that enhance its power, and the basilisk's venom is one such substance. The venom is extraordinarily potent, with only the tears of a phoenix able to cure its effects. Furthermore, in the original narrative, even 5 years post-mortem, the basilisk's fangs could still obliterate Horcruxes. It stands to reason that Gryffindor's sword must have absorbed the basilisk's venom, thereby acquiring the power to destroy Horcruxes. How fortuitous that this semester coincides with the basilisk's reemergence. The following morning, Harry, Ron, Hall, and Hermione were seated in the Great Hall, enjoying breakfast, when an owl swooped down, landing beside Ron, delivering a howler addressed to him. As Hall glanced over, he quickly stepped aside while pulling Hermione with him to shield her from potential fallout. Indeed, as the howler was opened, the thunderous voice of Mrs. Weasley erupted from within, startling Ron to the point where he nearly sought refuge under the table. Hall felt as though the very ground trembled under the force of that howler. "Weasley, is that your mother?" "Huh." Draco jeered, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Look at her. She's as plump as a pig. Your home must resemble a pigsty, huh?" "Malfoy, be quiet," Harry retorted, unable to tolerate Draco's insults toward his friend. "Oh, Potter, you spent the summer at their home. I didn't know it was even habitable, huh?" Draco's words were cut short as Hall, quietly sipping his porridge, interjected, "Malfoy, Are you still planning to keep your legs closed? Draco cast a wary glance at Hall, the fear evident in his eyes. Hall recognized that this was not merely a remnant of last year's intimidation. It was likely that Lucius, sensing the disturbance of the dark market flourish in blots, had warned Draco to steer clear of Hall. However, unbeknownst to Hall, Lucius had not only instructed Draco to avoid him but also to befriend him. Draco, too proud to lower himself, knew better than to provoke someone deemed important enough for his father's special mention. He understood that if he were to cross paths with a pure-blood traitor, Lucius would not hesitate to punish him. After witnessing Hall's intimidation of Draco, Harry and Ron admired him. "Mate, I wish I had learned that spell back in first year. Then I wouldn't have to deal with Malfoy," Ron mused. "All right, you three should focus on preparing for this afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. After all, Gilderoy Lockhart is personally coming to teach us." "I can only wonder how he plans to instruct," Hermione remarked, glancing at her timetable. Seated next to Hermione, Hall noticed the heart-shaped markings around the defense against the dark arts class, and with a hint of sarcasm, he said, "Oh, isn't it amusing that we're preparing for the defense against the dark arts when it's only in the afternoon? Shouldn't we also be preparing for Professor Sprout's and Professor McGonagall's classes this morning?" "That's different," Hermione attempted to explain, but Hall, disdainful of Lockhart, interjected, "What is so different? Professor McGonagall is our headmistress. Shouldn't we take her class seriously? And Professor Sprout is exceptionally kind to her students. We ought to value her lessons as well. But we shouldn't neglect preparing for Professor Lockhart's class," Hermione retorted firmly. "I would wager that if I learned anything useful in Lockhart's class, I would go find Professor Snape to promote shampoo," Hall exclaimed in frustration. With a huff, the two departed from the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Soon, the first class with Professor Sprout began. Hall and Hermione did not stand together. Harry found himself sandwiched between them, feeling quite dejected. Ron stood firmly on Hall's left, sharing his distaste for Lockhart and aligning himself with Hall's sentiments. In the greenhouse, Professor Sprout stood behind a high table in the center, displaying approximately 20 assorted colored earplugs. "Today, we will learn how to repot mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the uses of mandrakes?" she inquired. Hermione, as usual, was the first to raise her hand. Mandrake, or mandragora, is a potent restorative. "It is particularly effective for those who have been cursed or transfigured," she declared, her knowledge evident as if she had swallowed an entire textbook. "Excellent, Gryffindor's riddle. Do you have something to add?" Professor Sprout asked, noticing Hall's raised hand. "Professor, in addition to Miss Granger's remarks, I would like to mention that mandrakes possess strong anesthetic properties. St. Mungo's Hospital frequently utilizes mandrakes as pain relief or surgical anesthetics. Furthermore, mandrakes can be brewed into powerful love potions. When steeped into tea, it initially induces excitement, followed by lethargy. In medieval times, people commonly used its leaves in tea for their sedative and hypnotic effects," Hall stated calmly. "An impeccable response. I find no faults in your additions. You and Miss Granger have each earned 10 points for Gryffindor." Professor Sprout smiled warmly. "While mandrakes serve as effective antidotes, they are inherently perilous. Can anyone explain why?" Professor Sprout inquired once more. Hermione's hand shot up again, nearly knocking Harry's glasses off. "The cry of a mandrake is lethal," she answered accurately. This time, Hall refrained from raising his hand, acknowledging that this was indeed the singularly dangerous aspect of the mandrake. Chapter 9. A grievous tragedy following Professor Sprout's class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Hall typically excelled in his headmistress's classes, and given the events of the day, he was even more diligent. However, just as Hall was engrossed in the lesson, Dumbledore unexpectedly appeared at the classroom door. "Minerva, I wish to speak with Hall Riddle." Seeing Dumbledore at the door momentarily startled Professor McGonagall, as he rarely sought out students during class. Nevertheless, she would not refuse him. "Riddle, please step outside with Professor Dumbledore." McGonagall instructed Hall. Was uncertain about the purpose of Dumbledore's visit at that moment, yet he suspected it was related to Horcruxes. "Professor Dumbledore, have you summoned me regarding the ring?" Hall stated directly. As they walked towards the headmaster's office, Dumbledore began, "I have yet to uncover any leads regarding the ring, but I may have discovered the whereabouts of another Horcrux." Hall was not surprised at Dumbledore's revelation. In the original narrative, Dumbledore had indeed located the Resurrection Stone ring and the Slytherin locket independently. Although the locket was no longer in the cave, it indicated Dumbledore's capability to trace the Horcruxes. "Professor, have you brought me here to assist you?" Hall jested. "Aren't you afraid I might ambush you? After all, I am the son of Voldemort. The sins of the father do not define the child, for you are merely yourself. Your destiny is yours to shape. Just as I could not dictate Tom's path years ago, Dumbledore reflected, recalling Voldemort's time as his promising pupil and the sorrow he felt witnessing his descent into darkness. Professor, where have you located the Horcrux? Hall inquired directly. It is where Tom grew up. It was there that I first met him, Dumbledore replied. The locket, indeed. It appeared that despite Hall's efforts to hasten the search for Horcruxes, Dumbledore had discovered the locket first. Shall we set off now? Hall asked, as he harbored reservations about Dumbledore potentially succumbing to a mere fake Horcrux. The journey there seemed unnecessary. Indeed, we must act swiftly while Voldemort remains unaware that you have divulged the Horcrux matter to me, lest he relocate it, Dumbledore affirmed. However, Voldemort had never informed Hall about the Horcruxes. He merely used Voldemort as a guise, since his sudden knowledge of the Horcruxes would be difficult to explain. Dumbledore could hardly inquire of Voldemort whether he had revealed the Horcruxes to Hall. Simultaneously, Hall contemplated that, given Dumbledore's understanding of Voldemort. He knew that even to those he trusted most, Voldemort would never disclose the complete whereabouts of the Horcruxes. Hence, Hall only mentioned the ring, as it was the direct cause of Dumbledore's desperate plea for Snape to kill him. However, this perfect ruse had now become an obstacle for Hall to dissuade Dumbledore from venturing into the cave. Oh well, regardless, you, Dumbledore, will not perish from that potion. It will merely severely damage your soul, and after a month of quiet contemplation, you shall recover. Professor, shouldn't we be departing from Hogwarts now? Why are we heading to the headmaster's office? There is something that can assist us, making our journey a tad more pleasant. Chilled lemonade. Dumbledore stated as he approached the stone gargoyle before the headmaster's office and uttered the password. A glass of chilled lemonade will make our journey more delightful. After all, accompanying me on this expedition is hardly as enjoyable as being with Miss Granger. You old scoundrel. Upon hearing Dumbledore jest about himself and Hermione, Hall resolved to ensure that Dumbledore would sample the authentic potion, as the concoction he prepared last year was but a rough version. The one in the cave was the genuine article. Fox come. The phoenix flew onto Dumbledore's right shoulder. This wondrous creature could apparate anywhere, which is why I sometimes opt for this mode of travel. Of course, choosing a thestral is also a commendable option. Is it because Grindelwald enjoyed riding thestrals? Hall interjected recklessly. The author, having watched the trailer for Fantastic Beasts 2, boldly crafted this line, recalling Grindelwald riding a thestral. Dumbledore regarded the student before him, wondering why it felt as though the boy's words were akin to sharp blades. Hall gazed at Dumbledore with a playful expression, contemplating the jest regarding himself and Hermione, and decided to tease him about the supposedly pure friendship he shared with Grindelwald. Ahem, I believe it is time for us to depart. Do seize my arm. Dumbledore, choosing not to prolong the conversation, prepared to set off immediately. Hall, recognizing that the jesting had reached its limit, adopted a more serious demeanor and grasped Dumbledore's arm. Fawkes let out a triumphant cry from Dumbledore's shoulder, spreading his wings, and in an instant, the fabric of space twisted, causing both Dumbledore and Hall to vanish from the headmaster's office. Perhaps the Phoenix, being a creature of extraordinary magic, possessed a unique proficiency in spatial movement. This time, Hall did not experience the disorientation that had accompanied his previous apparitions. Instead, a sense of warmth enveloped him. We have arrived. Dumbledore's voice gently pulled Hall back from that sensation. Upon surveying his surroundings, Hall discerned that he was ensconced within a dim and damp cavern. The air infused with a briny essence reminiscent of the sea, evidently the very location Voldemort had chosen to conceal the locket. Indeed, they had found it. Dumbledore seemed to have unearthed something of significance. He extended his wand, and with a flick, a silhouette of an archway materialized against the stone wall before them. However, this outline was ephemeral, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared, reverting the wall to its original state. Dumbledore scrutinized the stone intently, prompting Hall to refrain from interrupting him, content to observe from the sidelines. Ah, so it is merely a rudimentary barrier. After several minutes of contemplation, Dumbledore spoke, indicating that entry would necessitate some form of sacrifice. Likely blood. With that, he conjured a small silver dagger. Let it be my blood, he declared. Nay, allow it to be yours, Hall countered, both speaking in unison. Upon hearing Hall's words, Dumbledore couldn't suppress a slight grimace. Really now, my boy, you ought to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A little restraint wouldn't go amiss. Professor Dumbledore, it is not that I fear the pain, but rather that you stand at the forefront of the battle against Voldemort. I cannot overshadow your brilliance, Hall jested, fully cognizant that even if he fervently insisted on using his own blood, Dumbledore would remain steadfast in his decision to offer his own. Thus, he indulged in a light-hearted quip. Dumbledore recognized Hall's jest as well, yet the sight of the lad's playful demeanor ignited a whimsical urge to chastise him. The blood of youth shall be reserved for more worthy endeavors. Let mine suffice for this purpose. With that, Dumbledore made a small incision on his arm, allowing his blood to cascade onto the stone wall, which once again revealed the archway's form. After Hall retrieved a vial of blood-replenishing potion from his small satchel for Dumbledore, he cast a powerful illumination charm. In an instant, the entire cavern was bathed in radiant light. Upon entering, Hall was suddenly seized by regret for casting the illumination spell. For beneath the surface of the lake lay countless corpses. These remains included not only adults in their prime, but also the aged and the innocent children. Their lifeless forms rested beneath the water, hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the surface above. Although Hall was aware of the presence of numerous spectral bodies beneath the lake and had steeled himself for the encounter, the sight of such an abundance of corpses proved overwhelming, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Hall's complexion was as pale as death, and within him burned an unwavering resolve to confront Voldemort. This was a scene of unimaginable horror, a veritable massacre. Even if Voldemort had raised him, even if that nurturing had been entirely selfless, even if he were indeed Voldemort's son, Hall would still rise against him. Behind these victims lay countless families, perhaps with elderly parents nearing the end of their days, or infants yet to celebrate their first birthdays. This bloodshed was merely a fragment of Voldemort's myriad atrocities, yet it had already led to the ruin of countless lives, tearing families apart and bringing about utter devastation. In this moment, Hall recalled Neville, whose parents had been driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, still languishing in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries, possibly relying solely on his grandmother for support. He thought of Harry, whose parents, like his own, had perished by the killing curse, leaving Harry to grow up in a life of dependency and hardship. Hall also remembered Regulus, Sirius's younger brother. Had it not been for Voldemort, Sirius and Regulus would not have been at odds. Tragically, Sirius died without ever knowing that his brother was a hero. A tear trickled down Hall's cheek. If he had once been a man consumed by rage for love, now he felt an earnest desire to eradicate Voldemort. Chapter 10. Come, let us raise this cup. These are the sins wrought by Voldemort and his minions, the Death Eaters. Dumbledore, unbeknownst to Hall, had approached his side, his countenance far from serene. In the previous war, they had ruthlessly slaughtered wizards and muggles alike, transforming their corpses into inferi to serve as their weapons. Before we can obtain the Horcrux, we must first deal with these inferi, otherwise, they will surely pose a significant threat to us, Hall stated, forcing himself to maintain composure. Inferi are not difficult to confront. They dwell in dark, damp places. To vanquish them, one need only wield fire, Dumbledore replied. Hall remained silent as he approached the lake's edge, crouching down with his right hand firmly gripping his wand. His left hand gradually extended into the water. Just as his fingertips made contact with the surface, a ghastly figure from beneath the depths surged forth, seizing Hall's arm in a desperate attempt to drag him into the abyss. How could Hall possibly allow this undead to have its way? He swiftly waved his wand in his right hand and cast a shattering spell at the creature, causing it to explode into countless fragments. Hall hurriedly retreated, as the lake's surface began to erupt with the emergence of shadowy corpses, surging towards him. Even though these individuals were victims, in this moment, there were no victims. Hall could not afford to jeopardize his own life. The flames blazed fiercely. 7 flames, as thick as arms, erupted from the tip of Hall's wand, swirling before him to form a wall of fire. The inspiration for this fire spell stemmed from the previous semester when Dumbledore wielded it against Voldemort, a technique Hall had studied. While the potency of his fire spell was undoubtedly inferior to Dumbledore's at that time, he was not contending with Voldemort, but rather with the shadowy corpses. Typically, these creatures feared fire, and it was generally sufficient to use flames to repel them. However, the corpses at the lake's bottom, influenced by Voldemort's magic, charged forward even in the face of their most dreaded element, fire. In Hall's eyes, the flames reflected not only the fire, but also his wrath. These souls, even in death, found no solace. Their remains left unrecognizable. Compassion is one thing. Yet Hall would not falter. This was a matter of life and death, and he could not retreat simply due to a soft heart. One could only wonder how many restless spirits lay beneath the lake's surface, for Hall's protective fire barrier was nearing its limit. The fire spell demanded a great deal of magical energy, and he could not sustain it for long. "Professor Dumbledore, please assist me," Hall implored. Feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down upon him, Dumbledore regarded Hall with admiration, and upon hearing his plea, he flicked his wand, summoning a phoenix of flames that materialized before him, which then plunged into the battlefield below. Hearing the commotion behind him, Hall quickly dispelled his magic and retreated to Dumbledore's side. The fiery phoenix, though smaller than the wall of flames Hall had conjured, possessed an incomparable might. With each powerful flap of its wings, the specters it encountered were reduced to ashes, and it unleashed torrents of fire that spread across the lake's surface. Is this truly the extent of Dumbledore's power? No, this could not possibly reflect all of his capabilities. He had more in reserve. This phoenix not only exemplified the potency of the fire spell, but also showcased exceptional transfiguration skills. "Professor, I recall your invitation last Christmas to learn from you," Hall said, gazing at Dumbledore. "Might I still request your guidance now?" Dumbledore, with a graceful flick of his wand, directed the phoenix as it soared, responding, "I remember you once declined my offer. What has prompted your change of heart now?" Hall smiled silently, and Dumbledore returned the gesture with a faint smile, stating, "You may come to my office every Saturday evening from now on." In the ensuing moments, the two, one old and one young, fell into a comfortable silence, the cavern resonating only with the crackling flames and the occasional call of Fox. "Ah, well, I believe we can proceed to take a look now," Dumbledore exhaled, addressing Hall. They approached the lakeside, where Dumbledore began to search the void with his hands. Then with a firm tug, a small boat materialized upon the water's surface. Professor, wouldn't it be simpler to have Fox transport us directly?" Hall remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Oh, I nearly forgot that the phoenix is impervious to the disillusionment charm," Dumbledore replied, tapping his forehead in realization before gently stroking Fox's head. "Shall you take us across, Fox?" The phoenix chirped, seemingly in agreement. A flash of fire enveloped the cavern, and soon Hall and Dumbledore found themselves on a small island at the heart of the lake. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a basin filled with a glowing, emerald green potion. Dumbledore approached the pedestal, placing his hands upon it as he scrutinized the potion within. He attempted to reach out and touch it, only to be thwarted by an invisible force. "Hall, come take a look. Do you recognize this potion?" Dumbledore beckoned. "I suspect Voldemort intends for the visitors to consume the potion before he can retrieve the Horcrux." Hall approached the stone platform, peering intently at the potion contained within, before looking up and flashing a ghostly smile at Dumbledore. Despite having weathered numerous storms, Dumbledore felt a shiver run down his spine at Hall's grin. "Professor, I can assure you that this potion is not poisonous. However, it can inflict severe damage on the body, requiring at least a month for recovery." Hall could hardly suppress his laughter. "I believe you might even miss the flavor of this potion, considering I gifted it to you last Christmas." Upon hearing Hall's words, Dumbledore immediately understood what it was. The taste was something he would never forget, especially with Hall's added remark. "That was a crude version. This is the authentic one, which you should enjoy." "Enjoy it, you say?" Dumbledore felt an overwhelming urge to pour the potion over the impudent lad before him. He took several deep breaths, striving to quell his impulse. "I think it should be me who drinks it," Dumbledore declared. "I concur," Hall replied, conjuring a crystal goblet, filling it to the brim, and presenting it to Dumbledore. "Here you go, Professor Dumbledore. You first." Reluctantly, Dumbledore accepted the crystal goblet and drank it down. "Ah," he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground as the effects of the potion took hold. "Professor Dumbledore, it seems you are in for a rough ride," Hall said, scooping another full goblet and bringing it to Dumbledore's lips. "For our teacher-student bond, please drink this one too. Better to suffer a stomach ache than let our friendship falter. A great river, wide and deep, let us toast to this." Hall's words flowed like poetry, and in later reflections, Dumbledore would question whether some enchantment compelled him to comply. Even amidst his agony. "No. Spare me. Kill me instead. I was wrong. I don't want to drink anymore." Nearby, Fox the Phoenix watched the scene unfold, frightened enough to tuck his head beneath his wings. Chapter 11. Dumbledore's fear of pain. Scientific research indicates that excessive alcohol consumption can burden the liver, impairing its function. Similarly, the overindulgence in potions can damage bodily systems, regardless of one's magical prowess, a truth that the esteemed White Wizard Albus Dumbledore has personally validated. 1 cup revitalizes the mind, 2 cups banish fatigue, and 3 cups, well, that's the end. Hall realized he had drained the entire basin of potion, revealing a pendant box inside. Professor Dumbledore, I believe we have achieved our objective. Hall toyed with the pendant box while the exhausted Dumbledore lay on the ground, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. Water. Is there any water? Dumbledore suddenly felt parched and craved hydration. Fawkes, hurry and shed a few tears for your master, Hall instructed Fawkes, who rolled his eyes before flying over to Dumbledore, shedding a few tears into the open mouth of the professor. Though only a few droplets, the effect was remarkable. Dumbledore no longer yearned for water, though fatigue still enveloped him. Phoenix tears are truly effective, Dumbledore mused, stroking Fawkes's head as the phoenix emitted soft, contented sounds. While phoenix tears indeed possess extraordinary healing properties, the potion he had consumed inflicted direct harm to his soul, something not even phoenix tears could mend. Here, drink this vial of potion. It may aid in your soul's recovery. Hall offered the pendant box to Dumbledore. And one more thing. It seems you have consumed a fake potion. Look at the note inside. With trembling hands, Dumbledore opened the pendant box to reveal a note within. To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I shall have perished, but I want you to know that I have uncovered your secret. I have stolen the true Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as possible. I willingly embrace death, hoping you will meet your end when faced with an adversary. Upon reading this, Dumbledore furrowed his brow and remarked, it appears a brave soul discovered Voldemort's secret long before our arrival and successfully stole the Horcrux. Professor, who do you think this person could be? Hall leaned against the stone platform, engaging in conversation with Dumbledore, taking advantage of the opportunity to stretch out his absence from class. That is not easily guessed. I will need to investigate thoroughly, Dumbledore replied, closing the pendant box while still retaining the note inside. Actually, we can deduce some clues, Professor, Hall proposed. How so? Firstly, we can infer from the note that the individual who pilfered the Horcrux must be someone well acquainted with Voldemort, as only someone familiar could decipher a name abbreviation to identify the person. For instance, Harry's name and yours. Only in such cases can one immediately recognize the individual. Hall took the pendant box and sat down. We can narrow the suspects to those familiar to Voldemort. Furthermore, Horcruxes are not common knowledge. Even some professors at Hogwarts may not be aware of their existence. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. The literature on Horcruxes has long been secured in my office. The library likely only contains information on them being exceedingly malevolent objects. As you mentioned, since I have already removed the Horcrux texts, we can rule out wizards of Muggle descent, as they would struggle to access this knowledge. Among the remaining half-blood and pure-blood wizards, we should focus more on the purebloods, as their families possess extensive histories and are more likely to have collections related to Horcruxes. Hall contemplated further. Additionally, the so-called Sacred 28 families should be investigated first, as they represent the oldest families within the British magical community. The individual who stole the Horcrux is likely among them. Moreover, it seems we need not examine all 28 families, as the person's initials lead us to a specific family. For instance, the Black family, the Lestrange family, and the Burke family. These are the ones you might want to scrutinize. Dumbledore clapped his hands and smiled. An impressive deduction. You have managed to infer so many clues from a mere scrap of paper. This is simply elementary reasoning. There is no need for such praise, Hall replied, aware that his insight stemmed in part from knowing the thief of the pendant box was Regulus Arcturus Black. Well then, I believe I've rested sufficiently. It is time for us to return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, unsteadily rising to his feet, with Hall rushing to assist him. Are you certain you do not need to rest a bit longer? Hall inquired. I feel I have regained enough strength to make the journey back. Fawkes, please guide us to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore spoke. Fawkes let out a cry, and with a flash of light, Dumbledore and Hall vanished from the cave, only to reappear in the headmaster's office. Go and seek out Severus, Dumbledore instructed. Hall assisted Dumbledore to a seat on the sofa. However, he did not rise but instead joined him on the couch. He conjured a complete set of potion-making equipment and then retrieved several potion ingredients from his satchel, moonstone, powdered unicorn horn, mandrake leaves, and sunflower petals. Rather than seeking Professor Snape, I believe it would be more beneficial for me to assist you, as I possess a greater familiarity with such potions, Hall remarked. He cast a glance at Dumbledore and blinked playfully, as if to say, is that not true? Dumbledore remained silent, merely observing Hall as he diligently engaged in his task. Hall first heated a pot of water in a crucible, then meticulously sliced the leaves of the mandrake. Once the water in the crucible reached a vigorous boil, he introduced the mandrake leaves. followed by the powdered unicorn horn and sunflower petals. After stirring clockwise 6 times and counterclockwise 5 times with a glass rod, Hall positioned the moonstone above the crucible and scraped off its powder. Finally, he pointed his wand at the potion and uttered the incantation, "Wacky, wacky," causing the potion to shimmer in a brilliant gold-red hue. "Professor, this elixir can effectively restore the damage to your soul, with consistent consumption over approximately half a month. You should see a full recovery." Hall poured a cup and handed it to Dumbledore. Grimacing, Dumbledore drank the potion, remarking on its unbearable bitterness. "If you wish to know the taste, I recommend trying traditional Chinese medicine." "Oh, can it be a bit more palatable?" Dumbledore retrieved a dish of sweets, but Hall swiftly snatched it away. "After consuming this, no sweet treats are allowed." He carried the dish of candies towards the door, reminding Dumbledore, "Remember, take it twice a day, once at noon and once at midnight." Watching Hall depart, Dumbledore smiled with contentment, but upon glancing at the potion on the table, his expression soured. Chapter 12. A Night of Sorrow. At 2 places. By the time Dumbledore and Hall returned to Hogwarts, it was already afternoon. Hall had missed lunch, yet a student who knew the whereabouts of the kitchen would never find himself in want of food. After a frenzied visit to the kitchen, Hall did not rush back to Gryffindor Tower. Instead, he chose to indulge in a delightful nap beneath the trees by the Black Lake. His day had been unexpectedly disrupted. Pulled from class to confront a horde of wraiths, tasked with persuading Dumbledore to drink, and ultimately preparing the antidote. Such endeavors were indeed taxing, and coupled with a hearty meal, it was only natural that he succumbed to slumber. Hall had fallen asleep by the banks of the Black Lake, where the warm sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the trees, casting a gentle glow upon his fair skin. His deep crimson hair shimmered under the dappling of 3 or 4 sunbeams, appearing almost radiant. He truly felt a sense of fatigue, despite the fact that Hall too was merely in his 30s. In the initial year, he had lived in constant trepidation, fearing that Dumbledore would uncover his true identity while engaging in a delicate dance with Voldemort. The time of Voldemort's resurrection was drawing near, and Hall found himself uncertain if he would survive the impending turmoil. After all, many had perished in that wizarding war. Even the formidable figures such as Dumbledore, Moody, and Lupin had not escaped unscathed. Now, Hall stood at the very center of this tempest, striving to become the master of the whirlpool, for only then could he ensure his survival and safeguard those dear to him. Hall experienced a dream in which he found himself transformed into a bird, soaring freely through the skies, unencumbered by earthly limitations. He quenched his thirst with mountain springs, feasted upon bamboo shoots, rested upon the phoenix trees, befriended countless birds, and formed bonds with myriad spirits. What a captivating scene it was! Yet, as the dream unfolded, this bird flew over a dark forest where countless thorns obstructed Hall's path. Iron chains forged from the strongest metal bound him, and his wings, once symbols of freedom, were severed by sharp blades. He plummeted from the heavens, falling to the ground. Alas! Hall suddenly awoke, glancing around to discover that the moon had risen high in the sky, indicating that he had slumbered through the afternoon. Hall wiped the sweat from his forehead, rising to his feet, preparing to make his way back towards the castle. At that moment, he noticed a figure lingering by one of the castle's windows, likely one of those adventurous souls who revel in nighttime escapades, a tendency most prevalent among Gryffindors. After self-deprecatingly acknowledging his excessive caution, Hall quietly made his way back towards the Gryffindor Tower. He roused the fat lady, who had dozed off, enduring her scolding as he stepped into the common room. As Hall entered, he was greeted by the lively flames of the fireplace in the common lounge, where a solitary figure sat upon the sofa facing the fire. It appeared to be Hermione. "Hermione?" Hall tentatively called out in a hushed tone. The figure rose and turned, revealing that it was indeed Hermione. Her brow was furrowed, her lips tightly sealed, and her gaze fixed intently upon Hall. "Where have you been? Even if you do not have an affinity for Professor Lockhart, you ought not to skip class. Do you understand?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. Initially, Hall felt a swell of gratitude upon seeing Hermione waiting for him, yet her words swiftly dampened his spirits. "What do you mean by that? I have risked everything for you, severing ties with Voldemort, wholeheartedly aligning myself with Dumbledore, and striving to secure a Horcrux, only to be met with your scorn. Simply because I spoke ill of that insipid peacock and chose to forego its class, you choose to chastise me? I believe my decision to skip that frivolous lesson was prudent. It allowed me to conserve time." Hall retorted, his anger boiling over. "And who are you to dictate what classes I attend? How dare you intrude upon my personal life?" With that, Hall stormed back to his dormitory, leaving Hermione alone in the common room. A loud crackle erupted from the fireplace. Hermione gazed toward the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, her heart heavy with concern. This afternoon, witnessing Hall's absence from class had stirred her anxiety. She had even missed her favorite Professor Lockhart's lesson, marking her first truancy. She had scoured the castle in search of him, encountering numerous wandering ghosts, yet none had seen Hall. During dinner, he was also conspicuously absent from the Gryffindor table, leading Hermione to forego her meal and wait for his return, convinced he would eventually come back to the dormitory. Finally, when Hall arrived, she merely stated a fact, only to be met with his vehement response. All she wanted was to ensure his safety, to ascertain that he had not encountered any danger. Now, standing there, tears began to fall. What good is crying? What good is crying? Hermione wiped her tears away. In the past, tears would have drawn comfort from others. What about now? Dinner time was approaching, and tonight was Halloween, with plenty of delightful treats awaiting in the Great Hall. Open the door. Let us go to the Great Hall. Hermione, why do you care so much about others' feelings? Please, do not be so sorrowful. Should I fetch Ron for you to take your frustrations out on? Or you could simply vent your feelings on me. After all, we both share the same fiery hair. In moments of sadness, at least she had him, but now, what remained? Even then, Hermione had already begun to harbor feelings for this young man, culminating in her first kiss shared in that very spot. The following day, when the prospect of memory erasure arose, Hermione panicked at the thought of losing Hall, fearing a world without him. In a bold move, she kissed him in front of the entire school. It was the most foolish thing she had ever done, yet she held no regrets. But here she was, in the same place, yearning for him to understand her. With heavy steps, Hermione made her way back to the dormitory, tears still streaming down her face. Despite her ability to wipe them away, the tears would not cease. Meanwhile, Hall stormed into the boys' dormitory, seething with frustration. Yet he kept his voice low so as not to awaken Harry, Ron, Neville, or Seamus. Everything I do is for you. Why can you not comprehend that? Were it not for you, I would not have placed myself in such peril, Hall murmured in the darkness. Hall lay in bed, striving to calm himself and drift into slumber. However, whether it was due to his prolonged daytime rest or the unsettling words Hermione had just spoken, the more he wished to fall asleep, the more elusive it became. Ultimately, Hall found himself wide awake, gazing at the canopy above his bed throughout the night. Chapter 13. The diary. In the ensuing days, Hall and Hermione remained ensnared in a silent standoff, each refusing to acknowledge the other. This predicament left their mutual friends, Harry and Ron, in a rather awkward position, as they were reluctant to intervene in the dispute between two dear companions. At the Gryffindor table during breakfast, Hermione and Hall occupied opposite ends, with Harry and Ron caught in the middle. That Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. Yesterday's class was a complete debacle. Ron lamented about the defense against the dark arts lesson. Didn't I tell you? You can't possibly learn anything in his class. That peacock pales in comparison to Quirrell. At least Quirrell could teach us how to handle trolls, Hall scoffed. Professor Lockhart is merely attempting to develop our practical skills. Which is why he refrained from intervening, Hermione interjected. Despite having missed class the previous day, she was still informed about the events in defense against the dark arts. All right, I believe we ought not to speak ill of our professors in private. By the way, I have Quidditch practice later. Would you like to come watch? Harry quickly interposed, noticing the tension brewing between the two. Sure, Hall replied. I'd like to watch too. After all, it's Quidditch, Ron added, just as he spotted his younger sister approaching. Hello, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Hall, Ginny greeted, appearing somewhat hesitant. Can I speak with Hall for a moment? I have a few things I'd like to ask him. Hall was taken aback. He was uncertain as to why Ginny sought him out. However, he felt it would be impolite to decline her request. Very well, let us converse here. Ginny and Hall made their way to the opposite side of the Gryffindor table and took a seat. Ginny, is there something you wish to discuss? Hall inquired. I would like to ask if you are familiar with someone named Tom Marvolo Riddle, Ginny hesitantly articulated. A sudden realization struck Hall. It appeared that Ginny had commenced a dialogue with the diary. However, why would Ginny seek me out? Ah, of course. Ginny must have perceived that I, too, am Riddle. Which is why she came to inquire. Ginny, how did you come to know about Tom Marvolo Riddle? Hall asked. Ginny hesitated, contemplating for a considerable time before producing a black diary and stating, I discovered it within this diary. The owner of this diary is none other than Tom Marvolo Riddle, and this diary possesses the ability to converse with you. When you write something, it can respond. Hall gazed at the diary in Ginny's hands and tentatively inquired, Ginny, Might you lend me this diary for a brief while? I wish to study it, as a diary capable of conversing with others is quite a rarity. Ginny, however, appeared rather troubled by the request. Hall couldn't help but admire Tom Riddle. His ability to manipulate was truly remarkable. It hadn't been long since the diary had come into Ginny's possession, yet it had already ensnared her so completely. Hall decided to add a touch of intrigue. Ginny, I must warn you, this diary is a perilous artifact. Tom Riddle, to my knowledge, is a nefarious dark wizard, and this diary may very well be imbued with dark magic. Hall gazed intently at Ginny, delivering his words with gravity. Oh, Ginny exclaimed, startled, causing the diary to slip from her hands. Hall swiftly caught it. Are you suggesting this is an object of dark magic? Indeed, it is an object of dark magic, Hall affirmed, seizing the momentum. Very well, I shall relinquish the diary to you. Hall tucked the diary into his pocket, observing Ginny's downcast demeanor with a twinge of remorse. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as though he had deprived her of a cherished confidant. Ginny, allow me to present you with a gift, he said, retrieving a small contraption he had crafted during his alchemical studies the previous year. The vial contained a silvery mist, a substance capable of rendering one invisible for 2 hours upon release. Thank you, Hall, Ginny replied with a smile. No need for thanks. You have bestowed upon me something truly wonderful, he thought to himself. As evening fell, Hall found himself alone in the Gryffindor common room, preparing to engage in a conversation with Tom. Hall picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and inscribed, "Greetings, I am Hall Riddle." As soon as he completed the line, the words he had penned vanished, only to be replaced by a new line. "Salutations, I am Tom Riddle. I have heard of you. You are a pureblood wizard." Hall wrote, "Indeed, I am a pureblood wizard. Tom Riddle appears to be genuinely concerned about my pureblood status. There may indeed be a familial connection between us. Perhaps we should compare our family trees. It seems that for Voldemort, the question of whether he is of pure blood is of utmost significance. I fear he may even begin to doubt the lineage of his father, pondering whether he might not be a muggle but rather a squib. Even a squib, however, is still a wizard, capable of affirming pure blood status rather than being a half-blood wizard. Since you have entrusted me with the rhythm of this discourse, I shall not squander this opportunity. Do you know what Dumbledore's favorite food is? Do you understand why the defense against the dark arts professor changes every year? Are you aware of how often Professor Snape washes his hair?" Hall surmised that Tom Riddle might be somewhat perturbed. They had been engaged in a rather orderly discussion regarding bloodline genealogy, yet Hall's incessant tangents had disrupted the flow of their conversation. Moreover, Tom Riddle felt compelled to respond, fearing that Hall might cease their dialogue altogether. Thus, Hall and Tom Riddle indulged in idle chatter for approximately an hour. Ultimately, Hall penned the words, "It is too late. Let us converse again tomorrow." With that, he closed his diary and retired to his dormitory for the night. Hall would not engage in daily conversations with Tom Riddle as Ginny did, and he consistently maintained a sense of vigilance within himself. His mental barriers operated continuously during discussions with Tom Riddle, ensuring that he granted not a single opportunity for intrusion. Thus, Hall and Tom Riddle enjoyed nearly 2 months of pleasant discourse. To be precise, their conversations did not last long, as Hall only spoke with his diary for an hour each Sunday evening. On Saturday nights, Hall sought out Dumbledore to learn magic, while on Sunday evenings, he conversed with Tom Riddle regarding magical knowledge. Dumbledore, having immersed himself in the realm of magic for many years, was undoubtedly a master. And though the Tom Riddle within the diary could not compare to his true self, his magical knowledge nonetheless astonished Hall. With the guidance of these two eminent figures in the magical world, one instructing Hall in white magic and the other in black magic, Hall felt his progress over these 2 months was exceptionally rapid. During his conversations with Tom Riddle, Hall discerned that Riddle was still attempting to bewitch him. For instance, Riddle introduced Hall to several nefarious dark spells and endeavored to persuade him to study them. In response to such behavior, Hall simply shut the diary. After several instances, Tom Riddle became more astute, refraining from presenting Hall with those wicked dark spells, as if he were genuinely only teaching Hall about black magic knowledge and how to resist it. Before long, Halloween arrived. Chapter 14. The Chamber of Secrets is opened. Halloween at Hogwarts, much like the position of the defense against the dark arts professor, is steeped in the possibility of being cursed. Throughout the years, nearly every significant event has transpired on this haunting night, such as last year's troll incident. However, this year seems destined for tranquility, as the diary now rests in Hall's possession, promising a serene Halloween at Hogwarts. This year's festivities saw the Great Hall adorned with great care. The once floating candles had transformed into glowing pumpkins. In the corners of the hall sat several more pumpkins, and the evening's fare was predominantly pumpkin-themed. Pumpkin juice, pumpkin pie, and pumpkin porridge. Hall found himself seated alone at the banquet, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione appeared to have ventured off to nearly headless Nick's death day party, commemorating the anniversary of his demise. Hall could not fathom why the ghost would celebrate such an occasion. Perhaps it was simply out of sheer boredom. Once everyone had finished their meal, the heads of the four houses began to usher their students back to their respective common rooms. Among the Gryffindor ranks, Hall pondered his upcoming lesson with Dumbledore, who would be teaching him the Patronus charm that week. Hall was determined to master this spell, especially with the looming threat of Dementors due to Sirius's escape from Azkaban, which would inevitably lead to encounters with those creatures. Suddenly, Hall found himself lost in thought. Unaware that the line had come to a halt, and he inadvertently collided with one of the Weasley twins, still unable to distinguish which was George and which was Fred. Why have we stopped? He wondered. Aren't we supposed to be heading to the Gryffindor Tower? It appeared that something had occurred ahead. That was Filch's cat. Goodness. How could this happen? Amidst the commotion, Hall managed to glean some useful information, yet the situation remained perplexing. Horrified, Hall forced his way to the front, where he beheld only the sight of Filch's cat and Mrs. Loris grotesquely suspended upon the wall. Harry and Ron stood nearby, but what captured attention even more was the ominous line of large red letters inscribed above. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Although aware that the words were not inscribed in blood, the scene, coupled with the presence of the hanging cat, exuded an unsettling aura of terror. Who could it be? Who could it possibly be? Hall disregarded the troublesome accounts and swiftly departed from the crowd, eager to return to his dormitory and check whether the diary remained. Among the professors, Dumbledore cast a glance at Hall's retreating figure. Since Hall had already placed the resurrection stone ring into his small bag, he dared not store the diary within as well. Who could predict the consequences of having two Horcruxes in proximity? Thus, Hall decided to leave the diary in his dormitory, reasoning that no one would take the trouble to rummage through his belongings, and consequently, he did not cast any protective enchantments. However, to his dismay, problems still arose. Hall stood by the bedside in his dormitory, and he observed that the small box where he kept his diary was already devoid of any contents. His expression darkened significantly. It seemed that he had ultimately been careless. Hall sat on the bed, his hands pressed against his temples, desperately trying to calm himself, but to no avail. The diary had been stolen, the secret chamber had been breached, and the serpent creature had attacked Lady Loris. Before him lay an empty box, mocking him with a derisive grin, taunting his incompetence and carelessness. A surge of unbridled fury ignited within Hall, compelling him to draw his wand. Shattered. Magic erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the empty box with astonishing speed, reducing it to mere dust. The advanced shattering spell did not merely break it into fragments. The box was obliterated to powder, a reflection of the wizard's tumultuous state of mind. For Hall could no longer bear the sight of that box. Headmaster's office. Hall came here tonight once again, aware that even if he chose not to attend, Dumbledore would undoubtedly send someone to seek him out. Hall had just arrived at the stone gargoyle at the entrance when a figure emerged before he could articulate the password. It was Snape. Riddle? Snape paused momentarily. Dumbledore sent me to fetch you from Gryffindor Tower. He wishes to speak with you privately. Yes, Professor. Hall stepped inside, and Snape moved aside to grant him passage, both remaining silent as they entered. Upon reaching the office, Hall observed Dumbledore seated at his desk, with Fawkes beside him gnawing on a bone, the only sound in the room being the soft crunching of the Phoenix's meal. Professor, you called for me? Hall initiated, well aware that Dumbledore was already cognizant of his presence. Hall, how do you perceive tonight's events? Are you aware of the Chamber of Secrets? Has your father ever mentioned it? Dumbledore inquired, lifting his gaze to pose 3 direct questions. I am aware of the Chamber of Secrets. It is evident that someone has opened it tonight, Hall replied calmly. 50 years ago, the chamber was also opened, by Slytherin's heir, the very Tom Riddle, who took the life of a girl. Hall continued to stand at the door, maintaining a considerable distance from Dumbledore seated within. I am aware of this matter. I once harbored suspicions regarding Tom, yet I lacked evidence. Subsequently, he framed Hagrid, Dumbledore recounted. The then headmaster, Armando Dipet, hastily handed Hagrid over to the Ministry of Magic for resolution. Considering Hagrid's juvenile status at the time, the ministry merely expelled him and snapped his wand. Now, the chamber has been reopened, and as you know, Slytherin's heir remains either Voldemort or myself, Hall stated. Though he was aware he was not Voldemort's progeny, others remained oblivious. In truth, Hall had contemplated revealing his identity to Dumbledore, yet he feared being ensnared too deeply should his true identity be exposed. He might lose even the last vestige of protection. Although Voldemort's interest in him was perplexing, his identity as Voldemort's son still held significance. At least until the moment of revelation arrived. You? Dumbledore chuckled. I believe had this occurred before the school year commenced, I would have undoubtedly considered you the prime suspect. However, that is no longer the case. Hogwarts, with its secrets and shadows, witnessed a flicker of concern cross Hall's brow as he instinctively inquired, why? The mention of Horcruxes. The dark artifacts imbued with fragments of a soul stirred a palpable tension. Dumbledore abruptly rose, pacing before his desk, his fingertips rhythmically tapping, the tempo quickening with each passing moment. These nefarious objects, capable of ensnaring the hearts and minds of their bearers, were not merely figments of imagination. Voldemort had indeed crafted more than one Horcrux. If I were to share with you my speculation that Voldemort might have concealed one of his Horcruxes within the very walls of Hogwarts, would you lend credence to such a notion? Hall's eyes widened in evident fright, though not due to the knowledge of a Horcrux residing at Hogwarts, but rather because Dumbledore had accurately deduced the truth. Dumbledore did not glance at Hall. He continued to stroll with his head bowed, stating, Hogwarts Castle harbors countless secrets. Having spent decades within its walls, I cannot claim to have mastered all its mysteries. In the days before Voldemort unleashed his war, he once sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor here, only to be rejected by me, the then headmaster. He may have concealed a Horcrux within Hogwarts, hidden in a place known only to him. Are you so certain? After all, you are his mortal enemy. Would he dare to hide such a significant object beneath your very nose? Hall queried. Indeed, that is precisely why many would overlook it, Dumbledore replied, halting his pacing with a smile. Hogwarts is fortified with formidable protective magic, rendering it nearly impervious to intrusion, even in my absence. The castle's enchantments would thwart Voldemort himself from launching a direct assault, ensuring the safety of the Horcrux. I must concede, your reasoning is quite sound. So, you believe that a Horcrux hidden within Hogwarts has been discovered. The individual, seduced by Voldemort's Horcrux, then opened the Chamber of Secrets. Hall entered the office and took his customary seat on the sofa. Dumbledore's deductions were indeed astute, bringing them close to the truth. Professor, I know the location of the chamber and that it conceals a basilisk, Hall declared, resolved to reveal the chamber's whereabouts and allow Dumbledore to address the impending crisis directly. The unknown is the most terrifying aspect. With the situation now spiraling out of control, it may not be as simple as petrifying a few individuals, a ghost, and a cat, as in the original tale. The principle of maintaining the status quo is ill-suited to the current predicament. It is far more effective to proactively address the issue rather than remain passive. Chapter 15, Quidditch, the Patronus charm since the incident involving Mrs. Norris's petrification. A considerable stir had arisen among the students. Filch now positioned a chair daily at the scene of the crime, as if anticipating the return of the perpetrator. And he had grown increasingly irritable. Any student who spoke too loudly in the corridors found themselves reprimanded by Filch. Harry and Ron, being the principal suspects, faced suspicion from a minority of students. However, this was limited, as the victim was merely a cat. As time passed, the incident seemed to fade from memory, save for the ominous message that remained inscribed on the wall, which Filch had yet to erase despite numerous attempts. The Quidditch match rapidly approached. The first of the year featuring the perennial rivals, Gryffindor and Slytherin. This year, Slytherin's seeker was replaced by Draco Malfoy, yet curiously, Draco appeared less boisterous than in previous seasons, even with his father Lucius having equipped the Slytherin team with the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms. He refrained from hurling jibes at Harry. Hall and Ron were seated in the Gryffindor stands, intently watching Harry's match. Where has Hermione gone? Hall inquired, noticing her absence. Ron casually replied, forget about her. Just look at how that bludger is relentlessly pursuing Harry. As Hall observed the elusive golden snitch, it appeared to possess an uncanny intelligence, persistently pursuing Harry. Hall, however, diverted his attention from the snitch and scanned the surroundings until he finally spotted a diminutive figure beneath the Hufflepuff stands. It was Dobby. Ron, I must step away to the restroom. You can keep an eye on things yourself, Hall remarked. Ron, engrossed in Harry's predicament, acknowledged with a simple nod, indicating his understanding. Hall swiftly made his way to the stands beneath Hufflepuff, where Dobby was currently directing the bludger overhead, oblivious to Hall's presence. In a moment of petrification, Hall drew his wand and cast a Petrificus Totalis. Dobby was instantly immobilized, yet the bludger had already struck Harry. Nevertheless, he managed to seize the golden snitch. From the stands, a throng of Gryffindors rushed down, accompanied by an adult figure, Gilderoy Lockhart. He brandished his wand and aimed it at Harry's arm. But the surrounding Gryffindors gasped in horror, clearly realizing that Lockhart had inadvertently rendered Harry's arm boneless. Remarkably, this spell proved somewhat useful. At least it would make eating fish a less cumbersome endeavor in the future. However, Paul's immediate concern was Dobby. Although this house elf was evidently looking out for Harry, his methods were decidedly flawed. "Professor, I need to speak with you," Hall urged, guiding Dobby along as they hurried to the headmaster's office while the Quidditch match continued. "Hall, what brings you here?" Dumbledore inquired, noticing Dobby with a frown. "This house elf does not appear to belong to Hogwarts. Where did you acquire him?" "Professor, I witnessed this house elf controlling the bludger in the Quidditch pitch and directing it to attack Harry. I have brought him to you for resolution," Hall explained before departing. As he needed to prepare for the upcoming expedition into the Chamber of Secrets. On Halloween, Hall discussed the matter of the chamber with Dumbledore. Consequently, Dumbledore instructed Hall to make the necessary preparations, and once he, Hall, and several other professors were fully equipped, they would confront the basilisk together. Hall left the headmaster's office, convinced that Dobby would be far more beneficial in Dumbledore's hands than in his own. He was now on his way to visit Harry. Upon reaching the door of the infirmary, he overheard a heated argument within. "You still defend that flowery peacock? It is because of him that Harry has lost the bones in his arm. Professor Lockhart did not act with malice. Must you be so harsh towards him?" Hall is correct. That flowery peacock is nothing but a fraud. You all must leave. The patient requires rest. The quarrel between Ron and Hermione was soon followed by Madame Pomfrey's insistence on their expulsion. As Ron and Hermione emerged from the room, they were met by Hall standing at the door. Hermione cast a glance at Hall, her frustration palpable, and stormed off, leaving Ron behind. "What is the matter with her?" Hall inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" "That flowery peacock again," Ron replied. "Ever since the uproar in the first class. The subsequent defense against the dark arts lessons have devolved into mere performances of his textbook material. Harry and I have mentioned it to her several times. Yet she continues to defend that peacock. Today, he rendered Harry's arm bones non-existent, and when I spoke up, she only escalated the argument." "Ron, don't take it to heart." Hermione isn't intentionally being difficult. "She can see clearly, but perhaps because of me, she is overly fixated on the matter concerning Lockhart." Despite the ongoing Cold War between Hall and Hermione, he did not wish for his girlfriend to lose her good friend. "It's all right, we all understand," Ron said. "Are you going to see Harry?" "It seems we will have to wait until tomorrow. Madame Pomfrey has made it abundantly clear that she will not permit anyone else inside." Hall was well aware of Madame Pomfrey's temperament, thus he refrained from entering. After much contemplation, it seemed the only option was to practice magic in the Room of Requirement. For otherwise, there was nothing else to occupy his time. The Room of Requirement. In this desolate abode, Hall finds himself surrounded by a few stone statues designed for training assaults. "Guardian of the Spirits, arise. Guardian of the Spirits, arise." The silvery mist lingers, perpetually silvery. Hall had been practicing the Patronus charm for an extended period. However, he still failed to conjure a corporeal Patronus, remaining merely a cloud of silvery mist. Hall could hardly believe that a mere wisp of silver could repel Dementors. At best, it might only serve to ward them off. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts, to focus on moments of joy, particularly the day spent in the Great Hall with Hermione. A smile crept upon his lips at the memory, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by recollections of their argument earlier this year, when she had reproached him in the common room. Hall felt an inner turmoil, a cacophony of emotions. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a shattering spell, obliterating a nearby statue into dust. Hall paced restlessly on the ground, rummaging through his small bag in search of a beverage. However, in his haste, he inadvertently retrieved several unrelated items, such as a quill, fantastic beasts and where to find them, the Resurrection Stone ring, and his alchemical research notebook, among others. The Resurrection Stone ring. Hall gazed at the ring in his hand, placing it aside before rising abruptly. "Call forth the Guardian." At the tip of his wand, a dense silvery mist began to coalesce, markedly more substantial than the ephemeral fog of earlier. Gradually, the mist began to take on the semblance of an animal, resembling a bird. Though indistinct, it was undeniably a bird, far more potent than the previous incarnation of the Guardian charm. It was evident that the Horcrux had insidiously infiltrated Hall's psyche. The Resurrection Stone ring, as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, had been subtly manipulating Hall, influencing his emotions. No wonder he often felt an inexplicable agitation within, where even the slightest inconvenience could sour his mood. He could no longer carry the resurrection stone ring with him. During tomorrow's expedition into the Chamber of Secrets, upon encountering the basilisk, he must utilize its fangs to obliterate the Horcrux. Chapter 16. The medical room at night. The soft glow of the moonlight streamed through the castle's exterior, enveloping the entire edifice in a tranquil silence. In light of Lady Loris's petrification, the nights at Hogwarts had taken on an unusually serene quality. Hall rubbed his brow as he emerged from the room of requirements. He had not anticipated the terrifying nature of the soul artifact. Even without physical contact, it had still profoundly affected his mind. The impending expedition into the hidden chamber the following day necessitated a decisive resolution to this issue. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly become a source of calamity. He glanced outside, realizing that night had fallen deeply. It was quite late, yet he felt compelled to stealthily visit Harry, having missed the opportunity during the day. Resolute in his decision, Hall cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, rendering him invisible as he made his way toward the infirmary. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor, the portraits on the walls appeared to be resting, and the nocturnal Hogwarts took on a somewhat ominous aura, as if the surrounding darkness were a beast lurking, ready to devour. Inside the infirmary, Harry found himself wide awake. The sensation of his bones regenerating was unbearably discomforting, causing him profound pain that rendered sleep impossible. "Harry," came Hall's voice. Startled, Harry lifted the covers with his left hand, yet saw nothing, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. "Is that you, Hall?" Harry whispered tentatively. Hall halted his concealed state, lowered his wand, and materialized before Harry's bedside. "I came to check on you. How does your arm feel?" Hall observed Harry's right arm, noting that the bones seemed to have healed significantly, almost to the point of restoration by the following morning. "Hall, how did you become invisible just now? Did you use my invisibility cloak?" Upon witnessing Hall's sudden appearance, Harry's first thought was of the cloak he frequently employed. "No, I utilized the disillusionment charm, which renders one invisible. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Hall replied, extracting a pouch of powder from his satchel. He then picked up a glass from the bedside table, filling it with clear water. After adding the powder, the liquid transformed into a pale yellow elixir. "Here, drink this, and you shall be free from the agony of your bones mending." As Hall handed the cup to Harry, he ingested its contents and, indeed, felt a swift alleviation of sensation in his right arm. "Honestly, Hall, your skills are evidently superior to Madame Pomfrey's. After graduation, you could easily serve as Hogwarts healer." Harry chuckled. "That is hardly the case. I cannot compare to Madame Pomfrey. Her expertise surpasses that of many leading physicians at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. For instance, she skillfully isolates the analgesic properties from Skeelgrow without compromising its efficacy, such a feat I cannot claim to achieve." "Is that so? But why would she go to such lengths?" Harry inquired. "Perhaps it is her profound affection for her students that compels her to make certain potions taste dreadful." Merely to draw attention, Hall mused casually as he settled on the edge of the bed. "In truth, there are many who love you in this world. Their affection may be deeply concealed, sometimes even perceived as disdain. Much like durian, which emits a foul odor and bears sharp spikes, yet if one dares to taste, the interior reveals a delight that starkly contrasts with its exterior." "Are you referring to my aunt and uncle?" Harry felt as though Hall was speaking of his relatives. For Dumbledore had once mentioned love, asserting that his aunt and uncle cared for him. However, Harry found this hard to believe. He had never felt love from the Dursleys. "One could argue that your aunt and uncle are your only blood relatives in this world, aside from me." "Impossible. They loathe me. They forced me to work since childhood. And I lived in a cupboard under the stairs, wearing Dudley's old clothes," Harry contended. "But why would they treat you poorly?" Hall calmly interrupted. "When Professor Dumbledore placed you with your aunt and uncle, he left only a letter informing them of your parents' and brother's demise, without a single canute to spare. The Dursleys could have easily discarded you, yet they did not. They provided you with shelter, albeit a meager one." Harry felt the truth in Hall's words, finding himself at a loss for rebuttal. "Your mother and your aunt never shared a close bond. When your mother was young, being a witch, your grandparents were deeply concerned for her, showing little sympathy towards your aunt. Your aunt has always lived in your mother's shadow, lacking in both looks and talent." Hall paused. "I understand your aunt and uncle never disclosed the realities of the magical world to you, but perhaps they did care for you in their own way. They were completely unaware of the dangers posed by that world, perceiving it as perilous, and thus sought to shield you. Is that not a form of love?" It seemed plausible, yet Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts, but Hall did not allow him to continue. "Harry, you must realize that on that fateful night 12 years ago, when Voldemort invaded Godric's Hollow, it was not only you who lost your parents, a sister also lost her only sibling, Hall gazed intently at Harry, his dark eyes meeting Harry's green ones. Hurry, Boppy. This student has evidently been attacked. Oh dear. Fortunately, Albus happened to be descending the stairs at that moment. Voices of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey suddenly echoed from outside the infirmary, filled with urgency, as if a student had encountered misfortune. Harry wished for Hall to hide. But Hall had already rendered himself invisible without needing a reminder. Yet instead of retreating, he moved closer to discover who had been attacked. He swiftly approached the bedside, where he beheld Colin Creevey, a first-year who was quite enamored with Harry. Dumbledore took the camera from Colin's hands for a closer inspection. Casting a glance towards Hall's concealed position, Hall recognized that he could not evade Dumbledore, who possessed the ability to see through invisibility cloaks. This student was found in the corridor, a first-year from Gryffindor. He was attacked while carrying a bunch of grapes, presumably on his way to visit Harry. McGonagall expressed her concern. Had Albus not been descending the stairs, who knows what might have happened to him? Dumbledore opened the camera, hoping to reveal any captured images, only to be met with a plume of black smoke. The camera had been completely charred. It seems the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened, and this student was assaulted. Dumbledore glanced towards Hall, who remained invisible. Minerva, are you prepared for tomorrow's endeavor? Yes, I am ready. But I still wish to inquire whether it is truly prudent to involve Riddle in our mission. He is merely 12 years old, just a second-year student. McGonagall expressed her concern for the students. Even seventh-year students, including ourselves, may not be able to safely confront the monster within the chamber. We would be unable to protect him. Hall Riddle must accompany us. I shall ensure his safety, Minerva, Dumbledore replied with a hint of humor. I assure you, even if we were to perish beneath the chamber, that child will find his way to safety. With that, Dumbledore winked at Hall. Holden was rendered speechless. He was aware that Dumbledore believed him to be the offspring of Voldemort, and as a descendant of Slytherin, he undoubtedly possessed a means to exit the Chamber of Secrets safely. However, he was not. Chapter 17, Sinister. This is the place, Professor Dumbledore. Hall arrived at the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory accompanied by Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Professor Flitwick. Hall pointed towards the row of sinks. This time, Dumbledore took the initiative in the Chamber of Secrets operation, bringing along 3 of the 4 house heads, leaving only the comparatively weaker Professor Sprout to guard. With such a formidable assembly, it seemed unlikely that Voldemort would gain any advantage. Everyone remained vigilant, their wands at the ready. Perched on Dumbledore's shoulder was Fawkes, while several vials of potions hung from Snape's waist, making Hall, McGonagall, and Flitwick appear somewhat unencumbered in comparison. At that moment, Snape stepped forward, examining intently. Professor Dumbledore. There appears to be something unusual about this faucet. Look. Snape gestured with his wand towards a serpent emblem beneath the tap. It seemed to be a mark left by Slytherin, intended to guide his heir. Dumbledore focused intently on the faucet, emitting a hissing sound. Open. Parseltongue. Wait. Why can I understand Parseltongue? Dumbledore had previously shared with Hall that in his youth he had studied many languages, mastering not only the language of Merepeople but also the ability to comprehend Parseltongue, even articulating a few simple phrases. Yet, how could Hall understand it? Sweat trickled down Hall's forehead as he found himself utterly devoid of clues. Hall, if you're frightened, you may as well return, Professor McGonagall observed Hall's pallor, assuming it stemmed from his fear of the basilisk, thus suggesting he rest. During this mission, Dumbledore had articulated the objective to everyone. However, he had not anticipated Hall's involvement, which seemed quite absurd. Yet, McGonagall felt it inappropriate to oppose Dumbledore, so she resolved to keep a vigilant eye, lest the young lad come to harm. Professor McGonagall. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Hall replied. Upon Dumbledore uttering the incantation, the sink immediately stirred, revealing a vast, gaping chasm before them. Adhering to their plan, Dumbledore, being the most formidable, took the lead. Professor McGonagall, an adept in transfiguration, was prepared to transform into a rooster if necessary to combat the basilisk, thus positioning herself at the rear for protection. In the middle were Severus Snape, Hall, and Professor Flitwick. As Hall watched the others step into the abyss one by one, he too leaped forward, casting a charm upon himself to soften his landing. After traversing a realm of darkness, Hall felt his feet touch the ground. Illuminated by the wands of Dumbledore and Snape, their light flickering like a beacon, Hall too ignited his wand, revealing a multitude of bones beneath him, reminiscent of rodents. Once the 2 professors descended, Dumbledore cautiously led the group forward, vigilant against the sudden appearance of the basilisk. Indeed, it appeared to be a basilisk. Snape spotted a discarded piece of serpent skin ahead, which seemed to hold some value, and swiftly reduced its size. After shrinking the skin, Snape concealed it within his robes. Professors, how could you be so bold before so many? This sizable piece of serpent skin, even unprocessed, could fetch a handsome sum. For the basilisk's hide possesses remarkable protective qualities, impervious to most spells. Although its protective properties might have diminished since being shed, it remained a coveted item. Should the skin undergo proper treatment to be fashioned into protective gear, its value would multiply exponentially. Having dealt with the serpent skin, the group arrived at the entrance to the chamber, where 7 remarkably lifelike serpents stood guard, protecting this ancient sanctum. Open, Dumbledore commanded in Parseltongue, and Hall attentively listened. Finding he could still comprehend the language, suppressing his inner doubts and anxieties, especially with the impending confrontation with a millennia-old basilisk, he understood the gravity of the situation. Upon entering the chamber, they were greeted by a stone statue. The statue's mouth was agape, as if in a ferocious roar, its form aged and simian, with a sparse, lengthy beard nearly trailing to the hem of its robe. Yet, none could underestimate the formidable presence of this elder. Salazar Slytherin. As Hall stepped into the chamber, he felt the piercing gaze of Salazar Slytherin upon him, disorienting him. In a fleeting moment, Hall sensed himself engulfed in a tumultuous chaos, before him unfolding a vivid tableau. Hall beheld an elderly man standing within a hewn tunnel, wielding a wand entwined with serpents in his hands. Adorning his right hand was the resurrection stone ring, and a pendant box hung around his neck. The old man recited an incantation, causing the stone wall before him to violently explode, the shards that ought to have scattered seemingly vanishing into thin air. The elder stepped into the newly formed cavern, drawing his wand across his palm, creating a deep gash from which blood flowed copiously. He dipped his wand into the crimson stream, then began to trace intricate patterns in the air, each vivid red line halting mid-flight before merging into the surrounding stone walls. By the time the old man completed his spell, his visage had grown exceedingly pale. With a flick of magic, he staunched his own bleeding and departed the scene. What followed were monotonous repetitions, the elder persistently using his own life essence to weave one or more arcane spells. Though the imagery was tedious, Hall understood it to be a secretive narrative, a tale concealed within the flowing river of time. After what felt like countless repetitions, the scene finally shifted. Now, he found himself in a dimly lit basement, seemingly untouched by sunlight for ages, exuding a chill. The old man sat before a writing desk, appearing to inscribe something, though Hall could not discern the contents of his writing. Godric, Rowena, Helga, farewell, the elder murmured to himself before rising from the desk. He approached a large chest in the corner of the room, retrieving an object resembling an egg. He then removed his resurrection stone ring and pendant box, placing them inside the chest. The scene transformed once more as the old man returned to the previously hewn location, one in his right hand and the egg in his left. He began to chant a dry, convoluted incantation, and his serpent wand emitted a jade-like, emerald glow. The egg detached from his grasp, floating in midair. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, yet instead of cascading downward, it behaved as if controlled by some enigmatic force, weaving intricate patterns in the air like a web of crimson threads. Simultaneously, the surroundings began to shift. The once rough stone walls smoothed out, and serpentine statues emerged, transforming the space into a hidden chamber. Perhaps upon finishing the incantation, the old man's form began to dissipate. Yet his head remained distinct and began to enlarge. The elderess had engulfed the floating egg, gradually morphing into a stone statue, its roars echoing similarly to what Hall had witnessed earlier. As the scene began to fade, Hall was enveloped by a chaotic torrent, accompanied by a resonant sound reminiscent of a grand bell tolling through the stillness of the night. Flesh disintegrates, yet spirit endures. Chapter 18. Back in the medical room. Good heavens, the child has finally awakened. Harry, look. Hermione, please remain calm. Everyone, be quiet. The patient requires rest. As Hall opened his eyes, he was greeted by the blinding rays of sunlight, followed by the concerned faces of Harry, Ron, Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Hermione surrounding him. Professor, how did I end up here? Hall realized he was lying on a hospital bed, far removed from the Chamber of Secrets. Children, I understand your concern for your friend's well-being, but I must request a moment of solitude to comprehend the situation, Dumbledore remarked. Minerva, please escort them outside. He did not immediately respond to Hall's inquiry, but instead directed Harry and the others to disperse. The children, though reluctant, complied with Dumbledore's wishes and exited the room. Young man, I sense you have questions that weigh heavily on your mind. Feel free to ask them now, Dumbledore said, gazing at Hall on the bed. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to know why I am here, Hall inquired. I surmise this would be your foremost question, my boy, Dumbledore replied. When we opened the door to the chamber and stepped inside, you suddenly collapsed. I instructed Severus to carry you to the hospital wing. Did I faint? Hall asked. Were you able to defeat the basilisk? Professor, did you obtain its venomous fangs? Dumbledore shook his head, exhaling deeply. At that moment, we did not locate the basilisk. I attempted to enter the statue to search for it, but as I approached the gaping mouth of the statue, I felt a magical force preventing me from entering. I was utterly powerless to resist. It was the magic of Salazar Slytherin. Hall recalled the images he had perceived amid the chaotic torrent. Slytherin? Dumbledore pressed further. As soon as I entered the chamber, I sensed an overwhelming force that transported my consciousness away. In that chaotic flow, I witnessed the moment Slytherin created the chamber centuries ago, Hall explained. Professor, did you see it? Why was I the only one able to witness this? Hall observed Dumbledore shaking his head and inquired, could it be that within your veins flows the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin? You should be able to comprehend the words I uttered when I opened the chamber, for they were in Parseltongue. Dumbledore replied. Salazar Slytherin was the most renowned Parselmouth, and his descendants possessed the same ability. However, Hall was not a descendant of Slytherin. Could it possibly be? A thought emerged in Hall's mind. He realized that both the Slytherin lineage and his own Potter family shared a common ancestry, that of the Peverell family. Could this bloodline be the reason? Yet, why had Harry, in the original narrative, failed to witness those visions within the Slytherin chamber, while he himself could? Do you have any further inquiries? Dumbledore observed Hall's furrowed brow, sensing his lingering doubts. However, Hall was aware that even Dumbledore might not possess the answers to his current uncertainties. Professor, how did you address the matter of the chamber? Hall posed a question that Dumbledore could indeed respond to. I have placed formidable enchantments at the entrance of the chamber. Even if Voldemort's residual soul could unravel them, I would detect it immediately, Dumbledore replied. This is merely a temporary solution, as the basilisk may be concealed within the statue. Yet none can enter. I understand, Professor. Hall reflected for a moment, then inquired. Do you know of any means to resist the corruption of a Horcrux upon the human body? An exceptional brain-closing charm can achieve this. And the protective spell of the Patronus, embodying positive energy, can assist us as well, though it must be maintained continuously during contact with the Horcrux. Dumbledore contemplated before further questioning, do you sense the ring's corruption affecting you? Hall nodded, producing the ring as he spoke. Last night, while practicing the guardian charm in the room of requirement, I found it difficult to calm my emotions. Initially, I attributed it to the mounting pressure of recent times. However, when I distanced myself from this ring, I discovered I could unleash a more potent guardian charm. Fortunately, this Horcrux is a product of Voldemort's mastery of magic, and we must not underestimate the erosion of one's soul by his essence during that era. Dumbledore accepted the Resurrection Stone ring, a silvery aura emanating from his hand. I have cast a protective spell upon the ring, which will assist you in resisting the corruption. Each Saturday, when you visit my office, I shall strengthen it further. He concluded, returning the ring to Hall before departing. Professor, I wish to rest in peace for a while, so there's no need to let Harry, Ron, and Hermione in. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart had enjoyed a carefree existence, writing letters to fans and signing autographs for his adoring female admirers, which inflated his vanity. Yet, troubles loomed. Lockhart was acutely aware of his own limitations, possessing little genuine skill aside from the memory charm. Recently, due to the attacks on students reminiscent of the previous incident with the cat, Hall's name had become associated with petrification. This incident instilled fear within Hogwarts, leading Dumbledore to assign him a crucial task, to alleviate the tense atmosphere within the school. Thus, Lockhart resolved to host a dueling competition to showcase his flair. However, organizing such an event required him to engage in a duel himself. Acknowledging his limitations, he sought a less formidable professor to serve as his opponent. Naturally, this individual could not be of too lowly a rank, lest it tarnish his own reputation. After some consideration, he narrowed his choices to the 4 heads of houses, as their status was sufficiently respectable. Initially, he approached Professor Sprout, but upon observing the stout, kind-hearted witch, he felt she would not pose much of a challenge. Unfortunately, Sprout, tasked with caring for mandrakes and healing petrified students, politely declined his invitation. This left Lockhart in a quandary, for the remaining 3 heads appeared quite formidable. Professor McGonagall, as deputy headmistress, was destined to succeed Dumbledore and undoubtedly possessed great power. Though the diminutive Professor Flitwick was not imposing in stature, he was a former dueling champion and taught charms, making him a considerable opponent. This left only Professor Snape, the youngest of the 4 heads and a potions master, who had no notable combat achievements to speak of. despite his repeated requests to teach defense against the dark arts being denied by Dumbledore. Lockhart foolishly presumed Snape's capabilities to be lacking. Thus, Lockhart decided to approach Snape to serve as his opening opponent. Chapter 19. The Dueling Club on this day. The Great Hall underwent a remarkable transformation. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a resplendent stage adorned with thousands of flickering candles. The ceiling, draped in deep purple, enveloped the assembled students, who buzzed with excitement, wands at the ready. Harry, Ron, and Hermione waded into the chattering crowd, all abuzz with speculation about who would instruct them in the art of dueling. "Who do you think will teach us to duel?" Harry inquired. "Someone told me Professor Flitwick was a champion in his youth. Perhaps it will be him," Hermione replied. "Just as long as it's not at that moment." The crowd fell silent as Lockhart ascended the stage, clad in his finest robes and striking his most dashing pose, eliciting fervent screams from the young witches below. Lockhart raised a hand for silence. "Concentrate, everyone. Can you all see and hear me? Excellent. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish a dueling club to train you for self-defense, as I have detailed countless times in my writings. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape," Lockhart beamed, "who has assured me he possesses considerable knowledge of dueling and has kindly agreed to offer some preliminary assistance before we begin. Fear not. Your esteemed potions master will remain unharmed even as I best him." "Wouldn't it be better if they both took each other out?" Ron whispered to Harry. Such sentiments echoed among the majority of the male students present, except for the Slytherins, who eagerly anticipated Snape vanquishing Lockhart. With a sardonic smile, Snape regarded Lockhart and remarked, "I believe it unnecessary for me to engage in combat with you, Lockhart. I have procured a more suitable opponent for you." Lockhart maintained his smile, though inwardly he cursed Snape. "Wasn't this agreed upon? Have you now sought out Professor McGonagall or Flitwick instead?" "Riddle, step forward." From the throng at the side of the stage, Hall emerged, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned, with some unable to suppress their laughter. After all, they had no clear understanding of Hall's abilities. In their perception, a second-year student could hardly be a match for a professor and would surely be defeated. Hall paid no heed to the jeers of the onlookers as he ascended the stage with an impassive expression, uttering not a single word, merely maintaining a steady gaze upon Lockhart. "Ha ha, child, you may step down now," Lockhart proclaimed, though inwardly he wished for Hall to remain, convinced that he could easily handle a second-year student lacking in distinction. "Lockhart, I believe Riddle has sufficiently prepared you," Snape interjected. "Very well, since Professor Snape insists." "I shall oblige," Lockhart replied. "I shall go easy on you. Rest assured, I mean no harm." Below the stage, Hermione seethed, declaring, "Snape is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Hall could never be a match for Professor Lockhart." "I doubt that," Ron retorted disdainfully. "Ron," Hermione snapped in protest. "Now, take your bows." Snape's icy command silenced the crowd, all eyes riveted on the duel. Lockhart and Hall bowed to one another before raising their wands like swords. "As you can see, we are poised for battle," Lockhart informed the hushed assembly. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, our intent is not to harm each other. 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously, they both waved their wands over their shoulders, Lockhart whimsically twirling his wand with a flourish. Hall, having specifically sought Snape's permission to replace him in this contest, had no desire to create a spectacle. Statue reveal. Hall incanted, a beam of red light shooting forth and striking the ground. Many spectators assumed Hall's attempt had missed. Yet those well-versed in transfiguration quickly grasped the implications, their faces registering disbelief. "Ha ha, it seems our Riddle needs to refine his aim, lest he miss next time," Lockhart continued, but before he could finish, the once flat ground erupted, and a stone giant, nearly as tall as Hagrid, emerged, seizing Lockhart by one foot and dangling him upside down. The audience, transfixed, stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by the appearance of the stone figure. Among them, several witches who idolized Lockhart felt a profound shock, as if something within them had shattered, an illusion laid to rest. Hogwarts did not observe the reactions from the sidelines, however. He faintly perceived that Professor Snape appeared somewhat unwell, perhaps reminiscing about the camaraderie and affection bestowed upon him by his classmates, particularly the amiable James Potter, during their student years. With a flick of his wand, Hall sent the stone figure crashing to the ground, rendering Lockhart unconscious. Ahem, in this duel, Hall Riddle emerged victorious. Snape pronounced the outcome of this foregone conclusion. Applause erupted from the predominantly male wizards in the audience, who cheered for Hall, many of whom were accompanied by girlfriends who were fans of Lockhart. With Professor Lockhart incapacitated, Snape took charge of the proceedings. "Now, let us allow the students to showcase their talents." Snape suddenly cast an enigmatic smile at Harry, who immediately sensed impending trouble. Next, let Mr. Potter step forward to duel with Riddle, shall we? I object. No. Harry and Hall spoke in unison. Snape shot a glare at Harry before permitting Hall to speak, causing the audience to speculate whether Hall was Snape's illegitimate son. Professor, utilizing that transfiguration spell earlier has left me feeling quite fatigued. I require a moment of respite. Hall, who had previously appeared vibrant, suddenly feigned weakness, provoking derisive laughter from the crowd. Very well, you may retire for now. Snape uttered this with tightly pressed lips, clearly eager to witness Harry suffer as Lockhart had. Malfoy, you're up. And thus, the tumultuous rivalry between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter took center stage. Just before they ascended the platform, Snape discreetly whispered a few words to Draco, a classic display of favoritism. Now, let us bow, and I shall count. Snape observed the two adversaries. Draco and Harry struggled to perform a courteous bow. 3, 2 before Snape could utter one, Draco seized the initiative. A blunder emerges. The tip of Draco's wand erupted, unleashing a black serpent that crashed onto the floor. As it raised its head, preparing to strike, Harry stood frozen in fear. The crowd recoiled, shrieks piercing the air. Don't move, Potter. Snape drawled lazily, clearly relishing the sight of Harry and the irate serpent locked in a tense standoff. I will eliminate it, stay away from me. Harry shouted foolishly at the serpent, and miraculously, astonishingly, the black snake abruptly altered its course, slithering directly toward Hall. Hall was uncertain why, but the memory of that day in the chamber resurfaced in his mind, when he had been able to comprehend Parseltongue. Thus, Hall refrained from immediately resorting to magic against the serpent, instead exclaiming, "Get away." The black snake tumbled back to the floor, subdued like a docile sheep. It gazed at Hall, who sensed it was engulfed in fear. Snape raised his hand and waved his wand, causing the black snake to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Hall paid no heed to the cacophony surrounding him. His mind was in disarray. Why? How could this be? How could I speak Parseltongue? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 20, Hall Riddle versus Minerva McGonagall. You are indeed a Parselmouth. Why have you never mentioned this to us? Ron appeared somewhat agitated. I understand, Harry replied. This is only the second time I've done so. Once, at the zoo, I inadvertently communicated with a large python that had ensnared my cousin Dudley. It told me it had never been to Brazil, and so I set it free. This was before I even knew I was a wizard. A large python told you it had never been to Brazil? Ron echoed incredulously. Indeed, Harry affirmed. I wager many here could accomplish the same feat. No, they cannot. Ron retorted. This is no ordinary matter. Harry, this is dire. What is so dire? What is the problem? Are you implying that Parseltongue is a hallmark of Salazar Slytherin? Hall chuckled lightly. Mastering the language does not determine one's character. Though Hall too was perplexed by the origin of his Parseltongue. He was resolute in one belief. Character shapes destiny. You mean this is a Slytherin trait? Harry inquired, somewhat anxious. Yes, Hermione finally interjected in a calming tone. For Salazar Slytherin was renowned for his ability to converse with snakes. That is why the emblem of Slytherin House is the serpent. Harry was left momentarily speechless. Hearing this, Hall scoffed and walked away. The following day, an unusual atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts. Harry and Hall had become the center of attention. While Harry had previously overheard classmates discussing him, he had never felt such irritation. Compared to another topic of discussion, Harry appeared far more agitated. Hall, however, carried on with his day, indifferent to the chatter of his peers. In truth, Hall felt an immense pressure, perhaps even greater than Harry's. While Harry merely questioned the possibility of being a descendant of Slytherin, Hall pondered the deeper implications of his situation. This was a query he could not pose to anyone. Not even Dumbledore could provide clarity. It seemed only Voldemort could unravel the enigma he faced. Hall looked up at the sky, where delicate snowflakes were stirred by the biting wind, swirling gracefully through the air. He felt as though Voldemort was gazing down upon him, mocking him from above. The snow that began to fall that night transformed into a blizzard. The final herbology class of the semester was cancelled. Professor Sprout had decided to adorn the mandrakes with socks and scarves, a delicate task she trusted only herself to undertake. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry was in a state of agitation while Ron and Hall sat together engaged in a game of wizard's chess, with Hermione still engrossed in her studies in the library. Checkmate, Ron declared triumphantly, capturing Hall's piece, signaling his victory. Hall clapped his hands and rose, saying, Very well, your skills are quite impressive. He turned and walked towards the exit. I shall head to the library. You and Harry may enjoy a game of chess. Hall intends to seek out the individual who unlocked the hidden chamber. According to his recollection, A student is destined to be attacked this very night, and Hall is determined to apprehend the perpetrator. Hall, wait for me, Harry called out, hastening to catch up. Harry? Hall replied, somewhat astonished. What brings you here? I don't recall you having such a fervent passion for studying that you would venture to the library. Oh, I simply wished to avoid lingering in the common room, so I thought I might accompany you for a stroll. Hall pondered for a moment and felt there was no harm in it. Perhaps Harry could be of assistance when they encountered the one who could unlock the hidden chamber. Thus, Harry and Hall made their way to the entrance of the library. Inside, a group of Hufflepuff students, who should have been attending herbology class, were seated at the back of the library, though they did not appear to be engaged in study. Amidst the 2 rows of towering bookshelves, Harry could see their heads huddled together, as if engrossed in a captivating conversation. Harry and Hall stealthily approached, and the words floated into their ears. Who do you think it could be? Inquired a little witch with a golden ponytail. Who knows? Shrugged a chubby boy, adding, Potter and that riddle both speak Parseltongue, as you all know. Parseltongue is a hallmark of dark wizards. Have you ever heard of anyone who can converse with snakes? They all call Slytherin the Parselmouth. Another lanky boy chimed in. Who do you think petrified Filch's cat and Colin Creevey? The chubby boy speculated. It must be Riddle, right? Just look at him. He's merely a second-year wizard. Yet he managed to overpower a professor, wielding such seemingly terrifying magic. He continued, when Potter defeated the Dark Lord, I find it hard to believe it could be him. This exchange elicited a murmur, yet from the snippets of conversation, it was clear that most were in agreement with this perspective. It appeared that Harry, by virtue of being the boy who lived, had successfully evaded suspicion. Moreover, the arguments they presented were rather feeble. Defeating Lockhart? I would wager that an ordinary 4th-year wizard could easily vanquish him. Terrifying magic? It seemed merely an advanced application of transfiguration. Hall stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon the group of young badgers before him. It appeared that the esteemed Hufflepuff students had not learned the lesson of refraining from speaking ill of others behind their backs. What are you doing, you Riddle? Exclaimed the chubby boy, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Of course, we came to the library to read. Without offering a glance, Hall swiftly retrieved a book from the nearby shelf. Harry, let us depart. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself being pulled away by Hall. As they walked, Harry cast a complicated look at Hall. He was taken aback to discover that his classmates harbored doubts about Hall rather than himself, all due to the absurd title of the boy who lived, a label he himself scarcely understood. For the first time, Harry felt a twinge of disdain towards his own fame, believing it to be the cause of Hall's undeserved plight. Deep down, Harry was convinced that Hall was not a bad person. He felt that the one who understood him best was neither Dumbledore, nor Ron, nor Hermione, but rather Hall. Standing before him, Hall did not, as he had in the 1st grade when he encountered the wizard, merely care for his own reputation. Even during his initial meetings with Ron and Hermione, he primarily spoke of his own fame. Through Hall, Harry gained profound insights into his parents, feeling that Hall's Christmas gift from the previous year had allowed him to delve deeply into their essence. At times, Harry perceived Hall as akin to a beloved brother, reminiscent of his long-lost sibling, Hall Potter, whom he had never met and had no recollection of. Hall, I am Harry. It is nothing, merely trivial words, he mused. Gazing at Hall's serene countenance, Harry felt an undeniable sincerity in his words. Yet, unbeknownst to Harry, since the previous day, Hall had been diligently employing mental shielding techniques to stabilize his emotions, all the while hoping that tonight would bring him fortune in uncovering the perpetrator. Hall and Harry ascended the staircase, subsequently veering into a dimly lit corridor. The torches had been extinguished by the fierce, cold wind that swept through the shattered glass windows. As Harry walked midway, he was suddenly tripped by an object lying on the floor. Oh, what is this? Harry exclaimed irritably. Suddenly, Hall produced his wand, and a brilliant glow illuminated the surroundings. The dazzling white light revealed the scene before Harry and Hall. A student clad in Hufflepuff robes lay on the ground, cold and rigid, his vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling, his face etched with sheer astonishment. Even more bizarrely, hovering above him was nearly headless Nick. No longer the translucent white figure, but rather a smoky apparition, suspended 6 inches above the floor, utterly still, wearing an expression mirroring that of the Hufflepuff student. Indeed, it's Potter. It's Riddle. Peeves the poltergeist suddenly appeared, cackling, and leaped in front of Harry and Hall, playfully tapping Harry's glasses. What are you two doing here? Hiding. Are you? Peeves halted midair, noticing the student on the ground and the nearly headless Nick floating nearby. He performed a somersault and, before Harry could intervene, screamed at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" Attack! Attack! They're at it again. Neither man nor ghost is safe. Flee for your lives. An attack is underway. A cacophony erupted as doors along the corridor swung open one after another, and people poured out. For several minutes, chaos reigned. The student on the ground was at risk of being trampled as bystanders gathered around the half-headless Nick. When the teachers shouted for silence, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of anguish against the wall, while Hall simmered with indignation at the delay. Professor McGonagall rushed over, her students trailing behind. With a resounding crack of her wand, she commanded the crowd to quiet down and instructed them to return to their classrooms. Moments later, the Hufflepuff students from the library arrived, breathless and terrified by the scene. "We've caught the culprit," a pale-faced boy declared, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at Hall. "It was you who attacked Justin." "Enough, Ernie," Professor McGonagall said sternly. Peeves, ever the instigator, tapped his head, grinning wickedly as he surveyed the chaos. As the teachers bent down to examine Justin and Nick, Peeves began to sing. "Oh, Riddle, you fiend, why do you do this? You're killing students. Do you find it amusing?" "Enough, Peeves," McGonagall bellowed, while Peeves stuck out his tongue at Harry and retreated. "Professor, you must deal with this perpetrator," Ernie exclaimed, anger evident in his voice. "How dare you?" Hall retorted, feeling he could no longer tolerate the insolence of the rotund boy. "Silence, tongue-tied." Immediately, Ernie seemed to be silenced, unable to utter a single sound. "Riddle," McGonagall chastised, "no one shall cast dark curses upon students, not even your own." I lift his silencing charm, and Gryffindor loses 5 points. "I refuse," Hall bellowed. "Let those who speak recklessly face consequences. Otherwise, they will never learn." "How dare you?" McGonagall's face turned pale with fury. "As deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, I command you to reverse your spell, or Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. "Huh? On what authority?" Hall chuckled lightly. McGonagall, incensed by the behavior of the typically exemplary and courteous student, responded with a spell. Stone statue. Just like during Hall's duel in the club yesterday, McGonagall conjured a stone figure that appeared even more formidable than Hall's creation. Hall deftly evaded the outstretched arms of the stone giant, only to find himself in a state of disarray. With a swift motion, he unleashed a shattering spell, obliterating the very arms that sought to ensnare him into mere fragments. Professor McGonagall, embodying an unparalleled swiftness, sliced through the air in silence. Hall understood that this was a silent incantation. Protego. He hastily cast the shield charm. Yet the sheer strength of Professor McGonagall was overwhelming. Even as the protective barrier formed, he was sent hurtling through the air. The professor offered no respite. With a flick of her wand, she conjured a rope in an attempt to bind him. However, Hall was unwilling to concede to her intentions. Defendo. The swift and sharp severing charm effortlessly sliced through the rope conjured by McGonagall. Harnessing the momentum from his previous trajectory, he propelled himself off the wall, charging directly towards the professor, ready to collide. In a moment of panic, Hall launched a counterattack, but Professor McGonagall was not easily ensnared. With a swift protective charm, she blocked the assault and exclaimed loudly, "Petrificus totalis." Protego. Quickly bind them. Lumos. Hall first blocked the petrification spell, then launched a binding charm, and subsequently employed a dazzling spell to disrupt Professor McGonagall's incantation. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall was among the most formidable witches at Hogwarts. So how could she possibly be affected by a mere Lumos spell? Yet, after effortlessly countering the spell, she was taken aback to find that Hall had vanished from sight. Impossible. He was merely a second-year wizard. There was no way he could have mastered apparition, and Hogwarts strictly forbade it. Even the Dark Lord could not apparate within these grounds. Just as Professor McGonagall was reeling from Hall's disappearance, an ominous sense of danger surged within her. In a duel, distraction is the gravest of errors. One misstep leads to another. Suddenly, a crimson light flickered from an angle, catching Professor McGonagall off guard. She was struck instantly, her wand flying from her grasp and landing in Hall's hands. "You have lost, Professor McGonagall." Hall reappeared before her. Chapter 21. Back to the chamber earlier. Under the cover of the Lumos spell, Hall had utilized the disillusionment charm to render himself invisible through silent incantation. Although experienced, Professor McGonagall could scarcely have anticipated that Hall was capable of such silent casting, leaving her vulnerable to his defeat. However, should they engage again, Hall would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage against a prepared Professor McGonagall. "Riddle, what do you intend to do?" Even stripped of her wand, Professor McGonagall remained staunch. I seek nothing but to rectify the unfounded rumors, Hall replied, discarding her wand before striding away. Professor McGonagall approached to retrieve her wand, casting a complex glance at Hall's retreating figure, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Please, return to your respective places, she instructed, first lifting Ernie's silencing charm before gesturing for the onlookers to disperse. Harry glanced around, eager to pursue Hall, quickening his pace. Yet, little did Harry know, Hall had not returned to Gryffindor Tower. Hall now felt an overwhelming urge to enter the hidden chamber. Driven to the brink of madness by the relentless torment of the murderer, he had lost his usual composure and rationality. Approaching the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory, he spoke the hissing language of the serpents to unveil the passageway to the secret chamber, and without hesitation, he leaped down. Guided by memory, Hall navigated through a labyrinthine path until he reached the entrance of the hidden chamber, adorned with 7 serpents entwined around its formidable door. Open, he commanded in the sibilant tongue, and the entrance yielded to his call. Before him stood the statue of Salazar Slytherin, yet this time, Hall felt no sense of discomfort. As he arrived at this juncture, a sense of calm washed over him, prompting him to contemplate how to ensnare the elusive killer. Even if capturing the fiend proved impossible, he was determined to unveil the true identity of the murderer, for only then could he truly seize control of the situation. Earlier, Dumbledore had remarked that the statue of Slytherin was protected by powerful magic, impenetrable even to him, and it was believed that the basilisk resided within. However, he now pondered whether the creature still lingered inside. Hall cautiously approached the statue, extending his hand to feel the gaping maw of the Slytherin creature. Strangely, he encountered no resistance, as if he could simply pass through. Could it be that only certain individuals were permitted entry? Hall was unsure where he derived his audacity from. Perhaps it was the so-called bravery of Gryffindor? At this moment, he found himself contemplating the idea of venturing inside, eager to discover what secrets lay within. Hall gripped his wand tightly, cautiously inching closer to the gaping maw before him. Yet, inexplicably, despite the presence of an elusive light source within the chamber, no illumination penetrated the abyss. Even at the very edge, he could perceive only a darkness so profound it seemed on the verge of solidifying. At that moment, Hall feared that the next instant might reveal the serpent's deadly gaze, those eyes said to possess the power to see into one's soul. Nevertheless, this trepidation did not impede his advance. He gazed at the darkness, now merely a step away, and without hesitation, he stepped forward into the unknown. Upon crossing the threshold, Hall was met not by darkness, but by a corridor. Flickering torches lined the walls, seemingly ablaze since time immemorial. The corridor, illuminated by their flickering light, appeared narrow and dim, as if leading to some nameless destination. Hall maintained a vigilant demeanor, unwilling to lower his guard as he traversed the path, keenly observing his surroundings for any potential dangers that might emerge unexpectedly. It was uncertain how long he had walked, yet he encountered no threats along the way. Eventually, he arrived at the end of the corridor. Before him stood a grand door, crowned by a fist-sized emerald that radiated a soft green glow. Each of the 2 door panels was adorned with an image of a colossal python. Mirroring each other along the seam of the door, the 2 serpents displayed a symmetrical reflection, their heads each grasping half of the emerald above. Hall attempted to push open the grand door, yet it remained utterly immovable. However, just as his hand withdrew, a familiar voice resonated from an unknown source. This familiarity stemmed from Hall's earlier visit to the hidden chamber, where he had first heard it. It was the voice of Salazar Slytherin, the heir of Slytherin, the ancestral chamber, and an unfulfilled mission awaited completion. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, and astonishingly, the colossal serpents depicted on the door began to stir, lowering their heads, as if to welcome Hall's arrival. In awe of this peculiar scene, Hall cautiously stepped inside. Upon noticing nothing amiss, he gathered the courage to fully enter. The room was extraordinary, featuring 7 walls, each adorned with intricate paintings. Unlike the animated portraits outside, these images remained still, resembling the artwork of the Muggle world. Directly opposite the entrance, one wall depicted a young, handsome man, his hands poised in a spell-casting gesture, with a wand entwined by 2 serpents floating before him. On the ring finger of his right hand rested a ring set with a black gemstone. And a pendant box at his chest was embellished with a pattern formed by small green jewels. Upon closer inspection, Hall immediately recognized this as a depiction of Salazar Slytherin, albeit perhaps a portrayal from his youth. However, whether this image has been embellished remains uncertain. Adjacent to it, there is a painting featuring 4 individuals, one adorned with a long sword embellished with a red gemstone at his waist, another wearing an exquisite crown, a third cradling a golden chalice, and the last wielding a serpent-shaped wand. The four are seated together in a boat, with a magnificent castle looming before them. It appears to be an illustration of the four founders arriving at Hogwarts Castle, an event that has since become commemorated. The path taken by each year's first-year students mirrors that of the founders, and it is stipulated that no boat may carry more than 4 individuals. As Hall continued to gaze, he beheld the subsequent 4 portraits, each depicting one of the founders, accompanied by the respective animals emblematic of their houses. The majestic lion of Gryffindor, the fierce serpent of Slytherin, the formidable eagle of Ravenclaw, and the humble badger of Hufflepuff. These images held little intrigue. Serving merely as historical commemorations, the true spectacle lay in the final painting. The 4 founders stood united, each adorned with a solemn expression, facing a figure clad in a flowing black robe. This individual was seated atop a Black Lotus, flanked on the left by a black dragon exhaling torrents of flame, and on the right by a colossal spider with 8 eyes. Hall felt a sense of trepidation. This segment was entirely absent from any historical records. However, the ability of this enigmatic individual to tame fire dragons and 8-eyed giant spiders undoubtedly indicated their formidable strength. Creak! Creak! Startled, Hall quickly turned around and discovered that the great door was closed. At that moment, he clearly noticed a painting behind the door. Chapter 22. The serpent creature. The painting behind the door stood in stark contrast to the other 7, for it was a moving image. Instead of a person, it depicted a serpent creature. Its scaly body glimmered with a green hue, topped with a small tuft of crimson crest, yet the serpent had its eyes firmly shut. Hall murmured, "The serpent creature, the magnificent creation of Slytherin." A voice emanated from the painting, causing Hall to instinctively take a step back, brandishing his wand at the serpent's image. It might very well be the true serpent creature, he thought. "Noble heir of Slytherin, I have awaited your arrival for a millennium." The serpent seemed to speak in Parseltongue, allowing Hall to comprehend its words. "How do you know I am the heir of Slytherin?" Hall hesitated to assert that he was not a descendant of Slytherin, as he felt an uncanny intuition that the creature could emerge from the painting at any moment. "Noble master, the great Slytherin constructed this chamber before his passing. He established a powerful name magic, permitting only those bearing the name of Slytherin's lineage to venture deeper and fulfill the unfinished legacy of Slytherin." Name magic? Hall was familiar with this concept, knowing it to be a type of enchantment applied to names, widely utilized in various forms. Among these were the unbreakable vow and the oath of fidelity, both related to name magic. In the original narrative, Voldemort had cast a spell on his name, ensuring that anyone daring to utter it would be revealed. Additionally, the Marauder's map, created by James, Lupin, Sirius, and Peter, also encompassed elements of name magic. As Hall contemplated the words of the basilisk, he came to understand why he had been allowed entry into this place. Slytherin believed that his true heir could only be someone of his own bloodline, and thus their names would naturally be bestowed by their descendants. However, he had not anticipated Hall, this peculiar creature. Voldemort, possessing Slytherin's lineage, had named Hall Tom Riddle, which adhered to Slytherin's principles of naming magic. As for Hall's ability to speak Parseltongue, he had yet to discern the reason. Perhaps it truly was due to the bloodline of the Peverell family. Regarding Slytherin's unfulfilled wishes, Hall glanced at the portrait nearby depicting the 4 founders alongside the indistinct figure of a dark-robed wizard. Could it be connected to that mysterious dark-robed figure? The basilisk nodded, stating, "Indeed, that portrait illustrates the battle waged a millennium ago between the great Slytherin and the other 3 founders of Hogwarts against the Dark Lord." The Dark Lord? Hall inquired further. 1,000 years ago, the illustrious Slytherin, together with the other 3 wizards, established Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Although the 4 founders had differing opinions, they remained steadfast in their protection of the castle. However, one year, a remarkably powerful and malevolent dark wizard emerged, who proclaimed himself the Dark Lord. He wielded his dark magic to create 2 vile creatures, a black dragon that could spew searing flames and a venomous acromantula. The basilisk's voice echoed in the chamber, recounting the events of 1,000 years past. The great Slytherin and the other 3 wizards ultimately triumphed over the Dark Lord. The ferocious black dragon was slain. Yet the Black Lotus and the acromantula left behind continued to threaten the castle. To safeguard the castle's security, the great Slytherin proposed the creation of a basilisk to combat the acromantula. For as long as we exist, no acromantula would dare approach the castle. This was indeed true. Years ago, Hagrid had raised Aragog within the castle, yet Aragog had persistently implored Hagrid to free him, sensing the basilisk's presence. After being released into the Forbidden Forest, Aragog had proliferated into a vast brood of acromantulas. Those acromantulas, led by Aragog, refrained from invading Hogwarts, likely due to the basilisk residing within the castle. In later years, during the final maze of the Triwizard Tournament and the defense of Hogwarts, the absence of the basilisk's threat allowed the acromantulas to venture into Hogwarts. Did Slytherin create you merely to intimidate the acromantulas? I have heard that you are also tasked with eliminating those whom Slytherin deems unworthy of learning magic, Hall remarked. Indeed, that is my mission. During that great battle, those despicable mudbloods, fearing the Dark Lord, chose to ally themselves with his camp. The basilisk seemed agitated, prompting Hall to grip his wand tightly. The betrayal of these mudbloods had exacerbated the castle's casualties, compelling the great Slytherin to command my elimination of such individuals. Are you implying that you will eradicate all wizards of Muggle descent, as well as those of mixed blood? Hall queried. I recall that 50 years ago, a descendant of Slytherin entered the chamber, and he was a half-blood wizard. Why did you not eliminate him? Indeed, a descendant of Slytherin did come to the chamber. But my task of purging traitors was completed a millennium ago. Why should I kill him? The basilisk replied. Hall was momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of the reasoning. Then why do you still resort to murder? He inquired, noting that the victims from years past still lingered outside the entrance. Indeed, I did slay a mudblood back then, but that was in obedience to orders. I had no choice but to heed my master's commands. The basilisk replied. It appeared that there was merit to this line of thought, leaving Hall momentarily speechless. Cough. It seems there has been someone else giving you orders in the chamber recently. Apart from me, Hall transitioned directly to the main topic. That is correct, a witch has recently arrived in the chamber. However, she is not a direct descendant of Slytherin. Yet, she possesses the soul of Slytherin's heir, and I must obey the commands of Slytherin's heir, even if they are merely a soul, the basilisk responded. What does this witch look like? Hall felt on the verge of solving the mystery, eager to unearth the identity of the true culprit. The basilisk shook its head and replied, I do not know. What do you mean you don't know? Haven't you seen this witch? Hall exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, only to be plunged into despair when hope seemed so close yet so distant. I have never beheld the visage of the heir, for if the heir were to gaze into my eyes, they would perish. Even a soul would be petrified. Thus, whenever I encounter the heir, I keep my eyes closed. The basilisk confessed honestly. Hall felt utterly speechless, as if this were indeed a profound truth. However, a flicker of hope ignited within him once more. I sensed that the witch was of Muggle descent, rather than a half-blood. Although this clue eliminated several individuals, the predominant demographic at Hogwarts comprised wizards of Muggle heritage. Aside from Slytherin, which does not accept Muggle-born wizards, the other three houses willingly embrace them. Well, this certainly narrows down the possibilities significantly, at the very least. I need not investigate Slytherin any further. Basilisk, I pose to you this inquiry. If two heirs of Slytherin were to appear before you, yet their commands were entirely contradictory, whose directive would you choose to obey? Hall was increasingly preoccupied with this notion, especially after learning that this basilisk also served to intimidate the acromantula. Chapter 23, The Black Lotus. It is impossible. How could the illustrious heirs of Slytherin possess divergent orders? Absolutely not. The basilisk responded with unwavering conviction, devoid of any hesitation. Hall had contemplated the possibility that the serpent might heed the commands of a certain individual, yet he was astounded by the response he received. Nothing in this world is absolute, he mused. For instance, if I and another heir of Slytherin were to seek the demise of one another, would that not constitute conflicting orders? Impossible. The serpent roared, its eyes nearly widening in disbelief. How could the great Slytherin possess heirs that would wish to annihilate one another? Such a notion is unfathomable. Hall shook his head, observing that the basilisk seemed rather obstinate, almost as if it had adopted this as a form of belief. Very well. I shan't delve further into this topic with you. After all, one cannot easily alter another's convictions. Earlier, you mentioned that Slytherin harbored unfulfilled aspirations. Might you elaborate on that? The basilisk calmed slightly and began to speak. In days of yore, the illustrious Slytherin, alongside the other three wizards, vanquished the Lord of Death. Yet, the Dark Lotus and the eight-eyed spider that he left behind still persist. The eight-eyed spider poses little threat. As long as I am within the castle, none would dare intrude. However, the Dark Lotus is a far more formidable adversary. Are you suggesting that the four founders were unable to obliterate that Dark Lotus? Hall inquired. It is a product of darkness, a manifestation of dark magic. Even the great Slytherin could merely suppress the Dark Lotus, the basilisk replied, its form undulating. The great Slytherin sacrificed his very flesh and blood as an offering, his soul as the price, to confine this dark lotus within the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, 13 lotus seeds have scattered beyond its confines. Should anyone discover these 13 seeds, they would acquire the power of the Lord of Death and could, through the Dark Lotus, resurrect him. The great Slytherin also proclaimed that only by gathering all 13 seeds could the Dark Lotus be destroyed. Are you implying that the Dark Lotus currently lies suppressed within the chamber? Hall exclaimed in astonishment. From the portraits upon the walls, it was evident that the Lord of Death, capable of contending with the four founders, must possess extraordinary power, and that he could be resurrected through the Dark Lotus was a chilling notion. 50 years ago, did that Slytherin heir not seize the Dark Lotus? Hall pondered, convinced that Voldemort would surely have been tempted by it. No, the basilisk shook its head. That Slytherin heir did indeed venture into the chamber, and I mentioned the Dark Lotus to him. He contemplated acquiring it. However, the Dark Lotus was suppressed by the great Slytherin, and only by obtaining the 13 lotus seeds could its restraint be lifted, thus he was unable to take it. That's fortunate. Merely facing Voldemort is manageable, given our familiarity with him. However, should a powerful and unknown Lord of Death be added to the equation, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Hall did not believe that Dumbledore could ever rival the four founders of Hogwarts in strength. But what do you mean by that? Could you refrain from speaking with such heavy breaths? It's quite terrifying. Hall felt as though he might have a heart attack from the hissing creature's gasps. Yet, decades ago, that heir of Slytherin had returned to the Chamber of Secrets, attempting to seize the Black Lotus. At that time, it seemed he possessed 4 lotus seeds. Voldemort returned to the chamber? Indeed, after graduation, Voldemort worked at Borgin and Burke's before vanishing for a time. Eventually, he came to Hogwarts to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor with the then headmaster, Dumbledore. The rumor was that his application was denied, which led him to curse the very position he sought. During his absence, Voldemort likely sought out the whereabouts of the lotus seeds, discovering their locations. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, he may have hidden Ravenclaw's diadem in the room of requirement and possibly returned to the chamber, attempting to use the 4 seeds to claim the Black Lotus. If he succeeded in taking the Black Lotus, that would spell disaster. Hall felt an urge to drag the serpent out and give it a good thrashing. The heir of Slytherin possesses only 4 lotus seeds and cannot lift the suppression to obtain the Black Lotus, the creature remarked. I wonder if Slytherin left any instructions to locate the seeds. Hall took a deep breath, calming his frayed nerves. The great Slytherin once left instructions, stating that the 4 seeds are managed by the 4 founders, with Slytherin himself at the helm, the serpent explained. The great Slytherin entrusted his seed to his family, ensuring its legacy, while the other 3 wizards seemingly hid theirs in their tombs, ensuring they would never see the light of day. The seeds from the Slytherin line were likely taken by Voldemort upon his return to the Gaunt residence. So, during those years of his disappearance, it seems Voldemort was indeed out seeking treasures. Through the twisting mountains, each layer presents a new challenge, fraught with dangers akin to the 8-fold peril of yin and yang. It remained uncertain whether Voldemort ventured eastward during those years to seek the knowledge of Hushueji. Do you know the whereabouts of the other 9 lotus seeds? Hall inquired, immediately feeling foolish for asking such a question. If Slytherin had left clues concerning the other seeds, would Voldemort still be waiting to obtain the Black Lotus? Indeed, there are. Where? Hall pressed. Before the great Slytherin sacrificed himself to suppress the Black Lotus, he used his life as an offering to receive some vague directions. The great Slytherin proclaimed that only a wizard with a heart full of righteousness could obtain these cryptic instructions. The serpent replied, "Oh, I nearly forgot. Though Slytherin's reputation may be tarnished, he possessed a sense of justice, loathing dark wizards above all else. Yet, alas, his descendants have faltered, producing a dark lord who commits vile acts. How can one obtain these instructions, and where might they be?" Hall questioned eagerly, realizing that now Voldemort was aware of the seeds, and given his temperament, he would undoubtedly covet the power of the Black Lotus. Even if one were to vanquish Voldemort, leaving the seeds in the world would still pose a threat. It might be wiser to obliterate them altogether. For there was no rush. One could search for the seeds at leisure. The serpent raised its head, indicating for Hall to look above. As Hall lifted his gaze, he was astonished to discover that what loomed above him was not a ceiling, but a Black Lotus. Chapter 24. Are you still accustomed to death? Above the secret chamber, a dark lotus flower hung ominously. Its seed pod faced downward, with 13 ebony petals arranged in 2 layers. Another set of 13 dark petals mirrored them, perfectly aligned within the gaps of the first layer. Surrounding this eerie bloom was a seductive and strange dark purple light, which lent an air of chilling malevolence to the Black Lotus. The captivating and bizarre dark purple luminescence pulsated as if it were breathing, continuously contracting and expanding. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, a dark crimson light obstructed its path, confining it to a small corner where it could advance no further. Is this the Black Lotus of the God of Death? Previously, Hall had entered without any awareness of such an enchanting yet sinister entity above him. It seemed that Slytherin's suppression was indeed flawless, for this Black Lotus was thoroughly restrained. Hawk still could not comprehend the reason why the serpent creature urged him to lift his gaze. Serpent creature, how may I obtain the guidance I seek? He pondered. Before Hall could finish his words, a multitude of phantoms materialized before him. Fiery infernos, white bones, desolate ruins, and lifeless corpses filled the somber, oppressive sky. A black malevolent dragon soared above, exhaling searing flames, as countless Muggle cities succumbed to the blaze, their towering walls shattered. Families were torn apart, homes lay in ruin, and sorrow permeated the air. Upon the fragmented earth, amidst the remnants of destruction, legions of eight-eyed giant spiders descended like a dark cloud. Their pincers emitted a distinct, audible click as they pursued fleeing Muggles and wizards alike. The eight-eyed spiders dispatched their foes with lethal pincers, feasting ravenously upon human flesh, devouring entrails and bones with equal delight. Amidst this chaos, a lotus, shimmering with an enchanting and eerie dark purple light, stood resolutely between heaven and earth. Upon it sat a figure cloaked in black robes, gazing down upon the myriad souls below with the demeanor of a deity. Hall yearned to behold the visage of the God of Death, yet each time he attempted to divert his gaze, that face would fade from memory, becoming indistinct. However, those eyes would linger in the minds of all who had encountered them, unforgettable in their essence. What a pair of eyes they were, emotionally detached, as if nothing within the cosmos could capture their attention, elevated above all, akin to the sacrificial offerings of the world. Those eyes were terrifying, for they transcended the essence of a mere mortal. It seemed as though they were devoid of the spectrum of human emotions, stripped of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. In those eyes, everything appeared utterly trivial. No, perhaps it should be referred to as it like a deity. It exuded a sense of lawlessness, indulging in capriciousness. Perched high above all, is this not the very pursuit of countless souls? With a mere gesture, it commanded the fate of myriad beings, deciding life and death with a fleeting thought, annihilating billions with a single notion. How liberating, how defiant, how unrestrained. Yet, is such a position, built upon the countless blood and bones of the fallen, truly free? In the depths of midnight dreams, does one not fear the relentless specter demanding souls at the witching hour? Does one not dread the vengeful spirits burdened with grievances? To be alive is to possess emotions, to experience joy and sorrow. That is the essence of humanity, not the existence of mere puppets or clay sculptures. In an instant, endless illusions gave rise to ripples, ultimately dissipating within this realm. Like a fleeting dream, akin to the South Branch dream, it vanished without a trace, merely an ephemeral vision. Threads of fate entwined with dark, golden death, destiny guiding your steps. What is this nonsense? I had anticipated something profound. It truly defies description. In this manner, who can fathom where those lotus seeds have landed? Such ambiguous guidance, Hall mused, would likely be better articulated by Professor Trelawney. What difference is there between this and mere guessing or chance encounters? Hall suddenly felt that placing the Black Lotus in the secret chamber was quite splendid. There was no need to seek the lotus seeds, as it proved to be too arduous. Hall entered the chamber with a heart full of righteous indignation, yet now he leaves feeling somewhat absurd. Truly, who knows where those lotus seeds have been placed? In the span of a millennium, they may very well have been taken by anyone. Hall approached the window, observing the brilliance of the dawn, as if an entire night had elapsed. Upon reflecting on his actions from the previous evening, he realized he had indeed erred. After all, Professor McGonagall was not only the head of his house, but also the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and he should not have acted against her. Should he seek an opportunity to offer her an apology? He had heard that the cat food in Hogsmeade was quite delectable. Perhaps he could purchase some as a gift for Professor McGonagall. As he entertained the amusing thought of her reaction upon receiving a packet of cat food, he made his way towards a more populated area. However, just then, a girl with black hair, passing by, unexpectedly unleashed a sonic weapon, nearly rendering Hall deaf. Silence. Before Hall could finish his sentence, the black-haired girl suddenly displayed an expression of sheer terror, and without a moment's hesitation, she fled, leaving even her fallen book behind. Remarkably, Her long legs propelled her away with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in mere moments. How absurd. Although he had indeed engaged in an act of betrayal the previous night, there was no need for such an exaggerated reaction. She didn't even dare to look at him, as if he were some sort of monstrous serpent. With a kind heart, Hall picked up the fallen books of the girl with black hair, noticing a notebook within that bore the elegant characters Zhang Qiu inscribed in its corner. It seemed he had encountered the future first love of his dear brother. Indeed, Zhang Qiu, with her heritage from that ancient Eastern nation, possessed a certain beauty that would leave even Harry, the innocent young lad, quite captivated. It appeared that Harry had yet to meet Zhang Qiu. Perhaps he should lend a hand, for they were destined to part ways anyway. Better to embrace fate sooner rather than later. As Hall assisted this would-be future sister-in-law in gathering her scattered belongings, he pondered returning the books to Ravenclaw when a familiar figure strolled past in the corridor. To his surprise, it was none other than Luna, a fellow Ravenclaw student. "Hello, Luna," Hall greeted her. Luna lifted her gaze, her eyes, which always seemed to wander, fixating upon him. Hall could swear he witnessed a remarkable moment. Luna maintained her focus, unlike her usual manner of speaking to others while averting her gaze. "Luna, I wanted to know," Hall began, but Luna interrupted him. "Did the Nargle bring you back?" she asked. "What? You actually went there? What on earth? Can you take me to see the Nargle?" As Luna spoke, she stepped closer to Hall, her eyes sparkling with a fervor reminiscent of Hall's own expression upon seeing a delectable meal. Hall stepped back in fright. "Luna, are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine. Are you accustomed to being dead?" Luna replied. "What? Accustomed to being dead? Can anyone enlighten me on this?" Chapter 25, The Compound Potion. Accustomed to being dead? What on earth does that mean? Hall awkwardly retorted. How could I possibly be accustomed to being dead? Did you not, just a fortnight ago, engage in a duel with Professor McGonagall and subsequently fall to the heir of Slytherin? Luna spoke with her ethereal voice. Many professors searched for you at Hogwarts. Even Professor Dumbledore was seeking you, yet you were nowhere to be found. Thus, the consensus was that you had been killed by the heir of Slytherin. Have you returned as a ghost? Coughing, Hall struggled to digest such an overwhelming amount of information. A ghost? Have you ever seen an opaque ghost? And how could I have vanished for more than a fortnight? It was merely one night, not several days. It does seem that way, Luna replied, her gaze becoming distant once more. The notion that you were killed by the heir of Slytherin is merely a rumor, and it appears that not many truly believe it. What is the most prevalent rumor then? Hall recalled how Qiu Zhang had fled upon seeing him, which certainly did not resemble someone who thought he was dead. You must have witnessed how many students at Hogwarts flee upon seeing a ghost. They say that you were exposed by Professor McGonagall and then went into hiding, preparing to ambush any solitary students. Hall felt as though a raven had flown over his head. Goodbye, and should you encounter a Nargle, do remember to inform me, Luna said before departing. In the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore sat on the sofa with the young man who had just emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore had intended to enjoy a cup of tea along with some sweets from Honeyduke's latest offerings, but early that morning, a student, none other than Hall, had barged in. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" Dumbledore asked with a smile, as if Hall had not been absent for several days. "Professor, I wish to inquire why. During my absence, the school has been rife with rampant rumors proclaiming me to be the culprit." Hall crossed his arms and gazed silently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore set down his teacup and replied, "I possess no power to halt the spread of rumors. Even if I were to apologize, forgive my arrogance. For I wield formidable magic. It is still beyond my capacity to suppress the freedom of speech. Professor, I would like to know your perspective on the duel between Professor McGonagall and myself that night," Hall stated flatly. "Exquisite magic and adept technique. You understand how to leverage your strengths to mask your weaknesses," Dumbledore remarked. "Moreover, your disillusionment charm has become increasingly refined, nearing the point of silent casting. Thank you for the compliment, but I wish to know how you will address my breach of school regulations." Yes, you have indeed violated school rules, and thus, I shall deduct 50 points, Dumbledore said, feigning seriousness before adopting a more amiable tone. "Now, might you enlighten me as to where you ventured during your mysterious absence?" After contemplating for a moment, Hall felt that there was no harm in informing Dumbledore, so he proceeded to do so. Hall pressed his wand against his temple, then tugged at a silvery strand, before departing with a swift motion. Hall returned directly to the dormitory. It was now the Christmas holiday, and those heading home for the festivities had already begun to board the trains. Some remained at Hogwarts to celebrate, still bidding farewell to their friends, which meant Hall encountered no one on his way. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, he entered under the astonished gaze of the fat lady. As soon as he stepped inside, Hall collapsed onto the sofa, seeking to untangle the myriad complexities weighing on his mind. The Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, the Diary, the Black Lotus, the Lotus Seeds, such a plethora of matters overwhelmed him. He felt he might require a pensieve to sort through them all. "Harry, are we really going to do this?" Ron inquired of Harry. "Absolutely. Draco must be the heir of Slytherin. He has harbored resentment towards Hall, and it's surely he who has kidnapped him," Harry asserted resolutely. Beside them, Hermione appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to her concerns for Hall's safety in recent days. "Harry, I doubt that Draco is behind Hall's predicament. If he were indeed the heir of Slytherin, he would have revealed it long ago," Hermione countered. "I don't care. This Christmas holiday presents a perfect opportunity. The polyjuice potion I procured has arrived. Are you two in?" Harry looked to Hermione and Ron. The situation unfolded as follows. After Hall's departure with Professor McGonagall that day, Harry assumed Hall would return to Gryffindor Tower, but he mysteriously vanished. This filled Harry with dread. He was convinced that the heir of Slytherin had abducted Hall, suspecting Draco as the culprit. Consequently, Harry sought every opportunity to infiltrate the Slytherin common room, hoping to extract information about Hall's whereabouts from Draco. Thus, Harry delved into an extensive collection of books and ultimately discovered a potion known as the Polyjuice Potion. Unfortunately, this potion required significant time to brew and success was not guaranteed. Undeterred, the wealthy Harry Potter financed the purchase of 3 doses of the potion, arranging for them to be delivered via owl from a Diagon Alley merchant. On Christmas Day, Draco had chosen to remain at Hogwarts instead of returning home, presenting Harry with a splendid opportunity to act, accompanied by Hermione and Ron. "So, Harry, who are we going to transform into?" Ron asked. "We can become Goyle and Crabbe. As they are Draco's lackeys, he will undoubtedly confide in them," Harry replied. "Hermione can transform into Pansy Parkinson, a girl close to Draco, which will facilitate our infiltration. Harry, the Polyjuice Potion requires something belonging to the person you wish to become. Do you have anything?" Hermione pointed out this crucial detail. With a smile, Harry produced a small vial from his robe. "Look, this is Pansy Parkinson's hair. I found it on her robe. Now we just need to obtain Goyle and Crabbe's hair." The trio then strategized on how to procure Goyle and Crabbe's hair. They resolved to entice them with food, lacing the snacks with a sleeping draught to facilitate their plan. The operation unfolded smoothly. They successfully acquired Goyle and Crabbe's hair and were now poised to drink the Polyjuice Potion and seek out Draco. Chapter 26. Professor. Safe travels and no need for farewells. There exists a force known as fate, which for Hall could also be termed the influence of the original world. Hall gazed at Hermione, who possessed feline ears, soft fur, a pair of plush, pudgy paws, and a swishing tail. He couldn't help but feel that Hermione couldn't escape this predicament. "Hermione, how did you come to consume a potion infused with cat fur?" Hall inquired, gently squeezing her soft paws, appreciating their delightful texture. He then turned to Harry and Ron, demanding an explanation. "What on earth have you two done?" Hall pressed. "We thought you had been abducted by Malfoy," Harry clarified. Hall extended his other hand to halt Harry, inquiring, "So, what have you discovered?" Harry and Ron shyly lowered their heads, while Hermione, observing their demeanor, burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Hall. "And you too," Hall admonished, his voice tinged with irritation. "Hermione, you are well aware that Polyjuice Potion poses certain dangers, especially when procured from unreliable sources. Only a skilled potion master can concoct a quality brew. What if you inadvertently ingested something else along with it?" His stern rebuke, laced with concern, caused Hermione to bow her head in shame, her feline-like hands scratching her head, which struck Hall as utterly adorable. The situation unfolded as follows. On the day after Hall's return, Dumbledore publicly announced to the few students remaining at Hogwarts for Christmas that Hall's recent disappearance was due to a secret mission he had assigned him, dispelling the surrounding rumors. Consequently, last night, having failed to gather any news about Hall, Harry and Ron spotted him behind Dumbledore and could not help but worry that Hall might seek revenge for their role in Hermione consuming a Polyjuice Potion containing cat hair. Thus, Harry and Ron promptly escorted Hall to the infirmary, where they encountered the cat girl Hermione, deciding that it was better to confront the situation head-on. "Hall, you wouldn't seek vengeance against us, would you?" Ron murmured. "Oh, never mind. This time, I shall let you off the hook. However, should you ever cause my Hermione to ingest anything peculiar again, I shall procure some of Professor Snape's failed potions," Hall replied, playfully pinching Hermione's cat ears. while secretly contemplating the possibility of engaging in some amusing antics with the polyjuice potion in the future. By the way, Harry, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Hall recalled, approaching the topic with a sense of curiosity. Haller led Harry to the outside of the infirmary and inquired, Harry, have you come across a black-covered blank diary? Harry shook his head and replied, I have not seen such a diary. Is it of great importance? Indeed, it is quite significant. Should you happen to encounter such a diary, please inform me or Professor Dumbledore at once, Haller insisted. Understood, Harry acknowledged. By the way, with Christmas approaching, this was originally intended as your gift, so it's not too late to present it now. Harry produced a silver pendant box, within which lay a small square photograph capturing a moment by the Black Lake, featuring Harry, Haller, Ron, and Hermione at the conclusion of their first year. In the image, Harry is grinning foolishly, while Hermione and Haller are seated back-to-back on the grass, engrossed in their books, and Ron is sound asleep. Thank you. This is a splendid gift. However, it seems I have forgotten to prepare a present for you this year, Haller remarked. After a moment of contemplation, he added, how about I teach you a spell? Upon hearing this offer, Harry quickly expressed his gratitude and declined, feeling that he already had ample academic work to attend to. Hall smacked his lips, realizing that his good intentions to prevent you from being incapacitated by a Dementor on next year's train journey were in vain. Subsequently, Hall, along with Harry and Ron, departed from the infirmary, leaving Hermione in need of a proper rest. This year, due to the legend that Hall was the heir of Slytherin and lurking within the castle to ambush students, the number of individuals remaining at Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays was notably diminished. Consequently, the professors removed the 4 long tables and replaced them with a grand round table. Within the Great Hall, snowflakes floated from the ceiling, and a magnificent Christmas tree adorned the center, embellished with numerous golden ornaments. Beneath the tree lay an assortment of gift boxes, containing various mischievous toys. The round table was lavishly set with an array of delectable dishes, featuring a large roasted goose at its center, surrounded by fragrant roasted chicken legs, creamy mashed potatoes, golden pastries, Christmas meringues, Christmas pudding, and a sizable bottle of mead for the professors alongside butterbeer for the students. Dumbledore presided at the head of the table, flanked from left to right by Professors Flitwick, Snape, McGonagall, Ginny, Ron, Harry, Hall, Fred, George, Percy, Professor Slughorn, Professor Lockhart, and Professor McGonagall, totaling 13 individuals gathered together. This year, as the Weasley couple ventured to visit their second son Charlie, several of the Weasley children remained at Hogwarts. Hall glanced at the number of individuals seated around the round table, which had reached the ominous figure reminiscent of the Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. He turned to Ron, who was sitting beside Harry, and inquired, Ron, have you brought your Ratscabbers? No, why would I bring him? Ron replied, feeling perplexed by Hall's question. Never mind, Hall responded. Just be cautious not to stand up too hastily later. It could lead to unfortunate circumstances. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks, utterly at a loss regarding Hall's cryptic remarks. Hall's heart was filled with trepidation. In the original Harry Potter series, there are 3 significant gatherings of 13 individuals. The first is the upcoming Christmas feast next year, during which Dumbledore was the first to rise, and tragically, 3 years later, he met his demise. The second gathering occurred when the Order of the Phoenix reconvened following Voldemort's resurrection. They dined at Sirius's home, and once again, Sirius stood up first, only to fall in the Battle of the Mysteries a year later. The final assembly took place at Bill and Fleur's Shell Cottage, where Lupin announced the birth of his son, Teddy Lupin, standing first, and he, along with his wife Tonks, valiantly perished in the Battle of Hogwarts just months later. Thus, Hall solemnly declared that those who might traverse into the Harry Potter realm should exercise caution during gatherings of 13. It is advisable to decline such invitations. If one cannot refuse, they must avoid being the first to rise, lest they meet a similar fate. Severus, why hasn't young Malfoy joined us for dinner? Dumbledore inquired of Snape, who sat nearby. Snape replied, Draco expressed a desire not to share a table with the Weasley family. Ron muttered, I too would prefer not to dine with Malfoy. Very well, then let us begin, Dumbledore said, as he picked up his cutlery, and the sumptuous feast awaited to satisfy their appetites. May Mr. Malfoy enjoy his meal in solitude. As everyone commenced their repast, Fred, seated to Hall's left, asked, What task have you been assisting Professor Dumbledore with in recent days? Several individuals gathered around, curiosity piqued by the mysterious assignment. But how could Hall respond? I visited the Chamber of Secrets and observed the basilisk's living conditions before reporting back to Dumbledore. Since Professor Dumbledore preferred not to disclose this matter, there was no need for them to know. Hall speared a small piece of chicken and took a bite. Come on, do share, Fred urged. We can offer you something in return. Is it the Marauder's map? Hall pondered, for it was indeed a coveted item he had long desired, but he hesitated to ask, feeling a sense of propriety regarding his amicable ties with the Weasley family. It seemed fate had woven this scenario. He needed a ruse to convince them. While Hall contemplated how to persuade the twins, Madame Pomfrey rushed into the room, breathless. Harry stood to inquire if something had gone awry with Hermione's treatment. But Hall swiftly restrained the impulsive young man. He was confident in Madame Pomfrey's abilities. There was no way she would fail to treat Hermione's mishap. Stay calm. Act with reason, Hall advised Harry. Professor, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, panting. Professor Dumbledore, there has been an incident in the infirmary. Miss Granger has gone missing. What? Hermione is missing. Hall wished to rise and inquire further from Madame Pomfrey, yet Harry restrained him, uttering a familiar phrase. Calm down, do not act impulsively. You truly have a knack for applying lessons learned, but that pertains to Hermione. I would not wish any harm upon her. Oh, poor Miss Granger, sighed Lockhart as he stood. She was my most devoted admirer. What is her current state? Hall observed Lockhart standing, suddenly realizing that Hermione's admiration for him was indeed beneficial in critical moments. Chapter 27, Revelation. Oh, is our defense against the dark arts professor off to rescue his little fan? Snape remarked to Lockhart. I might have an inkling of where our know-it-all Miss Granger is. And there's no need for preparation. All it takes is to slay a basilisk. Lockhart's smile faltered momentarily before he chuckled. All right, Professor Snape. But I must gather a few items. Actually, that's unnecessary. We can all go together, Dumbledore interjected from his seat. However, we do need to procure a few essentials. Harry, please fetch the sorting hat from the headmaster's office and bring it to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It seemed that Dumbledore was intent on nurturing Harry's abilities. Yet Hall was unconcerned with such matters. He hastily departed from the Great Hall, racing towards the Chamber of Secrets. He dared not gamble on whether Hermione could wait, fearing complications akin to last year. After all, an unexpected turn had already occurred. In the original narrative, Hermione was merely petrified, unlike Ginny, who had been abducted. Wait a moment, akin to Ginny. Suddenly, Hall had an epiphany. No wonder he always felt something was amiss. According to the original narrative, it was Hermione who concocted the Polyjuice potion, rather than Harry purchasing it. It seemed that it was indeed Hermione who had taken the diary. But how could she have done so and been deceived by Tom Riddle's lies? Was she not the most cautious of those who were wary of sentient objects? How could this be? Opening the door, Hall found himself in the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory. With no time to ponder further, he resolved to rescue Hermione first. However, as he entered the passage, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, it merely felt peculiar. Perhaps he was simply too vigilant. With a flicker of light, he illuminated his wand and donned a pair of specially crafted glasses. These glasses were a small camera-like device he had devised to prevent a fatal gaze into the basilisk's eyes. Upon reaching the grand door, Hall spoke in Parseltongue to unlock it, revealing before him the stone statue of Slytherin. The unconscious Hermione sprawled on the ground, and beside her stood the indistinct figure of Tom Riddle. Hall Riddle, we meet again, Tom Riddle remarked, wielding Hermione's wand with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tom Riddle. I know, you are also Voldemort, a fragment of the memory of that malevolent dark wizard at the age of 17, Hall retorted, gazing intently at Tom Riddle. Clever, indeed. I have two individuals I am eager to meet. One of them is Harry Potter. I learned from the first girl who possessed the diary, a certain Ginny, that Harry Potter defeated the greatest dark wizard in his infancy. Tom Riddle raised his wand towards Hall. The other is you, Hall Riddle. I am honored, but before you express your desire to meet me, might you indulge me with a few inquiries? Hall spoke calmly, forcing himself to remain composed and not act impulsively. Certainly, for the information I seek from you holds immense value, Tom Riddle replied, still brandishing his wand, clearly wary of Hall. I wish to know how you managed to ensnare Hermione. She is not a girl easily misled like Ginny, Hall inquired. That question is simple enough, and I can certainly answer it. Tom Riddle glanced at the prostrate Ginny. It is because of you, Hall Riddle. Me? Hall was taken aback, never anticipating that the reason Hermione had been enchanted was due to his influence. Our clever Miss Granger seemed to have had a quarrel with you. A cold war ensued between you. When Ginny handed the diary to you, It appeared our Miss Granger felt a pang of jealousy, believing it to be a token of affection from Miss Weasley. Tom Riddle mocked. On Halloween, Miss Granger stealthily retrieved the diary from your dormitory. She perused its pages for any markings, yet ultimately found nothing. The moment she penned her first sentence, I swiftly seized upon her vulnerability. It was astonishingly simple. I could hardly believe that because of you, I was able to exert temporary control over her in less than an hour. Aha. As he beheld the cackling Tom Riddle, Hall tightened his grip on his wand, contemplating whether to cast a lethal curse. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Tom Riddle ceased his laughter. I wish to know the answer to my initial question regarding the lineage and bloodline that connects us. Clearly, you are quite concerned about your heritage and whether you are of pure blood, Hall scoffed. I suspect we may indeed be relatives. Prior to your arrival, I consulted the basilisk. It revealed that you have entered the statue of Slytherin, which indicates you are a descendant of Slytherin, just like me, Tom Riddle contended. My Slytherin bloodline originates from my mother, while my surname derives from my father. You and I share the same surname, and both possess Slytherin blood. I now entertain the notion that you might be my son. As Hall contemplated, it appeared that Tom Riddle was indeed quite clever. However, he did not realize that Hall was more of Voldemort's adopted son rather than his biological offspring, merely fulfilling the requirements of Slytherin's name magic by chance. Nevertheless, this connection might serve a purpose. Perhaps he could save Hermione. Indeed, I am a descendant of Slytherin, and my father is Voldemort, making you my father as well, Hall declared. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the previously silent chamber, resembling a stick falling to the ground. Who goes there? Tom Riddle exclaimed, casting a red light towards the source of the sound. Immediately, two figures emerged from the void, revealing none other than Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Attached to their chest was a small object resembling an ear. Hall had seen it before. It was the listening ear developed by the Weasley twins. Chapter 28. The Battle of the Chamber, Part 1. It appeared today was my fortunate day, as Harry Potter had also arrived. Tom Riddle observed Harry with keen interest. Yet Harry paid no attention to him, instead fixating on Hall. Hall, you are truly Voldemort's son, Harry remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. However, Hall could not deny it, for Hermione remained in Tom Riddle's grasp. Tom Riddle, if you release Hermione, I can provide you with cover to escape. Otherwise, when Dumbledore arrives, you will find it impossible to leave, Hall stated impassively. Tom Riddle chuckled, responding, no, that's unnecessary. I have ample time. Once I regain my corporeal form, as the heir of Slytherin, I can venture deep into the chamber, where the passage of time diverges from the outside world. A single day within will equate to nearly a month outside. Dumbledore will be powerless against me. He will ultimately meet his demise. So, the chamber harbored such a feature. No wonder it felt like only a night had passed, yet upon exiting, it was already several days later. This must be one of Slytherin's protective measures for his basilisk. Weren't you concerned that Dumbledore might descend at this very moment? Hall thought anxiously. There's no need for concern. I have established a barrier outside that will prevent adult wizards from entering. While I believe Dumbledore possesses the power to break it, it will require time, and by then, I shall have already been resurrected. Tom Riddle then turned his gaze to Harry. Ah, Harry Potter, as you have just learned, I sought you for a reason. Now, could you enlighten me as to what power enabled you to vanquish the most formidable wizard in history? At that moment, Harry seemed petrified, completely disregarding the unfolding events. It is love, Hall interjected. Dumbledore once said that the love of Harry's mother defeated Voldemort, vanquishing your very essence. Oh, is that so? Tom Riddle sneered. It appears this young wizard holds nothing of significant interest to me. Suddenly, a hissing sound escaped Tom Riddle's lips. Hall recognized the words as the Great Slytherin, the supreme among the four founders. In the next instant, the statue of Slytherin began to tremble, its gaping mouth seemingly widening, as if something within was stirring, eager to emerge. Hall recognized it as the serpent beast. Enter. Hall commanded the creature in Parseltongue, attempting to send it back, evidently. His words had some effect as the serpent beast ceased its movement. Hall Riddle, what do you intend to do? Tom Riddle shouted at Hall. I cannot bear to watch you slay Harry and Ron, for they are my friends. Hall replied with righteous conviction. Harry, Ron, you must flee. Leave this place. These words appeared to release Harry from his petrified state. Harry, Ron stammered, trembling as he spoke to Harry. Ron, if you wish to leave, then go. But I must stay, Hall asserted firmly to Ron. Ron hesitated, fear of the creature looming in his heart, yet as he looked at Harry and Hall, he suddenly resolved himself. No, we are friends. How can we abandon one another? Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with emotion. Tom Riddle clapped his hands mockingly, saying, "What a touching friendship, yet alas, it is futile before absolute power. Serpent Beast, emerge and eliminate Harry Potter and that friend. I shall personally deal with Hall Riddle." This was uttered in Parseltongue. Avada Kedavra. Hall struck first, yet Tom Riddle, possessing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, was well-versed in dark magic and would not allow Hall to launch a surprise attack. The two engaged in fierce combat, their struggle evenly matched for the moment. At that instant, just as the Serpent Beast emerged, a fiery red bird flew into the chamber, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. Fawkes acted swiftly upon the serpent's arrival, dropping a filthy, patched-up sorting hat. The piercing cries of the phoenix intertwined with the serpent's hisses, leaving Harry and Ron bewildered as they gazed at the sorting hat on the ground. In contrast to the physical battle between Fawkes and the serpent, the duel between Hall and Tom Riddle was resplendent. Statue revealing, shatter, disarm, stupefy. Waves of colorful spells soared through the air. Hall was adept at casting spells, while Tom Riddle was scholarly. One wielded simple yet potent incantations, while the other unleashed a myriad of intricate and varied spells. Tom Riddle, I tell you, you shall never be pureblood. You are a half-blood wizard, your father a muggle, Hall declared amidst the clash, inciting his adversary to distract him from focus. This tactic increased the likelihood of revealing Riddle's vulnerabilities, but it also exposed Hall to greater counterattacks. "Ha! You wish to provoke me. Congratulations, you have succeeded." Bone-breaking curse. A beam of light shot towards Hall, who narrowly evaded it. "Is it necessary? You resort to the unforgivable curses, yet it is still futile." Hall feigned calmness. "I must admit, you are indeed remarkable." "No wonder you are my descendant," Tom Riddle retorted. "Soul extraction." Hall obstructed the soul-snatching spell, asserting, "The basilisk is a creature left by Slytherin at Hogwarts to instill fear in the Acromantula. You are aware that countless Acromantula lurk within the forbidden forest outside the castle. Fawkes can subdue the basilisk. Do you wish to permit them entry? Once I unify the magical realm, I shall naturally lead the wizards to eradicate the Acromantula. So there is no need for your concern. You also desire the Black Lotus from the Chamber of Secrets, an act that even Slytherin would disallow. As his descendant, do you intend to defy his dying wish? Such formidable power, rather than being futilely suppressed here, would be far better utilized in my service. Surely, you have witnessed the resplendent majesty of the Lord of Death. It is a sight most coveted." Tom Riddle's face bore an expression of intoxication, evidently captivated by the power of the Black Lotus. "I believe Slytherin would feel shame for having a descendant like you, who would engage in such malevolent deeds. Which is why you have not discovered the whereabouts of the other lotuses." Hall remarked scornfully. "Oh, so you have learned the location of the lotus? Then tell me. When I unify the magical realm, I shall overlook past transgressions. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Tom Riddle endeavored to seduce Hall, yet Hall was impervious to his charm. "Last year, your true form once told me that if I surrendered the Philosopher's Stone, you would grant me eternal life. I rejected that offer. Do you believe there is anything more precious than immortality in your understanding? Then you are merely courting disaster." Avada Kedavra. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the basilisk, for Fawkes had pierced its eyes. Chapter 29, The Battle of the Chamber of Secrets, Part 2. The basilisk's eyes were blinded by Fawkes' talons, and a pool of black serpent blood stained the ground. "Fool! Kill those two boys at once." Tom Riddle roared in fury, now restrained by Hall, unable to act. "Yield, it will make your demise far easier." Hall merely toyed with Tom Riddle, effectively keeping him at bay. "Ha! Do you truly believe I am unprepared? Ever since you brought Dumbledore into the chamber, I have been making preparations." An ominous realization dawned. This was indeed a grave matter. Hall furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Tom Riddle's so-called contingency plan was evidently devised with Albus Dumbledore in mind, its potential devastating. "God of Death, let your power descend upon this place." Tom Riddle cast forth a dark object from his hand, illuminating the chamber's walls with an array of intricate purple inscriptions, the object radiating an alluring yet sinister dark purple glow. "Is this the Black Lotus seat of the God of Death?" Hall inquired hesitantly, captivated by the familiar hue. "Indeed, this is the Black Lotus seat of the God of Death," Tom Riddle exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he fixated on the seed suspended in midair. "Years ago, I found this very seed in my grandfather's old estate and have since dedicated myself to its study, ultimately uncovering various methods of its use. I concealed this seed here while I ventured forth in search of others. You shall be honored to perish beneath its formidable power." Hall swallowed hard, his expression tense as he gazed at the lotus seed suspended in midair. It seemed to be summoning something, an aura of malevolence and immense power enveloping the chamber. Not far away, the serpent beast, a creature sensitive to such feelings, trembled in fear, a fear rooted in its very bloodline. Meanwhile, Fox had long departed, perhaps in search of its master for assistance, knowing well the gravity of the situation exceeded its capabilities. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a purple vortex formed before the lotus seed, from which emerged a pair of black dragon horns. This was an ancient black dragon, one of the formidable minions of the god of death. According to various ancient texts, dragons were once beings of unparalleled strength, far beyond the capabilities of even 10 trained wizards combined. Yet, throughout the annals of history, the reasons for the dragon's decline remain shrouded in mystery, leading to their present weakened state. Even in this diminished form, dragons were not to be trifled with, especially not an ancient one. Before Hall stood an ancient black dragon. Not a true dragon, but rather a puppet summoned by Tom Riddle through the Black Lotus seed, utilizing a form of demonic summoning akin to dark magic. Its power, though less than that of a true ancient dragon, was still sufficient to obliterate everyone present. Tremble beneath the might of the great god of death. You shall become the sacrifices for my resurrection, Tom Riddle commanded with a flourish, ordering the black dragon to attack. The dragon, merely extending its head, obeyed Riddle's command and unleashed a torrent of searing black flames. Pure water. The iron armor charm could only shield against magical assaults. In the face of such an attack, Hall dared not gamble on its nature and opted to counter with water. A massive column of water erupted from the end of Hall's wand, momentarily slowing the advance of the black flames, yet they still surged toward him. Harry, Ron, come help. Use my spell, pure water, Hall shouted, prompting the two to snap out of their stupor. Pure water. Harry and Ron mimicked Hall's earlier actions, their potential ignited by the dire circumstances. Remarkably, they succeeded on their first attempt, though their spell's efficacy seemed more suited for quenching thirst than for combat. Is this the combat prowess of your companions, my son? Tom Riddle jeered, mocking Harry and Ron for their lack of finesse in casting such a simple spell. Black Dragon. Add more fire. The dragon complied, releasing another blast of flames. Having already struggled against the initial wave of fire, Hall found himself overwhelmed by the second. As the two torrents of dragon fire collided, Hall's magic shattered, the water column dissipating and drenching the ground. The lethal flames surged toward Hall, Harry, and Ron, their hair drying under the intense heat, almost igniting. Just as the flames seemed poised to consume them, a massive green shadow intervened, sweeping the three aside with tremendous force. In a dizzying whirl, Hall, Harry, and Ron were violently thrown against the wall, only to find themselves confronted by the basilisk. Basilisk, what are you doing? Do you dare defy my command? Tom Riddle roared fiercely. The basilisk, its dark form shielding itself from the lethal flames, bore two gaping, bloodied eye sockets that rendered it particularly grotesque and terrifying. Great Slytherin, you will not allow the power of the Lord of Death to resurface. You are unworthy to be his heir. The basilisk gasped, struggling to articulate the words, its last statement erupting in a fierce shout. I am unworthy to be Slytherin's heir? To me, Slytherin exists to preserve this extraordinary power, which is why it is confined here. You, filthy and despicable creature, have no right to declare my unworthiness. Tom Riddle spat venomously in Parseltongue, hurling obscenities at the basilisk. Meanwhile, Hall, Harry, and Ron, who had collided with the wall, were left bewildered. Harry, Hall, what are they saying? Ron asked, unable to comprehend Parseltongue. Hall and Harry, however, understood, visibly moved, especially Hall, who realized that in the basilisk's mind, the paramount figure was indeed the great Slytherin, followed closely by Slytherin's heir. Previously, Hall had inquired of the basilisk whom it would obey when given conflicting commands by two heirs of Slytherin. But the basilisk had merely responded that the great Slytherin's heir would not issue contradictory orders. Had it now answered his question? Dirty reptile. How dare you say I am unworthy to be Slytherin's heir? Black Dragon, burn this creature to ashes. Tom Riddle commanded the Black Dragon, which unleashed a torrent of flames at the basilisk. Yet, the basilisk, a remarkably powerful magical creature, endured the assault, though it could no longer rise, collapsing to the ground. Tom Riddle, Hall cried, tears brimming in his eyes. Non-corporeal curse. An invisible wave surged toward Tom Riddle, but how could it harm him? Oh, my son. You now witness my formidable power. If you submit to me, I shall spare your life. A wizard never slays his own progeny. I do not wish to break that precedent. Tom Riddle toyed with his wand, confident that, with the Black Dragon at his command, nothing could thwart him, not even Dumbledore. Is this it? Has it all come to an end? I initially thought I only had to deal with the basilisk, Yet now I face these formidable beasts. This is all my fault. Had I not believed everything was under my control, I would not have underestimated the danger. Hermione would not have been swayed by the diary. And Harry and Ron would not have been endangered. It is all my fault. Release Harry, Hermione, and Ron, and I shall offer my life to you for their revival. Hall struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. Hall, no. Be quiet. He silenced Harry and Ron, turning to Tom Riddle. Spare them. I am willing to die in their stead. You wish to die in their place? Ha! I never expected my son to exhibit such nobility, adopting Dumbledore's self-sacrificing heroism. Tom Riddle replied, I will consider sparing them, but only if you divulge the whereabouts of the other 9 Horcruxes. Threads of darkness, serpentine gold. Death, the fates shall guide your steps, Hall stated, gazing intently at Tom Riddle. I have spoken. Now you may spare them. What does this mean? Tom Riddle furrowed his brow. Utterly perplexed. Explain it to me thoroughly, or no one shall leave here. Release them first, and I shall explain in due course, Hall insisted. Fine, you two may go. Tom Riddle dismissed Harry and Ron with a wave. But just then, I won't leave, Harry declared, brandishing his wand at Tom Riddle, casting a disarmament spell. Disarm you. Huh. Since you are so reckless, I shall not let you escape. Farewell, Harry Potter. Tom Riddle commanded the black dragon to attack, and a stream of flames surged toward Harry. However, a flash of silver emerged, accented by a vivid red. The inferno, seemingly capable of annihilating all, met this silver light and dissipated. It was the silver sword. Its hilt adorned with a gem the size of an egg, a testament of courage, one of Godric Gryffindor's relics. Harry stood there, the sorting hat in his left hand and Gryffindor's sword in his right, a warrior poised to confront the dragon. The moment Harry drew the sword from the sorting hat, the once mighty black dragon seemed to falter in the air, as if it wished to retreat. Had Gryffindor slain the Lord of Death's dragon with this very sword long ago? It was a possibility. Such formidable magical creatures possessed an innate sensitivity, akin to centaurs who could foresee calamities through stargazing, or acromantulas who sensed the basilisk's presence. Sometimes, animals were more attuned to danger than humans. Impossible. Tom Riddle could scarcely believe his eyes. As the dragon's flames that had so severely wounded the basilisk were so easily thwarted by a mere sword wielded by a 12-year-old wizard. This cannot be. Dragon, attack. Kill this boy. Tom Riddle bellowed, his visage contorted with rage, commanding the black dragon to assail Harry. Yet, the powerful flames evaporated upon contact with Gryffindor's sword, vanishing without a trace. No. No. This cannot be. The overwhelming power was thus halted, sending Tom Riddle into a frenzy, resembling a madman, or perhaps he always was one. Avada Kedavra. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Tom Riddle decided that since the dragon's flames could not extinguish Harry Potter, he would take matters into his own hands to eliminate the wretched boy. Non-corporeal curse. Hall would not allow Tom Riddle to have his way. Harry, go slay that black dragon, quickly. Hall shouted with fervor, for now, hope had rekindled. Harry gripped Gryffindor's sword tightly, feeling a profound connection with Godric Gryffindor himself. Both intent on vanquishing the malevolent dragon. The dragon's eyes widened with fear, recalling the ancient memory of being slain by a heroic figure. It was terrified. It sought to retreat, but Tom Riddle would not permit it. Useless. Worthless beast. Tom Riddle brandished his wand, and the surrounding purple inscription shimmered with an intensified brilliance. At this moment, he possessed but a single trump card, the black dragon. He could not afford to lose. Kill. Kill. Eliminate that boy. In that instant, the massive dragon head suspended in midair trembled with an unexpected vigor. The once fearful gaze of the dragon was replaced, in the blink of an eye, by a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. This was not the same as the dragon's previous gaze. The earlier eyes had been filled with rebelliousness and disdain for all. Yet now, they had transformed entirely. Hall gazed into the emotionless, desireless eyes before him, and in that fleeting moment, he recalled the eyes of the death deity he had glimpsed beneath the Black Lotus deep within the secret chamber. At that instant, Hall could not distinguish whether he faced the black dragon or that entity. A resounding dragon's roar echoed once more. In that moment, the black dragon extended even more of its form from the violet vortex. Tom Riddle, upon witnessing this, was filled with elation, ready to utter something. Yet in the next heartbeat, terror etched itself upon his face. The black dragon, or perhaps that entity, stretched forth its inky black claw, reaching directly for Tom Riddle below. Seizing him in one swift motion, it opened its gaping maw and unceremoniously consumed Tom Riddle. Not far away, the black-bound diary began to ooze a dark, viscous blood, and the entire tome erupted into fragments. Chapter 31. The Battle in the Chamber. End. Dark magic and light magic represent two fundamentally distinct forms of sorcery. In terms of sheer potency, dark magic undoubtedly possesses greater lethality than its light counterpart. However, this does not imply that light magic is inherently weak. To put it succinctly, dark magic and light magic can be likened to technique and principle. One is steeped in the pursuit of power, while the other seeks the fundamental truths of the universe. Dark magic grants immense power in a brief span, yet it is only in the advanced studies of magic that the true strength of light magic reveals itself. Regarding safety, light magic prevails over dark magic, as the relentless pursuit of power in dark magic often leads to self-inflicted harm due to its reckless nature. The scene unfolding before them exemplified a classic backlash of dark magic. Tom Riddle, in his desperation to summon greater power, disregarded his ability to control it, resulting in his own demise. At this moment, the black dragon that had swallowed Tom Riddle began to thrash violently, the summoning inscriptions around it dimming gradually. The vortex that had conjured the black dragon quivered ominously, as if on the verge of collapse, and the dragon itself was being pulled back into that enigmatic realm. A mighty roar erupted from the dragon, indicating its unwillingness to return, yet it could do little to resist the overwhelming force. Defiantly, it cast its gaze downward. Its eyes passed over Harry, lingering not an instant on the sword of Gryffindor, and settled upon Hall. In that instant, Hall felt as though his mind had been cleaved in two, a raw, powerful force invading his consciousness. Years of mental fortification crumbled under this onslaught. As if a mere sheet of paper had been effortlessly pierced, he felt utterly exposed before this might. Just as this potent force was about to encroach upon Hall's memories, he heard an ancient voice. At that moment, the overwhelming power dissipated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Faintly, Hall perceived numerous red patterns emerging upon the surrounding walls, reminiscent of those he had seen in the chaotic currents, crafted by Salazar Slytherin himself. Though this account may seem lengthy, it all transpired in the blink of an eye, after which Hall collapsed. The last vision he beheld before losing consciousness was the black dragon being drawn back into the vortex, while the lotus seed fell to the ground. Upon awakening, Hall found himself gazing at the ceiling of the infirmary. "You are awake. Do you feel well?" Hall looked towards the source of the voice, where Dumbledore stood at his bedside, gazing at him with a benevolent expression. "Professor Dumbledore," Hall attempted to articulate, yet his head throbbed painfully. "Rest well, my child. The formidable charm of the Dementor's Kiss can inflict severe damage on your mind if the brain's protective enchantments are breached," Dumbledore replied, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "I am fine now, Professor. How long have I been unconscious?" "What of Hermione?" Hall inquired. "You have been in a coma for a month, and Miss Granger has been healed by Madame Pomfrey," Dumbledore explained. "Harry and Mr. Weasley have also informed me about the events in the chamber. I am heartened by your bravery." "No, that was not bravery, it was recklessness," Hall lamented, cradling his face in his hands. "Had I entrusted the diary to you at the first opportunity, none of this would have transpired. It is all my fault. My child. No one blames you. You handled the situation commendably. Tom Riddle's diary can indeed serve as an excellent tutor for one eager to learn magic. You are not at fault." Dumbledore reassured him. "Where there is light, darkness prevails. To combat the shadows, one must sometimes delve into them. In my youth, I too engaged in foolishness. Yet as long as it does not yield irreversible consequences, you need not be so hard on yourself. Would you care to hear a story? Once, there was a remarkably intelligent wizard, heralded as a prodigy from a young age. However, when he turned 17, calamity struck his family, compelling him to care for his ailing sister and younger brother. That summer, he met another gifted wizard, and they quickly became fast friends. Together, they studied magic and shared their aspirations, causing him to neglect his sister's care. One fateful day, a quarrel erupted between the wizard and his brother, escalating into a duel. In the chaos, a spell inadvertently struck his sister. It was a tumultuous clash, and the wizard was left oblivious to who had caused his sister's demise. At this point, Dumbledore's eyes brimmed with tears. Hall recognized the tale as one of Dumbledore's youth, involving his brother Aberforth, his sister Ariana, and his lifelong adversary and beloved Grindelwald. "Professor, is this a story from your youth?" Hall asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. It is the consequence of my youthful folly. A burden of regret I have carried for over a century. I hope you do not dwell on your own recklessness unless you commit an irreparable mistake. However, always remind yourself to avoid irreversible transgressions. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask about the basilisk? And what of Tom Riddle's locket?" Hall inquired. The basilisk sustained fatal injuries. By the time we arrived, it was already dead. I have secured the locket and will place it in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore said, wiping the tears from his face. Moreover, we extracted a fong from the basilisk, which can now be used to destroy the Horcruxes. Hall took out the resurrection stone ring, while Dumbledore produced a serpent fong. Shall I proceed, or would you prefer to take the lead, my child? Dumbledore inquired. It should be you. I believe the destruction of Horcruxes is a task best suited for your expertise, Hall replied, handing the resurrection stone ring to Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised the serpent fong and, with a swift motion, plunged it sharply into the resurrection stone ring, which emitted a piercing cry. Done. With this, Voldemort's Horcruxes have now been reduced by 2. I truly hope we can locate the fabled locket soon, Dumbledore remarked, returning the resurrection stone ring to Hall. Hall did not take the ring and exclaimed, I can hardly believe you have yet to uncover its whereabouts. And did you not wish to use the resurrection stone to see your sister? Dumbledore glanced at the resurrection stone ring in his hand, stating, I believe it prudent to wait until the conclusion of the battle, when Voldemort has been vanquished, before entertaining such matters. Then you may keep it. I worry for my safety here, especially considering the precedent of a Horcrux being lost in my possession. With that, Hall simply lay down to sleep. Chapter 32. The clamor in the Great Hall when Hall was permitted to leave the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey. The Christmas holidays had already ended. During the opening feast that evening, Dumbledore publicly announced that the Chamber of Secrets incident had been successfully resolved, attributing all blame to Voldemort. Furthermore, in acknowledgement of the significant contributions made by Harry Potter, Paul Riddle, and Ron Weasley during this incident, each was awarded an additional 50 points. Additionally, on Hall's suggestion, Dumbledore merely stated that this was the result of dark magic left behind by Voldemort years ago. Otherwise, given Dumbledore's temperament, he might have publicly declared that it was the machinations of Voldemort's soul, a scenario Hall wished to avoid, as he did not want to see Fudge dispatch Umbridge to Hogwarts so soon. At the feast, everyone was in high spirits, as all matters had been satisfactorily resolved. The culprit had faced justice, and they merely awaited the maturation of Professor Sprout's mandrakes in a few months to brew the potion to free the petrified victims. After which, everything would be splendid. During the meal, several individuals approached Hall to apologize, including Ernie from Hufflepuff. Hall was not of a petty disposition and graciously accepted his apology. Among those apologizing was Cho Chang, who expressed regret for her earlier rudeness towards Hall. He accepted her apology and returned the book he had found that day. Cho invited Hall to visit the Ravenclaw common room, but he politely declined. Although he did not wish to turn down a charming girl and was curious to see the Ravenclaw common room, which contained notes from Rowena Ravenclaw. He felt the gaze of Hermione beside him and noticed his brother's infatuated expression towards Cho, leading him to decline the invitation. As the dinner progressed, Hall, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were engaged in lively conversation when Ron's brother, Percy Weasley, approached them, a frown etched on his face. He walked directly to Ron and said, Ron, I do not wish for you to continue your friendship with Hall Riddle. He is a dangerous individual. Percy, what do you mean? I will not allow you to slander my friend, Ron retorted. Professor Dumbledore has already proven that Hall is not the culprit. Why do you scrutinize him so? Among the 7 Weasley siblings, Percy was the most aloof. He often bore a serious expression, resembling a small adult, and harbored a strong desire for authority. Naturally, everyone possesses their own life philosophies, and Hall could not impose his beliefs on others, thus refraining from judging Percy. While Percy may not have been favored by the other Weasley children, he consistently cared for each of his relatives. Hall quickly grasped the implications of Percy's seemingly irrational words. That day, Harry and Ron had been wearing listening devices, allowing several of the Weasley brothers to overhear their conversation in the Chamber of Secrets. There was a palpable resistance among everyone towards Hall's identity as Voldemort's son, except for Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Even George and Fred had grown somewhat distant from Hall, let alone Percy, who was most concerned for his family. Ron, I think your brother has a point. It would be wise for you to limit your contact with me, Hall said with a smile. This statement rendered the group silent. For days, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had been striving to avoid discussions regarding Hall's identity. But now that Hall had broached the subject, evasion was no longer an option. Hall, I feel you need not learn about what transpired in the Chamber of Secrets from Harry and Ron once Hermione regains consciousness. In truth, upon first hearing, Hermione was utterly shocked. She had never imagined her boyfriend could be the son of Voldemort. My goodness, he is someone whose name cannot even be spoken. Subsequently, Hermione kept reminding herself that Hall was simply Hall, not the son of a dark figure, yet thoughts of Tom Riddle lingered in her mind. When she received the diary and saw Tom Riddle's name, her first question written in the diary was, "What is your relationship with Hall?" The answer she received was uncertain, but they might be relatives. This response opened Hermione's heart, as Hall was indeed a relative, and possibly would become part of her family. Why should she harbor any reservations about him? However, now that she was aware of Hall's identity, it felt as though that statement was a constant reminder that Hall was Voldemort's son. This was a shared truth that everyone knew but was reluctant to accept. As long as it remained unspoken, everything seemed as it had before. Yet now that it was revealed, they had no choice but to confront this reality, which was undeniably stark for many. Indeed, I believe we are not of the same ilk. I do not wish for someone like you to be near my family. Therefore, I hope you will keep your distance. Percy continued to speak in a hushed tone, as no one wished to escalate the situation. What a pity. I have never intentionally sought to approach your family, so I cannot simply withdraw, Hall replied coolly. You, Percy. I do not believe you possess the authority to command others to comply with your wishes, even if you're a prefect. The twin brothers interjected. Although we too are uncomfortable with Hall's identity, George remarked, while Fred added, we would never demand that others share our sentiments. Thank you. But I believe none of us have the right to dictate whom someone should befriend, Hall said, looking at Ron. The true choice lies in your hands. It is up to you whether you wish to continue our friendship. Ron, do you wish to remain my friend? At that moment, all eyes turned to Ron. Hermione and Harry eagerly hoped for his agreement, while Percy wished for a denial. Hall observed Ron with keen interest, and the twin brothers, too, awaited his decision. Ron hesitated, realizing this was his first significant decision in 12 years. I believe, Hall, we are indeed friends. With a sardonic smile, Hall mused that Ron was indeed commendable. After all, in the original narrative, when Harry was ensnared by the Ministry of Magic's machinations, accused of colluding with Dumbledore to deceive the public about Voldemort's resurrection, Ron received a letter from Percy urging him to sever ties with Harry. Yet, Ron steadfastly chose to remain friends with Harry. Percy, infuriated, could hardly contain his rage as he exclaimed, Ron Weasley, how could you willingly associate with the son of the Dark Lord? At that moment, the cacophony of the great hall fell into an eerie silence, all eyes turning towards the source of the commotion, including the professors at their table. The atmosphere was palpably tense, broken only by the sound of Dumbledore chewing his food. Chapter 33. Unthinkable. Voldemort, the most formidable Dark Lord in history. Few wizards in the magical realm dare to utter his name, and even the most powerful among them tremble at its mention. He is a figure steeped in infamy, a harbinger of terror. Yet, amidst such a grave context, someone boldly declares their intention to befriend the son of the Dark Lord within the very halls of Hogwarts? And this friend of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is none other than Ron Weasley? What is this madness? Who is the son of the Dark Lord? Dumbledore coughed lightly, redirecting the focus of the assembly to himself. As long as Dumbledore was present, even the Dark Lord himself would be met with courage. He was the only one Voldemort feared. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. Extending his arms with a smile, Mr. Weasley has shared a rather amusing jest with us, though it is hardly April Fool's Day. This is not the time for frivolity. Jest? A professor interjected, incredulous. If the Weasley twins had said it, we would have assumed it was a joke. But the one making such a serious claim is Percy Weasley. Could he be joking? Surely no one at Hogwarts had ever witnessed Percy indulge in humor. Despite the skepticism surrounding Dumbledore's light-hearted dismissal, his words provided a semblance of reassurance, for he was Dumbledore, after all. Gradually, the students resumed their feasting, while Percy huffed and returned to his seat, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, some students remained acutely aware of the underlying tension, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Meanwhile, among the dozen professors seated at the high table, doubt about the veracity of Dumbledore's explanation lingered. After all, those who ascended to the position of Hogwarts professor were rarely lacking in competence, barring the defense against the dark arts instructor. Albus, Professor McGonagall began tentatively, but Dumbledore interrupted her. Within Hogwarts, aside from the Weasley children and Harry and Hermione, only the four house heads and Dumbledore were privy to Hall's true identity as Voldemort's son. The revelation that a promising student from her own house was the offspring of the Dark Lord took Professor McGonagall by surprise. Minerva, whether in infamy or in reputation, such knowledge is a burden for a 12-year-old child. Just as I have insisted that Harry reside in the Muggle world prior to his enrollment, we must strive to alleviate such burdens from our students. Dumbledore extracted a piece of candy from his robe, savoring the newly released Honeydukes fizzing Whizbee. No, Albus, One should not indulge in such sweetness at our age. McGonagall gently rebuffed his offer, her gaze resting on Hall, who was laughing with Harry and Hermione below. That child is truly remarkable. It is unfortunate that he is burdened with such a father. Dumbledore observed Hall through his half-moon spectacles. Secrets, after all, cannot remain concealed indefinitely. While he could suppress this revelation for the time being, he could not do so perpetually. This situation would inevitably erupt like a volcano. And all he could do now was contain its imminent eruption, though such suppression would only intensify its eventual outburst. Yet, Dumbledore understood that the time was not right for such an explosion. Hogwarts appeared tranquil, yet it was under constant scrutiny from various factions. Voldemort, the Ministry of Magic, the pure-blood aristocracy. This recent attack on students had already stirred them into action. Had he not acted swiftly, his position as headmaster could have been jeopardized. The ministry's attitude towards Hogwarts had grown increasingly suspicious, particularly under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, who presented himself as harmless, often seeking Dumbledore's counsel. Yet, Dumbledore perceived this as mere theater for the outside world. If any stain were to mar his reputation, it would not be Voldemort who first struck, but undoubtedly Fudge. The ministry had long been eager to reclaim control over Hogwarts, and they would welcome any opportunity for disruption. Now, Hall represented such an opportunity. Should the truth of his parentage as Voldemort's son come to light, the ministry would undoubtedly act swiftly. They would invoke the guise of maintaining order and ensuring students' safety to extend their influence into Hogwarts, ultimately rendering it a mere puppet of the ministry. Although Dumbledore held no particular desire for power, he would not permit the decaying hands of bureaucracy to encroach upon Hogwarts. He had contemplated expelling Hall from the school to resolve the dilemma, for he was indeed a ticking time bomb. However, for various reasons, Dumbledore found himself unable to do so. Firstly, the Order of the Phoenix, which Dumbledore led, had been engaged in a battle against Voldemort. Upon learning that Voldemort possessed Horcruxes for immortality, Dumbledore had begun to quietly assemble the old members of the Order to confront the Dark Lord. While his followers included individuals like Snape, who understood Voldemort well, Dumbledore recognized that having another ally with knowledge of the enemy, particularly one well-versed in Horcruxes, would be invaluable. Secondly, Dumbledore could not bear to witness another child stray onto a dark path. His failure to guide Tom Riddle led to the birth of Voldemort, a scar that had long haunted him. Now, with a child so strikingly similar to Riddle, Dumbledore was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. He wished to guide Hall towards a righteous path, nurturing him as a successor to his legacy. In summation, for both intrinsic and extrinsic reasons, Dumbledore was unwilling and unable to expel Hall from Hogwarts. This decision was born out of a necessity to confront the potential dangers of a future revelation. Just one exposure could obliterate the positive image he had cultivated over a century, leading to his disrepute. Dumbledore did not fear being maligned, nor did he worry about his reputation being tarnished for eternity. His sole desire was to safeguard the castle, even if it meant sacrificing his very life. Preferring to rest within its walls rather than return to Godric's Hollow to share the soil with his beloved sister. Though Hogwarts appeared serene on the surface, it was, in truth, teetering on the brink of turmoil. External threats have always surrounded them, and Dumbledore is unwilling to witness internal strife. He simply cannot bear it. Chapter 34. How remarkable. Dumbledore's handling of Hall's identity is something Hall can likely surmise the intent behind. Ever since Hall began studying magic under Dumbledore's guidance, the latter has inadvertently shared insights about Hogwarts with him. Hogwarts, as the sole wizarding school in all of Britain, holds a transcendent status, with the majority of the nation's wizards having studied there, some of whom have become prominent figures in the global magical community. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, has occupied this esteemed position for several decades, in addition to his years as a professor of transfiguration. His former students and associates are scattered throughout Britain, constituting a formidable influence worldwide. Not only is Dumbledore renowned for his formidable abilities, but the intricate web of connections he has cultivated is also not to be underestimated. If Hogwarts were akin to Chiang Kai-shek's Whampoa Military Academy, where the headmaster wielded significant power, conflicts may not have arisen to such an extent. However, due to Dumbledore's indifference towards power stemming from his youthful experiences, he is primarily concerned with maintaining his likeness on the chocolate frog cards. This complicates matters considerably. The question arises, whose word holds more weight, the Minister of Magic S or the Headmaster S? Such a sharp contradiction is challenging to resolve unless one party is entirely marginalized, making conflict inevitable. Of course, this predicament is one that troubles Dumbledore. Although it has not yet reached a point where he must intervene, allowing young Hall to remain unconcerned with these trivial matters. After the welcoming feast, all students will return to their respective dormitories under the guidance of their prefects. At this juncture, Professor Snape approached Hall, requesting his presence. Without uttering a word, Snape briefly informed Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, that he needed to speak with Hall and then led him away. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them until they arrived at Professor Snape's subterranean office. Upon entering the basement, Hall was greeted by an array of biological specimens immersed in various jars. An unsettling sight indeed. Mr. Riddle, Professor Dumbledore has requested that I guide you in practicing the occlumency every Friday evening, Snape stated as he rummaged through his cabinet, seemingly searching for something. He had informed Hall that he had previously excelled in occlumency, and now the focus would shift to crafting false memories within his mind to deceive adversaries. Occlumency, a profound branch of magic pertaining to the mental realm, demands not only diligent effort but also an exceptional level of innate talent. At Hogwarts, the foremost experts in such mental magic are Dumbledore and Snape, perhaps with Gilderoy Lockhart included, considering that the Obliviate charm also qualifies as intricate mental magic. Their respective areas of study diverge. The former has nearly perfected the art of legilimency as a passive skill, while the latter may have already mastered occlumency in a similar manner. Truth be told, Hall harbors a desire to learn the remarkable skill of legilimency. However, mastering it necessitates a foundational understanding of how to construct false memories through occlumency. After all, to comprehend the memories of others, one must first grasp the very nature of memory itself. Hall's mastery of the art of mental occlusion was merely a step away from constructing false memories. As he surveyed the entirety of Hogwarts, it became evident that apart from Dumbledore, only Snape possessed the capability to impart this knowledge to him. The potency of Snape's occlumency was such that even Dumbledore and Voldemort could not penetrate his memories. Thus, it was indeed fortuitous for Hall to be instructed by Snape in this discipline. After some searching, Snape retrieved an ancient notebook from his cabinet, containing reflections and insights from my own practice of occlumency, which I now bestow upon you. A splendid treasure. Thank you, Professor, Hall exclaimed, joyfully accepting the notebook and tucking it into his long-neglected bag. Clearing his throat, Snape began. Now, I shall commence your instruction on memory. Observing the familiar smile before him, he silently reassured himself that this boy bore no resemblance to Lily, then turned his back to Hall and continued. Memory is a most wondrous phenomenon. It can be regarded as both spiritual and material. In the realm of magic, no one can articulate its essence clearly, for it can be materialized. Thus, Snape initiated Hall into the foundational knowledge of memory, revealing some concepts Hall was already acquainted with, while introducing others that were new to him, such as the alchemical inquiry. Can the four elements construct the mind? In summary, to forge a memory through one's own strength, one must repeatedly refine the intensity of one's mental power to enable memory construction. Professor, is there a method to aid in the refinement of one's mental power? Hall inquired. Snape mused. Employing spells that demand formidable mental strength can achieve such an effect. This is a common approach in the magical community. Spells requiring immense mental strength? Hall pondered, murmuring to himself, the killing curse, the soul-sucking curse, and the cruciatus curse all necessitate great mental fortitude. However, he deemed such paths too sinister. Noting that the Patronus charm, a form of white magic, could yield similar results, and that Professor Dumbledore had researched numerous applications of the Patronus charm. By the way, Professor, are you proficient in the Patronus charm? Initially, Snape furrowed his brow at Hall's mention of the unforgivable curses as a means to refine mental power. Yet he felt relieved upon hearing the latter part. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected final remark, which nearly startled him. Good heavens! The fact that I can perform the Patronus charm is known only to me. Not even Voldemort or Dumbledore is aware of it. Does this boy possess such knowledge? In truth, Hall was indeed aware of Snape's ability to conjure a Patronus, thanks to the insights provided by the esteemed Ms. Rowling. His final remark was merely a playful jest intended to provoke the stoic professor. I cannot perform the Patronus charm, and as for your ability to do so, I find that improbable, especially since you are the son of the Dark Lord, Snape replied with a sardonic smirk. The Dark Lord's son? Is that my moniker? Hall mused. His father was known as the Dark Lord, Remus as Moony, Sirius as Padfoot, and Peter as Wormtail, while Snape was lauded as the Half-Blood Prince. The title of Dark Lord's son sounded rather appealing, as if adopting such a title might bestow upon him fortune from the world itself. Mother, how astonishing! Chapter 35. Moments of ease. Enjoy the tranquil and carefree moments in life are always a source of comfort. Before long, February arrived, and during this time, Hall devoted himself to mastering the art of mental occlusion and the Patronus charm. The forthcoming years would prove to be the most perilous at Hogwarts, and Hall needed to possess sufficient means to safeguard himself. In recent days, Hall made remarkable strides in his practice of occlumency. He demonstrated a natural talent in this regard and had begun attempting to construct false memories. However, progress with the Patronus charm was less favorable. His Patronus remained a vague, silvery mist, only faintly resembling a bird, yet he struggled to stabilize it into a distinct corporeal form. Hall sensed that something was amiss. At this juncture, Dumbledore was unable to assist him. He had to rely solely on his own efforts, as no external aid could suffice. Last night, a Saturday, Hall had spent extensive hours in Dumbledore's office practicing the Patronus charm, causing him to rise late today. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and there were no classes at Hogwarts. As Hall hurried into the Great Hall, he was taken aback, doubting whether he had entered the correct location. Every wall was adorned with large, vibrant pink flowers. To make matters worse, heart-shaped streamers hung from the pale blue ceiling. Hall discovered Harry, Hermione, and Ron at the Gryffindor long table, where Ron wore a look of distaste while Hermione struggled to stifle her laughter, and Harry gazed around in astonishment. Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a vibrant pink robe befitting the decorations, waved his hands to request silence, flanked by two teachers who stood rigidly. From his vantage point, Hall noticed the slight twitch of Professor McGonagall's cheek muscles. Snape appeared as though he had just been force-fed a large goblet of strong liquor. "Happy Valentine's Day," Lockhart exclaimed. "I am grateful to the 46 individuals who have sent me cards thus far. Indeed, I have decorated the library to surprise you all, and there is more to come." With a clap of his hands, a troop of stern-faced dwarfs entered from the grand hall, though they were not true angels. Lockhart had adorned them with golden wings and harps. "Here comes my friendly Cupid, laden with cards." Lockhart smiled, announcing their mission to distribute Valentine cards throughout the school. "But the fun does not end there. I believe my colleagues would also like to partake in this occasion. Let us see how Professor Snape concocts his love potions." Professor Flitwick, who was more knowledgeable about charm enhancement than any wizard Hall had seen, was met with a buried face in his palms, while Snape looked as if he were about to poison the first person to ask him for a love potion. "Oh my goodness, why is this man still at Hogwarts?" Hall grimaced at Lockhart. "He is quite nice, isn't he?" Hermione interjected. "He is doing this to help us forget the bad memories of the Chamber of Secrets. He wishes to rid us of our unpleasant recollections, but he has better methods," Hall muttered. Throughout the day, Lockhart's Cupids roamed Hogwarts, distributing Valentine cards, and Harry received one himself, complete with music. However, Harry had no desire to hear a musical Valentine card echoing through the corridors. Hall swiftly assisted his older brother by casting a stupefy spell on the dwarfs, as there was little that could not be resolved with a simple charm. Years later, when Hall visited Harry's son Albus Severus Potter, Ginny confessed that she had sent that musical Valentine card. On that day, besides Harry, Hall also received several Valentine cards. But under Hermione's threatening gaze, he promptly refused to read them. Honestly, how can a good school be so chaotic? We are here to study, not to fall in love. Early romance is perilous. Soon, Easter arrived, and the second-year students at Hogwarts were to choose their elective courses for third year. "This will impact your entire lives," she told Harry, Hall, and Ron. They meticulously examined the subject list, marking their choices. "Harry, what courses are you considering for third year?" Ron anxiously stared at his selection sheet. "I don't know. I just want to know if I can drop potions," Harry replied. "We cannot do that," Ron said dejectedly. "We must keep all our original subjects. Otherwise, I would have long abandoned defense against the dark arts." "But that subject is crucial," Hermione replied, somewhat astonished. "I do not appreciate Lockhart's teaching methods," Ron remarked. "Aside from learning his preferences, I haven't gained anything from him." The entire Longbottom family of witches and wizards sent letters to Neville with various suggestions for course selections, which left him sitting there, tongue out, pondering whether arithmancy was more challenging than ancient runes. Dean Thomas, a boy living among muggles like Harry, closed his eyes and jabbed his wand at the subject list, choosing the subject it struck. Hermione disregarded anyone's opinions and enrolled in every course. "Hall, which courses have you selected?" Harry inquired, having seen Hall complete his selection form. For the 5 elective courses, Hall had contemplated his choices long ago. He did not wish to study arithmancy, having heard it was related to mathematics. Considering the disparity between British and Chinese mathematics, he decisively opted out, deeming it an unnecessary waste of time. The Muggle Studies course also seemed redundant, as he was already well acquainted with Muggles. Was he to learn how to use a refrigerator in Muggle Studies? He chose the remaining courses: Ancient Runes, Divination, in Care of Magical Creatures. The divination class, led by Professor Trelawney, was pivotal in advancing the Harry Potter narrative. Without her prophecy, Voldemort would not have suffered such a fate. Care of Magical Creatures would be taught by Hagrid, who, despite his limited teaching ability, could indeed procure a plethora of magical creatures, though he was akin to a teapot boiling dumplings with the contents unable to be poured out. Finally, ancient runes would aid Hall in his alchemical studies, thus it was selected. Next came the time to relish these final moments of leisure and joy. The impending battles were soon to commence, and the clash between darkness and light had begun. Chapter 36. Hall's Patronus. The position of defense against the dark arts professor had once been uneventful, but since Dumbledore took office as Hogwarts headmaster, it had become fraught with misfortune. The wizarding world buzzed with rumors that the position had been cursed by the mysterious figure, resulting in no wizard being able to serve for more than 1 year. Over the decades, countless wizards had fallen victim to this role, giving rise to a saying in the magical community: if you wish to harm someone, recommend they become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Due to this rumor, Hogwarts found it increasingly difficult to recruit capable professors for this subject, allowing even wizards like Lockhart to assume the role. Eventually, those who taught the subject were called in by Dumbledore from his own Order of the Phoenix. Yet even this did not alleviate the curse's grip on the position. In desperation, Dumbledore resorted to his ace, Snape, but to no avail. As Hall watched Professor Lockhart being comforted by the doctors from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, preparing to take him away, he could not help but feel a sense of awe toward this curse. In the original narrative, Lockhart had been rendered a fool by his own memory charm due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Yet even now that the chamber had been resolved, our Professor Lockhart still succumbed to the trials of this position. The situation unfolded as follows. Lockhart had heard rumors of a rare unicorn residing in the Forbidden Forest and, undaunted, ventured into the woods at night in search of it, hoping to capture a few photographs to showcase his harmonious interaction with the creature. However, Lockhart was unaware that there was a reason students were not permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest lightly. It was exceedingly perilous. While Harry and his friends occasionally ventured into the forest, they were protected by the aura of protagonists. Otherwise, encountering a dangerous magical creature would spell disaster. Unfortunately, Lockhart encountered a confrontation between centaurs and acromantulas vying for territory. The centaurs recounted that the scene at the time was one of relentless arrows and venomous fangs. It was nothing short of a miracle, courtesy of Merlin, that Lockhart emerged with his life intact. However, the benevolent centaurs who brought him back found him utterly insane. It was said that when Featherland discovered Lockhart, he was surrounded by 4 monstrous 8-eyed spiders. The centaurs vanquished these formidable creatures before escorting the frenzied Lockhart back. While it is generally inappropriate to take pleasure in another's suffering, one cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction when the individual in question is our esteemed Professor Harold Lockhart. Indeed, classmate Howardell found great joy in the misfortune of the charlatan, who has finally faced retribution. The Patronus charm. Truly, one feels invigorated by happy tidings. That Saturday evening, Hall practiced the Patronus charm within Dumbledore's office, experiencing remarkable success. The silvery mist emanating from the tip of his wand was dense and substantial, suggesting the imminent manifestation of a corporeal Patronus. Excellent, he thought. Just a little more effort is needed. Dumbledore observed Hall's progress with the charm and recognized that only the final step remained. One must concentrate on the happiest memory or the most cherished thing one wishes to protect, for therein lies the source of the Patronus's power. The happiest memory. The most cherished possession. Protection. Hall suddenly recalled the events within the hidden chamber, when the serpent creature had saved him. He remembered the vision of Salazar Slytherin sacrificing himself to construct the chamber to suppress the Dark Lotus amidst the chaotic torrent. He also recalled the portrait deep within the chamber depicting the 4 founders of Hogwarts standing resolutely before the formidable figure of the Death God, unwilling to budge an inch. Guardianship. What is truly worthy of safeguarding with one's life? The 4 founders dedicated their lives to the protection of Hogwarts, while the serpent creature devoted its existence to the legacy of Slytherin. Regardless of status, whether noble or common, every individual harbors an innate impulse to protect something dear. Dumbledore safeguards Hogwarts, Harry Potter protects his family, and Voldemort clings to his own life. Guardianship transcends distinctions of magnitude and value, of selfishness and selflessness. It is all guardianship. So what is it that he wishes to protect? His own life? Hall deemed himself not so selfish as to prioritize that. Hogwarts? Even Hall wouldn't consider itself so noble. What exactly is it? Hall remembered the day several months ago when he accompanied Dumbledore to retrieve the false locket from the cave. He recalled the dream he had by the Black Lake, a dream so splendid, soaring through the heavens, unrestrained and free, quenching his thirst with mountain springs, feasting on bamboo shoots, resting beneath the parasol trees, befriending a chorus of birds and the spirits of the world. The boundless skies welcomed his flight, and the vast expanse of the earth invited his wanderings. Free and unfettered, unconfined by the heavens or the earth, no one could bind him, no one could imprison him. Yet, alas, in the end of this dream, the bird found its path obstructed by countless thorns in a dark forest, bound by iron chains, its wings severed by sharp blades. No, no, I refuse to become that image in my dream. I long to continue soaring through the skies. I shall not be ensnared by chains, nor shall I allow blades to touch my wings. I desire freedom. I yearn for freedom. I am here to protect that very freedom, Hall shouted out, invoking his Patronus. A brilliant silver light surged from his wand. The silvery mist that had danced in the air coalesced under a powerful force, beginning to take form. A majestic creature emerged, with the antlers of a deer and the body of a dragon, adorned with the features of various mythical beings. This corporeal guardian gradually became vivid, with each feather appearing to come alive. It was a phoenix. A phoenix. Dumbledore's pupils dilated in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your Patronus is indeed a phoenix. A primordial phoenix." Primordial phoenix? Hall gazed at his guardian, noting that it resembled the phoenix from Chinese mythology he had known, save for its shimmering silver hue. Yet how could he summon an Eastern mythical creature using a Western charm? Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes, perched behind his desk, now submissively bowing before the primordial phoenix. The primordial phoenix, rooted in ancient Chinese mythology, had never been witnessed by anyone. Even common folk had seldom glimpsed a phoenix like Fawkes. Dumbledore remarked, "It is said that the primordial phoenix dwells in China, but even there, wizards rarely encounter such beings. Historical records indicate the last sighting of the primordial phoenix occurred over 3,000 years ago in a place called Qishan. The phoenix sang at Qishan." Hall was aware of this tale, linked to the legendary investiture of the gods in Chinese lore, yet he had no time to dwell on it now. "Professor, will my Patronus have any implications?" Hall inquired, recognizing that few could summon magical creatures as their guardians. Dumbledore's Patronus was a phoenix, yet Hall felt his phoenix was of a higher caliber. "There will be no repercussions. You may simply draw attention when you summon your Patronus in public." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Now, it's time for you to return and rest." After bidding farewell to Hall, Dumbledore sat alone at his desk, his hand gently caressing his phoenix, Fawkes. His gaze was distant, lost in contemplation, the thoughts within him a mystery. Chapter 37, The Letter the Dragon Begets 9 Sons. And the phoenix nurtures 9 chicks. Legend has it that the primordial phoenix of China birthed 9 fledglings, one of which was named the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix, a divine creature of flames, embodies the essence of fire, its temperament volatile, radiating brilliance and joy and scorching the earth in wrath. Thus, some audacious wizards have speculated that the Fire Phoenix, born of the primordial phoenix, intermingled with other avian species, ultimately giving rise to the Western Phoenix, also known as the immortal bird. Throughout the vast annals of history, the origins of the Western Phoenix have become obscured, with myriad interpretations, this being but one. Across the globe, numerous cultures possess legends akin to that of the phoenix. For instance, in India, there exists a bird that, as it nears death, gathers twigs to immolate itself, only to rise anew from the ashes. Such tales abound, and Hall discovered several volumes on the subject within the halls of Hogwarts library. Since that day when Hall witnessed his Patronus, an inexplicable urge to delve into the knowledge of the primordial phoenix has stirred within him. However, his research thus far has yielded only ethereal legends, devoid of concrete significance. Hall leaned back against the chair, rubbing his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Voldemort, the Black Lotus, the ancestor phoenix, an ever-growing array of burdens lay before him. Each of these matters alone could occupy a lifetime of struggle for an ordinary person, let alone the weight they imposed upon Hall. This summer, he also had a minor plan with Dumbledore. He felt he might need to apply for a time-turner. His thoughts drifted back to that fateful day within the Chamber of Secrets, when Tom Riddle summoned the Black Dragon using the Lotus Seed, only to be consumed by it. At that moment, far removed from Hogwarts, there existed an ancient altar. The ground of the altar was etched with countless strange and peculiar lines, surrounded by black stones of varying sizes arranged according to an esoteric pattern. The altar stood in a desolate valley, devoid of any plant life within a 3-zhang radius, leaving only a vast expanse of bare earth. At the very center of the altar stood a wand entwined with twin serpents, emanating a luminous green light. while the lines upon the altar radiated a dark glow. An elderly witch stood beneath the altar, her expression grave as she gazed at the serpentine wand. The green light seemed to engage in a struggle with the black glow, sometimes shining brilliantly, at other times dimming. Whenever the green light waned and the black light intensified, the old witch would furrow her brow, only relaxing when the green light gleamed and the black light faded. As the black dragon was drawn back into the vortex within the Chamber of Secrets, the green and black lights at the altar retreated in an instant, restoring everything to its ordinary state. At that moment, a middle-aged wizard entered the valley, respectfully standing beside the old witch. "Headmaster Pikili, did you summon me in haste for something significant?" the middle-aged man inquired. Headmaster Pikili did not turn to him but remained fixated on the serpentine wand atop the altar. Replying, "Professor Fontana, there has been a disturbance with the wand on the altar." Professor Fontana's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can this be? Is it possible?" Pikili nodded gravely. "It appears we must take action. If feasible, we should seek assistance from Hogwarts, as our school shares historical ties with it. And this wand was brought here by the founder Isosceles. Only Parseltongue can awaken this wand from its slumber. We must consult Dumbledore." "Headmaster. But we have never had contact with Hogwarts or Dumbledore. Reaching out so suddenly may not be prudent," Professor Fontana expressed. Pikili smiled. "Have you forgotten him? He is a student of Hogwarts, and notably, one of Dumbledore's favorites. Their bond is strong. Furthermore, he has connections with us. Let him initiate contact with Dumbledore." Professor Fontana seemed to grasp who Pikili referred to, chuckling, Him. Indeed, he once stirred quite a commotion here. It is fitting for him to reach out to Dumbledore this time. I believe he resides in Dorset." "Very well then, I shall take my leave," Fontana said. Indeed. In the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, adorned with the resplendent gold and crimson representing Gryffindor, a flag bearing the emblem of a formidable Gryffindor lion proudly waved. As the academic year drew to a close, Gryffindor emerged victorious in the House Cup, thanks to Harry, Ron, and Hermione's brave venture into the Chamber of Secrets to rescue their beleaguered friend. Professor Dumbledore awarded each of them an additional 50 points for their valor. Dear students, another year has passed. After a year of diligent study, I trust your minds are now brimming with knowledge. You will require the forthcoming summer to digest all that you have learned, Dumbledore proclaimed from the podium, delivering his customary end-of-year address. I hope each of you will take this summer to thoroughly review your studies, so that you may excel in the upcoming term. At this moment, Dumbledore abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the hall's entrance. All students and professors followed his line of sight, beholding a wondrous creature with iridescent teal wings, reminiscent of both a reptile and a colossal butterfly. Most in attendance were unfamiliar with this magical being, but Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the instructor of care of magical creatures, suddenly shrieked, "It's a Snidget! Beware! This creature is perilous, as it feeds on human brains." Upon hearing Kettleburn's alarm, the students erupted into a state of panic. Igniting like a match, Hall swiftly brandished his wand, ready to defend against any potential threat posed by the Snidget. "Silence!" Dumbledore's voice resonated with an amplification charm. Commanding the students to settle down, he extended his right hand, and the Snidget gracefully landed upon it, depositing a letter before curling into a tight, spiny green cocoon. "Sylvanus, I believe we need not fear this magical creature," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, then proceeded to open the letter. After reading for a moment, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this letter is from one of my students. It states that the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America cordially invites the students and faculty of Hogwarts to engage in an exchange program, fostering harmonious relations between our institutions." Dumbledore continued, "Prior discussions have taken place between the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and the Director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, Bartemius Crouch. They unanimously agreed that next academic year, we at Hogwarts shall have the opportunity to visit Ilvermorny. Therefore, I sincerely hope that during this summer, you will all dedicate yourselves to your studies, so that you may be selected as representatives to Ilvermorny when the new term commences." As Dumbledore concluded his remarks, the hall erupted in excitement. Students of all years chattered animatedly, some sharing their knowledge of Ilvermorny, while others expressed confidence in their selection. In contrast to the students' exuberance, the professors appeared somewhat grave, though most of the students remained oblivious to their solemnity. Hall sat quietly below, observing the professors' reactions. He was acutely aware that this exchange was exceedingly abrupt and altogether inappropriate. Could it be that the mere flutter of his butterfly wings had reached America? There exist 11 renowned magical institutions worldwide, yet this does not imply that they are eager to welcome other wizards to their esteemed grounds. For these venerable schools of magic, the threats posed by muggles must be countered, alongside the pressures from their own Ministry of Magic. Each institution has chosen to conceal its location, often employing unplottable charms to ensure their coordinates remain undisclosed. Even Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang in Europe engaged in extensive deliberations before deciding to host the Triwizard Tournament. Now, Ilvermorny from North America had audaciously proposed an exchange program, despite the lack of profound interaction between the two schools, leaving many baffled. Hall, do you think we will be selected as students for Ilvermorny? Harry inquired. Who knows? However, I am not particularly inclined to attend Ilvermorny, Hall replied, shaking his head. Why not? Ron exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. We could explore another magical school. It would surely be a fascinating experience. Indeed, and we could peruse Ilvermorny's library. Perhaps their tomes hold different knowledge, Hermione added. You are all rather naive, Hall straightened his back and asserted. The American magical community differs significantly from ours in Britain. Their attitudes towards Muggles are markedly distinct. There, Muggles are referred to as nomages, and they maintain a strong separation, even harboring disdain. American wizards refuse to intermarry with nomages, deeming it inconceivable. What a Slytherin mindset. No wonder you don't wish to go. I feel the same way, Ron muttered. Nonetheless, that is the American magical realm. In truth, Ilvermorny is quite equitable. Perhaps this is due to the fact that one of its founders was a nomage. Ilvermorny is recognized as one of the most democratic and inclusive institutions of magic, Hall explained. Thus, the American wizarding philosophy may be at odds with Ilvermorny's ideals. Who knows what we might encounter there? A nomage? Are you saying that one of Ilvermorny's founders was a Muggle? Harry gasped in astonishment. How could that be? A Muggle founding a magical school? Even Ron and Hermione, sitting nearby, were expressions of disbelief. Indeed, Hall affirmed. Initially, Ilvermorny was merely a stone cottage built by Irish immigrant Isolde Sayre and her nomage husband, James Stewart. Later, after they adopted Chadwick and Webster, they established the school when the boys turned 11. Thus, Ilvermorny was founded, with Isolde and James serving as the instructors. While their two adopted sons were the school's only students, each of them established a house, with names derived from magical creatures of North America. Chadwick chose the Thunderbird, Webster the Pukwudgie, Isolde the Horned Serpent, and James the Wampus. Wow, I had no idea Ilvermorny was established in such a manner, Ron exclaimed. I only just learned that besides Hogwarts, other magical schools exist, Harry remarked. Of course, with so many wizards worldwide, do you truly believe Hogwarts could accommodate them all? Hall replied, taking on a didactic tone. Of the 11 magical schools, to my knowledge, 8 are as follows. Hogwarts in Britain, Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in Germany, Ilvermorny in America, Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Wagadu in Uganda, Mahodokoro in Japan, and Koldovstoritz in Russia. They boast a rich history, having produced countless distinguished wizards. Hall, where did you learn all this? Could you show me that book? Hermione inquired. Ahem, I heard Professor Dumbledore mention it. You know how he enjoys discussing such topics. Hall replied, awkwardly grabbing a chicken leg to nibble. He thought to himself that he could hardly tell her he had gleaned this information from a website called Prayer, where a Muggle named Rowling spoke. I see. Well, that's all right. Hermione conceded, not pressing further. During the subsequent meal, Harry and Ron continued to inquire about various magical schools while dining. Thus, the gathering ended with laughter and conversation. When everyone disembarked from the Hogwarts Express at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station, they realized yet another year had passed, and next year they would enter their 3rd year. Chapter 1. Old Friends Professor, where are you taking me? You will find out upon arrival. However, it is quite a distance. Will we need to apparate multiple times? We will use a portkey. No need for apparition. That is a relief. The situation unfolded thus, as everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express for their return. Dumbledore personally arrived to escort Hall, prompting the aforementioned dialogue. Dumbledore produced a tattered boot and explained, we are heading to a rather special location. One where it would be imprudent to use apparition, hence we shall discreetly travel via portkey. What place could possibly require even the most formidable wizard, Dumbledore, to approach with such caution? Is there something fearsome lurking there? With profound questions lingering in his mind, Hall placed his hand upon the tattered leather boot. Very well. Let us proceed. Following this, a ripple of spatial distortion ensued, and Dumbledore alongside Hall vanished from Hogwarts. Hall felt that this journey was rather prolonged, seemingly longer than the initial instantaneous travel to the Pendant's Cave. Upon landing, he immediately sensed discomfort. Previously, in Hogwarts, the atmosphere was serene and pleasant. However, here, upon raising his gaze, he was met with a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, dark and oppressive. Everything around him appeared lifeless, the trees drooping as if stripped of vitality. The most striking feature was the towering, austere, and shadowy tower, encircled by imposing walls. Were it not for the absence of dementors, Hall might have believed he had arrived at Azkaban. This place felt as if it had been drained of all joy and hope, leading Hall to genuinely question whether anyone resided here. If he were to dwell in such a place, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness, perhaps even contemplate suicide. Professor. Hall wished to inquire of Dumbledore regarding their location, but he noticed the elder's body trembling slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the tower before them. The expression in his eyes was a complex tapestry of fear, longing, sorrow, and anticipation, as if gazing upon a beloved yet despised old friend. Could it be Gellert Grindelwald? Hall swiftly turned his attention to the tower. They had arrived at Nurmengard, the site of the downfall of the dark wizard Grindelwald. At the mention of Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's body jolted as if struggling to maintain his composure, yet he ultimately steadied himself. After casting a shadowy glance at Hall, Dumbledore laboriously lifted his gaze to the tower's highest point. There, a small window revealed a faint glimmer of light. Indeed, this was the place of Grindelwald's demise. "Let us ascend," he suggested, albeit hesitantly. Hall noticed the pauses in Dumbledore's speech. In that moment, he chose not to speak and simply followed Dumbledore obediently. Each step Dumbledore took seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. After just 7 or 8 steps, Hall could see beads of sweat forming on Dumbledore's forehead. He hurried forward to support the professor, feeling the tremors in his arm. "Professor, perhaps we should leave this place for now?" Hall observed Dumbledore's labored movements and could not help but urge him to abandon the endeavor. "No," Dumbledore replied with unwavering resolve, "we cannot leave." It was evident that Dumbledore was determined to meet Grindelwald today. Even though Hall had not mastered the art of legilimency, he could sense the profound resistance within Dumbledore's heart. Grindelwald, indeed. He was universally recognized as Dumbledore's lifelong adversary, yet how few knew that he was also Dumbledore's greatest love. In truth, the two had scarcely met on a handful of occasions, aside from the 2-month spent in Godric's Hollow. Their only significant encounter had been during their fateful duel in 1945. Yet, they were irresistibly drawn to one another, sharing a deep mutual understanding. During Grindelwald's reign of terror, the name of this formidable dark wizard echoed across Europe and America, his infamy rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the present-day Voldemort. Remarkably, this malevolent sorcerer never unleashed his so-called revolutionary fervor upon England. Many claimed it was due to Grindelwald's fear of Dumbledore from Hogwarts, which kept him at bay. However, the truth was that Dumbledore harbored a fear of Grindelwald, a fear of the truths of their past. Whether that legendary duel was tainted by any deceit remains an enigma. Now, only an old man, lingering in Nurmengard, awaited the inevitable end. Hall assisted Dumbledore as they approached the wall, where Hall keenly observed that it was densely covered with countless enchantments, as if to isolate this place from the rest of the world. Hall could distinctly sense that should anyone attempt to force their way in, the myriad of enchantments woven into the walls would thwart even the combined efforts of the 4 heads of Hogwarts. However, for one whose heart had long since withered, these spells held no significance. A mere utterance from that individual could confine the formidable Dark Lord Grindelwald within these confines for eternity. Dumbledore extended his left hand to explore the surface of the wall, and after a brief moment, he produced the legendary Elder Wand. With a soft chime, the wall began to tremble violently, centered around the brick Dumbledore had touched with his wand. A small aperture emerged, which rapidly expanded into an archway wide enough for both of them to pass through. This was somewhat reminiscent of the entrance to Diagon Alley from the Leaky Cauldron. Yet Hall was certain that this was no ordinary passage that could be casually unlocked with a mere flick of a wand, as was the case in the Leaky Cauldron. As Hall and Dumbledore stepped through the archway, 6 enormous black shadows descended from above, prompting Hall to contemplate fleeing in terror. The formidable creatures were none other than the Chinese fireball dragon, the Hebridean black dragon, the Hungarian horntail, the Norwegian ridgeback, the Peruvian vipertooth, and the Romanian dragon. 6 fierce dragons in total, most of which were known for their aggressive nature. Do not fear. These are the means employed by the International Wizarding Federation to guard Grindelwald, Dumbledore calmly assured. He cast a glance toward the tower's pinnacle. To subdue a full-grown fire dragon requires the concerted effort of 10 skilled wizards. The combined might of these 6 dragons rivals that of 60 trained wizards, if not more potent. It is indeed a formidable safeguard for a single individual. In the contemporary magical realm, aside from myself and Voldemort, only Grindelwald could command such power. Let us proceed. As the president of the International Wizarding Federation, these dragons will not harm me or those I accompany, Dumbledore instructed Hall, urging him to remain close. Thus, The two traversed past the 6 dragons and gradually approached the entrance of the tower. Before them loomed an ancient, decaying wooden door that creaked eerily, reminiscent of a banshee's wail when the wind swept through. No one could have imagined that the portal imprisoning the Dark Lord Grindelwald would appear thus. However, when one considered the myriad of spells surrounding the walls and the presence of the 6 formidable dragons, it seemed the door served little purpose for security. Yet, Hall understood that opening this dilapidated door was a task far more daunting for Dumbledore than vanquishing Voldemort himself. Thus, he stepped forward to assist Dumbledore in opening the door. With a creak, they were greeted by an all-consuming darkness, as if sunlight had never graced this place. This darkness appeared to be a ravenous beast housing Grindelwald, who had resided there for 48 years. Chapter 2. As they passed through the rotting door, the faint light revealed a winding stone staircase spiraling upwards toward the chamber at the top. "Professor, shall we ascend?" Hall inquired, but Dumbledore remained transfixed by the staircase, lost in thought for a moment before finally managing to utter a single word: "Yes." Hall supported Dumbledore as they ascended, noting the tremors in Dumbledore's arm growing more pronounced. Along the walls of the staircase, remnants of past battles were visible, including stains of blood, though these marks bore the weight of decades. The two made their way up the staircase in silence, accompanied only by the sounds of their breaths, footsteps, and the distant roars of the dragons outside. Soon, they reached the top, where a stone door stood before them. Just as Hall was about to push it open, Dumbledore halted him, prompting Hall's confusion and curiosity regarding Dumbledore's hesitation. Dumbledore freed himself from Hall's grasp, straightened his robes, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. It was apparent that Dumbledore wished to present a composed Epheimone before Grindelwald. Both were proud, brilliant individuals unwilling to show vulnerability in front of one another. Much like Kongming during the Three Kingdoms era, who would persist defiantly even when drained of strength. Alohomora. The unlocking charm resonated as Dumbledore boldly entered the chamber, with Hall quietly following behind. "Long time no see, Gellert." Dumbledore's voice was calm, so much so that Hall, recalling Dumbledore's earlier fragility, questioned whether this was indeed the same man. "Long time no see, Albus," Grindelwald replied, huddled in the corner, his body emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton. His face had become skeletal, with deep-set eyes and nearly all his teeth missing. In this ghastly state, who would have guessed that he had once been a formidable Dark Lord, commanding great power and influence? Hall glanced briefly at Grindelwald before meticulously surveying the room. It was narrow, filthy, and dilapidated, with a hard wooden bed and a short stub of a candle casting a dim light that deepened the shadows, rendering Grindelwald's skeletal visage all the more terrifying. "Hall Riddle, my student." Dumbledore introduced Hall to Grindelwald, who in turn was introduced to Hall as Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord of his era. Hall bowed respectfully to Grindelwald. After all, the deeds of this elder warranted such reverence. Grindelwald's gaze pierced beyond Dumbledore, fixating on the silent Hall. A chilling laugh escaped him, juxtaposed with his ghastly appearance. "Is this another one of your favorite students?" He scrutinized Hall with palpable interest, clucking in admiration. "Ah, Dumbledore, your beloved pupil is indeed remarkable. I recall the first wizard who managed to capture me was one of your cherished students. He caused me considerable trouble during my time in America and France." "Oh, you mean Newt?" Dumbledore replied, settling onto the hard bed. "He was indeed an exceptional student, expelled for taking the blame for a classmate. Later, he traveled the world, aiding numerous magical creatures. However, your student is quite different," Grindelwald remarked, still curled in the corner. Yet Hall felt the sharpness of Grindelwald's gaze akin to Dumbledore's. "I sense a formidable dark power within him. This force is far more potent and malevolent than what I once possessed." Grindelwald rose, revealing his towering stature. "You know, Albus, I am far more attuned to such dark forces than you. This one bears the mark of a powerful dark wizard. Trust me. The master of this power is immensely strong, perhaps even beyond our combined might." "I trust your judgment, Your Excellency Grindelwald," Hall acknowledged, understanding the dark power Grindelwald referred to. It was the remnant of the dark force that had infiltrated his mind in the Chamber of Secrets, left behind by the Grim Reaper's curse. Dumbledore had mentioned that such an intense intrusion would be laced with dark energy. From the portraits in the chamber, Hall knew this Grim Reaper was unfathomably powerful, and the dark energy within him was a remnant of that force. "Gellert, I know your powers have waned significantly during your years of confinement. I believe this residual energy could restore you to your former glory, or even elevate you further," Dumbledore proposed. "Perhaps I am curious as to why you do not harness this power? It could serve as a substantial boon, at the very least enhancing your magical prowess by a fraction," Grindelwald inquired. "I shall not taint myself with such malevolent power," Dumbledore replied, his brow furrowed. Grindelwald, hearing this, smirked dismissively. Ah, Albus, you were ever the paragon, yet you shall ultimately perish by your own virtue. If it could bolster your strength, why not seize the opportunity? Dumbledore had previously discussed the dark energies within Hall. This was due to the Grim Reaper's power having penetrated Hall's mind, only to be severed by the magic left by Salazar Slytherin in the chamber, resulting in the dark power remaining within Hall. This force was overwhelmingly strong for Hall and could severely impact his health if it lingered too long. According to Dumbledore's estimation, if the energy were not extracted, Hall's lifespan would dwindle to less than a year. To resolve this peril, there were two possible solutions. The first was for Hall to attain sufficient strength to absorb this power. The second was to find a powerful wizard capable of utilizing magic to absorb it. The first condition required Hall to reach a level comparable to Severus Snape. Yet, despite having bested Snape once, that was merely due to Snape's unpreparedness in true combat. Hall was no match for him. With Hall's talent and Dumbledore's careful guidance, he could potentially reach Snape's level by the time he graduated. But time was limited to a year at most. The second condition demanded an even more formidable wizard. Likely only Grindelwald, Dumbledore, or Voldemort could fulfill that requirement. Dumbledore had assured Hall he would assist in addressing this threat during the summer break. Upon arriving at Nurmengard and recalling Dumbledore's prior words, Hall discerned Dumbledore's intentions. Thus, not only would it resolve Hall's health concerns, but it would also aid his esteemed friend. A truly symbiotic arrangement. While Dumbledore verbally declined, he had alternative plans. Chapter 3. An indescribable feeling. The events unfolded smoothly, with Grindelwald and Dumbledore ensuring a seamless experience. Upon their departure, Grindelwald appeared rejuvenated, even going so far as to escort Dumbledore and Hall downstairs. As they stood at the entrance, 6 fire dragons swooped down, seemingly poised to guard Grindelwald. Kim, return them. Let them go. Grindelwald commanded the lead Hebrides black dragon. No need for theatrics. They are not the same as before. The Hebrides black dragon hesitated mid-flight, and the 5 accompanying fire dragons halted obediently in the air. Observing this scene, Hall felt at a loss for words. What was happening? The 6 fire dragons had been swayed. Moreover, what did he mean by not being the same as before? It appeared that when others had visited Grindelwald previously, they had all been merely acting. Gellert, you remain unchanged, always able to command the submission of others, Dumbledore remarked with interest, gazing at the fire dragons. They naively believed they could bind me with dragons. How foolish, Grindelwald replied with a sinister smile. Albus, farewell. Farewell, Dumbledore echoed, before swiftly departing Nurmengard with Hall, leaving Grindelwald standing at the tower's entrance. Hall glanced back, observing the inscription above the tower's entrance. All is for the greater good. His gaze fell upon Grindelwald, and for a moment he felt a stirring within. It was not a curse or a fire dragon that bound Grindelwald, but rather that very phrase from Nurmengard. It embodied a promise made by 2 brilliant youths, a motto for which they had vowed to fight their entire lives. How many memories and dreams did it encompass? What need had they for such external trappings? When Grindelwald was captured by the American Ministry of Magic, he had managed to escape, had he not, throughout his life. Grindelwald had only ever been defeated by Dumbledore, and he would only ever succumb to Dumbledore. The first time, he was apprehended by Newt Scamander, a favorite student of Dumbledore. Later, he found himself imprisoned by Dumbledore himself. In the original text, was it truly impossible for the aged Grindelwald to contend with Voldemort? After all, he was once the Dark Lord himself, yet Grindelwald had long since resigned himself to despair. When Dumbledore perished, so too did Grindelwald. Professor, where do we go from here? Hall inquired of Dumbledore. Dumbledore cast a glance at the solitary tower top of Nurmengard, remaining silent for a spell before uttering, back to Hogwarts. During the summer holidays, Harry Potter, residing on Privet Drive, began to sense a shift in his life. On the notification allowing students to visit Hogsmeade, Uncle Vernon had hastily signed his name, though his purplish complexion betrayed his reluctance. And Petunia had also refrained from assigning Harry any chores during this time. Harry perceived that Aunt Petunia frequently broached the subject of Hall, even going so far as to suggest on several occasions, "Why don't you invite that Hall riddle over?" As for Dudley, he had not bullied Harry lately, likely due to the Dursleys still being unaware that they could not use magic outside of school. Dudley had even attempted to befriend Harry, saying, "Potter, I got this chocolate frog, and look, I pulled a card of this guy named Montague. I'll give it to you." From Harry's meticulous observations and analyses, it appeared that the Dursleys were somewhat concerned about Hall. "Do you want me to get in touch with Hall?" Harry asked directly during a meal. Strangely, there was no outburst from Uncle Vernon or a shriek from Aunt Petunia. Only an unsettling silence enveloped the room. This quietude filled Harry with dread. After a long pause, Aunt Petunia finally spoke, "Eat your dinner." That night, as Harry ascended the stairs to continue his summer assignments, he felt that the Dursleys might no longer care about his so-called unusual activities in their home. In the dimly lit bedroom of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, she held a letter, one that Dumbledore had left for the Dursleys, urging them to raise Harry. Aunt Petunia could not articulate her feelings upon first reading that letter. Her odd sister had perished, her peculiar brother-in-law, James Potter, was also gone, and one of her 2 nephews had died. Only the boy Potter remained, living off their charity. Petunia placed the letter into a box where she typically kept her belongings and inadvertently noticed a half-buried photograph at the bottom. It was a picture from her wedding day with Vernon. Unlike the moving photographs of the magical realm, this was merely a static image. Petunia pulled it out. It depicted her in her wedding gown, with Vernon in a suit. Though not particularly flattering, she took pride in belonging to an ordinary family. Beside her and Vernon stood her sister Lily and brother-in-law James. Petunia gently caressed the photograph, memories flooding her mind of that boy who had appeared at her doorstep a year prior. His crimson hair bore a striking resemblance to that of her sister, whom she had both envied and felt guilty towards. "Petunia, what's the matter?" Vernon entered, switching on the light and spotting Petunia crouched by the box. "Nothing. I was just looking for something, Dudley's childhood photos," she replied hastily, rummaging through the box. "Petunia, you needn't do that. I know what you're thinking." "You're thinking about that boy," Vernon remarked, adding that any photos of Dudley's youth were in the bedside cabinet. Petunia froze, turning to face her husband. "I was indeed thinking about that boy. Honestly, it felt as if he were well." She cut herself off, placing a hand over her mouth. Vernon approached her gently, saying, "Petunia, you truly needn't feel that way. When we were dating, I told you I would never distance myself from you because of your sister. Look, I've kept that boy Potter around, haven't I? Vernon, when I first saw that child, I genuinely felt he was that boy. But he claims he is not." Petunia burst out, tears streaming down her face. "Seeing that boy reminds me of Lily, making me recall how she died because of magic." Petunia buried her head in her hands, weeping. Over the years, the pain of witnessing Harry's eyes, so similar to Lily's, had been unbearable. Since last summer, when she saw Hall, memories of the girl she had grown up with resurfaced. For reasons she could not articulate, Petunia fervently wished Harry would bring that boy to her immediately. Chapter 4. In this chapter, I personally believe it is written with considerable flair. Harry fled from Privet Drive, reminiscent of the original narrative. He swelled with indignation at his Aunt Marge and boarded the night bus, heading towards the Leaky Cauldron. Upon hearing this news, Dumbledore instructed Hall to proceed to the Leaky Cauldron to safeguard Harry. Although there were ministry officials present to ensure Harry's safety from Sirius Black, Dumbledore still deemed it prudent for Hall to go, viewing it as a form of training for him. Throughout the journey, Hall found himself cursing Dumbledore repeatedly. Honestly, what kind of heartless headmaster exploits students like this? If Dumbledore had been born decades earlier as a Muggle, he would certainly be a nefarious capitalist. According to Dumbledore's magical indicators, Harry should be arriving shortly. Where is he? Hall mused, glancing around and then down at the parchment in his hands. This magical item, crafted by Dumbledore to protect Harry, utilized complex magical principles beyond Hall's current understanding. The parchment would reflect Harry's location through the phoenix feather wand he wielded. "Harry, you'd best hurry here. Otherwise, I'll show you what a combination punch feels like." The streets of London were quite chilly that evening, and Hall was dressed rather lightly. Buzz. Buzz. Hall heard the sound of an approaching vehicle and soon caught sight of the night bus arriving at that very moment. Hall, being quite astute, hastily boarded the train, taking 2 steps at a time. "Hall, what brings you here?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Silence," Hall replied as he stepped onto the train, grasping Harry while greeting the ticket collector, Stan. "Ah, it has been a while, Stan. I last rode this train to Godric's Hollow during Christmas 2 years ago." "Clearly, Stan." The ticket collector did not possess the same memory of Ollivander from Diagon Alley and failed to recall who Hall was. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Seeing Harry was sufficient to fulfill Dumbledore's task. Upon disembarking, Hall spotted old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron standing at the entrance. "Good evening, Mr. Potter, Mr. Riddle." Tom bowed. "Mr. Potter, please come in. The minister has been waiting for you." "Mr. Riddle, it has been a long time. I recall it was I who escorted you into Diagon Alley." "Indeed, sir, your memory is evidently far superior to that of our earlier ticket collector." Hall, still holding Harry by the collar, exchanged pleasantries with old Tom. "I am here on Professor Dumbledore's orders. I will be staying with Harry for the time being." Kindly arrange a room for us. A room? Old Tom inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar. Cough, cough, Hall responded, his demeanor also becoming awkward. Inwardly cursing Dumbledore for being so miserly, they had only been allotted the funds for a single room. Did he truly believe everyone lived as he and Grindelwald did? Such brotherly infatuation was quite enough. Sir, I meant, we should proceed inside. You know, the minister has been waiting quite some time. Very well, gentlemen, please, Old Tom replied, casting Hall a knowing glance before leading the way. Harry, being somewhat naïve concerning the less than pure thoughts of adults, quietly asked Hall, "What is Professor Dumbledore sending you for?" "To expel me?" As he spoke, he struggled to free himself from Hall's grasp. "You're overthinking it. Why would I expel you?" Hall shot Harry a disdainful look. "I mean, I've used magic outside school, in front of muggles. Doesn't that violate ministry regulations?" Harry inquired. "Rest assured, as long as Dumbledore is at Hogwarts, you shall never be expelled," Hall assured him. At this point, Hall decided to tease Harry. He released his grip and leaned closer, whispering, "Moreover, as long as I am here. You could never be expelled, for we are quite close, are we not?" Harry was evidently taken aback by the somewhat flirtatious atmosphere. Feeling the warmth of Hall's breath upon his cheek, slightly hot and damp, he turned his stiff neck to behold Hall, who was nearly face to face with him. His lips were rosy, teeth white, skin fairer than snow, and his eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing bright, clear eyes imbued with a hint of childlike innocence. His deep red hair resembled aged red wine, as if it could intoxicate one. Hall's demeanor was as smooth as fine jade, exuding comfort. Had Harry been a girl, he might have fallen for the boy before him at first sight, yet, alas, he was Harry. "Hall, I did not expect you," Harry stammered, his face reddening as he took several steps back. Despite being somewhat innocent, he was not entirely oblivious. "What's wrong?" Hall extended his long, slender finger to trace his own lips, his eyes sparkling with allure, seemingly intent on ensnaring Harry. "Nothing, nothing," Harry hastily shook his head, grabbing his belongings to catch up with Old Tom. Hall watched Harry's flustered state with a quiet chuckle. "Ah, here we are, Mr. Potter. The minister awaits within." Old Tom gestured for Harry to enter, while leading Hall to their room. As they passed, Hall deliberately flashed Harry a charming smile, causing Harry to shiver uncontrollably. Old Tom observed their every movement, contemplating the youth of today. After Harry managed to calm his startled heart, he stepped inside and found Minister Cornelius Fudge waiting. In the original narrative, Harry had encountered Fudge when Hagrid was taken to Azkaban, but Hall's intervention had prevented their meeting. "Harry, I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic." Fudge greeted warmly. At that moment, Tom reappeared, clad in sleepwear and an apron, carrying a tray with food. He placed it on the table between Fudge and Harry and quietly whispered in Harry's ear, "Your friend has been settled," before exiting and closing the door. Remembering Hall's earlier demeanor, Harry's face flushed once more, though Fudge remained oblivious to this. "Now, Harry," Fudge said as he poured tea, "you have disrupted our plans. I must admit, I am not displeased to learn you fled your aunt and uncle's home. I was beginning to worry you might be in trouble. But what matters is that you are safe." Fudge spread butter on his pancake and pushed the tray toward Harry. "Harry, eat. You look quite exhausted." "No worries, Mrs. Dursley's memory has been modified. She will no longer recall that incident. Thus, no harm has been done." Fudge smiled reassuringly, but Harry could hardly believe his ears. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately closing it again. "Oh, are you concerned about your uncle and aunt's reaction?" Fudge continued. "I cannot deny they are indeed quite upset, Harry, but they plan to take you back next summer. As long as you remain at Hogwarts during Christmas and Easter." Harry finally found his voice. "I always wanted to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas and Easter," he asserted. "I do not wish to return to Privet Drive." "Well, now I am certain you feel differently after calming down," Fudge expressed with concern. "After all, they are your family. And I am sure you all harbor some affection for one another deep down." Harry did not echo Fudge's sentiments. He continued to wait and see what would unfold for him. Although Hall had insisted he would be fine, witnessing Hall's enchanting demeanor made Harry skeptical. "So now, what we must decide," Fudge stated while spreading butter on another pancake, "is where you will spend the final 2 weeks of your summer vacation. I suggest you stay in a room here." "Then, wait," Harry interrupted. "What will my punishment be?" Fudge blinked in surprise. "Punishment? For what?" "I broke the law, Fudge." Harry replied, "The restriction on underage magic." "Oh, my child, we have no intention of punishing you for such trivial matters." Fudge waved dismissively, exasperated. "That was accidental. We want to lock up someone simply for having a spat with their aunt." Harry felt he was being informed of a false magical law. "Harry, Circumstances have changed. We must consider the current environment. Surely you do not wish to be expelled? Fudge spoke earnestly. Of course not, Harry replied. Then why the fuss? Fudge chuckled lightly, suggesting that they indulge in some pancakes while he sought out Tom to secure a room for Harry. As Fudge exited the living room, Harry's gaze followed him, sensing that something particularly unusual was afoot. Why was Fudge waiting for him in Diagon Alley? Surely it could not be for the purpose of punishment. Harry pondered. The Minister of Magic would hardly concern himself over a mere underage wizard. Upon Fudge's return, Tom, the shopkeeper, accompanied him. Room 11 is vacant, Harry, Fudge announced. I believe you will find it quite comfortable. Additionally, there is one thing I am certain you will comprehend. I do not wish for you to wander in the Muggle world, understand? Stay within Diagon Alley, return before nightfall each day. You will understand. And Tom will keep an eye on you. All right, Harry replied slowly. But why? We don't want to lose you. Fudge laughed jovially. No. It is best we know where you are. Clearing his throat, Fudge grasped his pinstriped coat. Well, I must be off. There is much to attend to that you ought to be aware of. Have you any news of Sirius Black? Harry inquired. Fudge's fingers slid along the silver zipper of his coat. What do you mean? Oh, you see, well, not yet. It is merely a matter of time. The guards at Azkaban have never failed so miserably, and they are more infuriated this time than I have ever known. Fudge trembled slightly. Mr. Potter, please follow me. He said, I have arranged the room. Harry followed Tom up a sturdy staircase, arriving at the door marked with the number 11, which Tom opened for him. Inside, the room boasted a comfortable bed, gleaming oak furniture, a roaring fireplace, and perched atop the wardrobe was Hedwig, while on the bed lay a hall. Harry had never seen such a hall before. It felt as though a profound realization had shattered within his mind. Hall donned a loose-fitting nightgown crafted from pure black silk, the edges of the sleeves adorned with delicate golden threads. His complexion, already fair, was further accentuated by the deep hue of the nightwear, rendering him even more captivating. A languid tranquility graced his features, yet there existed an undeniable allure that drew one's gaze. With his hands cradling his face, his tongue occasionally flicked out, moistening his parched lips. Hall lay sprawled across the bed, a peculiar book with black pages resting before him. As he turned the pages, his delicate fingers contrasted starkly against the dark surface, appearing almost luminescent. Hearing a commotion at the door, Hall lifted his head to see Harry, somewhat awkward and bewildered, standing hesitantly at the entrance. Harry's face flushed a vibrant red, his ears burning as if set aflame. Hall smirked, contemplating a bit of playful teasing. You're back. How did it go? He rested his chin on one hand, the pinky of that hand brushing against his lips, continuously caressing them. A sly, fox-like grin adorned his face, exuding an air of cunning charm. Harry could scarcely meet Hall's gaze, hastily averting his eyes to the floor as he stammered, and nothing happened. The minister asked me to stay here. Feeling the heat radiating from his cheeks, Harry's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath, still fixated on the floor, when suddenly, a pair of bare feet appeared before him. The pale feet were partially obscured by the long, pure black trousers, evoking a tantalizing urge to lift the fabric and behold the entirety of those bare feet. A single finger brushed against Harry's chin, effortlessly lifting his gaze. Hall leaned in, whispering breathily into Harry's ear, "That's good, or else it would break my heart." He then withdrew, locking his gaze onto Harry's emerald eyes. Confronted by the allure of those captivating, shimmering eyes, Harry instinctively recoiled several steps, with Hall following closely, cornering him against the wall, leaving him with no escape. The frivolous smile and flirtatious intimacy of Hall were laid bare before Harry, who, in fright, quickly shut his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Harry sensed no further movement. Even the warmth that had enveloped his face seemed to have faded. Tentatively, he opened his eyes to find Hall already nestled in bed. A pristine white blanket draped over him, his back turned, claiming half the bed for himself. A riddle emerged. Where should Harry Potter sleep tonight? Chapter 5. A night to remember. This night, Harry was tormented. He would have preferred to return to the Dursleys on Privet Drive and kneel an apology before his aunt and uncle rather than endure such an awkward scenario. The roaring fire in the room rendered it stiflingly warm, the wood crackling and popping intermittently. Gazing at Hall, who lay asleep, Harry felt a dryness in his mouth, the earlier flirtation replaying in his mind causing him to swallow hard. He contemplated sleeping on the floor. He would rather share a bed with Voldemort than lie beside Hall. Yet, a dilemma arose. He had neither blanket nor pillow. Stealing a glance at the bed, he wondered, would it be all right to retrieve the pillow and blanket? Cautiously, he approached, mindful not to make too much noise that might wake Hall. Suddenly, a soft coo startled him. Turning, he realized it was Hedwig calling from the wardrobe. "Shoo." Harry signaled for her to be quiet and continued his careful advance. Reaching the bedside, he managed to retrieve the pillow without issue, but the blanket proved more elusive. The room at the Leaky Cauldron had been well equipped, yet Hall had apparently taken a blanket from his own small pack, leaving him without one. Halfway across the bed, Harry leaned down, painstakingly attempting to extract the blanket from beneath Hall's body, all the while striving not to disturb him. Just as he had nearly freed the blanket, Hall rolled over, pressing down on it once more. In that moment of despair, Harry inadvertently caught sight of Hall's sleeping posture. Hall rested his right arm on his head, his left hand delicately positioned before his face, with a few strands of deep crimson hair cascading onto his cheek. His body bent slightly. A blanket of pristine white fur enveloped him, creating a striking contrast with his jet-black sleepwear. Harry felt an urge to divert his gaze, hesitant to look too closely, and focused intently on his task. However, fate has a way of intervening unexpectedly. Just as Harry managed to pull out a substantial portion of the blanket, Hall turned again, this time with a more pronounced motion than before. Now, not only was the blanket pinned down, but Harry found himself ensnared as well. Terrified, Harry dared not resist. Yet this predicament left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Hall remained in slumber, or at least that was how Harry perceived it. The gentle exhalations, a soft, humid warmth, enveloped Harry's face. Gazing at the countenance so close before him, Harry found his attention irresistibly drawn to the lips, which stood out strikingly against the pale skin. These lips seemed to possess an uncanny allure that beckoned one to indulge in fanciful thoughts. This night could very well be the most unforgettable of Harry's life. For never had any evening been as tormenting and arduous as this one. The warmth that lingered on Harry's face departed only at dawn, when the first light of daybreak painted the eastern sky with a delicate blush. Upon awakening, Harry discovered a snow-white blanket draped over him, while his glasses had been removed and placed on the bedside. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in its glow. Instinctively, Harry glanced around as if searching for someone. "Hall? Hall? I am here. You are awake," came the reply just as Emma entered, carrying a plate of bread. "Eat up. I ordered breakfast, just plain white bread." Hall approached the bedside and handed the plate to Harry. As Harry accepted the bread, he stole a glance at Hall, relieved to see him in his usual demeanor, quite unlike the previous night's unsettling manner. For the past few days, Harry and Hall had been residing at the Leaky Cauldron. After breakfast, they would often stroll through Diagon Alley, and then, under the sun, they would diligently work on their studies beside Florin's ice cream shop. Occasionally, Florin himself would assist Harry with his essays, surprisingly knowledgeable about the medieval witch burnings, and generously offering Harry and Hall complimentary ice cream every half hour. At night, Harry and Hall shared a bed, though the subsequent evenings lacked the enchanting quality of the first. On the second night, anxious about the possibility of a repeat of the earlier experience, Harry prepared his blankets and pillows well in advance, despite Hall still donning his sleek black silk pajamas. Wrapped in the snow-white blanket, the atmosphere remained far less indescribable than on that fateful night. Hall thought to himself, "Of course, I am not the likes of Dumbledore. That night was merely a jest. Besides, I cannot possibly replicate that demeanor. It is truly too unfamiliar to me." On the final day of summer vacation, Hall waited for Hermione outside Florin's ice cream shop before taking Harry to lunch. Coincidentally, Ron and his family were also inside the ice cream shop. "Harry, Hall, you are here. I thought I wouldn't see you until tomorrow," Ron exclaimed enthusiastically as he greeted Harry and Emma. "Harry, I heard from my dad that you inflated your aunt." "Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire," Emma chuckled. "By the way, Ron, how was your family's trip to Egypt this summer?" "It was simply marvelous. While touring the pyramids, George and Fred even tried to lock Percy inside one," Ron replied. The news of the Weasley family's win of a trip to Egypt had already graced the pages of the Daily Prophet. This event had led Sirius Black to discover that Peter Pettigrew was still alive and was right next to Harry. "Ron, why haven't you returned yet?" "Dad and Mom are anxiously waiting." Percy stepped outside, proudly displaying his badge as the male head of the Hogwarts Student Council. "Congratulations, Percy," Hall remarked, gesturing toward Percy's badge. Percy held his head high and declared with pride, "Of course, I intend to work at the Ministry of Magic after graduation, so I must achieve excellent results at Hogwarts." "Best of luck in your endeavors next year," Emma said. Subsequently, Percy led Hall, Harry, and Ron inside the shop. Inside, Mrs. Weasley warmly enveloped Harry and Hall in a grand embrace, nearly suffocating them in the process. "My dear Harry, Hall, look how much you have both slimmed down this summer," Mrs. Weasley remarked, gently caressing each of their faces. Well, Professor Dumbledore had me working like a dog. When Harry left his aunt's house, Professor Dumbledore instructed me to stay with Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. Hall explained. Dumbledore? How could he do such a thing? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed with concern. At that time, he even required you to venture out of Hogwarts alone. That is simply too dangerous. Huh? Dangerous? Sirius is indeed a remarkable wizard. But having been confined in Azkaban for 12 years, his physical abilities have hardly recovered, Hall replied. It would have been unfortunate had he encountered me without knowing the truth. He might have become Sirius dog meat black. Actually, it was quite uneventful that night. No one caused any disruptions. You can ask Harry. Hall deftly shifted the conversation back to Harry. Harry, wasn't that night very calm? Calm? What a joke. Harry thought back to that night's scene. The pure black pajamas, the snowy white blanket, the jade-like skin. The enticing red lips, the alluring gaze, and the gentle smile. The warm breath lingering in the air. Was that what one called calm? Chapter 6. The last day of summer vacation. Hermione. Just as Harry was lost in thoughts of that enchanting night, Hall suddenly waved toward the entrance, and indeed, Hermione had arrived. Upon hearing Hall's voice, Hermione promptly entered the shop. Hall, Harry, Ron, she greeted her friends before exchanging pleasantries with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Afterwards, Hall, Harry, Hermione, and Ron settled at another table to converse. Harry, what you did was incredibly impulsive. I cannot believe you actually inflated your aunt, Hermione said earnestly. I didn't want it to happen, Harry replied. I lost control. This is no trivial matter, Hermione sharply retorted. To be honest, I am relieved to hear that you won't be expelled. Me too, Harry admitted. Not just expulsion, I was afraid of being arrested. He looked at Ron and asked, Your dad knows Fudge let me go, right? Probably because of you, Ron shrugged, still chuckling. They say Harry Potter is famous now. If I had a falling out with my aunt, I would hate to see that minister treating me like that. Anyway, you can ask my dad tonight. We will be staying at the Leaky Cauldron. By the way, have you all purchased the books you need for this semester? Hermione inquired. What about the Monster Book of Monsters? The sales clerk nearly cried when we asked for 2 copies, Ron said. What monster book? Harry asked. This is the textbook for our Care of Magical Creatures class this semester, Ron replied, looking at Harry. You must know that, right? Harry just tossed me the book list and asked me to buy it for him, Hall said. To be honest, I have serious doubts about Hagrid's taste in choosing textbooks. Hagrid? Harry, Hermione, and Ron exclaimed in unison. Hall chuckled and remarked, Professor Dumbledore informed me that our esteemed Professor Kettleburn is retiring this year. Dumbledore has appointed Hagrid as the new professor for the Care of Magical Creatures course. Almost forgetting, Ron interjected, you stayed at Hogwarts over the summer, didn't you? Indeed. Harry replied, I would have preferred to spend my summer at Hogwarts. I was not particularly happy on Privet Drive. Harry, you must have had a splendid time these past few days, Hermione commented. Hall wrote to me, mentioning that he has been residing with you at the Leaky Cauldron for the past fortnight. Hall is known for taking excellent care of those around him. So I imagine you had a delightful experience. Certainly, Hall said, reaching out to smooth Hermione's hair. I must say, couldn't your hair be a bit more manageable? Girls should learn to adorn themselves, he added playfully. Is that so? I might consider trying a smoothing serum, Hermione replied. Observing this affectionate exchange, Harry and Ron felt somewhat superfluous. Hall, are you aware that this year Hogwarts is sending students to Ilvermorny? Harry shifted the conversation. Hall gently released Hermione's hair and thoughtfully remarked, I overheard Professor Dumbledore mention that there are 28 students participating in the exchange program to Ilvermorny. Among those in 5th year and above, 18 were selected, while 10 were chosen from 4th year and below. How are the selections made? Harry inquired. By the time I left, Professor Dumbledore had already chosen several students, and I believe the selections are now complete, Hall replied. At this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around him. When I departed, Professor Dumbledore had selected Cedric Diggory, Percy, Penelope Clearwater, Oliver Wood, and Gemma Farley, Hall continued. Thus, they engaged in cheerful conversation for a while. In the afternoon, the Weasley family accompanied Harry, Hall, and Hermione on a shopping trip. Hermione managed to procure the cat-like creature known as Crookshanks, while Ron, frightened by the peculiar feline, began to bicker with Hermione. As evening descended, Harry was fervently tackling his potions homework when Hall emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe. Harry, are you still writing? Is it yet another assignment from Professor Snape? Hall asked, his hair still damp, droplets glistening on the tips of his tousled locks. Yes, Harry exclaimed in despair, staring at the half-empty parchment before him. Hall, could you perhaps lend me a hand? Me? You wish to copy my potions assignment? Hall placed his left hand on Harry's shoulder, chuckling. And how do you intend to repay me, young Harry? As he spoke, Hall mischievously mimicked the enchanting poses of that delightful evening, using his left pinky, resting on Harry's shoulder, to lightly tickle Harry's ear. Harry shivered, a chill running down his spine, as goosebumps erupted across his body. Hall, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Observing Harry's flustered demeanor, Hall inwardly reveled in his amusement, deliberately teasing his friend. Hall extended his other hand, grasping Harry's hand that still held the quill, playfully suggesting, "Allow me to assist you." As Harry's hand moved in tandem with Hall's across the parchment, words began to materialize, one after another, upon the sheepskin. This act alone was already quite indescribable, yet the audacious Hall dared to escalate the situation further. As they continued to write, the hand that held Harry's began to wander. At times, it would reach out with a finger to gently trace Harry's fingernail, and at others, the pinky would delve into the palm of Harry's hand, teasingly tickling him. Moreover, as they wrote, the space between them gradually diminished, and Harry found himself oblivious to the moment when Hall's face drew perilously close to his own. Chapter 7. Are we to conquer Epheimone? On the 1st of September, the day of Hogwarts commencement, it was customary for all young witches and wizards attending Hogwarts to gather at King's Cross Station in London, specifically at platform 9 3/4, to board the Hogwarts Express. However, at that moment, behold, the Weasley family, along with Harry, Hall, and Hermione, were partaking in breakfast when an owl swooped in, delivering 2 letters. This occurrence was not particularly unusual, as they were all accustomed to owls arriving during breakfast, yet the distinction lay in the emblem of Hogwarts that adorned the envelopes. The 3 owls circled the dining table for a brief moment before settling beside Harry, Hall, and Percy. As Harry, Hall, and Percy opened the envelopes, they discovered within Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chairman of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin, dear Mr. Riddle, Potter, Weasley. We are delighted to inform you that you have been selected as one of the 28 members representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for an exchange program to the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in North America. Enclosed is a list of equipment prepared by the Ministry of Magic for this study abroad program. Given your selection as a representative, you need not proceed to platform 9 3/4. Please gather at the Leaky Cauldron at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Below is the list of equipment: a small vial of phoenix tears for antidote and healing, a bottle of fire lizard blood, known for its exceptional healing and restorative properties, priced at 2 galleons per vial, pickled whole rat tumors to enhance resistance against curses and misfortunes, a purse made from transformed lizard skin to ensure the security of your finances, honey from the sadness bug to be taken immediately after consuming oleoth leaves, a revitalization potion to assist others in overcoming petrification. Note: excessive consumption of pickled whole rat tumors may result in unsightly purple hair growing from your ears. Upon reading this, Hall felt a mix of amusement and apprehension. It was amusing to realize why Dumbledore had been coaxing Fawkes to weep throughout the summer, nearly exhausting the phoenix, and why he had sent Hagrid to procure sadness bugs and fire lizards. Indeed, it seemed these were to be sold to the Ministry of Magic. However, the unease stemmed from the fact that this trip to Ilvermorny would be funded by the Ministry, providing equipment that included healing and antidote supplies, which certainly hinted at something rather unusual. "Percy Hall, what troubles you?" Mrs. Weasley inquired, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces. "Nothing, Mum. It's just that Hogwarts has selected us for the exchange program to Ilvermorny." Percy wished to alleviate his family's worries. "I want to be going to the station. We will await the arrival of the Hogwarts lead professor here. Harry, Hall, you are to do the same, aren't you?" Harry and Hall nodded in agreement. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Leaky Cauldron, the 28 aspiring wizards gathered, anticipating the arrival of their guiding professor. Harry and Hall occupied a small table in the corner, each with a pint of Gamp's old brews in front of them. "You go ahead and drink first, Harry," Hall suggested. "Rather, you should drink first," Harry countered. The two were engaged in a noble endeavor to see if they could finish a pint of Gamp's old brews. This challenge, originating in 1692 at the Leaky Cauldron, awarded a prize of 100 galleons to anyone who could successfully consume an entire pint. Initially, Hall had considered this as a means to earn some money when he was short on funds, but upon the brew touching his tongue, he understood why no one had succeeded in the last 3 centuries. It was simply too dreadful. Hall immediately spat out his drink. nearly spraying it all over the bar owner, Tom, who had anticipated such an event and was well prepared. Now, Hall began to coax Harry into taking a sip. But to his surprise, this young lad, for reasons unknown, had heard of the illustrious reputation of Gamp's vintage cordial and resolutely refused to indulge. Hall found himself at a loss, leaning back in his chair, intently observing the familiar faces among the wizards present. To his surprise, he recognized several acquaintances. Notable among them were Oliver Wood, the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor, the chaser Angelina Johnson, Percy Weasley, and from Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater, Roger Davies, as well as Zhang Qiu, Luna Lovegood, Astoria Greengrass, and Anthony Goldstein. Hufflepuff was represented by Cedric Diggory and Justin Finch-Fletchley, while from Slytherin, there were Gemma Farley, Terrence Higgs, Draco Malfoy, and Daphne Greengrass. Before long, two figures entered through the door of the Leaky Cauldron, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Upon seeing them, Hall's heart began to race. While events such as this study tour did not necessitate the presence of the headmaster akin to the Triwizard Tournament, it seemed excessive to send two heads of house. Professor McGonagall's attendance was understandable, given her position as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, which sufficed in terms of authority. However, the inclusion of Professor Snape was unexpected. Despite his reputation as a master of potions in public, Snape's formidable skills were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, his exceptional proficiency in potions made him particularly adept at healing and antidotes, a true expert in his field. Hall gazed at the assembly before him, feeling inexplicably that this group of individuals was not preparing for a scholarly journey, but rather for a battle. Was the Ministry of Magic sending a cadre of students to seize Ilvermorny? Such a notion was undoubtedly absurd. After all, the number of students dispatched from Hogwarts was utterly insufficient for an institution of such global renown. While not every headmaster of a magical school possesses the formidable prowess of Dumbledore, the intricate protective enchantments in place on their home turf would pose a significant challenge. Even for him. For instance, during the Battle of Hogwarts in the original narrative, Voldemort's legion of Death Eaters, werewolves, Dementors, and giants took several hours to breach the school's defenses. Ah, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, you have arrived. These young wizards have been awaiting your presence, greeted Tom as Professors McGonagall and Snape entered. Thank you, Tom. We are somewhat pressed for time today, so we will forego refreshments, Professor McGonagall replied, before turning to the assembly with a serious demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark on our journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I trust that you will uphold the honor of Hogwarts and not bring disgrace to our name while at Ilvermorny. Understood, came the unified response from the group. With succinct words, Professor McGonagall quickly led the way, while Professor Snape remained largely silent. Thus, the two professors and 28 students made their way to the rear of the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 8. Departure. Professor McGonagall guided them to the back of the Leaky Cauldron, a place familiar to all, as several had entered Diagon Alley from this very spot, thus commencing their magical lives. However, they were unaware of why Professor McGonagall had brought them here. Were they not supposed to be heading to Ilvermorny? Approaching the wall facing the entrance to Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall stood resolute, with Professor Snape observing beside her. She drew her wand and intoned, I, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Head of Gryffindor House, command you to open the passage now. With a flourish of her wand, a brilliant white light erupted, revealing an archway. Yet, the view beyond was not the familiar sights of Diagon Alley, but rather a cliffside overlooking the sea. Standing there, Hall felt the damp, salty breeze from the ocean. Professors McGonagall and Snape exchanged few words and proceeded forward. The astonished wizards quickly regained their composure and followed suit. Once everyone had crossed, the archway vanished, leaving only a coastal grove behind. After meticulously counting the students, Professor McGonagall remained silent as she and Professor Snape approached the edge of the cliff. They raised their wands and quietly chanted incantations, unleashing two golden beams of light from the tips of their wands. These beams converged in midair, forming a golden circular shield that enveloped the cliffside. With Hall's keen perception, he discerned that this was a composite spell, a sophisticated technique that amalgamates multiple enchantments, accessible only to those well-versed in such magic. The combination likely included the Muggle-repelling charm, disillusionment charm, and confundus charm. In that moment, Hall anticipated what was to come. Indeed, as the two professors completed their incantations, the ground trembled violently, causing several wizards to be unceremoniously thrown to the ground, including some of the older students. With a sweeping glance, Hall noticed that among the students below the 4th grade, only he and another Slytherin which remained unscathed. This piqued Hall's curiosity, prompting him to observe the witch closely. She had a cascade of dark gray curls, and her skin was unnaturally pale, even whiter than Hall's own face. Devoid of any color. Yet, rather than appearing ghastly, she resembled a porcelain doll. Complementing her porcelain complexion was a vivid crimson mouth, reminiscent of bloodstains. Although the juxtaposition of these two colors would ordinarily create a striking visual impact, on this witch, it seemed perfectly harmonious, exuding an innate elegance. As Hall's gaze lingered on the witch, she seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned to meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Hall felt as if she could see right through him. A chill ran down his spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He began to doubt the efficacy of the mental shielding he had honed over the years. While his mastery of mental barriers may not have reached the level of Snape, he was confident that even against a wizard like Dumbledore, a master of legilimency, he could hold his ground for at least 10 minutes. Yet, facing the Slytherin witch, he found himself grappling with an unsettling sensation of being penetrated. He understood that he had not been subjected to legilimency, but the feeling was undeniably disconcerting. Hall did not shy away. He met the witch's gaze directly. Her amber eyes, framed by golden-rimmed spectacles, exuded an air of profound wisdom. Were it not for her Slytherin robes, Hall might have easily mistaken her for a Ravenclaw. The eye contact lasted but a brief moment, perhaps merely a minute. Yet suddenly, she revealed a cunning smile, reminiscent of a hunter who has ensnared its prey. She adjusted her glasses, parting her exquisitely crafted, blood-red lips, and delicately licked her somewhat sharp canine teeth with her petite tongue. This spectacle inexplicably sent a shiver down Hall's spine, prompting him to hurriedly avert his gaze and inwardly curse her as a temptress. Though the events unfolded over a considerable span of time, they transpired in mere moments, unnoticed by most. At most, onlookers simply observed that Hall and the witch had not fallen, stealing a few extra glances, but it was of little consequence. As everyone regained their footing, they were astonished to discover that the cliff beneath them seemed amiss. This cliff had actually lifted into the air, carrying them westward. Harry and Hall hurried to the edge of the precipice. Harry watched in awe as the colossal cliff ascended, rising above the clouds before commencing a horizontal flight. Excitedly, he tugged at Hall to survey the surroundings, while Hall found himself momentarily entranced by the scene below. In his view, a vast multitude of Thestrals bore the immense cliff, transporting them toward North America. Thestrals were indeed a wondrous and magical creature. It must be said, Hogwarts displayed remarkable prowess in this regard. For those who had not witnessed death, the sight of such a massive floating island would undoubtedly impose a visual intimidation, serving as a formidable warning to the group from Ilvermorny. Those who had witnessed death, however, could see the Thestrals, a testament to their strength. After all, taming Thestrals is no trivial feat. Otherwise, there would not be but one individual in all of Britain capable of doing so, Hagrid. One must admit, this was a display both understated and impressive. However, Hall discerned the true nature of Dumbledore, that avaricious exploiter. Hagrid had nurtured numerous magical creatures for him, including many rare and difficult-to-tame beings. Yet, one could not help but observe Hagrid's living conditions, truly the mark of a heartless capitalist. Hall withdrew his gaze, disregarding the cliff and the night steed. Such sights are intriguing at first glance, yet grow tiresome with prolonged observation. As Hall averted his eyes and turned away, he nearly collided with another person. Fortunately, he managed to halt just in time, averting an awkward encounter. However, upon scrutinizing the individual before him, he was struck by her lips, as crimson as fresh blood. Chapter 9. Epheimone Greetings, Hall Riddle. I am Sibyl Friedrich, the witch proclaimed, revealing her name directly. Hello. Hall found himself perplexed by the intensity of her gaze. While being admired by a beautiful woman is typically a delight, he felt as though Sibyl regarded him as a mere quarry. May I inquire as to why you seek me? Hall asked. It is nothing of consequence. I am simply intrigued by you, Sibyl replied, her words accompanied by a playful lick of her sharp, feline-like teeth. Hall swallowed hard, silently reciting the 8 honors and 8 shames in his heart. Sci-Fi, observing Hall's awkward demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, yet she walked away without a word. Hall gazed at the whimsical witch, cursing her once more in his mind before he firmly grasped Harry's hand and led him away from the chaos of the Sapphire. Now, let us divert our attention to the current state of affairs aboard the Hogwarts Express. In a compartment sat Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Ginny. accompanied by their defense against the dark arts professor for the year, Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin, you are truly erudite, Hermione praised. This time, with Harry absent from the compartment, Professor Lupin refrained from feigning sleep, as he was anxious about encountering Harry. He felt a heavy burden of guilt regarding the death of the Potters, believing that a significant part of the tragedy stemmed from his failure to perceive Sirius Black's true nature. However, deep within, Lupin harbored a conviction that Sirius was wrongfully accused. There must have been deeper truths surrounding those events. Yet, the haunting memory of their mutual friend Peter's demise served as a constant reminder that Sirius Black was indeed the traitor. As conversations flowed within the compartment, an abrupt jolt suddenly shook the entire train. The lights extinguished, and an eerie chill enveloped the air. They could see the water in the cup on the table freeze solid. Simultaneously, a profound sense of despair and hopelessness enveloped their hearts, casting everything into darkness. Outside the compartment, they beheld a grotesque, scab-covered hand. A towering creature, draped in tattered black robes, stood at the door, pushing it open. Its hooded visage immediately fixated on Neville. In that instant, visions flooded Neville's mind, memories of visiting St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries with his grandmother to see his parents. Each visit left them unrecognizable, their faces vacant of recognition for him and his grandmother. In that bleak moment, Neville felt stripped of all joy and hope. Yet amidst the shadows, he cried out, "Expecto Patronum." Professor Lupin raised his wand, and a silvery mist erupted from its tip, repelling the tattered creature before them. Lupin recognized the Dementor's presence instantly, but understood that protocol required restraint. However, witnessing the Dementor brazenly approach his students was an affront he could not abide. "Begone! There is no one here you seek," Lupin proclaimed, brandishing his wand and stepping toward the compartment door. He turned to the 4 students, instructing them, "Stay put and do not leave. I must find the train conductor." Seeing their usually composed professor's demeanor shift to one of urgency, they wisely chose to obey his command and remained seated. As the stars twinkled above, the train journeyed onward. Approaching North America, these wizards gazed at the celestial tapestry overhead, appreciating the stars' beauty in a manner unencumbered by the burdens of academic obligations, allowing them to revel in their splendor. Hall lay beneath a coconut tree on the cliff, observing the scattered groups of male and female wizards as they mingled, laughed, and flirted audaciously. At that moment, Hall could hardly endure the shameless display of affection from these incorrigible rascals. Choosing to avert his gaze from their antics, he decided to find solace beneath the tree and succumb to slumber. Time slipped away, and he was eventually roused from his dreams by Harry's voice. Opening his eyes to the night sky, he noticed the stars had shifted, indicating that a considerable amount of time had passed. Professor McGonagall gathered everyone together and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America. I hope that before other institutions, we shall always present a united front. I am aware that we hail from 4 distinct houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, but I wish for us to remain Hogwarts, united, in the eyes of the world." McGonagall's rousing speech held little allure for Hall. In a previous life, during a similar rally, he had heard far more inspiring words. With motivational slogans plastered across the corridors of the school, Hall had long since lost his enthusiasm for such rhetoric. This was the principle of initial momentum, followed by decline, and ultimately exhaustion. Hall merely gazed into the distance, at the castle perched atop Mount Greylock. The cliff soared swiftly, and in no time it landed in a clearing before the castle. As the entire cliff descended, Hall observed the astonished expressions of the little wizards below, and an involuntary sense of pride welled up within him. Professor McGonagall approached the edge of the cliff and tapped the ground beneath her with her wand. Soon, the earth began to tremble, and a broad path unfolded directly downwards. The crowd followed Professors McGonagall and Snape, each bearing a serious demeanor, for at that moment, they represented Hogwarts. While their conduct within the school may have been inconsequential, outside it, they were obligated to uphold the institution's dignity. As Professors McGonagall and Snape led everyone down, an elderly witch, appearing significantly older than McGonagall, emerged from the Ilvermorny side to greet them. "Oh, Minerva. It has been quite some time," the old witch remarked, addressing Professor McGonagall. "Headmaster Pigwidgeon, we are deeply honored by your personal presence to welcome us," McGonagall responded promptly. Observing this exchange, one might assume a deep familiarity between the two. Yet Hall recalled Dumbledore mentioning that Professor McGonagall had never set foot in America. As he observed the seasoned professors engaging in idle chatter, Hall scrutinized Ilvermorny Castle. This magical institution, having been established for merely 3 centuries, had gained a reputation comparable to that of Hogwarts, which boasted a history spanning over a millennium, a feat indeed remarkable. Hall gazed at the grand entrance of Ilvermorny Castle, where 2 marble statues stood, one male and one female, presumably the effigies of the founders, Isolde Sayre and James Stewart. Behind them, the wizards donned robes of azure and crimson, a tribute to Isolde's childhood dream of attending Hogwarts Ravenclaw and James' fondness for cranberry pie. Their robes were cinched with golden Gordian knots, commemorating the brooch Isolde discovered amidst the ruins of the original Ilvermorny cabin. As Hall admired the magical creatures representing Ilvermorny's 4 houses, Professor McGonagall and the headmistress of Ilvermorny, Seraphina Pickwery, concluded their discussion. Reluctantly, Hall ceased his exploration and followed the crowd into the castle. Chapter 10. You are mine. Upon entering Ilvermorny Castle, the wizards from Hogwarts beheld a circular hall, encircled by a tiered balcony that offered seating. At the center of the hall, the floor was adorned with a carved Gordian knot, surrounded by 4 statues representing the magical creatures emblematic of Ilvermorny's 4 houses, the horned serpent, Pukwudgie, the thunderbird, and the wampus. As the gathering advanced into the hall, Ilvermorny's students began to ascend to the balcony. Just as the Hogwarts contingent prepared to take their seats, the 4 statues suddenly stirred to life. The crystal embedded in the forehead of the horned serpent glimmered. The wampus statue let out a fearsome roar. The thunderbird took to the air with a flap of its wings, and the Pukwudgie drew back its bow, ready to unleash an arrow. The Hogwarts wizards below immediately assumed a defensive stance, the sight indeed striking fear. Meanwhile, on the balcony, shock was evident on the faces of the Ilvermorny students and professors. Headmistress Seraphina Pickwery swiftly descended, striding towards the Hogwarts students gathered at the center of the hall. Observing Pickery's formidable approach, the Hogwarts students braced themselves for confrontation. Even Severus Snape, closest to the students, discreetly positioned his hand near his wand. "Dear friends, I harbor no ill intentions," Pickwery declared. Recognizing her previous demeanor might have seemed impolite, she paused before the Hogwarts assembly. "I merely wish to ascertain which student stands upon the Gordian knot at the heart of the hall." The students of Hogwarts exchanged glances, feeling that the request was not unreasonable yet difficult to refuse. They parted to make way, revealing a figure standing atop the Gordian knot before Headmaster Pickwick. His crimson hair shimmered like fine wine, and his ebony eyes sparkled like black jewels. He was a young wizard, appearing no older than 13 or 14. Observing the boy's vitality, Pickwick was transported back to his own early days at school, when 4 statues simultaneously expressed their desire to recruit him. Such a wizard held boundless potential for the future, and he was a testament to that promise. Once chosen by all 4 statues, he went on to become the chair of the American Congress, one of the most esteemed witches of her time. "Would you consider becoming a student at Ilvermorny?" She blurted out, words that seemed utterly irrational upon her lips. A hush fell over the room. Professors McGonagall and Snape wore expressions of discontent. To poach a student from their own institution in such a blatant manner was an affront. When did it become acceptable to so openly undermine our school? McGonagall's icy gaze fixed upon Pickwick. "Minerva, I believe the choice of which magical school a student attends is ultimately theirs, and I am merely presenting him with this opportunity," Pickwick replied, channeling the resolute spirit of her tenure as chair of the American Congress 70 years prior, when she stood against Grindelwald. "I believe I owe you no explanation." "You dare." McGonagall was evidently incensed by Pickwick's demeanor. "He cannot possibly become a student at Ilvermorny." Suddenly, Snape, who had remained mostly silent, interjected. "Riddle is a student at Hogwarts, a direct protégé of Professor Dumbledore. Under Dumbledore's guidance, he will acquire far more profound knowledge than at any other wizarding institution." Pickwick was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the boy was Dumbledore's own disciple. Initially, she thought that despite Ilvermorny's shorter history, it was equally formidable and could surely entice the boy. Yet, he had already caught Dumbledore's eye. Globally, in terms of prestige, Dumbledore had vanquished the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, and triumphed over the second, Voldemort, with unparalleled might. Facing multiple dragons, Dumbledore would remain unfazed. Claiming to teach better than Dumbledore? Very well. Although the Dark Lord is deceased, the one within Nurmengard still lives. You may test your prowess against him. Pickwick was indeed powerful, and she harbored no fear of McGonagall or Snape combined. However, Dumbledore. With a sudden sense of dejection, Pickwick shook her head, sighing, "Alas, it seems my Ilvermorny shall not have this opportunity. You all may take your seats." Looking at the despondent Pickwick, aside from the Ilvermorny wizards, perhaps only Hall was privy to some underlying reasons, yet even he was perplexed. A wizard sought by all four houses was a rarity, though one could expect at least one every decade. Yet this did not warrant such a display of impropriety from a headmaster of her stature, one whose position was on par with Dumbledore's. Upon further contemplation, Hall surmised that something must have transpired with Epheimone, compelling them to seek the aid of Hogwarts' formidable powers. The sudden appearance of a duplicate self could indeed explain the rudeness exhibited by Headmaster Pikili. Yet, the true nature of Epheimone's predicament remained shrouded in mystery. Hall suppressed his curiosity and followed the main group, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. The wizards present once again beheld the glimmering crystal on the forehead of the long-horned water snake, while the cat leopard emitted a mournful cry. Pucksheret drew his bow, and the thunderbird flapped its wings, ready to take flight. Surely, the sorting hat mechanism must be malfunctioning. In a single day? It was astonishing to witness the four statues responding simultaneously, and Pikali's frustration was palpable. How infuriating. Had all the geniuses migrated to Hogwarts? This time, Hall's attention was captured. And although it was not his intention to look, the sight before him was enough to make his eyelids flutter in shock. He turned to see a beautiful witch standing a short distance from the end of the line at the Gordian knot. Her dark gray curls cascaded around her porcelain-like skin, which appeared exquisitely flawless. Her lips, stunningly vibrant, conveyed an alluring charm, while her amber eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, bestowed upon her an air of scholarly elegance. Seefel Friedrich was not preoccupied with the gazes of those around her. Her amber eyes were fixed solely on Hall, as she licked her sharp, tiger-like teeth. Her demeanor resembled that of a child yearning for sweets, yet an undeniable sense of urgency enveloped Hall. Hall always felt a sense of trepidation toward this Slytherin witch, not from fear of her strength, but from the unknown she represented. In her presence, he felt as if he were gazing through a fog, catching only glimpses of her essence without discerning the finer details. After a brief pause, Seefel approached the Hogwarts group as if nothing had transpired, directing her steps toward Hall. She walked past him on his right side, whispering a phrase that floated into his ear. "Tonight at midnight, by the gates of Ilvermorny, you are mine, and there is no escape." This statement was uttered lightly, almost inaudibly, likely heard by only Hall and Seefel. However, when a girl, especially a strikingly beautiful one, invites you to meet her at midnight and asserts that you belong to her with a sense of inevitability, what might that signify? Perhaps it bore the semblance of a confession of love, yet Hall could not shake the thread of dread it instilled within him. As the events unfolded, Hall found himself in a daze, uncertain of how he arrived at the accommodations arranged for them by Ilvermorny. That evening, back at Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony for the new students had concluded. Dumbledore had mentioned during his speech that Dementors would be guarding Hogwarts this year, cautioning them against provoking these creatures. His demeanor was exceedingly grave, and even the Weasley twins dared not defy this decree. Following this, Dumbledore introduced the new professors, Professor Lupin, who would teach defense against the dark arts, and Hagrid, who would instruct care of magical creatures. "Students," Dumbledore continued, "this year, we have 28 students along with our Transfiguration and Potions professors studying abroad at Ilvermorny. Please join me in welcoming the two professors who will be stepping into the roles of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape for the upcoming year." Dumbledore gestured to the left, where an elderly man with a shadowy gaze, clad in a black robe, stood. "Let us welcome our temporary potions professor, Professor Campbell." This man, with a countenance that suggested a rather irascible demeanor, was not particularly endearing. The next professor, replacing Professor McGonagall, was Professor Morse, a young and handsome man in a sky-blue robe who elicited far more favorable impressions from the students than his predecessor, Campbell. "Students," Dumbledore began to speak again. But Professor Campbell cleared his throat emphatically. "Ahem, Dumbledore, I believe there are matters I must address, as this was one of the conditions for my agreement to come to Hogwarts." He fixed Dumbledore with a steady gaze, causing the surrounding professors to frown, evidently disapproving of his interruption. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, conceded, "Very well, let us hear from Professor Campbell." Stepping away from the faculty table to the podium, Professor Campbell surveyed the students from the four houses and began, "I, Park Campbell, will be responsible for your potions curriculum this year. I have reviewed the previous potions, Professor. And frankly, he was quite inadequate. At this point, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, with the exception of Slytherin House, whose students remained silent. The applause was particularly fervent from Gryffindor, where the first-year students joined in, inspired by their upperclassmen. Those who had suffered under Professor Snape's tutelage found themselves increasingly enamored with Professor Campbell, whose presence was a refreshing change. As Campbell attempted to continue speaking, he was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected reaction. Meanwhile, far away at Ilvermorny, Professor Snape sneezed repeatedly, contemplating whether he should brew a potion for relief. The other professors seated on the dais wore expressions of discontent, as Snape had been their colleague for over a decade, and the students' reaction was less than flattering. Ahem. Campbell quickly regained his composure and continued, "In my potions class, I will not simply provide you with the steps for potion making, nor will I require you to brew specific potions." Before he could finish, another round of fervent applause erupted. This time, even some Slytherin students joined in, albeit quietly. Standing on the podium, Professor Campbell found himself bewildered by the peculiarities of Hogwarts students, thinking, "Is this truly the reflection of the years I dedicated to teaching you?" The other seated professors silently lamented Snape's situation, realizing the inadequacies of his teaching methods. At that moment, Snape sneezed once more, inadvertently shattering a vial of flobberworm slime in his hands. Silence. Dumbledore was compelled to use a sonorous charm to quell the jubilant cheers of the young witches and wizards, then gestured for Professor Campbell to proceed. Professor Campbell glanced at the students, slightly apprehensive, yet continued, "In my classroom, you will be paired up. I will administer poisons to your partners, and you will be tasked with antidoting them. Each poison will be unique, so there is no need to observe others' actions. Rest assured, throughout this year, you will not encounter the same poison twice. Trust me, my knowledge of toxins is ample for our time together." A hush fell over the room. From the Gryffindor table, one of the Weasley twins, either George or Fred, spoke up. "You must be joking, Professor." "Joking?" Campbell replied, fixing his gaze in that direction with a smile. "Would you like to test it?" The smile elicited a profound sense of unease among everyone present. The professors furrowed their brows as they turned their gaze towards Dumbledore, utterly incredulous that this could be the condition under which Dumbledore invited Professor Campbell to Hogwarts. They harbored serious doubts about whether the Dumbledore before them was merely a facade created by some dark wizard. Yet, the notion of a dark wizard impersonating Dumbledore seemed utterly implausible. Equally unfathomable was the idea that Dumbledore would ever consent to such a situation, for he held his students in the highest regard. After all, he had previously barred the Dementors from entering Hogwarts. However, as the crowd observed Dumbledore, he remained seated, watching Professor Campbell descend from the podium, raising his glass in a toast with a smile directed towards him. What on earth is happening in this world? I must be losing my mind. Hall stood at the entrance of Ilvermorny, leaning against the marble statue of James Stewart at the door. Hall could not comprehend why he had actually dashed out into the night, awaiting Siegfried Friedrich at the entrance of Epheimone. Hall gazed at the James Stewart he leaned against, murmuring to himself, "Brother, do you think I have lost my sanity? Out here in the dead of night, waiting for that enchantress. I dare say you are indeed mad." Came a melodious laugh from behind him. Startled, Hall felt goosebumps rise on his skin and slowly turned his head, forcing a smile as he greeted, "Good evening, Miss Friedrich." Before Hall could fully recover from the fright of seeing Cypher emerge behind him, a more terrifying presence approached. Cypher rushed towards Hall, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him, her hand pressing against the statue on the right side of his neck. Her exquisitely delicate face was mere inches from his, and Hall could feel the fine hairs on her nose brush against his. The warm breath escaping from her nostrils gently caressed his lips. A pair of amber eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, locked onto his gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly as her pink tongue delicately licked them. In Hall's mind, there was nothing but a singular thought. Goodness, I've been cornered by a woman. Chapter 12, Prophecy and Curse, September 2nd, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gryffindor Tower. Today, Miss Hermione Granger found herself in a rather foul mood. For reasons unknown, she awoke feeling discontented. Perhaps due to the dream she had the previous night in which Hall was embraced by an unfamiliar girl at Ilvermorny, clutching a hefty stack of books. Hermione traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, vigorously shaking her head in an attempt to dispel these errant thoughts. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to forget that dream, the scene remained indelibly etched in her mind. Thus, she arrived at Professor Sibyl Trelawney's divination classroom. Trelawney having taught the art of prophecy at Hogwarts for 13 years, presented a subject that, despite its magical allure, Hermione deemed rather dubious. In the cramped and stifling classroom, all students were seated as Professor Trelawney stood before them, adorned with an array of jewelry of various sizes and wearing comically large glasses. Her ethereal manner of speaking, coupled with the classroom's ambience and the nature of her subject, shrouded her in an air of mystique. Welcome, students, to your third year. From today onwards, you shall delve into the enigmatic and profound realm of divination. By the way, Mr. Longbottom, could you fetch that blue teapot for me? I prefer the pink one, Trelawney suddenly directed towards Neville, who, still reeling from the terror of the Dementor encounter the previous day, was startled once more by her words. This year, some of our classmates have traveled to Ilvermorny, thereby avoiding the widespread flu that swept through Hogwarts around Easter. Oh dear, I digress. We should focus on divination. Trelawney tapped her head, as if realizing she had inadvertently strayed from the topic. Now, please turn to the section on tea leaf reading in your copies of Breaking the Fog to see the future. Everyone opened their books and proceeded to retrieve teapots from the back of the classroom. Neville anxiously followed Hermione, hesitant to take hold of the teapot. Don't worry, Neville. I refuse to believe that Professor Trelawney's predictions are that accurate. Hermione encouraged him to muster his courage. Neville shook his head, stammering, but it's the professor. Look, Hermione. As he spoke, Neville's grip faltered, and the blue teapot he had been holding plunged to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. This incident caused many classmates to start believing in the seemingly eccentric professor's prophecies. See, Neville, you merely dropped the teapot. The professor had already foreseen it. Hermione placed her hand to her forehead, exasperated by how swiftly the prophecy had come to fruition. Drawing her wand, she used the spell Hall had taught her to mend the teapot, restoring it to its former state and handing it back to Neville. Hermione, no. You should hold on to it. I'm bound to drop it again. With no alternative, Hermione retained possession of the teapot. The lesson continued as Professor Trelawney instructed everyone to brew a pot of tea, then observe the shapes of the leaves to make predictions. Oh, my dear, she said, approaching a boy among the students. Be cautious next Saturday. Misfortune awaits you. Darling, remember to take good care of your pet. Feed it what it desires, she continued, as a girl gazed at her with concern, while Trelawney merely brushed away a tear from her eye. Oh my goodness. Child, beware of a red-haired individual. They will bring you harm. A boy glanced at Ron, seated at the adjacent table, and quietly shifted his chair away. Soon, Professor Trelawney stood before Hermione, taking her teacup and scrutinizing it. Ah, a broken arrow, she murmured. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she gazed at Hermione, saying, Child, the arrow of Cupid is shattered. You shall encounter turmoil in love. Be cautious, be cautious. She then glanced again at the teacup, adding, Beware of a bespectacled individual. At that moment, across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, atop the summit of Greylock Mountain, lay Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Due to the time difference, the newborn sun was just beginning to cast its golden rays, enveloping the entire Ilvermorny castle in warmth. The wizards of Hogwarts were accommodated in a quaint garden within the castle of Ilvermorny. In the garden, there stood a white wooden swing, upon which a young boy sat, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly at the ground beneath him. Last night, he and Cypher had come here, and despite Hall's awareness of his own boldness, he felt his cheeks flush. How outrageous it was that enchantress had summoned him out at such a late hour, only to harbor ulterior motives. Hall clenched his right fist and struck the swing beneath him in frustration. Before Hall's eyes, the enchanting smile of the sorceress from last night seemed to reappear. After being forcefully pinned against the wall by Saphiel, this vexatious enchantress released her grip and seated herself on the ground. Startled by the earlier encounter, Hall found himself momentarily at a loss, sensing an inexplicable void. Somehow, compelled by an unseen force, he too lowered himself onto the ground beside Saphiel. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them. Saphiel gazed upwards at the heavens, while Hall, in a state of ennui, surveyed his surroundings. It was the night of September 1st, 1993. Coinciding with the 15th day of the 7th lunar month in the Chinese calendar, known as the Ghost Festival, akin to Halloween in the West. Although Hall's physical form belonged to an Englishman and he currently resided in America, he remained, at heart, a Chinese individual. The Ghost Festival in China possesses a more profound supernatural essence than the Western Halloween. Hall gazed at Seafull, admiring her fair and delicate visage, and inquired, Miss Friedrich, your invitation for an evening rendezvous cannot merely be for moonlit companionship, can it? Seafull lowered her gaze, fixating on the floor, and replied, Riedel, could you do me a favor? Why? Why seek me out? Hall questioned. There are numerous professors within the school. Sibyl lifted her head, meeting Hall's eyes with determination, and asserted, it must be you. There is something within you that only you can assist me with. What is it? Hall responded, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, Sibyl suddenly trembled and collapsed into Hall's embrace. Hall encountered Cypher's body, which was chillingly cold to the touch. He swiftly pulled Cypher up and was taken aback to see her fair face, momentarily adorned with frost, while her long eyelashes trembled slightly. In his haste, Hall swiftly drew forth his wand, eager to examine Cypher's condition. A beam of white light emanated from Hall's wand, penetrating into Cypher's forehead. Hall meticulously sensed the flow of magic, yet no matter how thoroughly he examined, the magical readings indicated that Cypher's bodily organs were functioning normally. This diagnostic spell, albeit one that Hall had yet to master fully, was already comparable to the skills of several first-rate physicians at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Logically, it should not have missed anything, unless the individual in question was indeed perfectly healthy. However, observing Cypher nearly frozen, it was impossible to believe that he was unscathed. As Hall pondered carefully, a sudden insight struck him. To evade detection magic, it must be a form of curse or something similar. Does Cypher possess a curse? Just as Hall was contemplating this, Cypher suddenly embraced him, murmuring, do not leave, hold me tight. As long as we are like this, all will be well. Hall was indeed skeptical of Cypher's words, yet just as he was about to retort, Cypher took the initiative. Cypher pinned Hall to the ground, the Slytherin robes enveloping their bodies, and they clung tightly to one another. Cypher's physique had developed far more rapidly than that of his peers, and Hall felt two soft mounds pressing against his chest, rendering him completely still. He feared that any movement might lead to a loss of control. Thus, beneath the moonlight, in front of the gates of Ilvermorny, a dark scene unfolded. Chapter 13. Hidden Agendas. This is utter nonsense, Hermione exclaimed, marching towards Hagrid's hut with Neville and Ron, which now served as the classroom for care of magical creatures. I find arithmancy to be far superior to her divination class, Hermione asserted. Arithmancy? Ron replied, bewildered. When did you attend arithmancy? Isn't it at the same time as divination, at 9 o'clock? I merely took more time for it. You needn't concern yourselves, Hermione said, patting Neville on the shoulder. Neville, do not fret. Though Professor Trelawney claimed you would encounter life-threatening danger this year, it simply cannot be true, can it? Hermione, Neville stammered, still timid and hesitant. The professor said she saw a grim in my teacup, a harbinger of death. Listen to me, Neville. Such predictions are unreliable. Professor Trelawney is merely trying to scare you. Perhaps she cannot truly foresee the future and is simply putting on an act, Hermione advised. That's right, Neville, Ron added, trying to comfort him. You see, Professor Trelawney also predicted that Hermione would face a crisis in love. She even warned her to be wary of bespectacled individuals. Who among our acquaintances wears glasses besides Harry? Haha. Hermione shot Ron a glare, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. They continued onward and soon encountered Professor Morse, who was temporarily substituting for Professor McGonagall at the castle's corridor. Hello, Professor, they greeted. Professor Morse paused, regarding the trio with apparent interest. Oh, hello there. Is something troubling you, Mr. Longbottom? You seem rather pale. Neville was frightened by a prophecy from Professor Trelawney in class, Hermione explained. Oh, a prophecy? Professor Morse inquired, intrigued. What did Professor Trelawney say? She claimed Neville would face a life-threatening attack this year. What do you think, Professor? Ron asked. Life-threatening? Professor Morse appeared contemplative. But before he could respond, a loud voice echoed from behind. Morse, what are you doing? It was Professor Campbell. Professor Morse turned to meet his gaze, smiling. Professor Campbell, I was merely chatting with these 3 lovely students. What brings you here? Chatting? Professor Campbell's shadowy gaze swept over Hermione, Neville, and Ron, making them feel more intimidated than under Snape's glare. His scrutiny lingered briefly before he returned his attention to Professor Morse. You 3 may leave. I have matters to discuss with Professor Morse. Thus, Hermione, Neville, and Ron hurriedly departed, leaving only Professors Morse and Campbell. Professor Morse broke the silence first. Professor Campbell, I doubt you came to Hogwarts merely to teach a group of children potions, did you? Indeed, I was initially reluctant to come here, but Dumbledore specifically requested my presence, so I had no choice. However, I initially applied for the position of Transfiguration Professor, as I excel in that field, particularly in human transfiguration. Yet Dumbledore informed me that someone else was already filling that role and that this individual's skills rivaled those of McGonagall. I found that quite intriguing. I merely possess a slight proficiency in transfiguration. I cannot compare to Professor McGonagall, Professor Morse humbly replied. I am curious about your true intentions for coming to Hogwarts. And I am equally curious about your motives, Professor Campbell said, locking eyes with Professor Morse. Their gazes were distinctly different, Campbell sharp and piercing, Morse's deep and inscrutable. Humph. Professor Campbell scoffed, turning sharply to leave, vanishing in a few strides. Professor Morse observed him for a long while before shaking his head in resignation and departing as well. In Professor Campbell's office, which had once been an empty room, it had been transformed into a potions professor's office upon his arrival. He strode into his office and sat down heavily in a chair. Leaning back, he closed his eyes for a moment before retrieving his wand and casting a silent summoning charm. From the desk, a piece of parchment flew to him, adorned with ominous symbols clearly related to dark magic. For figures were curled up, seemingly screaming, beneath a swirling mass of sinister black mist above them. Professor Campbell traced the shadowy mass on the parchment with his fingers, murmuring, the silent ones, sacrifice of souls. In Professor Morse's office. Originally the abandoned classroom housing the Mirror of Erised, it had been converted into an office during the summer. At that moment, Professor Morse was pacing within, deep in thought. Along the wall stood a cauldron, brewing a potion with an overwhelmingly foul odor. Next to it lay various potion ingredients, mostly prepped. Professor Morse approached the cauldron to check the potion's progress and added some African snakewood bark. After placing the ingredients, he cast a concealment charm to prevent anyone from seeing his work. He then walked over to his desk, retrieved a silver flask, and took a sip. The contents appeared quite unpalatable as his face wrinkled into a grimace. Truly dreadful. It seems I should consider improving the flavor of the polyjuice potion in the future. Hogwarts. Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore reclined on the sofa, a plate of sizzling honey candies and a large glass of chilled lemonade resting on the table before him. In his hands, he held a hefty, antique tome of magic, perusing its pages while occasionally indulging in a piece of the delectable honey candy or sipping the refreshing lemonade. Upon reaching a particular page, he straightened his posture, clearly having found the content he sought. Meanwhile, Headmaster, Professor Campbell, and Professor Morse convened within the castle. They were informed by the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Phineas Black, who had been tasked by Dumbledore to oversee the conduct of Professors Campbell and Morse through the portraits adorning the castle walls. Thank you, Phineas, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at the honey candies before him. Regrettably, I cannot offer you a piece of this delightful treat as a token of my gratitude. No need for that. Serving every headmaster is one of our responsibilities as portraits, Phineas replied solemnly. Ah, then I shall trouble you to continue observing these two professors, Dumbledore chuckled, placing the magic book he had been examining onto the table. A flash of crimson caught his eye from the page he had just perused. Chapter 14, The First Lesson America, Ilvermorny. Today marked the inaugural day for the Wizards of Hogwarts at Ilvermorny, as they were sorted into their respective classes according to their original year levels. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, for this experience was entirely novel for them. Early that morning, Harry awoke, initially believing it would be his first opportunity to rise earlier than Hall. However, he had underestimated Hall's remarkable ability to awaken at dawn. Upon glancing at the adjacent bed, he noticed it was impeccably tidy, devoid of any occupant. As he stepped outside, he spotted Hall perched on a swing. Good morning, Hall. Harry greeted. You were still up this early, I see. Hall cast a sidelong glance at Harry, exchanged a muted greeting, and returned to his reverie on the swing. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, leaving Harry at a loss for words, prompting him to awkwardly chuckle a few times before slipping away. Harry found Hall's demeanor today rather peculiar. Greetings, students. A middle-aged wizard addressed the classroom filled with Ilvermorny and Hogwarts students. The first lesson for the third year at Ilvermorny was defense against the dark arts, a subject cursed at Hogwarts but free from such afflictions here. It was said that the professor teaching this course had been imparting knowledge for decades and also held the position of vice principal, akin to Professor McGonagall's status at Hogwarts. Today, I have the pleasure of encountering many new faces. It appears we have befriended our Hogwarts companions, the middle-aged wizard remarked with humor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Agilbert Fontaine. Now, please turn to the third page of Chadwick's Charms, as we shall discuss how Ilvermorny has offered the defense against the dark arts course since the 17th century, a subject of great significance. The initial instructors were Ilvermorny's founder, Isolde Sayre, and her daughter, Leona, the youngest child of James Stewart. This text, Chadwick's Charms, is the renowned work of the famous wizard Chadwick Boot. The emphasis on defense against the dark arts at Ilvermorny stems from the presence of numerous dark wizards in America, who, for their selfish gains, preyed upon their kin, necessitating that witches and wizards possess adequate strength for self-protection. Furthermore, when the magical community in America was in its infancy, many dark wizards fled from Europe and even Asia due to the inadequacy of law enforcement at the time. Thus, prioritizing defense against the dark arts became a shared understanding between the American Congress and Ilvermorny. Truth be told, this visit to Ilvermorny represented a significant enhancement of skills for the Hogwarts wizards. After all, one merely needs to observe the caliber of defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts in recent years. Quirrell, despite his prowess against trolls, taught little of substance. Lockhart, aside from teaching Hall a bone removal charm while eating fish, imparted nothing of value. This year's Lupin was a rare exception. Yet it still paled in comparison to Ilvermorny's dedication to the subject, especially since Hogwarts refrained from teaching practical combat for fear of the Ministry of Magic's disapproval. Harry Potter, Professor Fontaine called out as he held the attendance sheet. You are quite renowned worldwide. So I would like to ask you, what spell can be used against Dementors? In a moment of urgency, Harry glanced at Hall, subtly nudging him with his foot, hoping for assistance. Yet, Hall appeared lost in thought, oblivious to Harry's anxious expression. Professor Fontaine observed the famous young wizard before him, contemplating how Harry Potter had vanquished Voldemort in his infancy. Surely, even with the Ministry's resistance to practical training at Hogwarts, he would not be unable to answer this question. However, the inquiry proved to be rather challenging. Notably, few students at Hogwarts possessed this knowledge, given that Dementors functioned as enforcers for the Ministry of Magic. It was unreasonable to expect Hogwarts to instruct students on how to confront such agents. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know, Harry admitted, realizing Hall would not come to his aid, and he resignedly confessed his ignorance. Professor Fontaine, surprised by the Ministry's opposition to practical exercises, allowed Harry to take his seat. Indeed, this question is rather challenging. Fontaine began to shift the topic when a clear voice interrupted. Professor, it's the Patronus charm. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Cypher. Correct, my child, Professor Fontaine acknowledged, recalling the incident involving the 4 statues from the previous night. The Patronus charm can indeed repel Dementors, embodying hope and joy, qualities that stand in stark contrast to the very essence of Dementors. However, does anyone know another method to defend against their effects? As soon as the question was posed, both Ilvermorny and Hogwarts students fell silent, evidently stumped. The answer was obscure. A deliberate tactic by Professor Fontaine to ignite interest among his students. Well, this question is undeniably difficult. Wizards of your age may not be aware. And even some adult wizards might not know. The answer is, he began, but another voice interjected, animagus and transfiguration. It was Hall, Professor Fontaine's memory of this particular wizard, who had also caused the statues to react, was sharper. After all, Professor Snape from Hogwarts had publicly stated that this young wizard was a direct apprentice of Dumbledore, perhaps even his successor. How do you know this? While animagus is a skill expected of third-year students, you shouldn't have learned it yet, and transfiguration is typically a 7th-year subject, Fontaine remarked, slapping his forehead in realization. Ah, how could I have forgotten? Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts is indeed an animagus, and as Dumbledore's protégé, you would be well versed in transfiguration. How could I have overlooked that? The classroom erupted with laughter at Professor Fontaine's demeanor, significantly lightening the atmosphere. Indeed, Mr. Riddle is correct. Dementors, as dark creatures that consume all positive emotions, can be warded off using both animagus and transfiguration techniques. Professor Fontaine resumed his lecture. It is well known that animagus is an advanced form of magic, one of the few that allows for wandless casting. An animagus can transform in the presence of Dementors, making it impossible for them to discern if one is human, as they solely consume emotions. This, in fact, explains how Sirius Black managed to escape from Azkaban. By transforming into a dog, Dementors could not feed on him. As for transfiguration, it remains a subject of ongoing research. Utilizing transfiguration, one can morph parts of their body into that of an animal, sharing similarities with animagus. For instance, I could transform my head into that of a fish, allowing me to breathe underwater, Professor Fontaine illustrated, prompting some wizards to ponder whether using transfiguration to alter their bodies could help them evade Dementors. This concept was initially proposed by Professor Dumbledore. Professor, could you elaborate on transfiguration for us? A Ravenclaw student inquired, exemplifying the house's thirst for knowledge. Ah, then I shall gladly delve into the topic, Fontaine replied. Professor Fontana remarked with a smile that the intricate art of transfiguration allows wizards to alter their bodies at will, extending the concept of a nimagous transformation. Mastering transfiguration to such an advanced degree enables one to assume the form of another person, akin to the effects of a polyjuice potion. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. When confronting Dementors, the most effective measure, surpassing the previous two, remains the Patronus charm. Chapter 15. Potions class at Hogwarts. In the joyful atmosphere of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the young wizards of Ilvermorny were thriving. While some Hogwarts students found themselves in a rather dismal situation, under the direction of Professor Snape, Potions class was traditionally held in the dim, damp basement of Hogwarts, a place inhospitable for enjoyable learning. However, upon entering the Potions classroom today, the Hogwarts students discovered it had become even more uncomfortable. The first to partake in Professor Campbell's potions lesson were Gryffindor and Slytherin, perennial rivals. Many of the desks that once filled the classroom had been removed, leaving only a long table that occupied the majority of the space, cluttered with numerous potion ingredients and several cauldrons. The walls were adorned with skulls, beneath which lay animal specimens steeped in formalin, creating a rather unsettling ambience. As the young wizards entered, Professor Campbell swiftly used magic to close the classroom door, then approached the podium to address the young lions and snakes below. I trust you are all aware of my expectations from the opening feast. I wish for you to enter and exit the classroom as a collective. I do not wish to bid farewell to any one of you, although I suspect some may warrant such a goodbye. Now, let us commence our lesson. Descending from the podium, Professor Campbell first approached Neville. With a condescending gaze, he asked, "Longbottom, do you feel a tingling sensation in your hand?" Neville nodded, and Professor Campbell grinned. "Indeed, I have administered a poison upon your arrival. You should now observe red spots appearing upon your right arm. Since this is our initial class together, I have chosen to affect only you, Longbottom. Your task today is to concoct an antidote for him. Otherwise, you may be bidding farewell to Longbottom." As Professor Campbell spoke, Neville was drenched in cold sweat. By the time the professor finished his remarks, Neville's face had paled to a shade whiter than Harry's Hedwig. He extended his hand, confirming the presence of a red spot the size of a galleon on his arm. "Hurry, Ron. Ignite the cauldron. Hermione, consult the texts. Oh dear, Seamus. If you wish for Neville to perish, do not approach the cauldron. I cannot bear to witness an explosion." The classroom erupted into chaos. Gryffindor students frantically directing one another in a frenzy. While the Slytherins assisted, some appeared to relish the spectacle. Professor Campbell surveyed the disorderly scene, shaking his head in dismay. Their response to such an emergency was woefully inadequate, and the lack of coordination squandered precious time. Had the poison been more potent, the afflicted would have perished long ago. As the class neared its conclusion, no one had yet produced an antidote, and the red spot on Neville's arm had begun to expand. Realizing it was time to intervene, Professor Campbell reached into his robe pocket. Just then, a voice exclaimed, "I've made it." Quickly, Professor Campbell turned to see a brown-haired witch excitedly holding up a small vial of pale green potion. He extended his hand, approached her, and took the vial, dipping a fingertip to inhale its aroma. "Excellent. This is superbly executed." He glanced at her robe, declaring, "Gryffindor receives 5 points." Cheers erupted among the Gryffindors, as this marked one of their rare moments of earning points in Potions class, previously only achieved by Hall and Snape's presence. "My dear child, you are an extraordinary witch. Might I inquire your name?" "I am Hermione Granger. Please visit my office after class." After the lesson, Hermione entered Professor Campbell's office, feeling anxious, having anticipated the reason for her summons. "Please, take a seat. There is no need to be nervous," he said, placing his notebook aside and gesturing towards a nearby sofa. As she sat, a tea set began to move on its own, pouring her a cup. "Have some tea, my dear," he offered, standing before her. "I wish to know from where you acquired the Phoenix Tears." During Potions class, Hermione had prepared a simple digestivate potion, but the true antidote lay within the Phoenix Tears. "Professor, I was wrong. I should not have." "Humph, did I accuse you of being in the wrong?" Professor Campbell scoffed. "I admire a student who dares to defy existing rules. I merely wish to know where you obtained the Phoenix Tears. As far as I am aware, they are quite difficult to procure, typically only available through Dumbledore." "Professor, please do not mention this to Professor Dumbledore. The tears were given to me by Hall," Hermione murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Professor Campbell paused. "Hall Riddle?" Hermione nodded. "Humph, he truly is a favored student of Dumbledore." Professor Campbell's expression revealed a hint of irritation. though Hermione was unsure why. However, if those phoenix tears genuinely came from Riddle, why would you not want me to inform Dumbledore? Because this vial was secretly obtained by Hall, she replied softly. Secretly obtained? Perhaps he possesses a certain cunning after all. After dismissing Hermione, Professor Campbell returned to his desk, flipping through a notebook filled with dense script, which contained a photograph of Hall. In the image, Hall was gazing skyward with a rather irreverent demeanor. Professor Campbell studied the photograph, murmuring to himself, perhaps this young man could indeed be of assistance to me. Chapter 16. Professor Sprout. Professor Campbell is utterly outrageous. Indeed, he poisoned every member of Hufflepuff. Had it not been for Madame Pomfrey, we might have perished. Yes, quite so. At lunchtime, everyone was fervently discussing the day's potions class. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as if they were ready to confront Professor Campbell. In that moment, they reminisced about the good old days under Professor Snape's tutelage. Wasn't it just a scolding from Professor Snape? Wasn't it merely a deduction of points? Wasn't it just a detention? Compared to Campbell's class, what did any of that signify? At this instant, everyone either lamented their decision not to seek refuge at Ilvermorny or yearned for the return of Professor Snape. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the castle of Ilvermorny, Professor Snape had just finished a potions lesson for the young witches and wizards. As he began tidying up the potion ingredients on his desk, he was interrupted by a sudden sneeze. Rubbing his nose in surprise, he questioned whether the healing potion he had consumed had been effective or if his potion brewing skills had waned. Did you hear? The Hufflepuffs had a dreadful experience in Professor Campbell's class. Several students had to be carried to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Ron turned to Neville, Ginny, and Hermione, saying, "Do you think Professor Campbell has a vendetta against Hufflepuff?" At that moment, the mood among the Hufflepuff students was one of despair. What had they done to deserve this? Everyone at Hogwarts knew that Hufflepuff was renowned for its integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience. They were grounded, creating their own glory through hard work. They had never been as impulsive as Gryffindor, stirring trouble and engaging in quarrels, nor as cunning as Slytherin, boasting about pure-blood supremacy. They were not as arrogant as Ravenclaw, who often seemed to look down upon others. Hufflepuff had always taken pride in their humility and diligence. Why was Professor Campbell so intent on targeting them? News of Professor Campbell's apparent discrimination against Hufflepuff spread swiftly through Hogwarts, reaching even many of the professors, including Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. To the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, Professor Sprout had always been the epitome of kindness and warmth. Her gentle demeanor endeared her to all, even to a certain mischievous Malfoy, who did not feign illness after being bitten by a mandrake in her class. Many believed that the head of house lacked strength. But as the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. While Professor Sprout always appeared benevolent, if she were to wield her wand, it was likely that only a few of the other heads of houses, besides Dumbledore, could match her prowess. If there was something that could provoke Professor Sprout, it seemed Professor Campbell had provided a demonstration for both faculty and students. According to a pair of prankster twins, they witnessed Professor Sprout storm into Professor Campbell's office, followed by a cacophony of noise from within. Shortly thereafter, they saw Madame Pomfrey arrive to help carry Professor Sprout out, who had accidentally ingested poison in Campbell's office. Additionally, a plethora of wildly thrashing devil's snare and various formidable magical plants were tossed out from Campbell's office, including a smoldering stump and spore-spewing purple mushrooms. Lying on a cot in the infirmary, Professor Sprout, eyes vacant and expressionless, wept silently as she faced Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, and other concerned faculty members. "Pomona," Dumbledore said, uncertain of what to say. After all, Professor Campbell had been his own choice for the potion's position, and Dumbledore had assured himself that his old friend would never endanger anyone's life. However, even the wisest can err. Professor Dumbledore had overlooked the fact that 67 years ago, his old friend had suffered a significant setback at the hands of a Hufflepuff student. Given Campbell's temperament, it was unlikely he would simply let this incident slide. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Professor Sprout's shoulder, attempting to find the right words. "Pomona, I will speak with Professor Campbell. Rest assured." He hesitated, then added, "Would you like some cockroach cluster?" Professor Sprout lifted her gaze to Dumbledore, remaining silent. Despite Dumbledore's typically composed demeanor, he felt a chill run down his spine under her unwavering stare, forcing him to maintain a polite smile. When Professor Sprout finally spoke, her voice was firm. "I hope you will follow through on that promise. Do not let me down. Otherwise, where there is Campbell, there shall be no Sprout at Hogwarts." Now, Professor Sprout, do not be angry. Professor Campbell is merely serving as the potions instructor for a year. Just a year, Dumbledore soothed. At that moment, Professor Campbell stood at the door, holding a vial of silvery potion, his hand at his mouth as he coughed. "Ah, good day, Professor Campbell." Dumbledore maintained his smile. "I am truly sorry, Professor Sprout. This potion was prepared for you, and I hope for your swift recovery." Campbell placed the potion on the bedside table, but his expression remained impassive, showing no sign of remorse. Seeing his unapologetic demeanor, Professor Sprout felt an overwhelming urge to disregard her injuries and confront this shameless old rogue. But, with her own dignity and Dumbledore discreetly pressing her to remain calm, she ultimately held her temper. "Thank you, Professor Campbell," she said stiffly. "No need for thanks, Dumbledore." "I must take my leave," Campbell replied curtly before turning to exit. What an attitude! Professor Sprout was incensed. What did he imply? As if her injuries were self-inflicted. Did this old man have no sense of accountability? Just as she was about to rise and confront the audacious old rogue, Dumbledore and the other professors swiftly restrained her. "Pomona, Professor Campbell is sincerely apologetic. He simply lacks the finesse for such matters. Professor Sprout, think carefully. Stay composed." Feeling utterly frustrated and unable to voice her grievances, Professor Sprout realized that even if she possessed 10 hands, with 7 or 8 people holding her back, she could not overpower them. More crucially, these individuals have been colleagues for over a decade, making it rather difficult to sever ties abruptly. Thus, they were firmly urged back to their beds. Pomona, just consider. Amidst the bustling world of teaching, isn't it rather delightful to steal a moment of respite? Dumbledore commenced his persuasive discourse, suggesting that one could recline on a comfortable bed, indulge in a book, or tend to flowers during leisure. Should hunger strike, a house elf could be summoned to deliver sustenance. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. And I shall even ensure that you receive your salary during your convalescence. What do you think of such a life, Pomona? Observing Professor Sprout's wistful expression and the intrigued countenances of the surrounding professors, Dumbledore sensed that his plan was successful. "Assist me to rise," stated Professor Sprout. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, pondering whether age had dulled his persuasive abilities. How could he fail to convince such an earnest soul as Pomona? "Pomona, what is this?" Dumbledore inquired. Professor Dumbledore, I merely recalled that I needed a glass of water and to take the potion Professor Campbell provided," Professor Sprout responded with a smile. Chapter 17. Prophecy Thus. Our kind-hearted Professor Sprout was gently persuaded by Dumbledore to retreat to the infirmary for some much-needed rest. Consequently, the Badgers, bereft of the headmaster's protection, fell into the clutches of Professor Campbell. The tragedy was such that even the Gryffindors, who had once endured Professor Snape as pointed critiques, suddenly found themselves reminiscing fondly about his somewhat amiable demeanor. Let us momentarily leave aside Professor Campbell's attentive guidance of the students at Hogwarts and turn our gaze to those fortunate students who, having narrowly escaped calamity, were now across the ocean. At this juncture, all were gathered in the dining hall of Ilvermorny. Unlike Hogwarts, Ilvermorny lacked the 4 long tables, instead opting for numerous small tables seating 4. When Hall and Harry arrived, they found no available seats. Fortunately, Hall's keen eye spotted a girl seated alone at a table in the corner, prompting him and Harry to approach her. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Hall and Harry inquired politely. The girl turned her head and replied, "No, perhaps only a Niffler occupies this corner." Instantly, Hall recognized her voice. Who but Luna Lovegood would speak in such a whimsical manner? "Hello, Luna," Hall and Harry said as they took their seats. As soon as Hall sat down, Luna fixed her gaze upon him and spoke in a somewhat ethereal tone. "Riddle, have you recently become acquainted with that Friedrich from Slytherin?" Though Luna appeared whimsical, she possessed a remarkably keen sense of observation. Upon hearing her words, Hall was nearly astounded by the girl's perceptiveness. It's merely a casual acquaintance. We're not particularly close," he replied, attempting to redirect the conversation. After all, it would be unwise for her to uncover any details regarding his connection with Sibyl, despite Hermione possibly harboring lingering misunderstandings from their encounter on the train last year. It was crucial to mitigate the likelihood of further misconceptions. To be candid, ever since that night when Sibyl had held Hall close, and they had spent an entire evening at the entrance of Ilvermorny, Sibyl had not sought him out very often. Hall was quite content with this arrangement and chose to pretend that nothing had transpired that night. Indeed, nothing had occurred. Hall would stake his claim on that, swearing by his nominal father's nose. All right, let us turn the page on this chapter. Before long, their dishes arrived at the table. The culinary offerings at Ilvermorny were abundant and delectable. Hall felt that the dining experience surpassed that at Hogwarts. After all, British cuisine holds a notable reputation globally, rivaling that of Chinese cuisine. As for the nature of this reputation, one must endeavor to sample it firsthand. such as with a dish titled Looking Up at the Stars. Although American cuisine has been shaped by early immigrant influences, it has long since developed its own distinctive character over centuries. The hallmark of American dishes lies in the freshness of the ingredients, with a straightforward cooking process that eschews complexity. Whether roasting, frying, or grilling, there are no elaborate techniques involved. Aside from a few regions, there is little emphasis on slow cooking, nor are there ostentatious garnishes to consider. At that moment, the table was adorned with pan-seared beefsteak, cheese toast, peppered short ribs, and muffins. Hall lifted his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of the pan-seared beefsteak to taste. The flavor was delightful, with a hint of spiciness that was truly pleasing to the palate. The fragrant sauce drizzled over the beef was particularly delectable. He remarked that the cuisine at Ilvermorny was surprisingly exquisite. Had he known, he would have chosen to study here. As he chewed the tender meat, he noted that the dishes were indeed far superior to those at Hogwarts. Harry chuckled in agreement, casually grabbing a piece of toast to munch on. Luna, her gaze distant as if lost in thought, interjected, "Well, you could always transfer to Ilvermorny. Headmaster Seraphina Pickweary has extended an invitation for you to join us. Fulfilling your desire." "Huh, as if that could ever happen. After all, I am a Hogwarts student," Hall replied with a smile, continuing to savor his steak. In that moment, none could have anticipated that their words would resonate with prophetic significance. Years later, Percival Fenwick Hall, the president of the International Wizarding Federation, would reflect in his memoir. A century in retrospect, on the day he stood at the gates of Ilvermorny, greeted warmly by Headmaster Seraphina Pickweary, he would recall his lingering suspicion regarding the familial ties between Luna Scamander, the wife of the renowned magical zoologist Newt Scamander, and Professor Sibyl Trelawney. "Luna, what are you looking at?" Harry inquired, noticing her engrossed in a newspaper. Luna, who often avoided direct eye contact while speaking, finally focused on Harry but seemed to be staring at his hair as she replied, "It's the New York Spectre, the newspaper of the American Wizarding Congress." Hall, who had been enjoying his meal, lifted his head upon hearing Luna mention the publication, and to his astonishment, the front page featured a familiar face, Gellert Grindelwald. Hall felt a lump in his throat as he swallowed his food. Turning to Luna, he simply said, "May I borrow this?" before she had a chance to respond, and took it without hesitation. Hogwarts gazed at the front page of the newspaper, where a photograph of Grindelwald captured his attention. It resembled the moment he had witnessed alongside Dumbledore at Nurmengard, where Grindelwald was curled up in a corner, casting a sinister smile. The image then transitioned to depict the fierce dragons that had been guarding Grindelwald, now fleeing, as a large breach appeared in the walls of Nurmengard. Could it be that Grindelwald had orchestrated an escape? Hall was utterly perplexed. After all, Dumbledore was still alive. How could Grindelwald possibly have escaped from prison? As Hall gazed down, the newspaper proclaimed, Gellert Grindelwald, one of the most malevolent dark wizards of this century, would have been deemed the most terrifying and wicked had it not been for the emergence of the one whose name cannot be spoken in Britain. Grindelwald was a student at Durmstrang in Germany, expelled due to the malevolence of his experiments. His whereabouts thereafter remain a mystery. Before his departure from Durmstrang, Grindelwald left behind an ominous mark that persists to this day. Eventually, he was vanquished by Albus Dumbledore and confined within Nurmengard ever since. According to the International Wizarding Federation, the wizards from Wisingamot have assessed the scene and speculate that Grindelwald had meticulously planned his escape. A section of Rowan Wood and a slain fire dragon were discovered atop the tower of Nurmengard. Thus, we can deduce that someone facilitated the delivery of this Rowan Wood to Nurmengard and assisted Grindelwald in slaying the fire dragon to craft a wand for his escape. The identity of Grindelwald's accomplice remains unknown, yet American wizards in Congress hypothesize that this incident may be linked to Sirius Black's flight from Azkaban. It is highly plausible that Black, seeking vengeance for his former master, the one whose name cannot be uttered, chose to ally with Grindelwald. Therefore, the Magical Congress issues a stern reminder to all American wizards. Although Black's master has consistently targeted Britain, Grindelwald once infiltrated America and mingled with the Magical Congress. Hence, we must remain vigilant regarding our safety. This article was collaboratively penned with renowned British journalist Rita Skeeter. Upon reading the preceding passage, Hall felt a gravity of concern. However, the concluding sentence elicited a chuckle from him. How is it that I can encounter Rita Skeeter's presence even in America? Though laughter bubbled within him, the fact remained. Grindelwald had indeed escaped from prison, a matter of grave significance. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 18. Old Tales After Lunch. Everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs. This afternoon, Hall had no classes, so he decided to explore, for this institution was renowned alongside Hogwarts. At Ilvermorny, There were no convoluted staircases akin to those at Hogwarts. Hall had heard that the labyrinthine design of Hogwarts stemmed from its previous headmaster, Armando Diphead, who had expelled Hagrid based on Tom Riddle's accusations. Hall was somewhat unclear about Diphead's tenure, yet it was said that this headmaster, hailing from Ravenclaw, possessed a childlike spirit, transforming the already intricate Hogwarts castle into a vast maze. This initiative brought joy and novelty to countless young witches and wizards. Yet it ensnared many newcomers and even seasoned students. Thinking of Hogwarts, Paul couldn't help but smile, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. "Excuse me, please." "Thank you." A cheerful female voice called out from behind him, accompanied by a faint voice of a boy in agreement. Paul stood on a narrow staircase, effectively blocking the path. He turned his head and saw behind him a girl clad in a maroon robe of Ilvermorny and a boy dressed in a blue robe. "Excuse me," Hall said, hastily moving upward to allow the two to pass. "Thank you. Are you a wizard from Hogwarts?" The girl, who exuded a more extroverted demeanor, engaged Hall in conversation, while the boy remained comparatively reserved. "I am Agnes Potter, a third-year student from the Horned Serpent House," she introduced. "And this is Glenn Greaves, a student from Thunderbird." "Potter? Apologies, did you say your surname is Potter?" Hall inquired, his surprise evident as he regarded the girl who identified herself as Agnes Potter. Yes. I know I share a surname with that famous Harry Potter from your school," Agnes replied, scratching her head awkwardly. Noticing her discomfort, Hall decided to change the subject. "May I ask where the library is?" he inquired. "If you're looking for the library, I can show you the way. Follow me." This brief encounter at Ilvermorny would later prove significant in the annals of magical history. At that moment, in the office of Ilvermorny's headmistress, Seraphina Pickweary sat on a sofa, her hands intertwined, propping her head up. This formidable witch appeared particularly vulnerable, wearied by the contents of a letter on the table before her. It was correspondence from the American Magical Congress, elegantly presented, with an envelope adorned by a soaring eagle and stars representing all the states of America. The letter was signed by the Congress's president, Cecil O'Brien, directed to Headmistress Pickweary. As she sat there, the door to her office opened, and Professor Fontana entered. "Headmistress, is it those Congress folks again?" he remarked, spotting the letter on the table and offering a rueful smile. "Gilbert, why is it that they cannot comprehend my position?" Headmistress Pickweary asked, her voice heavy with fatigue. Professor Fontana took a seat beside her, seized the letter, and tore it in half. "You needn't take all the blame upon yourself, just as you did when Grindelwald escaped," he counseled. "Your decisions were made for the safety of Ilvermorny and the entire North American magical community, allowing Hogwarts students to attend here." Headmistress Pickweary lifted her gaze to the ceiling. "I understand the reasons, and you do as well, but the members of Congress remain oblivious. Do you believe it? They even suspect I am seeking to regain my position as president of the Congress by cozying up to Hogwarts." Her voice grew fervent as she spoke. Once the president of the American Magical Congress from 1920 to 1928, Pickweary was known for her decisive and imposing political stance. When Heinrich Aberstark of the International Confederation of Wizards accused her, she immediately retorted that the one who allowed Grindelwald to slip away had no right to admonish her. Most wizards held a disdain for such a domineering figure, and she seldom displayed a light-hearted demeanor. Known for her pride, she recalled the arrest of Grindelwald in December 1926. With Newt Scamander's assistance, yet she could not prevent his escape, a humiliation for a witch of her stature. While Heinrich Aberstark had failed to capture Grindelwald, she succeeded but still allowed his flight. Pickweary vividly remembered the flood of critical reports that followed, as her political adversaries seized the opportunity to undermine her. Once a paragon of perfection, recognized by all four houses of Ilvermorny, she had ascended to the presidency of the Congress, yet ultimately resigned in 1928 under public pressure. She returned to her alma mater, taking on the role of defense against the dark arts professor, later becoming vice-headmistress, and ultimately the headmistress. Among her most vocal opponents was Cecil O'Brien, who perhaps feared her. "Headmistress, you are the finest leader Ilvermorny has ever had," Professor Fontana affirmed. "You once stood against the tide, allowing wizards the freedom to indulge in spirits." Pickweary smiled, a rare occurrence. "Indeed, strong spirits should never be prohibited. Being a wizard in America is challenging enough." She chuckled, adding, "Perhaps I should take a page from Dumbledore's book. He seems to maintain a good rapport with his country's minister for magic." "Speaking of Dumbledore," Fontana interjected, "I believe his favorite students are truly remarkable. That Hall Riddle performs splendidly in class." "Is that so?" Pickweary replied. "After all, he is a wizard recognized by all four houses. By the way, Queenie wrote to say that Newt and Tina are coming to Ilvermorny." "Really? We must prepare accordingly," Fontana remarked, reminiscing about past events. playfully teasing Pickweary. Especially given that their local journalist, Rita Skeeter, had claimed that Newt Scamander had broken Seraphina Picquary's heart. If I wish to glean anything accurate from that woman, I must read it inversely, Pickweary laughed. Chapter 19. The library of Ilvermorny is situated in the basement, a vast cavern filled with countless doors, each leading to a trove of magical tomes. Due to the tumultuous circumstances in North America, many dark wizards sought refuge here, leading to occasional violent clashes. To safeguard these invaluable books, Isolde Sayer and her husband, Stuart, concealed them within this subterranean sanctuary, casting numerous protective enchantments, some of which remain effective to this day. Thus, the library of Ilvermorny resembles a labyrinth, akin to the corridors of Hogwarts. One moment, a door may lead to books on potions, and the next, to texts on the history of magic. If you seek a specific book, it is advisable to consult Madame Greengrass, the librarian. Otherwise, finding what you desire may prove challenging. Agnes Potter guided Hall, while Glenn Greaves walked behind, his head bowed. Our restricted section requires the signatures of at least 2 professors for entry. This requirement is indeed stricter than that of Hogwarts, necessitating the signatures of at least 2 professors. This measure effectively prevents situations akin to last year's incident where a young wizard from Hogwarts deceitfully obtained a permission slip from Lockhart to access the restricted section. Hall approached a wooden door, extending his hand to caress its surface. The texture was coarse, marked by the passage of time with numerous vestiges of age. Despite the protective enchantments, the nearly 3 to 4 centuries of weathering had undeniably left their imprint. With a firm push, Hall opened the door, which creaked silently. He keenly sensed the magical residues lingering on the doorframe. Upon closer inspection, he observed a faint, almost ethereal bluish luminescence delineating the boundaries of the doorframe. Although Hall felt a sense of familiarity with this magical aura, he could not immediately recall its origin. It was the enchantment left by Lady Isosceles, the founder of Epheimone, which had been continuously reinforced and perfected by each subsequent headmaster of Epheimone. Agnes noticed Hall's attention to the magic on the doorframe and began to elaborate. Hall no longer lingered at the threshold but stepped inside. Previously standing at the entrance, he was perhaps hindered by the enchantment of the doorframe, which only allowed him to discern the true nature of the interior upon crossing the threshold. It was remarkably clean and orderly. The walls were adorned with flickering torches, their bright flames casting a warm glow rather than a somber shadow. The room was lined with lengthy bookshelves, and upon a rough estimate, it housed hundreds of volumes. Quietly resting in anticipation of a curious reader to peruse their pages, Hall casually picked up a book that bore no title and flipped through its pages, discovering it to be a tome dedicated to the marvelous creatures of yore. However, upon examining its contents, it became evident that this volume was quite antiquated, as it chronicled fantastical beings that had long since perished millennia ago. Thus, it could be deemed a relic of a bygone era, lacking in contemporary relevance. Just as Hall was about to return the book to its shelf, a question suddenly sprang to mind. This book described wondrous creatures from approximately 1,000 years ago, whereas the history of Epheimone, and indeed the entire North American magical community, spans no more than 3 or 4 centuries. What, then, does this book signify? Hall examined the book more closely and noticed a line inscribed on the title page, "For the crude individual who delights in wielding a sword against magical creatures may engage his mind before taking action." The handwriting was robust and vigorous, and despite the passage of time, the sharpness of the writer's penmanship remained palpable. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Hall felt an urge to scrutinize this book further. Thus, he refrained from returning it to the shelf and instead took it with him as he stepped outside. Outside, Agnes and Glenn observed Hall's emergence and promptly approached him. "Hall, how are you? Isn't the collection at Ilvermorny vast? How does it compare to your Hogwarts?" Agnes exclaimed with a natural sense of pride. Even Glenn, the typically reticent boy, sparkled with enthusiasm at her side. "Indeed, I had not anticipated the richness of your library at Ilvermorny. However," Hall puffed out his chest and cleared his throat, "this does not indicate much. Hogwarts is, without a doubt, the finest wizarding school in the world. Honestly, how could one disgrace their alma mater while abroad?" Hall thought, sensing Agnes's intention to challenge Hogwarts. "Humph, that is debatable. Our Ilvermorny is the premier magical institution," Agnes countered. "I believe Agnes is correct. Ilvermorny is indeed the best wizarding school." Glenn mustered his courage, shedding his earlier timidity. "TCH, let me tell you." At Hogwarts, Hall's words were abruptly interrupted by an eerie sensation as a delicate, boneless hand settled upon his shoulder. "Ah," Hall exclaimed, startled, nearly drawing his wand to cast a stunning spell behind him. Yet, He restrained himself upon recognizing the figure standing behind him, a familiar face. It was Sibyl Trelawney, the enchantress. In his mind, Hall cursed softly, yet he maintained a smile on his face as he addressed, "Miss Trelawney, what brings you here?" At that moment, Cypher was clad in the Slytherin robes of Hogwarts, cradling a stack of books in her arms. Her dark gray curls were gathered casually into a ponytail, exuding an air of competence. She was devoid of her usual spectacles, which lent her a certain allure, diminishing the scholarly aura she typically embodied. "This is the Library of Ilvermorny. If you can come, why can't I?" Cypher replied with a smile, her amber eyes curving into crescent shapes, radiating beauty. "By the way, Riddle, thank you for that evening. I have never felt so at ease. I shall seek you out again next time." With that, the enchantress turned and strode away, treating Agnes and Glenn as if they were mere specters, displaying a degree of rudeness and seeming oblivious to their presence. However, it appeared that now was not the time for such thoughts. Hall glanced at the expressions of Agnes and Glenn, which seemed somewhat nuanced. The earlier remarks made by that witch from Hogwarts, Friedrich, about that night, comfortable, next time, appeared to evoke certain inappropriate connotations. Hall intended to articulate something, but before he could finish, Agnes interrupted him. "No need for explanations. We understand. We understand." Agnes and Glenn smiled. "What do you mean you understand?" Hall exclaimed. "Hey, such matters should not be casually discussed, all right? Rumors are concocted by people like you." He insisted. "That night, I merely held that enchantress. Nothing untoward occurred. Actually, I do have a girlfriend." Hall attempted to clarify, but Agnes interjected confidently, "Rest assured, when we meet your girlfriend, Glenn and I will not speak a word nor know anything." Glenn nodded in agreement. In exasperation, Hall could only gaze up at the ceiling. Chapter 20. Shadows. After bidding farewell to the newly acquainted Agnes and Glenn, Hall returned to the Hogwarts dormitory, clutching the nameless book. The dormitory arranged by Epheimone for the young wizards at Hogwarts consisted of double rooms, and Hall was sharing his with Harry. At that moment, Harry had yet to return. Leaving Hall alone in the room, Hall once again opened the book, and the script on the title page always evoked a sense of familiarity within him. This feeling was not derived from having seen the handwriting before, but rather from the impression that it belonged to someone he had encountered. As he turned to the main text, the first creature introduced was the Manticore, a perilous beast originating from Greece, characterized by a human head, a lion's body, and a scorpion's tail. Its hide is nearly impervious to all known spells, and a single sting from it would result in immediate death. A fact Hall remembered vividly from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. However, this book claimed that there exists a 2-foot-wide, unprotected area at the Manticore's throat, and a direct strike there could bring the creature down in one blow. But is that truly the case? Hall believes that scholars who study magical creatures would undoubtedly not overlook the so-called flaw present in the deceased Manticore. Hall opened the next page, which introduced the Phoenix. Upon examination, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Hadn't he closely observed Dumbledore's Phoenix? The disparity was striking. Furthermore, the subsequent descriptions of creatures such as the bird snake and the venomous tentacula, as well as the Niven snake, bore little resemblance to reality. How could a book so rife with inaccuracies find its way into the library of Epheimone? Hall shook his head. This was not his concern. He casually placed the book on the bed and then rose to take a leisurely stroll outside. Hogwarts. If it can be said that the students of Hogwarts particularly yearned for Professor Snape's return due to Professor Campbell's unique teaching style, then Transfiguration presents a different narrative altogether. Professor Morse, both in the classroom and in private, treats his students with remarkable kindness. He is a person of refined manners and striking handsomeness, quickly winning the admiration of numerous students at Hogwarts, as well as many of his colleagues. Some professors, in private conversations, have openly expressed their hope that Professor Morse will remain at Hogwarts for an extended period. However, one cannot help but wonder how Professor McGonagall would react upon hearing such sentiments. "All right, class, it is time to conclude," Professor Morse announced from the podium, expressing his regret to the students below. The students mirrored his sentiment, for indeed, Professor Morse was exceptional. In comparison to Professor Campbell, he was like heaven and earth. Moreover, the charming Professor Morse had reportedly received several love letters from a number of seventh-year witches. Yet, among the throngs of Hogwarts students, there was one individual who did not share the enthusiasm for Professor Morse, Neville Longbottom. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mr. Longbottom always felt a peculiar discomfort in the presence of Professor Morse. Surprisingly, he had developed an unexpected fondness for Professor Campbell's potions class. It was well known that Neville excelled in herbology, earning him the favor of Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. However, due to a certain widely acknowledged yet unspoken reason. Professor Sprout had recently taken a leave of absence under the guise of paid recuperation. Yet, anyone with keen eyesight at Hogwarts could discern the true cause of her absence. Logically, one would assume that Neville would harbor at least a mild aversion towards Professor Campbell, yet the opposite was true. Ever since that fateful potions class, Neville found himself frequently lingering after class to seek Professor Campbell's guidance, even when the professor spoke to him in a harsh manner. This baffled many within Hogwarts, though it was ultimately deemed a trivial matter. Now, as class concluded, the potions classroom had grown dim, with many of the torches on the walls extinguished. At that moment, Neville was engaged in a discussion with Professor Campbell. Professor, since Moonstone can soothe and alleviate agitation and anxiety, could it be used to create a potion for emotional stability? Neville inquired cautiously. Mr. Longbottom, you have been asking me about ingredients for emotional stability potions for quite some time. Are you feeling unwell lately? Professor Campbell replied, unusually soft-spoken. No, I am merely curious about potions, Neville hastily retorted. Child, I believe you need not deceive me, nor do I wish to be deceived. Professor Campbell fixed Neville with a penetrating gaze, then lowered his voice. Your former professor, Snape, while I do not regard him as an exemplary teacher, was indeed a rare master of potions. Why did you not seek his counsel? With his head bowed, Neville murmured, Professor, I heard that you once used a potion on a Hufflepuff student, swiftly restoring him from a state of confusion caused by poisoning. I wish to know about that potion. Child, does a family member of yours suffer from such ailments? Professor Campbell retrieved the potion Neville referred to. It was a delicate crystal vial, containing a pale golden potion that emitted a faint glow. Neville's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. However, Professor Campbell shook his head. This potion does indeed alleviate confusion caused by potions, but it is effective only for potion-induced conditions. If your family member is ill, it would be best to take them to St. Mungo's. In that moment, it was as though a light had extinguished in Neville's eyes, his expression turning despondent as he turned to exit the room. Perhaps Neville's demeanor stirred something within Professor Campbell, for he called out to him, Child, while I cannot assist your family member, I hope you will visit me here often. You are always welcome. Professor Campbell smiled, a rare brightness illuminating his previously shadowed visage. Neville heard his words and turned back to express his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Campbell, he said before leaving the potions classroom. Professor Campbell stood at the podium, closing his eyes as he murmured to himself, Since you have come, why not reveal yourself? As soon as he spoke, the torches around the room flickered violently, their flames transforming into streaks of light that darted into the shadows of the potions classroom, only to vanish. With the extinguishing of the flames, the entire classroom plunged into darkness, leaving only a faint glow near the door where Professor Campbell stood. From within the shadows, a tall, slender figure materialized. Are you particularly interested in this child? The figure inquired. Professor Campbell raised his gaze to the ceiling as if engaging in a soliloquy with the shadowy presence. Indeed. When I see this child, I am reminded of my younger self, save for the talent, of course. Ah, we have aged, haven't we? Observing these children is akin to seeing our former selves. The figure sighed, sharing a sense of nostalgia. These two individuals, both having tasted the bittersweet essence of life far too early, found a kindred spirit in one another. Professor Campbell whimsically remarked, My great-aunt was indeed astute, though she may have aged to the point of forgetting her own words. Indeed, this child, much like Harry, has endured the trials of life, the figure mused, eliciting a chuckle from Professor Campbell. Harry? Harry Potter? His laughter took on a wild edge. Such trivial hardships qualify as the trials of life? I believe you know whom I am referencing. After a moment of silence from the shadowy figure, several streaks of flame erupted from the darkness and returned to the torches, revealing a faint silhouette once more. Chapter 21. The arrival time flows like a rushing river, from west to east, never to return. The wizards of Hogwarts had been residing at Ilvermorny for a month, during which life had been quite tranquil. On this particular day, Hall arose early, as was his custom, to partake in his morning jog. As he passed through the grand gates of Ilvermorny, he observed a gathering of individuals. At the forefront stood Professor Fontana, flanked by 7 or 8 students from Ilvermorny, among them Agnes and Glenn. Professor Fontana, are you awaiting someone? Hall inquired, noticing the apparent anticipation in the air. Professor Fontana, recognizing Hall's presence and considering the significance of today's visitor in relation to Hogwarts and Dumbledore, replied with a smile, Mr. Riddle, indeed I am waiting for someone. And this individual bears a substantial connection to you. Oh? This piqued Hall's curiosity, and just as he was about to press for further details, a sudden clap of thunder resonated in the distance. Ilvermorny, perched atop the Greylock Mountain, was enveloped in a misty haze, but the thunderclap cleaved through the clouds, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning that sliced through the sky like a keen dagger. A magnificent six-winged avian creature soared towards them, and upon its back, a figure could be disowned. "They have arrived," Professor Fontana exclaimed with palpable excitement. Observing the professor's demeanor, Hall felt reassured. It was likely not an attack from adversaries. Thus, he relaxed the grip on the wand concealed within the sleeve of his robe. However, Hall gazed at the six-winged, bipedal bird soaring ahead, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, it appeared reminiscent of a magical creature depicted on the emblem of Ilvermorny. The insignia of Ilvermorny bore a striking resemblance to that of Hogwarts, as both featured four animals symbolizing their respective houses. However, while Hogwarts creatures were merely ordinary animals, Ilvermorny's were four indigenous magical beings from North America: the horned serpent, the Pukwudgie, the Snallygaster, and the Thunderbird before him. Riding such a totemic creature from another school, did he not fear the repercussions? Before Hall could ponder further, the Thunderbird swiftly descended, and he discerned the figure perched upon its back, a venerable gentleman. With a mane of white hair and a scarf of yellow and black draped around his neck, he exuded an air of vitality, embodying a restless spirit, albeit of a more measured nature than that of Gryffindor. The elder leapt down from the Thunderbird, affectionately stroking its neck, to which the creature responded with a gentle nudge of its beak against the man's chest, a gesture of intimacy. "Newt, it's been ages." Professor Fontana approached warmly, addressing the elderly gentleman. "Where is Tina? Did she not come as promised?" Queenie mentioned that the sisters hadn't seen each other in quite some time. Newt turned to grasp Professor Fontana's hand, replying, "Indeed, it has been a while, Agilbert. Tina intended to join us, yet this year marks Rolf's enrollment at Hogwarts, and she has been concerned about his adjustment there, hence her decision to remain in England. Little Scamander is of school age now. How time flies. The last time I saw that child, he was merely a year old," Professor Fontana remarked. "But why not send Rolf to Ilvermorny? We are, after all, the finest magic school in the world." "Not true. Hogwarts is the best magic school in the world," Hall and Newt exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Newt noticed a young wizard standing nearby, clad in a Hogwarts robe. The emblem on his chest indicated he belonged to Gryffindor. "You are a Gryffindor wizard. Could it be that you are Harry?" Newt began, but upon observing the absence of the distinctive lightning scar on the boy's forehead, he reconsidered and said, "You must be Hall Riddle. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you in his letter to me." Hall gazed at the elderly gentleman, recognizing from the scarf wrapped around his neck that he must be a wizard from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. Moreover, Professor Fontana's reference to him as Newt, coupled with the old man's affectionate demeanor towards magical creatures, confirmed it. Was this not Newt Scamander from Fantastic Beasts? "Good day, Mr. Scamander," Hall introduced himself. "I am Hall Riddle, and I have also heard your name mentioned by Professor Dumbledore." Hall mused. Indeed, it had been mentioned. In his first year, Dumbledore had used Newt Scamander as a cautionary tale to intimidate Hall, warning him that Dumbledore was always vigilant regarding his actions. That impression was certainly familiar. Newt, unaware of the underlying context, replied with a smile, "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed." Hall barely restrained himself from retorting, "Say that again, and I shall strike you." However, he refrained, cognizant that Mr. Scamander was of considerable age, 23 years senior to Professor McGonagall. A careless blow could lead to serious consequences, and Hall certainly did not possess an abundance of galleons to spare. In recent years, Hall has essentially been working for Dumbledore, assisting him with various errands. His tuition has been covered by scholarships, with Dumbledore occasionally providing him with new textbooks. Although Hall possesses a few extra galleons once he transports someone to St. Mungo's, the medical expenses, compensation for emotional distress, and lost wages might lead to that old fellow demanding a hefty sum, especially considering his responsibility for numerous magical creatures, which also incur considerable costs. Speaking of Newt Scamander's magical creatures, Hall recalled that during the Christmas of his first year, he had seen Scamander's case in the possession of Nicodemus, raising the question of where those magical creatures are currently housed. "Let us not linger here in conversation. Let us proceed inside," Professor Fontana suggested, leading everyone into the castle. It certainly was not ideal to stand at the entrance as the wind swept through, and atop the mountain, the chill was biting. Thinking of this, Hall retrieved a thermos from a small bag at his waist that had not seen the light of day for a while. Pouring himself some warm red date and goji berry tea, the warmth was comforting, and thus, they all entered the castle together. On the evening of September 24th, 2018, At Hogwarts Castle, the young wizards felt an inexplicable notion that their headmaster, Percival Phoenix Halriddle Potter, might have lost his sanity. Scorpius Malfoy and Albus Potter found themselves eagerly awaiting the evening feast at the Slytherin Long Table. Since the departure of former headmaster Minerva McGonagall last summer, the young Professor Potter had taken the helm as the new headmaster. His first significant act was to radically reform the Hogwarts kitchen, leading to Albus Severus Potter experiencing the most delectable feast ever served at Hogwarts upon his initial arrival. The banquet featured an array of sumptuous dishes: steamed lamb, braised bear paws, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, salted duck, sauce chicken, cured meats, and more. According to the house elves in the kitchen, when the plates were collected, they discovered that they no longer needed washing, as they could see their reflections in them. From that day forth, the weight of Hogwarts wizards began to rise sharply. In concern for the students' health, a coalition of parents petitioned Headmaster Potter to regulate the food supply at Hogwarts. This petition faced staunch opposition from the students, some even threatening to withdraw from school. The Ministry of Magic dispatched the head of the Auror Office, Mr. Harry Potter, to investigate whether Headmaster Potter had been using some unknown mind-controlling potion in the food. In response, Headmaster Potter simply chuckled and graciously opened the Hogwarts kitchen for the Aurors to inspect, which revealed nothing amiss. However, this incident brought fame to Hogwarts cuisine. Consequently, the ever-entrepreneurial Headmaster Potter opened a restaurant named the Hogwarts Outpost in Hogsmeade, attracting countless wizards and amassing considerable wealth. This led the 12 governors of Hogwarts to realize that this headmaster might be beyond their control. Returning our focus to the events at Hogwarts that evening. Despite the adjustments made to the menu due to parental complaints, the food remained delightful. Yet, as Albus Potter gazed at his plate containing mere biscuits, he lamented, "Uncle, where are the braised pork and the sweet and sour fish? What about the Buddha jumps over the wall?" Alas, no amount of protest from Albus could sway the situation. That evening, for reasons unknown, Uncle Percival was absent from the headmaster's table, perhaps daunted by the palpable discontent radiating from the hall, where all 4 house heads and a multitude of students were gathered. "Albus, what is your uncle thinking?" Scorpius Malfoy inquired, voicing his complaint. Curiously, despite the long-standing rivalry between their fathers, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, Albus and Scorpius had forged a strong friendship, with Scorpius seemingly harboring a fondness for Albus's cousin, Rose Weasley. The relationship between the Malfoy and Weasley families might be on the verge of transformation. During this past summer, when Uncle Percival visited their home, he had mentioned something to Albus's mother, yet Albus could not grasp its meaning. "Albus, why aren't you eating? This is Uncle Percival's culinary delight. Don't you usually love his food?" James Sirius Potter exclaimed, suddenly slapping Albus on the shoulder, causing the biscuit in his hand to tumble back onto the plate. "James." Albus glared at his playful brother, only for James to stick out his tongue and dash away. Just as Albus contemplated casting a curse on his brother, the Slytherin ghost, Bloody Baron, floated through the wall. "Has anyone seen Peeves?" His booming voice echoed, prompting nearby young wizards to cover their ears. At that moment, Peeves was perched at the professor's table, teasing Professor Friedrich. Such a nuisance, Albus thought to himself, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Bloody Baron. According to James, during his own first year in 2015, Peeves, who had previously been fearless, had allied himself with the rather charming yet sinister Professor Friedrich. At present, Professor Friedrich, adorned with her gold-rimmed glasses and seemingly ageless face, savored the very biscuit Albus had just hesitated to eat. Albus, feeling his cheeks flush at the sight of Aunt Sibyl, eventually lowered his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the biscuit once more, glancing at Aunt Sibyl, and took a tentative bite. "Ugh, how dreadful," he exclaimed, spitting out the 5-nut mooncake. He simply could not fathom why Uncle Percival would serve such a dish. At this moment, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was rife with discontent. Yet Headmaster Potter paid little heed to it. He currently stood atop the astronomical tower, gazing skyward. The brisk wind rustled his robes, but his figure remained steadfast and unyielding, as solid as a rock. A full moon hung high in the sky, and Percival's gaze was melancholic as he reminisced about the past. Casually, he caught sight of the crimson mark on his right arm and smiled faintly. "Voldemort, it was you who granted me a second chance at life. I still bear the name Riddle. Perhaps that evens the score." Chapter 22. The remnants of Grindelwald. As evening descended, a gentle breeze swept over Ilvermorny, with the sun sinking low and the moon appearing intermittently. It seemed a tranquil, ordinary night, devoid of any impending events. However, at the base of Greylock Mountain, a throng of elderly wizards clad in black robes congregated, their eyes fixated on the summit where the castle of Ilvermorny lingered amidst the clouds. Greller, is what you say truly accurate? Inquired one elder wizard, addressing the one at the forefront with a tone that could hardly be deemed respectful. Greller, however, did not turn around. He simply replied, I am no coward. After Lord Grindelwald was vanquished by Dumbledore, you all went into hiding. The elder who had questioned Greller flushed with indignation, his face alternating shades of red and white as he gritted his teeth. Fine. I am a coward. Had I not concealed myself in time, would you lot have a place to reside? Could you possibly await the day when Lord Grindelwald reemerges? Greller turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the agitated elder, and languidly remarked, I do not deny your contributions, but had it not been for your timidity, we might have captured that silent one. He escaped from your grasp. The elder drew his wand, pointing it at Greller. But those nearby would not allow the situation to escalate into conflict. Calm down. Are we here to engage in infighting tonight? Another elder spoke up. We are all sinners in Lord Grindelwald's eyes. Only by successfully rectifying the errors of the past can we face him with dignity. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, were they not all loyal followers of Lord Grindelwald standing there? The mistakes of yesteryear had lingered for far too long. Now that Lord Grindelwald had returned, how could they not strive to make amends? Within the Ilvermorny castle, everyone, including the wizards from Hogwarts, gathered in the circular hall designated for the sorting ceremony. Headmistress Pickery stood at the forefront of the circular seating, raising her hand to signal for quiet among the young wizards. Dear students, today we welcome another friend from Britain. With a gesture, Pickery indicated for Newt to rise. Newt Scamander stood and bowed to the assembly before resuming his seat. Mr. Scamander is a guest from our American magical community. During my tenure as chairman of the Magical Congress, due to Grindelwald's actions, our magical community was exposed to the entire city. Yet, at the critical juncture, it was Mr. Scamander who aided us in erasing the memories of the entire city, thus averting our exposure. Hole, is Mr. Scamander truly that formidable? Harry remarked to the boy seated next to him. Erasing the memories of an entire city seems utterly impossible. Hall gazed at Harry with an almost bewildered expression, earnestly imploring. Harry, might you consider delving into some literature? Newt Scamander is a renowned magizoologist, not a wizard particularly adept in memory charms. It is undoubtedly through his mastery of magical creatures that he has managed to erase an entire city's memories of muggles. Is that not so? Harry responded. Then Mr. Scamander must be British. He surely was a student at Hogwarts, likely a Gryffindor. Hall was utterly speechless. He retrieved a chocolate frog card from his small bag and remarked, Have you never seen him on a chocolate frog card? He was a wizard from Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts and later earned the second-class Merlin Medal for his remarkable contributions to the field of magical creatures. Gazing at the card, Harry scratched his head and murmured, Ron said this is a rare card. How could I have come across it so easily? Rare card? Hall scoffed. This was given to me by the saleswoman when I bought chocolate frogs on the train, as I didn't ask for change. She mentioned that these packs could contain rare cards. Oh, so that is why Ron has never found a rare card? Harry pondered, contemplating whether to share this revelation with Ron upon their return to Hogwarts. This visit from Mr. Scamander to Ilvermorny was intended to foster magical exchange between our two nations. I hope that all of you can showcase the splendor of Ilvermorny before Mr. Scamander, demonstrating that we are the finest wizarding school in the magical world. Headmaster Pickweary spoke passionately, yet seated beside her, Newt, Professor McGonagall, and Snape coughed in unison, their coughs resonating loudly. Headmaster Pickweary was compelled to pause her speech, casting a glance at the three individuals hailing from Hogwarts. The eldest among them, Newt, who was most familiar with Headmaster Pickweary, stood up and declared, Seraphina, I believe Hogwarts is undoubtedly the best wizarding school in the world. Unfazed, Headmaster Pickweary replied calmly, I maintain that Ilvermorny is the superior institution, as we have never been threatened by dark forces. This indicates that those dark forces dare not encroach upon Ilvermorny. We can claim to be the safest magical school. Before Headmaster Pickweary could finish her statement, a resounding crash echoed through the room. The very wall before them had been breached. Several elderly wizards mounted on flying brooms burst into the chamber, and in that instant, their leader raised his wand to the sky, casting a sigil. It was a massive triangle enclosing a circle, bisected by a straight vertical line. Grindelwald, cried out the professors of Ilvermorny, while Hall quietly murmured, the Deathly Hallows. Hall sat in the stands, observing the sudden appearance of several elderly men below. Their eyes were filled with fervor, their right hands gripping wands, while their left hands proudly displayed the Deathly Hallows necklace hanging around their necks. At this sight, Hall pondered whether these old gentlemen were attempting to amuse him. With so many wizards present, even if Grindelwald himself were to appear, he might find the presence of over 1,000 wizards overwhelming. It is worth noting that even Voldemort had amassed werewolves, giants, acromantulas, and a cadre of Death Eaters before he dared to assault Hogwarts. Were these gentlemen losing their wits? While it was humorous, the expression on Headmaster Picquary's face was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, he had asserted that Ilvermorny would not be besieged by dark forces. Yet now they had brazenly invaded, leading him to question whether these were simply jesters sent by Hogwarts. Not to mention, even if Grindelwald himself appeared, he would not be intimidated. Picquary, a man who would not allow his dignity to be trampled, immediately drew his wand upon seeing the old men. Flames erupted. Picquary unleashed a powerful spell, and a fire column as thick as 3 men embraced surged forth, seemingly intent on incinerating the elderly men. However, they were not foolish. If they had not been prepared, they would not have dared to approach so boldly. Consequently, 2 or 3 of them managed to withstand Picquary's flames, while others hurled several glass orbs containing a mysterious black smoke. With a crash, the orbs shattered, releasing the black mist that swiftly began to spread. Several Ilvermorny students, positioned too closely, were enveloped by this shadowy substance. In that instant, the skin that came into contact began to rot. From his elevated position, Headmaster Picquary exclaimed, "Myrmerium. This is Myrmerium." Yet beside him, Newt frowned and remarked, "No, this is not right. Myrmerium does not manifest this way, but indeed, it bears the essence and characteristics of Myrmerium." Before Newt could elaborate further, the ominous black mist from the shattered orbs began to advance toward them. Danger loomed. In an instant, the entity resembling Myrmerium closed in on Headmaster Picquary. However, with so many wizards present, how could they remain inactive? Beside Picquary, 3 spells struck the black mist, cast by Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Fontana. These spells hit the mist, but did not disperse it entirely. They merely weakened its form and slowed its advance. Nevertheless, that was sufficient, as all within the mist's reach leaped away, evading the assault. All students in 5th year and above remained, while the others fled. After jumping down, Headmaster Picquary immediately organized the students' retreat. The mysterious black mist was too formidable. Ordinary students had no means to resist it, sacrificing a few to secure the greater good. The 7 or 8 old wizards shouted the slogans of Grindelwald's followers from years past. In addition to the ferocious black mist, these diehard supporters of Grindelwald relentlessly cast spells. Had it not been for the Ilvermorny students' solid practical training in defense against the dark arts, coupled with their professor's protection, they would have faced dire consequences. The Ilvermorny students obediently followed Headmaster Picquary's orders, retreating as instructed. However, a few from Hogwarts leaped into action, such as certain Gryffindor lions. "Harry, you must not go," Hall admonished fiercely, tugging him back to safety. "No. The professors are fighting, and Percy, Wood, and Angelina are there too. I cannot just stand by," Harry shouted. Seeing the impetuous Harry, Hall swiftly cast a stunning spell upon him. How reckless! The danger ahead was palpable, especially with the ominous entity resembling Myrmerium. Even Professors McGonagall and Snape were troubled by the black mist. What could Harry hope to achieve? Hall's prowess is indeed formidable, surpassing that of several professors at Hogwarts. Yet, even formidable wizards like Professor McGonagall find themselves perplexed by certain challenges that Hall cannot easily overcome. During his 2nd year, Hall did manage to defeat Professor McGonagall. But that duel did not accurately reflect her capabilities. Hall struggled to fend off McGonagall's attacks, while she seemed to handle his with remarkable ease. Had it not been for McGonagall's momentary distraction, failing to anticipate that Hall's disillusionment charm had reached a level of silent casting, she likely would not have been bested by him. Overall, even though Hall's strength has grown since last year, he would not prevail against Professor McGonagall in a duel. Given the perilous circumstances ahead, it is likely that even the professors can only muster enough strength for self-preservation against the encroaching darkness. If Hall were to engage, it would be tantamount to delivering himself as an offering. In this regard, Hall exhibits a touch of Slytherin's prudence in self-preservation. However, when confronted with challenges he must face alone, he does not shy away. While Dumbledore often remarks that the sorting hat ceremony at Hogwarts lacks a certain level of thoroughness, there is some merit to his claim. Once they reached a safer area, all the young wizards awaited the conclusion of the battle under the guidance of their 4th-year prefects. "Ha ha, Riddle, aren't you Gryffindors supposed to be brave? Why don't you take action?" Draco suddenly quipped to Hall. Hall glanced with a sidelong eye. "Last year, He had frightened Lucius. Presumably at Lucius's behest, Draco had behaved himself rather well. However, it seemed that the itch for mischief had returned. Draco, I believe you ought to watch your tongue, Hall remarked with a sinister smile directed at Draco. The latter, upon witnessing that ominous grin, instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard as he stammered, I shall inform my father. Ah, how could he forget that last year, due to unforeseen circumstances, Lucius had not been expelled from the Hogwarts board? Yet, the thought of Draco attempting to leverage his father was rather amusing. Your father is indeed quite impressive, Hall mused, sensing Draco's newfound bravado. However, at that moment, the poor Draco was blissfully unaware of the fear etched on his father's face last summer when he had cautioned him against provoking Hall. Humph. It seems you have some sense. Very well, I shall permit you to be my follower, Draco declared, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Observing Draco's demeanor, Hall was reminded of the so-called little tyrants he had encountered in kindergarten. One could only hope this child would mature. His behavior was exceedingly juvenile. A follower? Hall stifled a laugh. That sounds delightful. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall gladly be your follower. Otherwise, you will serve as mine. Draco's previously haughty expression faltered, a faint blush spreading across his pale cheeks. Seeing Draco in such a state, Hall was reminded of a certain hypothesis from a past life, which made his gaze toward Draco take on an odd quality. Yet, Draco remained oblivious to Hall's peculiar look, merely retorting, "Just you wait," before hastily departing. As Draco rushed away, Hall felt a sudden conviction that his earlier speculation might indeed hold some truth. Goodness, am I truly that alluring? I am hardly the kind of person who exudes captivating charm, he mused, pondering whether the boy might be genuinely taken with him. Hall shook his head, striving to cast off such unhealthy thoughts while silently reciting the 8 virtues and 8 vices in his mind. After a considerable effort to regain his composure, he began to contemplate the ominous black mist ahead. Although they remained in their current position, the sounds of the intense battle in the distance still reached their ears, suggesting that the conflict was far from over. Although Hall had never encountered the entity known as Mirror Moran, he had overheard the conversation between Principal Pigwidgeon and Mr. Scamander. The eerie black mist seemed to emanate from Mirror Moran, yet it appeared to possess some distinctions. Mirror Moran originated centuries ago, during a time when wizards had not yet concealed their existence from muggles. Wizards were mercilessly slaughtered by muggles, and those who had mastered their magical abilities managed to elude persecution by employing their learned spells. However, the young witches and wizards who had not undergone systematic training in magic faced a different fate. In a desperate bid for safety, they suppressed their magical powers. Yet they lacked the knowledge to harness and control their abilities, giving rise to Mirror Moran. This phenomenon represents an exceedingly unstable and uncontrollable form of dark magic. Once Mirror Moran detaches from its host, it becomes a threat to others before vanishing without a trace. The host, referred to as a Mirror Moran, typically does not survive beyond the tender age of 10, with many succumbing even earlier. Grindelwald held a deep fascination for this peculiar entity and even pursued the mastery of Mirror Moran, a curiosity that may have stemmed from his connection to Albus Dumbledore's younger sister, Ariana. Years ago, when Ariana was merely 6, she had revealed her magical prowess to 3 Muggle boys, which incited them to assault her. Consequently, Ariana renounced the use of magic, yet she could not escape its grasp. Gradually, she transformed into a Mirror Moran. Perhaps Grindelwald had heard from Dumbledore about how his sister inadvertently caused the death of their mother, Kendra Dumbledore, which piqued his interest. What sort of power could enable a girl, who had never studied magic, to successfully slay an adult wizard? Hall was indeed quite curious about these long-standing matters. However, each time he witnessed Dumbledore's sorrowful demeanor while mentioning his sister, he found himself at a loss for words. As Hall pondered in silence, a sudden resounding voice echoed from outside. Chapter 24, Prophecy. Prophecy. Just as Hall was contemplating the silent and the silently contemplative, a robust voice pierced the atmosphere. The Magical Congress of the United States. The Magical Congress of the United States? It appeared that the American wizards had arrived. At this thought, Hall abruptly recalled another matter. Luna, could you come here for a moment? He approached Luna and inquired, would you be able to lend me your necklace? In her mind, Luna regarded her Deathly Hallows necklace merely as a motif from a storybook. However, for the American wizards, who had suffered under Grindelwald's shadow, this emblem held a different significance. If the Aurors from the Magical Congress happened to see it, it was rumored that in the American magical community, the Magical Congress had the authority to impose the death penalty. Do you want my necklace? Very well. I believe this could help prevent you from being beset by pesky attacks. As she spoke, Luna removed the butterbeer cork necklace from around her neck. Hall gazed at the necklace of butterbeer bottle caps resting in his hands, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. It was another necklace entirely. Oh, very well. Luna reclaimed the butterbeer bottle cap necklace, then removed the other necklace featuring the Deathly Hallows symbol and presented it to Hall. Upon receiving the necklace, Hall was about to return to Harry. After all, he had knocked him unconscious. However, at that moment, an elderly wizard, bloodied and battered, suddenly burst through the door. Seemingly one of Grindelwald's followers. The old wizard surveyed the young sorcerers in the room with a twisted expression, revealing a malevolent grin. As the young sorcerers beheld this intrusion, panic ensued, and they completely forgot to wield their wands in defense. Truly, with so many of them, it was bewildering that they would succumb to such terror upon seeing a single, evidently injured old man. In an instant, Hall brandished his wand, poised to cast a spell, when a voice erupted behind him. Avada Kedavra! The ghastly green light of the curse nearly grazed Hall's body, striking directly at the old man, whose face was still twisted with a sinister grin. The old man, hit by the malevolent green light, was filled with disbelief in his eyes before collapsing straight to the ground, still clutching a glass sphere enveloped in dark mist. Hall did not go to inspect the corpse of the old man. Instead, he sought to uncover who had employed the Evaso curse. For the deceased inspire a sense of security, while it is the living who evoke genuine dread. As Hall turned his head, he beheld the familiar silhouette. With dark gray curls and gold-rimmed glasses, her expression bore no trace of mirth. The young witch seemed to sense Hall's gaze, promptly lifting her head to meet his eyes. At this moment, Professor Trelawney of Hogwarts found herself free from classes, busily preparing the tea leaves required for her next lesson while pinning a request to Professor Dumbledore, hoping he might allocate some galleons for the purchase of essential tea and smoke-producing powder. As she hummed a whimsical tune, a figure entered through the door. Raising her gaze, she recognized it was Professor Morse. With a warm smile, she greeted the young and handsome professor, remarking on his recent streak of good fortune, suggesting that auspicious events might be on the horizon. Thank you for your kind wishes, Professor Trelawney, Morse replied as he settled onto a nearby stool. I would like to inquire about the nature of prophecy. What exactly does it signify? Dear Professor Morse, what prompts such a question? Trelawney asked, her voice ethereal as she continued to write her letter. Prophecy is a remarkable phenomenon. We remain uncertain of its origins. Yet we can assert that it presents a fragment of our future. I seek to understand its significance from the perspective of someone like you, a seer. If my inquiry is intrusive, please feel free to refrain from answering, Morse responded tactfully. Trelawney chuckled lightly, taking a small sip from her nearby sherry. You possess a way with words, Morse. Ahem, for seers like us, prophecy is merely a method to achieve the outcomes it foretells. At these words, Morse's expression froze, seemingly caught off guard by Trelawney's candidness. Noticing his bewilderment, she could not help but laugh. Let me enlighten you. The future is inherently uncertain. It lacks a definitive conclusion. We can never predict precisely what will occur in the next moment. No one can know the future with certainty. It all hinges on the choices we make. Thus, prophecy depends on the decisions and choices of those involved. As Morse contemplated her words, he began to see the truth in her reasoning. After all, if I had made different choices regarding the prophecy back then. Morse, Trelawney called. Noticing his distraction, he quickly apologized upon returning to the present. Not to worry, however, I hope you will keep our conversation private, given my role in teaching prophecy. As you can understand, she added, winking playfully. Morse, contemplating, posed another question. So, are all prophecies as you describe? Certainly not. The study of prophecy is an exceedingly fascinating branch of magic. Some prophecies served as means to achieve certain ends. For instance, when I advised Mr. Longbottom of Gryffindor not to break his teacup, it was intended to instill nervousness, thereby fulfilling that prophecy. However, there exists a type of prophecy known as true prophecy, which is extraordinarily precise. Such prophecies are beyond the control of us seers. They emerge from our unconscious state, to suggest that true prophecy is not within the seer's control. While those seers manipulate their own prophecies to fulfill their desires. Morse ventured cautiously. Precisely. Allow me to share an example. You are familiar with Grindelwald, correct? Trelawney inquired. To which Morse nodded affirmatively. He, too, was a seer. Morse's eyes widened in surprise, a reaction that Trelawney had anticipated, as it allowed her to elaborate. This is merely an insider's perspective among us seers. Grindelwald cleverly utilized his identity as a seer to amass a following, claiming to glimpse fragments of the future and asserting his ability to dominate the world. Trelawney continued, Such exploitation of the seer's identity to achieve personal goals occurs frequently. Yet instances akin to Grindelwald's deception of the entire world are exceedingly rare among our kin. After a moment of contemplation, Morse spoke. This conversation has been delightful. I look forward to our next discussion, though I suspect you may forget our current dialogue. How could that be? My memory is quite reliable, Trelawney replied with a smile. But suddenly, Morse produced his wand. Obliviate. As he reveled in the satisfaction of erasing her recent memories, Trelawney unexpectedly spoke. Her disheveled hair obscured half her face, and she transformed, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Morse sensed an uncanny aura. Could this be a prophecy? Chapter 25, The Centaur Tribe. At this juncture, Professor Trelawney appeared utterly transformed. Her hair cascading wildly as she spoke in an unfamiliar tone. Old friends, wounded souls, a sacrifice for death, in exchange for the cleansing of blood. Before she could complete her prophecy, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing the fallen Trelawney, Morse glanced at his wand, pondering whether he had acted too hastily. Meanwhile, the happenings within the prophecy classroom remained a mystery, akin to Professor Campbell's own experiences in the Forbidden Forest at that moment. The Forbidden Forest was traditionally deemed a restricted area at Hogwarts, though such restrictions were often more nominal than actual. This expansive dark woodland attracted adventurous young wizards, particularly those from Gryffindor, who frequently ventured into its periphery. Yet, the true depths of the forest, teeming with various magical creatures, especially dark beings, remained largely unexplored by students. The deeper regions of the forest were perilous, and even Hogwarts professors seldom tread there, both due to the inherent dangers and because of its status as a gathering place for certain species that had once signed covenants with Hogwarts' four founders, notably the Centaur tribe. The Ministry of Magic classifies centaurs as a level 4 magical species, not due to their combat prowess, but because they command great respect. Centaurs possess human heads, while their torsos and limbs resemble those of horses, with a variety of coat colors. The centaurs are remarkably intelligent beings, capable of articulating the human language. Thus, strictly speaking, they should not be classified as mere animals. However, at their own request, they willingly accept this designation. The ancestral homeland of the centaurs lies in the distant realm of Greece, yet today, communities of centaurs can also be found in various European countries. The Ministry of Magic has taken special measures to designate areas for centaur activities, thereby preventing them from being disturbed by muggles. Nevertheless, due to their profound wisdom, they possess their own means of avoiding contact with muggles and even humans. Generally speaking, they harbor a mutual distrust of both wizards and muggles, mirroring the sentiments of wizards towards muggles. These centaurs typically reside in groups, ranging from 10 to 50 individuals. Their expertise in certain fields has long surpassed that of wizards, particularly in areas such as magical healing, divination, archery, and astronomy. Wizards specializing in these disciplines often seek the assistance of centaurs. However, the centaurs are seldom inclined to partake in wizarding activities. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is renowned as a gathering place for centaurs. Logically, they would not welcome wizards into their territory. Perhaps only Dumbledore could receive the centaur's courtesy, though even he would not be warmly accepted in their midst. The centaur settlement resembles ancient Muggle architecture, primarily constructed of stone, yet adorned with peculiar carvings, some resembling celestial star maps. At this moment, outside the centaur enclave, a dozen centaurs stood together, bows drawn, their arrows aimed at Professor Campbell, who was outside their territory. "Wizard, leave our land at once, or we shall take action." The words spoken by the centaurs resonated with their intentions as the robust centaurs readied their bows, seemingly poised to release their arrows the moment the wizard refused to depart. Professor Campbell, standing at the forefront, appeared utterly unfazed by the dozen centaurs before him. He toyed with his wand, exuding an air of relaxation. "Centaurs, I wish to speak with your elder," he proclaimed, his tone so casual it seemed as though he were discussing trivial matters with Professor Dumbledore. This demeanor incensed the centaurs present. They could not tolerate being addressed in such a commanding manner by humans, perceiving even polite requests as attempts at subjugation. The wizard's words were undeniably provocative. "Charge! Eliminate this wizard!" commanded the leading centaur, Magray. However, at that moment, another centaur emerged from the settlement. This centaur bore a mane of light golden hair and striking blue eyes, with a lower body of a pale brown hue. Upon seeing this centaur, Magray scowled and angrily exclaimed, "Forenza, what are you doing? Are you aiding this intruder who seeks to enslave us?" Forenza positioned himself between Professor Campbell and the centaur warriors, gazing calmly at Magray. "Magray, I have consistently urged you, We can indeed engage with humans without hostility. Humph. I am no hapless mule, willing to be subjugated by humans. Maigret glared at Forenza. Do you intend to confront me? Or are you betraying us? My dear Maigret, I have never harbored thoughts of betraying the centaur kin. While my intention is to prevent you from harming this gentleman, I am here under the Elder's directive. Forenza glanced back at Professor Campbell, who remained unfazed. This indifference was not merely a calmness in the face of adversity. It seemed to convey a sense of disdain, as if he regarded the centaur warriors as inconsequential. Sir, the Elder wishes to meet you. Please accompany me. Professor Campbell merely acknowledged with a nonchalant HM, striding ahead without waiting for Forenza. His demeanor suggested that he was begrudgingly deigning to meet the centaur Elder. Witnessing the wizard's arrogance, Maigret nearly succumbed to the urge to slay him. Yet he was the one the Elder wished to see. Forenza, tell me, what else did the Elder say when he requested to meet this wizard? Maigret queried, his anger palpable. Forenza, watching Professor Campbell approach the Elder, closed his eyes in resignation, recalling the Elder's earlier words. Forenza, there are guests from the darkness who have arrived. You must greet them, lest we. At this point, a resigned smile graced the centaur Elder's face. Professor Campbell continued on his way. Aware that while the centaurs were dispersed across various locales, the Elders shared a common trait. They resided at a height. The centaurs revered celestial phenomena, believing the stars could guide their future and reveal impending events. As the leader of the centaur tribe, the Elder possessed the deepest understanding of the stars. Professor Campbell's visit aimed to glean insights about future events. He soon arrived at the apex of the centaur settlement, which was not particularly high, merely the equivalent of 3 stories. The structure was square, reminiscent of ancient Greek temples. However, upon entering, he discerned significant differences. Greek temples venerated numerous deities, serving as spiritual bastions for worshippers seeking blessings. In contrast, the Centaur Temple primarily featured carvings of celestial constellations, appearing somewhat chaotic. Yet, with Professor Campbell's discerning eye, he recognized that these seemingly disordered star maps constituted a composite magical array, serving as a means of self-preservation for the Centaur tribe. Nevertheless, he did not linger on this observation, as it was not his purpose. As he traversed the lengthy, dimly lit corridor of the temple, illuminated solely by torches affixed to the walls, he eventually reached his destination, a stone door adorned with a complex celestial map, one that even the erudite Professor Campbell found challenging to decipher. Please enter, dark guest, a voice, aged yet resonant, emanated from within, reminiscent of Dumbledore's tone. Alohamara. Professor Campbell cast the spell to open the stone door, revealing the interior scene. Before him stood an elderly centaur with a mane of white hair and strikingly light blue eyes, wielding a staff taller than himself, adorned with a deep black gemstone. The elder centaur faced Professor Campbell, with a towering statue of a centaur, bow drawn, poised behind him, exuding an aura of strength. Upon entering, Professor Campbell's gaze was not captivated by the imposing statue, but rather by the staff in the elder's grasp, particularly the dark gemstone. As he gazed upon it, visions of countless stars flickered before his eyes, witnessing their birth, flourishing, decline, and eventual annihilation within the vast cosmos. Taking a step back, he momentarily felt overwhelmed by the peculiar staff's influence. Though you dwell in darkness, the starlight shall illuminate your path, the elder centaur proclaimed. This tone echoed that of another Dumbledore. Elder, you are aware of my true identity, so there is no need for further preamble. I have come to request your assistance in examining something. Professor Campbell did not examine the peculiar wooden staff. Instead, he retrieved an object from within his robe. At the moment the centaur elder discerned what it was, he could scarcely maintain his previously composed demeanor. Chapter 26. The Dark Lord II. Meanwhile, in America, the battle within the Institute of Magic had concluded. The professors of the Institute and the Aurors of the American Magical Congress, who hastily arrived at the castle, discovered the lifeless body of the old sorcerer on the ground. After inquiring meticulously about the events following the old sorcerer's intrusion, the Aurors exchanged skeptical glances with Sephir, who appeared unaffected by the incident, yet they refrained from taking any further action. Hall stood quietly in an inconspicuous corner, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Regarding the recent attack by Grindelwald's followers, he was uncertain whether it was directly linked to Grindelwald himself, or if these individuals were merely seeking to redeem themselves after witnessing his escape from prison. However, one thing was certain. The ominous black mist they wielded was undoubtedly a weapon not to be underestimated. Pondering this, Hall glanced at the object concealed within his robe, an artifact he had stealthily taken from the deceased old wizard's corpse. Specifically the glass orb the old wizard had clutched at the moment of his demise, containing that eerie and terrifying black mist. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall displaying a serene sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, a sight that was undeniably soothing. "Have you heard? Someone spotted Sirius in Hogsmeade," Hermione announced, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Apparently, he is searching for Harry, but Harry is in America now, so he should be safe. There is no need for us to worry too much." Ron, with a piece of toast in his mouth, chimed in. "What we should be concerned about is the potions class later, especially you, Neville. Campbell has already targeted you 6 times. Ron, stop scaring Neville." Ginny shot a glare at her brother. "Can't you eat a little less? Be careful, or Professor Campbell might make you take Neville's place. By the way, Ron, how is your rat Scabbers doing?" Hermione inquired. "As long as you keep that cat of yours away, Scabbers will be just fine," Ron retorted angrily. Scabbers has lost so much weight due to that cat's presence. For days, Ron's rat had been terrorized by Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, leading to a growing rift between Ron and Hermione. "Ron, perhaps your rat is simply too old," Neville suggested tentatively. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from outside the hall. Boom. The entire Great Hall erupted into chaos, with the Weasley twins dashing outside, only to be seized by Filch and dragged back. However, nothing could deter the adventurous spirits of George and Fred, who plopped down beside Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, asking for their assistance as they produced their Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Before long, the seemingly ordinary piece of parchment began to transform under the triumphant gazes of George and Fred, and the astonished expressions of Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville. Lines were drawn, and tiny black dots materialized, each marked with names. "Oh, how marvelous! How come I was unaware that you too possessed this?" "I am your own brother," Fred and George replied in unison. "We found it in Philip's office. We studied it for ages to learn how to use it. We often employ it for our grand escapades, so we will not part with it." Hermione realized she could not persuade them, so she followed their gaze to the Marauder's map. They observed Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, Madame Pants still in the library, while Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick stood at the location of Gryffindor Tower. It was evident that the site of the incident was indeed Gryffindor Tower. Remembering the explosion, they worried. "I hope our dormitory is all right. It should be fine, right?" Gryffindor Tower, or rather what remained of it, was no longer a tower. Dumbledore and Flitwick stood where the fat lady's portrait once hung. The entrance had been obliterated, leaving only an opening. Flitwick peered ahead, witnessing the rubble of the collapsed tower outside the castle. Fortunately, it was breakfast time, and no students were inside the tower. Otherwise, Flitwick would have found it difficult to continue, sensing Dumbledore's palpable fury beside him. The normally calm and wise blue eyes of Dumbledore now appeared ablaze with anger, making it clear to all that the venerable elder was incensed. "Professor Dumbledore, I apologize for my tardiness," the hastily arrived Professor Lupin said, recalling Dumbledore's fierce demeanor from years past during the Order's battles against Voldemort. "Remus, examine the magical residue left here," Dumbledore instructed, gesturing toward the remnants of Gryffindor Tower. Lupin approached and scrutinized the magical traces at the entrance, hesitating before finally stating, "This is the magic used by Sirius when he killed Peter and several muggles." "It seems Sirius is indeed involved," Flitwick remarked, unaware that Harry was absent from Hogwarts and could not have entered Gryffindor Tower, leading Sirius to unleash his wrath by destroying the place. "Remus, how is your health these days?" Dumbledore abruptly inquired. "I am well, consistently taking the potions brewed by Professor Campbell. My health is stable," Lupin responded, puzzled by Dumbledore's sudden question, but aware it pertained to his consumption of wolfsbane. "Please assist me in locating Professor Campbell and have him come to my office," Dumbledore instructed after a brief silence, then turned without a backward glance and proceeded to his office. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the Weasley twins, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville remained unaware of the severity of the situation in their dormitory. However, they did notice something peculiar, as Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Lupin convened at Gryffindor Tower. An unfamiliar name emerged at the edge of Hogwarts, a name that sent shivers down their spines: Gellert Grindelwald. Moreover, there was something else that George, Fred, Neville, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny did not see: a dreadful name inscribed in Dumbledore's office, an abominable name shrouded in taboo, one that should never be uttered: Voldemort. Chapter 27. Your father has sent someone to fetch you. Upon Dumbledore's return to his office, he was greeted by a scene of disarray. The stone gargoyle at the entrance had been obliterated by powerful magic, and the office lay in shambles, with shattered silverware strewn across the desk. The only remnants on Fox's perch were a pile of ashes and a solitary hatchling. Within the frames of the portraits that adorned the walls, the former headmasters had vanished. Albus Dumbledore furrowed his brow, choosing to disregard the ashes of Fawkes and the vacant portrait of the headmaster. He opened a desk drawer that had been subjected to numerous enchantments, only to discover that the magic had been dispelled and the contents were gone. Once nestled within was the resurrection stone ring. Staring into the emptiness of the drawer, a flurry of thoughts raced through Dumbledore's mind, ultimately settling upon a familiar figure, Gellert Grindelwald. Could it possibly be him? Was he still fervently pursuing the Deathly Hallows? Just as Dumbledore wrestled with these thoughts, Professor Campbell entered the room. "Albus, what brings you to summon me?" he inquired, surveying the disarray of the headmaster's office with a frown. "What has happened here? A new taste, perhaps?" "I seem to have misplaced something, my old friend," Dumbledore replied, turning to face Professor Campbell, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon the desk, producing a series of sharp sounds. Professor Campbell righted the sofa that had been overturned and settled into it. "How audacious of someone to steal from your office. I dare say this individual possesses considerable gall." "Haha. In my recollection, only one person would dare such a thing, and it is likely that what I lost piqued their interest as well." Dumbledore approached Professor Campbell, locking eyes with him. "That individual may very well be Gellert Grindelwald." A twitch crossed Professor Campbell's eye. "Do you truly believe Grindelwald could be the culprit?" "While I am reluctant to cast suspicion upon him, he undeniably emerges as the prime suspect." Dumbledore turned away, presenting his back to Professor Campbell. The latter, contemplating the scene, finally spoke. "I shall uncover the true perpetrator for you." With that, Professor Campbell rose and exited the office. The two stood with their backs turned until Dumbledore finally turned to gaze in the direction of Professor Campbell's departure. America, Ilvermorny. Hall sat alone in the library of Epheimone, which he currently deemed the safest sanctuary within its walls. The library's intricate structure contributed to this sense of security, as did the myriad of magical protections that concealed the peculiar object he held in his possession. In his grasp was a glass orb filled with an enigmatic black mist. Upon further examination, Hall noted the orb's ingenious design. It only became fragile when infused with magical energy, thereby preventing any accidental shattering. Hall contemplated the possibility of extracting a small fragment of the dark mist without shattering the glass orb. However, the protective enchantment enveloping the orb was exceptionally intricate, effectively thwarting Hall's attempts at separation. His current abilities were insufficient to breach this magical shield. Nevertheless, this matter was too delicate to be disclosed, even to Professors McGonagall and Snape, and thus Hall deemed it prudent to await the conclusion of the Ilvermorny journey before seeking counsel with Dumbledore. After placing the orb into his small satchel, Hall rubbed his forehead and surveyed the library. Each chamber within the library of Ilvermorny Castle revealed itself differently upon opening, and the institution could only navigate a fraction of these chambers for the benefit of its students. Consequently, it was not uncommon for students to venture forth in search of undiscovered repositories. Hall was uncertain whether the storeroom he currently occupied was under the control of Epheimone. Enveloped in a protective enchantment, the space was remarkably clean, virtually devoid of dust. The collection of books within this chamber leaned predominantly towards literature on daily life, filled with volumes dedicated to culinary magic, which detailed numerous spells to aid in the creation of exquisite dishes. However, Hall held little interest in such magic. Nonetheless, he thought it might serve as a pleasant diversion to alleviate his boredom. Rising to his feet, he strolled over to the nearby bookshelf and casually picked up a volume to peruse. As Hall immersed himself in the text, the storeroom's grand door was abruptly swung open, and two figures entered. "Seraphina, do you mean to say there have been unusual fluctuations there?" "Indeed, Newt. Both Gilbert and I have examined the situation multiple times. It has escalated beyond our control. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your assistance to contact Dumbledore." It was clear that Seraphina was under immense pressure, having leveraged her connections to secure this opportunity for study abroad. "Let us proceed to investigate it together," she suggested. Hall quietly passed by the bookshelf, observing as three individuals entered through the doorway: Newt Scamander, Seraphina Pickweary, and Eglantine Fontana. What, one might wonder, is their purpose for being here? With a sense of curiosity, Hall remained silent, secretly observing. He watched as Newt approached a bookshelf, tapping on the second book from the bottom in the middle of the second row. The rhythm of his tapping seemed oddly familiar to Hall, yet he could not quite place it. Suddenly, in response to Newt's rhythmic knocks, the bookshelf parted to reveal a passage leading underground. It had been so long since he had engaged in such tapping. Years had not dulled his skill. Hogwarts. Newt appeared somewhat nostalgic, while nearby. Professor Pickering and Professor Fontana did not share his sentiment. They simply grasped Newt and leaped into the unknown. After they had all jumped down, Hall emerged from behind the bookshelf, gazing at the very shelf that Newt had struck. An impulse to descend and explore surged within him. Yet he was at a loss for how to do so. He had failed to decipher the pattern of Newt's tapping. He only sensed that there was one. Perhaps it is best I leave. What if the depths conceal some forbidden realm of Ilvermorny? Hall muttered to himself, striving to banish thoughts of the passage. Yet the more he endeavored to forget, the more it occupied his mind. Hogwarts. Within the forbidden forest, a handsome man clad in a black robe stands, holding a black gem ring that he twists incessantly. Those familiar with Tom Riddle would undoubtedly recognize the striking resemblance he bears to him. However, this man exudes a more mature aura. He is not Tom Riddle, but Voldemort. Through some arcane means, he has resurrected himself, reclaiming his former handsome visage. As Voldemort rotates the resurrection stone ring, he murmurs an elaborate incantation. In days past, Grindelwald sought to utilize the resurrection stone to conjure a legion of Inferi, and now Voldemort endeavors to achieve the same. The creation of Inferi from the resurrection stone demands formidable magical prowess, and Voldemort possesses just that. Before him, one Inferius after another materializes, numbering at least in the hundreds. Observing the Inferi, Voldemort glances at the resurrection stone in his hand and muses, I have lost a Horcrux. Yet it seems I have gained much more. Closing his eyes, he seeks to communicate with Nagini, leveraging the bond between them. Reaching out to her across the ocean in America. My child, you have ventured to America. It appears this father ought to send someone to fetch you. Chapter 28. Rain this day marks Halloween, and within the castle of Ilvermorny, an abundance of pumpkins adorns the hall, alongside numerous floating jack-o'-lanterns, enchanted to hover in midair. According to Agnes and Glenn, this year's Halloween at Ilvermorny promises to be more splendid than ever before. After all, not only are wizards from Hogwarts present, but the recent attack by Grindelwald's followers has led Ilvermorny to elevate the festivities. Yet, one cannot help but wonder whether Halloween at Ilvermorny will unfold without incident. Unlike the notorious occurrences at Hogwarts on this fateful day, Hall casually seated himself at a table, resting his head upon his arms in a state of ennui. His eyes closed as he pondered the whereabouts of distant friends. At that moment, those within the confines of Hogwarts were oblivious to the unfolding events. Hagrid, unperturbed by Draco's antics, was likely imparting knowledge about the majestic hippogriff to the class. Professor Lupin must have been elucidating the methods for confronting a boggart, while Sirius was probably already within the vicinity of Hogwarts. Hermione, it could be surmised, was fervently attending classes, making the most of her time Turner. With these thoughts, Hall smiled knowingly, only to be jolted by the sensation of someone pinching his cheek. Who could it be? Hall directly extended his hand to seize the mischievous hand that was playing tricks on his face, and as he opened his eyes, he exclaimed, Cypher. Hall observed Sci-Fay seated beside him, both leaning over the table. Her face was directly aligned with his, one of her small hands gently clasped by Hall. Sci-Fay remained silent, allowing Hall to hold her hand as he pleased. Gazing at her exquisitely delicate features so close, her complexion appeared even paler. With her dark gray curls cascading across the table, her hand felt somewhat cold, and her neatly trimmed nails were rounded, offering a soothing touch. Hall gazed at the enchanting woman before him, utterly speechless. In recent days, Cypher seemed to take great pleasure in being by Hall's side, often relishing in physical contact. Ahem. Let us not dwell on anything inappropriate. It was merely innocent physical interaction. Indeed, Cypher was exceptionally beautiful, and as a man, having such a stunning companion was undeniably delightful. However, ever since that fateful day when Cypher decisively unleashed the Avada Kedavra curse upon the old man, Hall sensed that this captivating woman was far from an ordinary character, resolute in her actions and ruthless in her approach. This was Hall's assessment of Cypher. Hall felt that he could not act as decisively as Cypher. When confronted with the old man, his first thought was of the coma spell rather than the death curse. To regard life as trivial and to view human existence as mere fodder is a perilous and resolute disposition. Riddle. Why did you not join me at the library the night before last? As Cypher spoke, he playfully puffed his cheeks, adding a touch of charm to his demeanor. Hall suppressed the twitching of his lips and released Cypher's hand. Yet he remained leaning forward as he spoke. I had an abundance of assignments to complete the night before last, which is why I could not attend. Hall pondered to himself that if he were to go, he would likely find himself once again reduced to a mere cushion for you. On the night of his arrival at Epheimone, Cypher had invited Hall once, and in fact, had summoned him again a few days prior to the attack by Grindelwald's followers. That evening, when Cypher beckoned Hall to the library, he had barely arrived when he was enveloped in the embrace of that enchanting woman. Her body as cold as it had been on their previous encounter. Thus, the unfortunate Hall became Cypher's pillow once more. The night before last, Cypher invited Hall to the library again, but Hall was determined not to stumble into the same trap thrice. Consequently, he decided to retire early that evening, indulging in a restful slumber until dawn, thereby leaving Cypher in the lurch. When he did not see Cypher throughout the entirety of the following day, he believed he had finally rid himself of this considerable nuisance. However, to his surprise, on this splendid Halloween, the little enchantress sought him out once more. Cypher retracted the hand that Hall had released and began to twirl her hair with her index finger, pouting as she asked, "Do you have assignments? I recall that day was a Friday. You informed me that you had work to complete during the holiday tomorrow." Upon finishing her inquiry, she cast Hall a look infused with a hint of reproach. Coughing softly, Hall felt somewhat uneasy under her ambiguous gaze and straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. "Classmate Cypher Friedrich," he declared, "as representatives of Hogwarts, we must uphold the honor of our esteemed institution, showcasing to the wizards of Epheimone the grace of students from the finest magic school. We must resolutely complete even the most fundamental tasks, ensuring that work which can be accomplished today is not deferred until tomorrow. It is essential to recognize that each new day is our most valuable treasure." As Hall reminisced about the speeches delivered by the school leaders, he mimicked them with great flair. Listening to Hall's lengthy discourse, Cypher grew exasperated and flicked the strand of hair she was twirling directly into Hall's face, exclaiming, "Spare me your pretense. Do you think I don't know you?" As Cypher's hair brushed against his face, Hall felt a ticklish sensation. A unique fragrance of mountain foliage lingered in the air, captivating Hall's senses with each breath. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, irritated by the tickle from the hair, and sneezed. Observing Hall's predicament, Cypher smiled playfully, her mischief ignited. As she deliberately twirled a strand of hair to tease his nose, Hall hastily raised his hand to defend himself, yet the enchanting Demonis was far too agile. Poor Hall was struck multiple times. Hee. Observing Hall's disheveled state, Sayfiel covered her mouth and let out a series of melodious, bell-like laughs. "Now, let us see if you dare to bully me again. I have found a method to subdue you." Hall clenched his teeth as he gazed at the enchantress, his eyes brimming with helplessness. However, Hall inhaled the fragrant aroma of the grass and trees beneath his nose, finding the scent undeniably pleasant, and yearning to indulge in it further. As Hall and Cypher frolicked, an onlooker in the distance observed the scene unfold. The gaze of this individual suddenly grew distant, as if stirred by the echoes of long-forgotten memories and the reminiscence of old acquaintances and tales. This person bore a Romanesque hooked nose, with greasy, straight black hair and a complexion that appeared unhealthily waxen. The perpetually cold black eyes, upon witnessing the moment before him, were touched by a flicker of emotion. Severus Snape contemplated the scene, recalling the first encounter he had with Lily, when they two had shared laughter and play. Yet, circumstances had altered their paths. Lily had joined Gryffindor, while he had been sorted into Slytherin. Thus, their once close friendship had gradually frayed, culminating in a poignant rift. The boy and girl before him, one from Gryffindor and the other from Slytherin, exhibited a harmony that echoed what he once had with Lily. The boy was the son of the Dark Lord, while the girl, as Dumbledore had mentioned, hailed from a lineage that might not be readily accepted by conventional wizards. Perhaps they were, in fact, better suited to one another. As Snape observed the pair, he felt his eyes moisten. "Damn it, it must be sand in my eyes," he thought. Yet this was a mountaintop. Where would the sand come from? Unable to bear the sight any longer, Snape rose and exited. Just then, Scamander's Thunderbird flew free, summoning a tempest of thunder and torrential rain that cascaded upon the earth and drenched Snape. He did not conjure a charm to shield himself from the rain. Instead, he tilted his head upwards. The cool raindrops fell upon his face, yet they did not feel particularly frigid, for he sensed the warmth of tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 29. The Gryffindor Tower has exploded in the distant land of Scotland. Within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, a festive atmosphere permeated the air. Following the previous incident involving the explosion of the Gryffindor Tower, this year's Halloween celebration was elaborately arranged. The floating candles had been replaced with suspended pumpkin lanterns, and pumpkins of various sizes adorned the edges of the hall, filled with delectable sweets. The house elves had exerted great effort for the Halloween feast. and the entire hall was infused with the scent of pumpkin. Ron, you need not be this way. Scabbers is already quite old. We shouldn't treat him like this. Ginny consoled her brother. The explosion of the Gryffindor Tower was rumored to have been caused by Sirius Black, and at the time, Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, had been in the dormitory. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that Ron's newly purchased wand had also been lost in the explosion. Many possessions had been destroyed in that incident. Parents sent letters via Owl, demanding compensation from Dumbledore for their children's losses. Faced with a mountain of correspondence, our Professor Dumbledore mysteriously vanished, rarely appearing before the students, leaving the daunting task of addressing these letters to our beleaguered Professor Flitwick. This responsibility should have fallen to Professor McGonagall, but she and Professor Snape had traveled to Ilvermorny, while Professor Sprout was on medical leave. It was said that Professor Sprout, recovering in the infirmary, had heard of the Gryffindor Tower's destruction and the avalanche of letters from concerned parents, leading to a deterioration in her health, necessitating her continued hospitalization. Thus, the burden of managing the letters rested solely on Professor Flitwick. With the headmaster absent, one head of house injured, and two others away, Professor Flitwick bore the weight alone. Each time Professor Flitwick stood before the faculty table, confronted with the mountain of letters that loomed before him, countless students, regardless of house, silently honored him with a moment of respect. Yet, our Professor Flitwick was limited in his capacity to manage such an overwhelming workload, and thus, this scene unfolded in the Great Hall. Obstacles abound. As Professor Flitwick faced the incessant onslaught of owls, he employed barrier spells to fend them off, deftly knocking them from the air, showcasing his prowess as a dueling champion. Nevertheless, he was inwardly distressed, lamenting, "Where am I to find the galleons to compensate them? Hogwarts funds are firmly in Dumbledore's grasp. After years of teaching, I have scarcely accumulated a few galleons." At that moment, our Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick, pondered a profound question. Could I, leveraging my goblin heritage, secure employment at Gringotts? Of course, the students remained oblivious to his contemplations. Yet, during these days, Gryffindor students incessantly hinted to Professor Flitwick about resolving their accommodation issues. They had been temporarily housed in the Great Hall since the explosion. For a day or two, it was manageable, merely a change of lodging, but as time dragged on, it became untenable. The Gryffindor students were a brave and adventurous lot, often exploring Hogwarts under the cover of night. Led by a pair of twins, the Gryffindor explorers sought out the secrets of Hogwarts, uncovering hidden passages. However, residing in the Great Hall with everyone sleeping in sleeping bags made it glaringly obvious who was present and who was not, hindering their adventurous pursuits. Fortunately, perhaps due to their subtle hints to Professor Flitwick, the newly repaired Gryffindor Tower was finally completed, and once the Halloween feast concluded, a wave of little lions would return to their tower, lifting everyone's spirits. Thank goodness that day my toad, Trevor, escaped. Otherwise, there might have been trouble. And thankfully, that day, Crookshanks went to Hagrid's. Otherwise, there would have been more issues. Hermione and Neville conversed. Suddenly, they noticed Ron, sitting next to Ginny, whose expression was momentarily awkward yet polite. "Hello, Ginny, Ron," Hermione greeted warmly. Ginny responded normally, but Ron's mood seemed rather grim. "Hermione, if it weren't for your cat." Scabbers wouldn't he have been scared in the dormitory, and wouldn't he have been blown to bits? Ron glared at Hermione in frustration. Hermione retorted, "Ron, I've told you countless times. It was T. Crookshank's fault. Your rat was simply too old. You." "Enough." Ginny interjected loudly, interrupting the argument between Hermione and Ron. "I think we should enjoy some delicious food. Tonight's feast promises to be splendid." Hermione huffed, positioning Neville on Ginny's other side, thereby placing two individuals between herself and Ron. Observing this, Ginny could only shake her head in resignation and turn to her food. However, Halloween proved to be a day of calamity at Hogwarts. Just as everyone prepared to dine, a familiar explosion resonated from outside the Great Hall. Upon hearing this blast, all the young Gryffindors instinctively set down their utensils, their eyes fixed intently on Professor Flitwick, who was surrounded by a mountain of letters at the staff table. Students from other houses, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, cast sympathetic glances toward Gryffindor, while many from Slytherin watched with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick sprang to his feet, exuding a tragic grandeur as he exited the hall. For reasons unknown, an air of peculiar sorrow seemed to envelop him, as if he were on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, beside the Whomping Willow, Lupin stood with a gaunt man whose sallow complexion barely concealed remnants of his former handsomeness. "Remus, did you see? Did you see?" The man frantically gestured toward the Gryffindor tower. Wormtail is alive. He is still alive. I had James and Lily change the secret keeper to Wormtail, believing it would divert Voldemort's attention, but it was a grave mistake. I should never have allowed James to make that change. I am responsible for the deaths of James, Lily, and Sirius. Lupin cast a complex glance at the now-collapsed Gryffindor tower. Just days prior, he had discovered Sirius near the Whomping Willow, intending to subdue him and turn him over to Dumbledore. However, Sirius had insisted that Wormtail had betrayed James and Lily. Trusting his friend, Lupin had posed several questions, including one about the recent explosion. Sirius recounted how he had transformed into a large black dog, intending to catch Wormtail in the Gryffindor dormitory, but unexpectedly, Wormtail had attacked him. He had wielded a wand, presumably one recently acquired by Mr. Weasley, which, in Wormtail's desperate bid for escape, had obliterated the Gryffindor tower. Lupin found it hard to believe, knowing Wormtail was not inherently brave. If Sirius's account were true, Wormtail would have prioritized fleeing over confrontation. Yet, out of loyalty to Sirius, Lupin resolved to investigate further. They successfully tracked down Wormtail, hiding in the kitchens, with the assistance of Miss Granger's cat, Crookshanks. However, once Wormtail transformed into a rat, he proved too agile to capture. He fled to the side of the new Gryffindor tower, producing a wand from seemingly nowhere. Sirius claimed it was the same wand Wormtail had used against him before fleeing in a blaze of destruction. To avoid further complications, Lupin and Sirius retreated to the Whomping Willow. Lupin's emotions were tumultuous. Nothing had truly changed. A friend had betrayed another, albeit without the fatality that often accompanied such treachery. Sirius, what shall we do next? Lupin inquired, inhaling deeply. I want to kill that traitor. I want him dead. Sirius shouted, his voice a tempest of fury. At that moment, a voice interrupted from beside them. Hello there. Lupin and Sirius turned to see a young man, handsome yet enigmatic, watching them with a cryptic smile. Just as they were about to speak, the man swiftly brandished his wand. Soul exit. Chapter 30. The cross-dressing mastermind. I believe it is time I had a word with Rita Skeeter, Professor Flitwick declared, hurling the Daily Prophet onto the floor. The catalyst for his ire was the explosion that had occurred at the Gryffindor Tower during the Halloween feast. Rita Skeeter had been poised to exploit the situation from the moment the first blast echoed through the hall. As a former head of the house, Flitwick was all too aware of the sort of individual she was. In school, she had shown considerable intelligence, albeit often misapplied. Her only noteworthy achievement had been in transfiguration. Flitwick's gaze fell upon the newspaper sprawled on the ground, its headlines screaming, "Is Hogwarts safe?" alongside an image of the collapsed Gryffindor Tower. He felt a profound weariness wash over him. I am neither the headmaster nor the deputy headmaster. Why must all this trouble befall me? Setting aside Flitwick's frustrations, let us turn our attention to the events of the previous night's Halloween feast. Overall, the celebration had been quite enjoyable. Everyone had reveled and dined splendidly. However, Hall noticed that the expressions on Professors McGonagall and Flitwick's faces were rather grim, and they engaged in hushed conversations from time to time. Meanwhile, Mr. Scamander had mysteriously vanished. It seemed that since that day when Hall had seen him descend into the mysterious tunnel alongside Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, he had been conspicuously absent, as if he had never existed at all. Hall wandered leisurely in the small garden, reflecting on the peculiarities of this journey to Epheimone, the resurgence of Grindelwald's forces, Scamander's enigmatic disappearance, and the mysterious passage within the library all contributed to an atmosphere of intrigue. Hall sensed that the castle harbored numerous secrets, yet his knowledge of it was woefully inadequate. He needed to fully comprehend the intricacies of Epheimone. Lost in thought, Hall made his way to the swing nestled within the garden. There, perched upon the swing, was Cypher, who, upon noticing Hall's arrival, turned to face him. What occupies your mind? Cypher inquired with a warm smile. Do share, perhaps I could be of assistance. Hall shook his head and said to Cypher, There's no need for that. I feel that getting too close to you may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Cypher rose to her feet. She was slightly shorter than Hall. Yet she glared at him and retorted, Is it really necessary to be like this? At Hogwarts, numerous boys have expressed their desire to invite me to Madame Pudafoots in Hogsmeade this year. Hogwarts stipulates that students in their third year and above may venture to Hogsmeade, a quaint village solely inhabited by wizards. Numerous sorcerers operate their businesses there, rendering it a miniature version of Diagon Alley. Among the establishments, Madame Pudafoots' tea shop enjoys considerable renown. The exterior of this establishment is rather unremarkable, and the interior is cramped and steamy, adorned with gaudy lace trimmings. Even the small round tables bear this ostentatious decoration, making it a notable venue where many young wizards have embarked upon their romantic endeavors. The young couples within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts often find themselves drawn to this particular spot, a renowned locale for romantic rendezvous. Originally, Hall had intended to take Hermione there this year. However, due to his study abroad at Ilvermorny, he would have to postpone his plans until the following year. Zephyr, I must remind you that I am in a relationship, thus it would be inappropriate for me to invite you to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Hall remarked, his expression peculiar as he regarded the enchanting witch. What are you pondering? She retorted, I am not the kind of girl who is easily swayed. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether any young man, after truly understanding me, would dare to suggest such a meeting. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Zephyr's eyes. But it vanished almost instantly, though the observant Hall noticed this subtle shift. However, prying into another's sorrow is hardly a wise course of action. As each individual harbors secrets they prefer to keep concealed. Riddle, I observed you deep in thought, and I merely wished to lend a hand, she continued. If my assistance is unwelcome, then I shall not persist. Do you know what I am curious about? Hall inquired, extending a finger to gently press against Zephyr's forehead. Do you believe you possess the ability to read minds like Dumbledore? Zephyr brushed aside Hall's finger and replied, While I may not fully comprehend your desires, I am certain they pertain to Ilvermorny. How did you ascertain that? Hall could not suppress his astonishment. He felt he should not have revealed himself so overtly. Zephyr smiled knowingly and responded, Now, I am aware. Hall stood frozen for a moment, as if he had been compelled to reveal the truth by the enchantress before him. Zephyr, unable to suppress her amusement at Hall's bewildered expression, chuckled softly. Oh, come now, don't look like that. I know a method that could help you gain a deeper understanding of Epheimone. Would you like to know? Hall felt as though encountering this bewitching woman was akin to meeting a fateful nemesis. What method? He inquired. Zephyr suppressed her laughter and explained, during Christmas. The girls of Epheimone will host a tea party, and all the witches from Epheimone will be in attendance, including some who have already graduated. They are bound to possess many secrets about Epheimone. Since Hogwarts is invited this year, all the witches from Hogwarts have also been invited to join the tea party. This indeed seemed a promising solution, yet Hall harbored a lingering suspicion that Zephyr's intentions were not entirely benevolent. Over time, he had discerned that while she appeared to be a kind and clever girl, her heart was, in truth, quite devious. What wicked scheme are you concocting? Hall asked. Nothing much, just that the tea party is exclusively for witches, Zephyr replied with a smile. I won't be able to assist you. It seems you must devise your own means of entry. At this juncture, she playfully rose onto her toes and leaned towards Hall's ear, whispering, Perhaps you could disguise yourself as a witch to gain access. I think that would be quite amusing. Hall finally grasped Zephyr's underlying intention. This enchantress truly possessed a wicked mind, suggesting he masquerade as a witch. Hey, do you realize I'm tempted to retaliate against you? He exclaimed. Yet before he could voice his protest, Zephyr seized the moment, wrapping